Today, we have 10 hours of SpongeBob stories to help you fall asleep, so relax and let's get started. First, we have 3 hours of SpongeBob iceberg lore. The appearance of Nosferatu in the graveyard shift represents one of SpongeBob's most unexpected and memorable moments that perfectly captures the show's ability to blend horror references with absurdist humor. In this Season 2 episode, SpongeBob and Squidward work the night shift at the Krusty Krab, leading Squidward to tell an increasingly elaborate, scary story about the hash-slinging slasher to frighten SpongeBob. The story includes 3 warning signs: the phone ringing with nobody there, the lights flickering on and off, and the arrival of the ghostly fry cook seeking revenge. When these exact events begin happening in real life, both characters become terrified, believing the supernatural threat is real. The tension builds as each predicted element occurs exactly as described, creating genuine suspense despite the comedic setting. The phone rings with no caller, the lights flicker ominously, and a mysterious figure appears outside the restaurant. The audience shares the character's fear as the horror story seems to come true. The reveal that Nosferatu, MISF, the classic 1922 German silent film vampire, is responsible for flickering the lights, serves as perhaps the most unexpected punchline in SpongeBob history. The ancient vampire appears as a realistic black and white figure contrasting sharply with the cartoon world, simply flicking a light switch up and down while making his characteristic hand gestures. His presence is never explained or questioned by the characters, who simply accept this supernatural being as the mundane cause of their electrical problems. This moment works on multiple levels because it simultaneously deflates and validates the horror atmosphere. The mysterious light flickering does have a supernatural cause, but it's completely unrelated to the hash-slinging slasher story and poses no actual threat. Nosferatu appears to be conducting normal maintenance work, treating light switch operation as a regular job duty. The absurdity comes from treating a legendary movie monster as an ordinary maintenance worker, while ignoring how impossible his presence should be. The choice of Nosferatu specifically adds layers of meaning for viewers familiar with film history. Count Orlok from the 1922 film represents one of cinema's most iconic and frightening vampire portrayals, making his mundane appearance in a children's cartoon particularly jarring. The original Nosferatu was an unauthorized adaptation of Dracula that created its own unique brand of gothic horror, and its inclusion here bridges nearly a century of horror cinema with modern animation. The scene also demonstrates SpongeBob's sophisticated approach to referential humor that works for both children and adults. Young viewers find the moment funny because of the anticlimactic explanation for the scary lights, while older viewers appreciate the surreal juxtaposition of classic German expressionist cinema with cartoon silliness. This multi-layered comedy approach became a hallmark of the series' early seasons. From a production standpoint, the Nosferatu moment required careful consideration of how to integrate live-action footage into the animated world. The black and white aesthetic helps separate him from the colorful SpongeBob universe while maintaining visual coherence. His movements are deliberately stilted and theatrical, matching the performance style of early silent films, while emphasizing his otherworldly nature. The impact of this moment extends far beyond the episode itself, becoming one of the most quoted and memed scenes in SpongeBob history. The phrase, Nosferatu, delivered in SpongeBob's voice, has become shorthand for unexpected or absurd explanations, while the image of the vampire flicking lights has inspired countless internet jokes and references. The scene's popularity demonstrates how effective surreal humor can be when it catches audiences completely off guard. The moment also serves as a perfect example of how SpongeBob uses horror elements not to genuinely frighten viewers, but to create comedy through subversion and absurdity. Rather than relying on typical cartoon scares like ghosts or monsters designed for children, the show references legitimate horror cinema and transforms it into something unexpectedly harmless and silly. Rock Bottom Language Barrier. The Rock Bottom episode presents one of SpongeBob's most creative and unsettling explorations of communication, breakdown, and social isolation through its unique language barrier concept. In this Season 1 episode, SpongeBob accidentally boards the wrong bus and ends up in Rock Bottom, a deep-sea community where all the residents speak with exaggerated raspberry sounds, interrupting their normal speech patterns. This linguistic difference creates immediate alienation for SpongeBob, who cannot understand or effectively communicate with the local population. The rock bottom language involves inserting wet, spitting raspberry sounds represented in subtitles as paft or THTBT between words and syllables, creating a communication system that sounds almost like mockery to outsiders. Residents speak normally but add these sounds seemingly at random intervals, making their speech comprehensible to each other but completely confusing to visitors. The language barrier isn't just different words or accents, it's an entirely different way of producing speech sounds that SpongeBob cannot replicate properly. This communication problem creates escalating frustration and anxiety as SpongeBob tries to accomplish simple tasks like asking for directions or buying a bus ticket. Every interaction becomes a struggle where his attempts to speak the local language come across as either incompetent or offensive to the residents. His inability to master the raspberry sounds leads to misunderstandings that make his situation worse, trapping him in a cycle of failed communication attempts. The episode brilliantly uses this language barrier to explore themes of cultural isolation and the anxiety of being an outsider in an unfamiliar place. SpongeBob's experience mirrors real-world situations where travelers struggle with foreign languages, but the surreal nature of Rock Bottom amplifies these feelings to nightmarish proportions. The resident's seemingly simple language becomes an insurmountable obstacle that prevents him from accessing basic services or getting help. Rock Bottom itself serves as a visual metaphor for being out of one's depth, literally and figuratively. The community exists in a deep ocean trench, where everything operates differently from Bikini Bottom. The buses run vertically instead of horizontally, the vending machines work in reverse, and even basic gravity seems altered. These physical differences reinforce the sense that SpongeBob has entered a completely alien environment where normal rules don't apply. The residents of Rock Bottom appear strange and somewhat threatening, with angular designs, sharp teeth, and dark coloring that contrast with Bikini Bottom's friendly, rounded characters. Their appearance suggests they've adapted to the harsh, deep-sea environment, developing features that look intimidating to surface dwellers. However, the episode reveals that they're not actually malicious. They're simply going about their daily lives using their normal communication methods. SpongeBob's attempts to learn the local language provide both comedy and pathos as he struggles to produce the correct raspberry sounds. His efforts often result in excessive spitting or incorrect timing that makes his words even more incomprehensible. The physical comedy of his failed attempts masks the deeper frustration of being unable to express basic needs or emotions effectively. The language barrier also creates safety concerns as SpongeBob cannot understand warning signs, directions, or emergency information. His inability to communicate his situation to others leaves him increasingly isolated and desperate. The episode shows how communication problems can escalate from minor inconveniences to genuine dangers when someone cannot access help or understand important information. The resolution comes not through SpongeBob mastering the language, but through the kindness of one Rock Bottom resident who helps him despite the communication difficulties. This character demonstrates that understanding and empathy can transcend language barriers when people make genuine efforts to help each other. The episode suggests that while communication is important, human compassion can overcome linguistic obstacles. The Rock Bottom language concept has become iconic within SpongeBob lore because it creates such a memorable and distinctive form of alien communication. The raspberry sounds are both silly enough for children to find funny and sophisticated enough to represent real linguistic concepts about how speech patterns define communities and create in-group identity. From a production perspective, voice actors had to master the timing and intensity of the raspberry sounds while maintaining clear speech patterns. This required precise coordination between the dialogue and sound effects to create believable conversation patterns that audiences could follow despite the unusual sounds. The episode's lasting impact comes from its ability to make viewers feel SpongeBob's isolation and frustration through the simple device of altered speech patterns. By creating a language that sounds almost like normal English but remains incomprehensible, Rock Bottom captures the anxiety and alienation of being a stranger in a strange land. Bubble Bass Pickle Lie. The Bubble Bass Pickle conspiracy from Pickles represents one of SpongeBob's most psychologically devastating storylines, where a customer's deliberate deception destroys the main character's confidence and professional identity. In this Season 1 episode, Bubble Bass, a large, intimidating fish with thick glasses and a condescending attitude, orders a Krabby Patty and then falsely claims that SpongeBob forgot to include pickles. This seemingly minor complaint triggers a complete breakdown of SpongeBob's self-confidence and ability to perform his job. The incident begins when Bubble Bass visits the Krusty Krab and orders a double Krabby Patty on a stick with tartar sauce, onions, pickles, ketchup, mustard, lettuce, and tomatoes. SpongeBob prepares the order exactly as requested, including the pickles, but Bubble Bass examines the burger and loudly announces that there are no pickles. When SpongeBob insists he included them, Bubble Bass opens the burger to reveal that the pickles are indeed missing, causing public embarrassment for SpongeBob in front of other customers. The psychological impact on SpongeBob is immediate and severe. His identity as the best fry cook in Bikini Bottom gets shattered by this single incident of apparent failure. The episode shows how deeply SpongeBob's self-worth is tied to his job performance, making this professional criticism devastating to his entire sense of self. His reaction goes far beyond normal disappointment. He experiences what appears to be a complete psychological breakdown that affects every aspect of his cooking ability. What makes this situation particularly cruel is that Bubble Bass is deliberately lying. He has hidden the pickles under his tongue during his inspection of the burger, making it appear that SpongeBob made a mistake when the order was actually prepared correctly. This deception is calculated and malicious, designed to humiliate SpongeBob publicly and destroy his reputation as a competent fry cook. The act represents a form of gaslighting where Bubble Bass makes SpongeBob doubt his own memory and abilities. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. The aftermath of the incident shows how quickly confidence can be destroyed and how difficult it is to rebuild. SpongeBob becomes unable to remember how to cook anything, forgetting basic skills he has performed thousands of times. His hands shake. He second-guesses every decision, and he cannot complete simple tasks without anxiety. The episode portrays a realistic depiction of how traumatic experiences can impact performance and self-efficacy. SpongeBob's attempts to regain his cooking ability through various methods, including visiting his old fry cook instructor and trying to relearn basic techniques, show the long process of rebuilding shattered confidence. His former teacher cannot help him because the problem isn't technical knowledge, but psychological trauma. The episode demonstrates how mental barriers can be more difficult to overcome than physical or technical challenges. The community's reaction to SpongeBob's crisis reveals both the support system around him and the pressure of public expectations. Mr. Krabs becomes increasingly frustrated as his restaurant's quality suffers, while Squidward initially enjoys SpongeBob's struggles, but eventually recognizes the severity of the situation. The customers who witnessed the original incident continue to doubt SpongeBob's abilities, showing how public perception can compound personal trauma. The resolution comes when SpongeBob finally confronts Bubble Bass again, and the truth is revealed through careful observation. When Bubble Bass claims another burger is missing pickles, SpongeBob notices that the customer's speech sounds different, muffled and thick. This leads to the discovery that Bubble Bass has been hiding pickles under his tongue, along with other items he has stolen from various establishments over time. The revelation that Bubble Bass has been systematically lying and stealing provides vindication for SpongeBob, but also raises disturbing questions about how often this has happened to other people. The cache of hidden items under Bubble Bass's tongue suggests a pattern of fraudulent behavior designed to get free food and humiliate service workers. His ability to speak normally while hiding large objects in his mouth indicates this is a practiced deception. The episode's portrayal of workplace harassment and customer abuse resonates with anyone who has worked in food service or retail. Bubble Bass represents the type of customer who uses complaints and public embarrassment as weapons against service workers, knowing that employees cannot defend themselves effectively. His behavior demonstrates how customers can abuse their position of power to harm workers psychologically. The psychological accuracy of SpongeBob's response to the false accusation makes this episode particularly powerful. His immediate loss of confidence, inability to perform basic tasks, and need for external validation all reflect real trauma responses. The episode shows how a single negative experience can override years of positive feedback and successful performance when it strikes at someone's core identity. The character design of Bubble Bass reinforces his role as an antagonist through visual cues that suggest untrustworthiness and aggression. His thick glasses, large size, and condescending expressions make him appear intimidating and intellectual, giving him authority when he makes his false claims. His deep voice and formal speech patterns add to his ability to seem credible when lying. The social dynamics of the situation also reflect real-world power imbalances between customers and service workers. Other customers in the restaurant immediately side with Bubble Bass because he appears calm and authoritative, while SpongeBob becomes emotional and defensive. This shows how social biases can favor the accuser in customer service disputes, regardless of the truth. The episode's lasting impact comes from its honest portrayal of how devastating false accusations can be to someone's professional identity and mental health. It demonstrates that reputation and confidence, once damaged, require significant effort to rebuild. The story also serves as a cautionary tale about the power of lies to destroy lives and the importance of seeking truth rather than accepting surface appearances. Magic Conch Cult Logic. The Magic Conch Shell episode Club SpongeBob presents one of the series' most disturbing explorations of blind faith, cult-like thinking, and the dangers of surrendering personal agency to arbitrary authority. In this Season 3 episode, SpongeBob and Patrick demonstrate complete devotion to a toy shell that gives random responses to questions, treating its meaningless answers as divine wisdom that must be followed regardless of consequences. The episode begins when SpongeBob and Patrick exclude Squidward from their club activities, which center around consulting the Magic Conch shell for all decisions. The shell is clearly just a children's toy with a limited set of pre-recorded responses like yes, no, try asking again, and I don't think so. However, SpongeBob and Patrick treat these random answers as infallible guidance that determines every aspect of their behavior and decision-making. When the three characters become stranded in the kelp forest, the Magic Conch's influence becomes genuinely dangerous. SpongeBob and Patrick refuse to take any action to improve their situation without first consulting the shell and receiving permission. They will not look for food, build shelter, or attempt escape unless the toy tells them to do so. This absolute dependence on external authority prevents them from using their own judgment or survival instincts. The cult-like aspects of their behavior become increasingly apparent as the episode progresses. SpongeBob and Patrick display religious reverence toward the shell, speaking to it with ceremonial language and treating its responses as sacred commandments. They refuse to question its authority or consider that it might be wrong, even when its advice leads to obvious problems. Their blind obedience overrides common sense and self-preservation instincts. Squidward's role as the rational outsider highlights the absurdity of their devotion while demonstrating how cult logic resists external criticism. When he points out that the shell is just a toy giving random responses, SpongeBob and Patrick dismiss his concerns and become defensive about their beliefs. They interpret his skepticism as evidence that he lacks faith, rather than considering that he might be correct about the shell's limitations. The shell's arbitrary nature becomes a source of psychological torture for all three characters. It randomly denies permission for basic survival activities like eating or seeking help, forcing them to remain passive in life-threatening situations. When Squidward tries to take independent action by calling for help, the shell coincidentally says no at that moment, which SpongeBob and Patrick interpret as divine intervention punishing his disobedience. The episode demonstrates how magical thinking can replace logical problem-solving when people become dependent on external authority for decision-making. SpongeBob and Patrick lose the ability to evaluate situations independently, instead deferring all judgment to the shell's random responses. This creates a learned helplessness where they become incapable of taking action even when their lives depend on it. The psychological mechanisms shown mirror real-world cult dynamics where followers surrender critical thinking to charismatic leaders or belief systems. The magic conch represents the type of authority figure that provides simple answers to complex questions, eliminating the anxiety of making difficult decisions. SpongeBob and Patrick find comfort in having their choices made for them, even when those choices are clearly harmful. The social reinforcement between SpongeBob and Patrick shows how shared delusions can become stronger through group validation. Each character's faith in the shell reinforces the other's belief, creating a closed system where questioning the authority becomes increasingly difficult. Their mutual devotion makes them resistant to outside criticism and evidence that contradicts their beliefs. The episode's resolution, where forest rangers arrive and reveal they also follow the magic conch, extends the cult metaphor to show how these belief systems can spread through communities. The rangers' explanation that the shell told them not to help creates a paradox where everyone is waiting for permission to act from the same source. This demonstrates how widespread magical thinking can create systemic dysfunction. The arbitrary nature of who gets saved when the shell finally says yes shows how random chance gets interpreted as divine favor in magical thinking systems. SpongeBob and Patrick's rescue appears to validate their faith, but it's actually just coincidental timing that reinforces their delusion. This pattern mirrors how cult members interpret random positive events as proof of their belief's validity. The episode serves as a sophisticated critique of fundamentalist thinking and blind obedience to authority. By making the authority source an obvious toy, the show highlights how arbitrary many real-world authority figures can be. The magic conch's random responses parody religious or political leaders who claim special knowledge while providing contradictory or meaningless guidance. The psychological horror of the situation comes from watching characters voluntarily surrender their agency and intelligence to something that clearly cannot help them. Their willingness to suffer and potentially die rather than think for themselves represents an extreme form of learned helplessness that develops when people become too dependent on external validation and decision-making. The episode also explores themes of exclusion and belonging, as Squidward's initial rejection from the club makes him vulnerable to eventually accepting their belief system just to gain social acceptance. His conversion at the end shows how social pressure and desperation can overcome rational thinking when people are isolated and seeking connection. Handsome Squidward. The transformation of Squidward into Handsome Squidward in The Two Faces of Squidward represents one of the series' most extreme explorations of beauty standards, social dynamics, and the psychological effects of sudden physical transformation. This Season 5 episode takes Squidward from his normal appearance to an impossibly perfect version of himself, creating a story that examines how physical attractiveness affects both personal identity and social relationships. The transformation occurs when SpongeBob accidentally slams a door into Squidward's face while he's practicing clarinet, causing severe facial damage that requires reconstructive surgery. The doctor's work goes beyond simple repair to create what can only be described as supernatural handsomeness. Squidward emerges with perfectly symmetrical features, glowing skin, flowing hair, and an aura of ethereal beauty that literally causes other characters to swoon upon seeing him. The immediate social response to handsome Squidward demonstrates how dramatically physical appearance affects interpersonal dynamics. Characters who previously ignored or disliked Squidward suddenly become obsessed with him, fighting for his attention and treating him like a celebrity. The transformation reveals the shallow nature of many social relationships and how much preferential treatment attractive people receive in daily interactions. Squidward's psychological response to his new appearance shows both the positive and negative aspects of sudden physical transformation. Initially, he experiences unprecedented confidence and social success, enjoying the attention and admiration he has always craved. However, the intensity of others' reactions quickly becomes overwhelming as he loses control over his social interactions and personal space. The episode explores themes of objectification as other characters stop seeing Squidward as a person and instead treat him as a beautiful object to be admired or possessed. His opinions, personality, and individual preferences become irrelevant to people who are only interested in his appearance. This transformation from overlooked individual to objectified beauty icon creates new forms of isolation and stress. The physical comedy surrounding handsome Squidward's effect on others borders on the surreal, with characters fainting, forming crowds, and engaging in bizarre behavior when exposed to his beauty. These exaggerated reactions serve as commentary on celebrity culture and the irrational worship of physical attractiveness in society. The episode suggests that extreme beauty can be as much a curse as a blessing. SpongeBob's role in both creating and resolving Squidward's situation adds layers of irony to the story. His accidental door slamming creates the transformation, his well-meaning attempts to help make things worse, and his final accident restores Squidward to normal. This pattern reflects SpongeBob's consistent role as a catalyst for chaos despite his good intentions. The episode's treatment of beauty standards reveals how arbitrary and extreme social expectations can be. Handsome Squidward's appearance is so perfect it becomes almost alien, suggesting that idealized beauty is often unrealistic and unattainable. The contrast between his transformed and normal appearance highlights how harsh society can be toward those who don't meet conventional attractiveness standards. The social dynamics shown in the episode mirror real-world phenomena around celebrity worship and the treatment of attractive individuals. The crowds that form around handsome Squidward, the special treatment he receives, and the assumption that he must be superior in all ways because of his looks all reflect genuine social biases that affect how people are perceived and treated. Squidward's desire to return to his normal appearance, despite losing his newfound social advantages, suggests that authenticity and personal comfort matter more than external validation. His relief at becoming regular, Squidward again indicates that the psychological cost of constant attention and objectification outweighed the social benefits of being universally considered beautiful. The episode also functions as a commentary on plastic surgery and cosmetic enhancement culture. The medical transformation that creates handsome Squidward represents the extreme end of cosmetic procedures, while the ultimate return to his original appearance suggests that surgical alteration may not provide the lasting happiness people expect. The "at night" running gag represents one of SpongeBob's most effective uses of repetitive humor to build tension and create comedic timing. This phrase, delivered in a dramatic, echoing voice, appears throughout various episodes to signal when events are taking place during nighttime hours, but its usage evolves from simple time indication to a source of comedy through over-the-top delivery and increasingly absurd contexts. The gag typically involves a character stating that something happens during daytime, followed by another character adding, "at night," in an ominous, reverberating voice that suggests nighttime activities are inherently more sinister or dramatic. This formula creates humor through the contrast between mundane activities and the supernatural dread implied by the dramatic delivery of the time specification. The most memorable use of this gag occurs in Graveyard Shift when Squidward describes the hash-slinging slasher's activities. The story builds tension through repetitive use of "at night" to emphasize when the ghostly fry cook appears, creating an atmosphere of dread that makes the eventual anticlimactic resolution more effective. Each repetition of the phrase adds to the horror atmosphere, while simultaneously becoming funnier through overuse. The effectiveness of the gag comes from its simplicity and the dramatic contrast between the delivery and the content. The phrase "at night" is inherently mundane. Many activities happen at night without any special significance. However, the theatrical delivery transforms this simple time reference into something that sounds mysterious and threatening, creating humor through the mismatch between form and content. The voice acting for the "at night" gag requires specific timing and tone to achieve its comedic effect. The delivery must be dramatic enough to sound genuinely ominous, while being obvious enough that audiences recognize the absurdity. The echoing effect and extended pronunciation turn two simple words into a theatrical performance that parodies horror movie conventions. The gag functions as part of SpongeBob's broader strategy of using repetition for comedic effect. Like other running jokes in the series, the AT night phrase becomes funnier through repeated use as audiences anticipate its appearance and enjoy the consistency of its dramatic delivery. The predictability becomes part of the humor rather than diminishing it. The cultural impact of the at night gag extends beyond the show itself, becoming a recognizable reference that fans use to parody dramatic storytelling in other contexts. The phrase has become shorthand for unnecessarily dramatic emphasis, demonstrating how effective the original joke was at capturing a specific type of overwrought presentation. The gag also serves a functional purpose in episodes by clearly establishing when scene transitions occur between day and night. Rather than using simple title cards or visual cues, the dramatic announcement makes time changes into entertaining moments that maintain audience engagement while providing necessary information about story progression. The versatility of the at-night gag allows it to be adapted to different contexts and situations throughout the series. Whether used for genuine horror atmosphere, simple time indication, or pure comedic effect, the phrase maintains its effectiveness through consistent delivery and audience familiarity with the format. The psychological effect of the gag on viewers involves creating anticipation and satisfaction through pattern recognition. Audiences learn to expect the dramatic delivery and find pleasure in its appearance, while the contrast between expectation and reality creates the comedic surprise that makes the joke work repeatedly. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. The surface level covers SpongeBob's most recognizable and widely discussed moments that any casual viewer would know. Nosferatu's random appearance flicking lights in Graveyard Shift became an iconic, surreal moment. Rock Bottom's raspberry language barrier created memorable communication comedy. Bubble Bass hiding pickles under his tongue to gaslight SpongeBob demonstrated workplace harassment. The Magic Conch Shell episodes showed dangerous, cult-like blind obedience to arbitrary authority. Handsome Squidward explored beauty standards and objectification through surgical transformation. The at-night running gag used dramatic delivery for comedic effect across multiple episodes. These elements represent the show's most accessible, weird moments that fans commonly reference and meme, establishing SpongeBob's reputation for absurdist humor mixed with surprisingly dark psychological themes. Moving on to Shallow Waters now, the Nasty Patty's accidental murder setup. The Nasty Patty represents one of SpongeBob SquarePants' darkest episodes, transforming what should be a simple prank into a genuine murder mystery that places the main characters in the role of accidental killers covering up what they believe to be a death. This Season 3 episode takes SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs from innocent restaurant owners to panicked criminals attempting to dispose of a body, creating a storyline that pushes the boundaries of children's television into genuinely disturbing territory. The setup begins when a health inspector arrives at the Krusty Krab claiming to be conducting a routine inspection. However, SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs have just heard a news report about a fake health inspector who has been going around town getting free food by impersonating an official. This coincidental timing creates immediate suspicion about the inspector's legitimacy, leading them to conclude that he must be the imposter mentioned on television. Their assumption, while logical given the circumstances, sets up the tragic misunderstanding that drives the entire episode. Rather than simply refusing service or calling the authorities to verify the inspector's credentials, Mr. Krabs decides to teach the supposed fake inspector a lesson through deliberate food poisoning. This decision represents a massive escalation from reasonable suspicion to premeditated assault, showing how quickly Mr. Krabs' vindictive nature can override basic moral and legal boundaries. His choice to respond to perceived fraud with actual harm demonstrates the dangerous thinking that justifies violence as appropriate punishment for minor crimes. The creation of the Nasty Patty involves SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs deliberately contaminating food with various disgusting and potentially harmful substances. They use ingredients like toenail clippings, ketchup, onions, peanut plant, Krabby Patty, lettuce, cheese, pickles, and other materials that are either inedible or contaminated with bacteria. The methodical preparation of this deliberately harmful food shows both characters actively participating in what they believe will make someone seriously ill. The moral implications of their actions become clear when examined from the perspective of food safety and criminal law. Deliberately serving contaminated food to a customer, regardless of their suspected dishonesty, constitutes assault with intent to cause bodily harm. The fact that they believe the inspector is committing fraud does not legally or morally justify their decision to poison him. Their vigilante approach to justice represents a dangerous abandonment of proper legal procedures and basic human decency. The inspector's collapse after eating the Nasty Patty appears to confirm their worst fears about what they've done. When he falls unconscious and becomes unresponsive, SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs immediately assume they have killed him through food poisoning. Their panic response reveals their awareness that their actions were serious crimes, despite their initial justification that they were only teaching a lesson to a fraud. The reality of potential consequences forces them to confront what they've actually done. The cover-up attempt that follows shows how quickly innocent people can become deeply involved in criminal activity once they believe they've committed a serious crime. SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs move from restaurant owners to body disposal criminals in a matter of minutes, demonstrating how panic and fear can override moral reasoning. Their decision to hide the body rather than call for medical help shows how guilt and self-preservation can prevent appropriate responses to emergencies. The physical comedy of their disposal efforts masks the genuinely disturbing nature of what they're attempting to accomplish. They struggle to move what they believe is a corpse, hide it in various locations around the restaurant, and eventually attempt to bury it in SpongeBob's backyard. These activities, while played for laughs, represent serious felony crimes including tampering with evidence, improper disposal of human remains, and obstruction of justice. The psychological transformation of both characters throughout the episode shows how criminal activity can change people's mental state and decision-making processes. SpongeBob, normally innocent and honest, becomes calculating and deceptive as he helps conceal their crime. Mr. Krabs, while already morally flexible about money, descends into genuine criminality driven by fear of consequences. Their partnership in crime creates a bond of shared guilt that changes their relationship dynamic. The episode's exploration of paranoia and guilt shows how criminal behavior creates its own psychological punishment even before any legal consequences occur. Both characters become increasingly anxious and suspicious, jumping at every sound and interpreting normal events as threats to their cover-up. Their guilt manifests in classic symptoms including jumpiness, excessive worry, and inability to act normally in social situations. The arrival of the police creates the ultimate test of their criminal resolve, forcing them to maintain their deception while under direct questioning from law enforcement. Their nervous behavior and obvious guilt make them terrible criminals, but their commitment to the cover-up shows how deeply they've committed to their criminal path. The irony that they're trying to hide a crime that never actually occurred adds dark humor to their genuine terror. The revelation that the health inspector was legitimate all along and that he merely choked on a fly rather than dying from poisoning provides the episode's resolution while raising new moral questions. The fact that their attempt to poison him failed due to coincidental choking doesn't absolve them of the intent to cause harm. They remain morally and legally guilty of assault, even though their specific method didn't cause the unconsciousness they observed. The inspector's survival and lack of awareness about their poisoning attempt allows SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs to escape consequences for their crimes, but it doesn't undo the psychological and moral damage of their actions. They spent the entire episode believing they were murderers and acting accordingly, revealing their capacity for criminal behavior when sufficiently motivated by fear and revenge. The experience changes them regardless of the ultimate outcome. The episode's treatment of vigilante justice serves as a cautionary tale about taking law enforcement into private hands. Mr. Krabs' decision to punish the suspected fraud through poisoning represents the dangerous thinking that individuals can serve as judge, jury, and executioner when they believe someone is breaking the law. The story shows how quickly this mindset can escalate to serious violence and criminal activity. The broader implications of The Nasty Patty extend beyond the immediate story to questions about how children's entertainment should handle themes of crime, violence, and moral responsibility. The episode presents characters engaging in serious criminal behavior while maintaining a comedic tone, creating an uncomfortable tension between entertainment value and moral messaging. The fact that the characters escape consequences for their actions without learning appropriate lessons about the seriousness of their crimes raises questions about what messages the episode conveys to young viewers. The episode's lasting impact comes from its willingness to explore genuinely dark territory while maintaining the show's characteristic humor and character relationships. It demonstrates how ordinary people can become criminals through poor decision-making and escalating circumstances, while also showing how guilt and paranoia can serve as their own forms of punishment. The story remains one of SpongeBob's most morally complex episodes, blending comedy with serious themes about crime, justice, and personal responsibility in ways that continue to provoke discussion among viewers. Spongehenge and SpongeBob statues. Spongehenge stands as one of SpongeBob SquarePants' most apocalyptic and existentially disturbing episodes, presenting a post-apocalyptic future where SpongeBob has spent centuries crafting stone monuments while civilization crumbles around him. This Season 5 episode abandons the typical episodic format to create a linear narrative, spanning potentially thousands of years, culminating in SpongeBob's apparent death and the mysterious discovery of his stone statues by alien archaeologists in the distant future. The episode begins with a seemingly simple problem. Wind blowing through SpongeBob's pores creates musical sounds that attract jellyfish in overwhelming numbers. This natural phenomenon, while initially appearing harmless or even charming, quickly escalates into a crisis that disrupts SpongeBob's normal life and work routine. The jellyfish swarms become so massive and persistent that SpongeBob cannot leave his house or perform basic activities without being mobbed by the creatures drawn to his inadvertent music. SpongeBob's attempted solution reveals his characteristic problem-solving approach. Rather than seeking help or finding ways to stop the sound, he decides to redirect the jellyfish elsewhere by creating stone statues with holes that will produce the same musical tones. This decision represents a massive undertaking that requires extensive stone carving skills, physical labor, and time investment. His commitment to this solution shows both his determination and his tendency to choose complex approaches to simple problems. The stone carving process itself becomes an obsessive pursuit that consumes SpongeBob's entire existence. He abandons his job at the Krusty Krab, stops socializing with friends, and dedicates all his time and energy to perfecting his statues. The episode shows him working tirelessly, chiseling away at massive stone blocks to create increasingly elaborate monuments. His craftsmanship improves over time, suggesting years or decades of continuous work on this single project. The progression of SpongeBob's statue creation demonstrates an escalating perfectionism that borders on madness. His early attempts are crude and unsuccessful at producing the correct sounds, leading him to create larger, more complex statues with precisely calculated hole patterns. Each failure drives him to build bigger and more elaborate monuments, creating a cycle of obsessive improvement that never reaches a satisfactory conclusion. The temporal scope of the episode becomes apparent through visual cues showing SpongeBob aging and the world changing around him. His appearance becomes more weathered and wild, his clothing deteriorates, and his behavior becomes increasingly isolated and eccentric. The environment around him shifts from the familiar Bikini Bottom setting to something more desolate and abandoned, suggesting that civilization has changed or collapsed during his obsessive carving period. The absence of other main characters throughout most of the episode creates an eerie sense of isolation that distinguishes Spongehenge from typical SpongeBob episodes. There are no interactions with Patrick, Squidward, Mr. Krabs, or Sandy. Bob appears to be completely alone in his pursuit. This isolation could indicate that his friends have moved away, died, or simply given up trying to reach him as he becomes increasingly consumed by his project. The geological and archaeological implications of SpongeBob's monument creation suggest a timeline spanning millennia rather than years. The statues he carves are massive stone structures that would require enormous amounts of time to complete, especially for someone working alone with basic tools. The episode implies that SpongeBob has been carving for so long that he has become a mythical figure from ancient history rather than a contemporary character. The environmental storytelling throughout the episode shows a world in decline or transformation. Bikini Bottom appears to become more barren and lifeless as time progresses, with fewer signs of active civilization. This could represent environmental collapse, population migration, or simply the natural changes that occur over geological time periods. SpongeBob's continued existence and work in this changing world raises questions about his mortality and the nature of his being. The episode's climax reveals the ultimate futility of SpongeBob's efforts. Despite creating numerous massive statues, the jellyfish continue to be attracted to him personally rather than the monuments. His realization that the statues cannot solve his problem comes only after he has spent what appears to be a lifetime on their construction. This moment represents a devastating recognition that his entire adult life has been devoted to a fundamentally flawed solution. The final sequence showing SpongeBob's apparent death occurs off-screen, leaving viewers to infer his fate from contextual clues. The episode ends with him still trying to perfect his statues, suggesting that he died while continuing his obsessive work. The lack of a clear death scene maintains ambiguity about whether he simply disappeared, transformed into something else, or literally died from exhaustion and old age. The alien archaeologists who discover the statues in the far future provide the episode's framing device and ultimate perspective on SpongeBob's legacy. These beings interpret his monuments as evidence of an ancient civilization, completely unaware of their true purpose or the personal tragedy they represent. Their scientific analysis treats SpongeBob's obsessive failure as a mysterious archaeological wonder, highlighting how history often misinterprets the motivations and meanings behind ancient artifacts. The aliens' misunderstanding of the statue's purpose creates dramatic irony that emphasizes the futility of SpongeBob's efforts. While he intended the monuments to solve a practical problem in his daily life, they become mysterious relics that inspire wonder and speculation in future civilizations. The disconnect between intent and interpretation suggests that even our greatest efforts may be misunderstood or forgotten by future generations. The episode's title, Spongehenge, directly references Stonehenge, the famous prehistoric monument whose original purpose remains debated by archaeologists. This parallel suggests that many ancient monuments may have originated from personal obsessions or practical problems, rather than the grand religious or astronomical purposes often attributed to them. SpongeBob's statues serve as a meditation on how individual struggles can become historical mysteries. The psychological horror of Spongehenge comes from watching a beloved character waste his entire life on a doomed project while losing everything that made his existence meaningful. His friendships, career, and happiness are all sacrificed to an obsession that ultimately fails to achieve its goal. The episode presents a nightmare scenario where good intentions and hard work lead to complete personal destruction and isolation. The episode's treatment of time and mortality creates an existential dread rarely seen in children's television. The implication that SpongeBob lived for centuries or millennia, alone and obsessed, before finally dying among his failed monuments presents a vision of existence as ultimately futile and tragic. The disconnect between the episode's cheerful animation style and its deeply pessimistic message creates cognitive dissonance that enhances its disturbing impact. Spongehenge functions as both a cautionary tale about obsession and a meditation on legacy and meaning. SpongeBob's transformation from happy fry cook to isolated monument builder shows how single-minded pursuit of solutions can become destructive when it replaces all other aspects of life. The episode suggests that maintaining relationships and finding contentment in simple pleasures may be more valuable than achieving perfect solutions to life's problems. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Cuddle E Hugs Predator Friend. Cuddle E Hugs presents one of SpongeBob's most unsettling explorations of imaginary friends, substance-induced hallucinations, and the disturbing parallels between SpongeBob's relationship with his vision and real-world predatory grooming tactics. This Season 11 episode follows SpongeBob as he experiences vivid hallucinations of a large, friendly hamster after consuming spoiled Krabby Patties, creating a storyline that inadvertently mirrors dangerous stranger relationships while exploring themes of isolation, secrecy, and manipulation. The episode begins when SpongeBob discovers moldy Krabby Patties in the restaurant's freezer and, despite their obvious spoilage, decides to eat them anyway. This decision immediately establishes poor judgment and risk-taking behavior that leads to his altered mental state. The consumption of contaminated food creates the biochemical conditions for his hallucinations, though the episode treats this as magical rather than medical, avoiding explicit discussion of food poisoning or psychoactive effects. Cuddle E. Hugs first appears to SpongeBob as an enormous, colorful hamster with an overly friendly demeanor and immediate interest in forming a close relationship. The creature's design incorporates elements that appear child-friendly and non-threatening, bright colors, soft fur, a smiling face, and gentle voice, while his size and sudden appearance create an inherently unsettling presence. His immediate insistence on being SpongeBob's best friend establishes the rushed intimacy that characterizes his manipulative approach. The parallels to predatory grooming behavior become apparent through Cuddle E, Hugs' consistent tactics throughout the episode. He immediately isolates SpongeBob from his existing relationships by claiming that other people wouldn't understand their special friendship. This isolation strategy prevents SpongeBob from seeking outside perspective or validation about his new relationship, creating dependency on Cuddle E. Hugs as his primary source of social interaction and emotional support. Cuddle E Hugs employs classic manipulation techniques including love bombing, where he overwhelms SpongeBob with excessive affection and attention to create emotional dependency. He constantly reinforces how special and unique their relationship is, making SpongeBob feel chosen and important in ways that his real friendships apparently don't provide. This emotional manipulation creates strong attachment that makes SpongeBob reluctant to question or end the relationship. The secrecy element of their relationship mirrors predatory patterns where victims are encouraged to keep relationships hidden from family and friends. Cuddle E. Hugs convinces SpongeBob that their friendship must remain secret because others wouldn't understand or approve, creating shame and isolation that prevents SpongeBob from seeking help or advice. The secret nature of their relationship becomes a source of excitement and specialness that further bonds SpongeBob to his hallucination. SpongeBob's behavioral changes throughout the episode show the psychological impact of his relationship with Cuddle E Hugs. He becomes secretive, withdrawn from his real friends, and increasingly focused on pleasing his imaginary companion. His performance at work suffers as he becomes distracted by conversations and activities with Cuddle E, Hugs that others cannot see or understand. These changes reflect how unhealthy relationships can isolate people from their support systems and normal activities. The episode's treatment of SpongeBob's mental state raises concerning questions about his psychological vulnerability and capacity for reality testing. His acceptance of Cuddle E, Hugs without questioning the creature's sudden appearance or impossible nature, suggests either extreme naivety or compromised mental functioning. The ease with which he abandons critical thinking and embraces this obviously supernatural being indicates problematic judgment that could extend to real-world situations. Patrick and Squidward's reactions to SpongeBob's behavior provide the outside perspective that Cuddle E Hugs works to suppress. They recognize that SpongeBob is acting strangely and expressing concern about his well-being, but their attempts to help are undermined by SpongeBob's loyalty to his secret relationship. Their inability to see Cuddle-E hugs makes them appear unreasonable or jealous from SpongeBob's perspective, further isolating him from potential help. The episode's climax involves Cuddle-E hugs, attempting to take SpongeBob away to a place where they can be together forever, which directly parallels predatory abduction scenarios. This escalation from friendship to possession represents the ultimate goal of many manipulative relationships, complete control over the victim. The language used suggests permanent separation from SpongeBob's existing life and relationships, which would represent total victory for the manipulative entity. The resolution occurs when SpongeBob's friends intervene, and he recognizes that Cuddle-E Hug's demands are unreasonable and harmful. However, this recognition only comes after significant manipulation and near abduction, suggesting that SpongeBob's judgment remains poor throughout most of the episode. His eventual rejection of Cuddle-E Hugs represents a positive outcome, but the episode doesn't address the underlying vulnerability that made him susceptible to manipulation in the first place. The medical explanation for SpongeBob's hallucinations, NES, spoiled food causing toxic reactions, provides a rational framework for understanding his altered mental state. However, the episode treats this explanation as an afterthought rather than addressing the serious health implications of consuming contaminated food. The casual treatment of food poisoning and hallucinations minimizes the real dangers of these conditions while using them as plot devices. The episode's portrayal of hallucinations and altered mental states raises ethical questions about how children's entertainment should handle mental health topics. While the story ultimately shows SpongeBob rejecting his dangerous imaginary friend, it also presents hallucinations as magical experiences rather than medical emergencies. This treatment could discourage viewers from seeking help if they experience similar symptoms or normalize concerning mental health episodes. The broader implications of Cuddle-E Hugs extend beyond its immediate story to questions about media literacy and stranger danger education. The episode inadvertently demonstrates classic manipulation tactics used by predators while presenting them in a fantastical context that may not help viewers recognize similar patterns in real-world situations. The magical framing could prevent audience members from connecting these behaviors to actual safety concerns. The character design and behavior of Cuddle-E Hugs also reflects broader cultural anxieties about false friendliness and deceptive appearances. His overly cute and friendly exterior masks, manipulative intentions, reinforcing the important lesson that appearances can be deceiving and that individuals who seem too eager to form instant close relationships may have hidden motives. The episode's treatment of friendship and social relationships reveals SpongeBob's apparent loneliness and desire for special connections that make him vulnerable to manipulation. His eagerness to embrace Cuddle-E Hug suggests that his existing friendships may not fully meet his emotional needs, creating an opening for exploitative relationships. This vulnerability highlights the importance of building strong, healthy relationships that provide adequate emotional support and social connection. Cuddle-E Hugs ultimately serves as an unintentional cautionary tale about the dangers of secret relationships, rushed intimacy, and isolation from support systems. While the episode resolves safely with SpongeBob rejecting his manipulative imaginary friend, the story demonstrates how easily vulnerable individuals can be targeted by those who use friendliness and special attention as tools for control and manipulation. The Night Patty Fisherman figure. The Night Patty presents one of SpongeBob's most mysterious and unsettling episodes through the appearance of an unexplained fisherman figure who serves as both customer and ominous presence during the Krusty Krab's late-night operations. This Season 12 episode creates an atmosphere of supernatural dread through minimal dialogue, strange timing, and the fisherman's inexplicable knowledge of secret menu items that shouldn't exist. The fisherman arrives at the Krusty Krab during the late-night shift when SpongeBob is working alone, immediately establishing an isolated and vulnerable setting. His appearance is deliberately unsettling, tall, gaunt, wearing a dark coat and hat that obscure his features, carrying a fishing rod despite being underwater. The design choices create an immediately threatening presence that contrasts sharply with the typical, colorful, friendly customers who usually visit the restaurant during normal hours. The fisherman's first words establish the central mystery of the episode when he orders the Night Patty. This item doesn't exist on any known Krusty Krab menu, yet the fisherman speaks about it with complete confidence and familiarity. His assumption that SpongeBob knows what he's talking about creates immediate tension and confusion. SpongeBob's lack of recognition of this menu item should have ended the interaction, but the fisherman's insistence and mysterious knowledge compel him to attempt fulfilling the order. The process of creating the Night Patty becomes increasingly surreal as SpongeBob follows the fisherman's cryptic instructions without understanding their meaning or origin. The fisherman provides specific directions about ingredients and preparation methods that SpongeBob has never heard before, yet somehow the instructions seem to make sense in the moment. This guidance suggests the fisherman possesses intimate knowledge of Krusty Krab operations that goes beyond normal customer experience. The ingredients requested for the night patty include items that shouldn't exist in the restaurant's normal inventory, yet SpongeBob somehow finds them or creates substitutes that satisfy the fisherman's requirements. This impossible availability of unknown ingredients suggests either supernatural manipulation of reality or SpongeBob's unconscious knowledge of cooking techniques he shouldn't possess. The preparation process becomes ritualistic rather than culinary, with specific steps that seem more like spell components than food preparation. The fisherman's behavior throughout the ordering and preparation process remains consistently enigmatic and slightly threatening. He speaks in short, cryptic phrases that imply deeper knowledge about SpongeBob, the restaurant, and the nature of the night patty itself. His patience during the extended preparation time suggests he has all night to wait, reinforcing the supernatural timelessness that surrounds his presence. His stillness and watchfulness create constant tension as SpongeBob works under his silent observation. The completed night patty appears visually different from normal Krabby Patties, with darker colors and an otherworldly appearance that matches the mysterious circumstances of its creation. The fisherman's reaction upon receiving the burger provides no satisfaction or closure. He simply takes it without comment or expression of gratitude. His consumption of the patty occurs off-screen, denying viewers the resolution of seeing whether the mysterious food serves its intended purpose. The payment transaction adds another layer of mystery to the fisherman's identity and purpose. Instead of normal currency, he offers SpongeBob something unusual, often an old coin, a strange token, or an object with unclear value. SpongeBob's acceptance of this non-standard payment suggests he's operating under different rules during this nighttime encounter. The exchange feels more like a mystical transaction than a commercial purchase. The fisherman's departure occurs as mysteriously as his arrival, with him simply walking back into the darkness outside the restaurant. He provides no explanation for his knowledge of the secret menu item, no indication of satisfaction with his meal, and no promise to return. His exit leaves SpongeBob alone with more questions than answers, and a vague sense that something significant has occurred without his full understanding. The episode's treatment of time creates additional unsettling elements, as the fisherman's visit seems to exist outside normal temporal flow. The night feels longer than it should, the preparation time extends beyond reasonable duration, and morning arrives suddenly after his departure. This temporal distortion suggests the fisherman's presence affects reality itself, bending normal rules of time and space during his visit. SpongeBob's behavior during and after the fisherman's visit shows subtle changes that indicate the encounter has affected him in ways he doesn't fully understand. He becomes more subdued and thoughtful, suggesting the experience has left him with lingering questions about the nature of his work and the restaurant's hidden mysteries. His inability to fully remember or explain what happened reinforces the dreamlike quality of the encounter. The episode deliberately avoids providing explanations for the fisherman's identity, knowledge, or purpose, leaving viewers to interpret his significance through context and atmosphere rather than explicit revelation. This ambiguity allows multiple interpretations. He could be a supernatural entity, a time traveler, a former employee with secret knowledge, or a manifestation of SpongeBob's subconscious understanding of advanced cooking techniques. The fisherman's knowledge of the night patty suggests the existence of hidden layers within the Krusty Krab's history and operations that even SpongeBob doesn't fully understand. This implies that the restaurant has deeper mysteries and traditions that exist beyond the surface-level business operations shown in typical episodes. The secret menu concept suggests that there are aspects of the job that only become apparent during special circumstances or to certain individuals. The recurring nature of the fisherman's visits in some interpretations suggests he represents a regular but hidden aspect of the Krusty Krab's operations. His periodic returns imply an ongoing relationship or obligation that exists outside normal business hours and customer interactions. This pattern creates a parallel economy or service structure that operates according to different rules than the daytime restaurant business. The psychological impact of these encounters on SpongeBob reflects the disorienting effect of experiences that exist at the edges of understanding and explanation. The fisherman's visits challenge SpongeBob's confidence in his knowledge of his workplace and cooking abilities, while introducing elements of mystery and uncertainty into his normally predictable routine. These encounters suggest that even familiar environments can contain hidden depths and unknown possibilities. The episode's exploration of liminal spaces, the time between day and night, the boundary between known and unknown, the edge between normal and supernatural, creates an atmosphere where unusual events become possible. The late-night setting removes the safety and predictability of normal operating hours, creating a space where different rules can apply and mysterious figures can emerge from the darkness. The fisherman figure ultimately represents the unknown possibilities that exist within familiar spaces and routines. His presence suggests that there are always mysteries and hidden knowledge waiting to be discovered, even in the most ordinary circumstances. The episode uses his character to explore themes of mystery, hidden knowledge, and the possibility that reality contains more depth and strangeness than everyday experience reveals. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Jellyfish Jam House Swarm. Jellyfish Jam transforms SpongeBob's innocent hobby of jellyfishing into a nightmarish home invasion scenario, where thousands of jellyfish take over his house and create chaos that threatens both his property and his relationships with neighbors. This Season 1 episode explores how good intentions and misunderstanding of natural behavior can lead to situations that spiral completely out of control, turning beloved creatures into dangerous pests that must be removed by force. The episode begins with SpongeBob's discovery of an injured jellyfish during one of his regular jellyfishing expeditions. His decision to take the creature home for care and recovery demonstrates his compassionate nature and desire to help wildlife in distress. However, this well-meaning rescue operation immediately creates problems, as SpongeBob lacks understanding of proper wildlife rehabilitation techniques and the potential consequences of bringing wild animals into domestic spaces. SpongeBob's treatment of the injured jellyfish reveals his tendency to anthropomorphize animals and treat them as if they share human social structures and desires. He provides the jellyfish with a name, creates comfortable accommodations in his home, and attempts to entertain it with music and games. While these actions show kindness and creativity, they also demonstrate his failure to understand the jellyfish's actual needs and natural behaviors as a wild creature. The jellyfish's apparent enjoyment of SpongeBob's stereo music creates the initial positive reinforcement that encourages both characters to continue their unusual relationship. The creature's dancing and excited movements in response to the music seem to validate SpongeBob's approach to care and entertainment. This apparent success makes SpongeBob feel confident that he's helping the jellyfish and providing it with experiences it enjoys and benefits from. The gradual arrival of additional jellyfish through SpongeBob's windows represents the beginning of the crisis that will eventually overwhelm his home and neighborhood. The music that initially attracted and entertained one jellyfish serves as a beacon that draws more creatures from the surrounding area. SpongeBob's failure to recognize this pattern or understand its implications shows his lack of awareness about animal behavior and the social structures of jellyfish communities. The exponential growth of the jellyfish population inside SpongeBob's house demonstrates how quickly wildlife situations can escalate beyond individual control. What begins as caring for one injured animal rapidly becomes managing dozens, then hundreds, then thousands of creatures that fill every available space in his home. The mathematical progression of their arrival shows how natural reproduction and attraction patterns can create overwhelming numbers in very short periods. SpongeBob's initial excitement about his expanding jellyfish community reveals his misunderstanding of the situation's seriousness and sustainability. He interprets the growing swarm as evidence that his home provides something the jellyfish need and want, rather than recognizing that he's created an artificial environment that attracts far more animals than his space can safely accommodate. His enthusiasm blinds him to the practical problems that are developing. The jellyfish behavior inside SpongeBob's house becomes increasingly destructive as their numbers grow and their natural movement patterns conflict with domestic architecture and furniture. The creatures don't understand human concepts of property damage or personal space, leading them to fly through walls, break objects, and create chaos simply by following their natural instincts in an inappropriate environment. Their presence transforms SpongeBob's orderly home into a hive-like structure. The impact on SpongeBob's daily routine shows how completely the jellyfish have taken over his living space and normal activities. He can no longer cook, sleep, or move around his house without navigating through swarms of creatures that treat his home as their territory. The jellyfish's constant movement and buzzing create sensory overload that makes concentration and rest impossible, turning his sanctuary into a source of stress and exhaustion. Squidward's reactions to the jellyfish invasion provide the outside perspective that SpongeBob lacks due to his emotional attachment to the creatures. Squidward immediately recognizes the situation as a serious problem that needs intervention, while SpongeBob continues to see it as a positive development. This difference in perception creates conflict between neighbors and demonstrates how personal involvement can prevent objective assessment of problematic situations. The escalation to neighborhood-wide problems occurs when the jellyfish swarm expands beyond SpongeBob's property to affect surrounding homes and community spaces. The creature's attraction to music and activity draws them to other houses, creating public safety and property damage issues that force community intervention. SpongeBob's personal problem becomes a collective crisis that requires coordinated response from authorities and neighbors. The attempted solutions to the jellyfish problem reveal the complexity of managing wildlife situations once they've grown beyond individual control. Simple approaches like asking the jellyfish to leave or trying to guide them away prove completely ineffective because the creatures don't understand human communication or requests. Their instinctual behavior overrides any attempts at negotiation or peaceful resolution. The physical removal of the jellyfish requires organized effort and proper equipment that SpongeBob doesn't possess. Professional intervention becomes necessary to safely relocate the creatures without harming them or the people involved in the process. This need for expert help demonstrates how wildlife problems often require specialized knowledge and tools that well-meaning individuals don't have access to or understanding of. The emotional impact on SpongeBob of losing his jellyfish companions shows the psychological difficulty of ending relationships with animals, even when those relationships have become problematic or dangerous. His attachment to the creatures makes their removal feel like personal loss and abandonment rather than necessary problem solving. This emotional conflict between caring for individual animals and protecting community welfare creates genuine moral complexity. The resolution process involves relocating the jellyfish to their proper natural habitat, where they can behave normally without creating problems for human communities. This solution addresses both the immediate crisis and the underlying issue of animals being kept in inappropriate environments. The relocation represents a compromise that protects both human interests and animal welfare while correcting the original mistake of bringing wildlife into domestic spaces. The neighborhood's recovery from the jellyfish invasion requires extensive cleanup and repair work to fix the damage caused by thousands of creatures moving through residential areas. Property damage, disrupted utilities, and general chaos all need attention once the animals are removed. This cleanup process illustrates the real costs and consequences of wildlife management problems that extend far beyond the initial rescue decision. The episode's treatment of the relationship between humans and wildlife explores the complex balance between compassion for individual animals and responsibility for community welfare. SpongeBob's desire to help the injured jellyfish represents admirable empathy and kindness, but his lack of knowledge about proper wildlife care creates problems that harm both the animals and his neighbors. The story suggests that good intentions must be combined with appropriate knowledge and consideration of broader consequences. The lasting impact of the jellyfish invasion on SpongeBob's understanding of animal care shows character growth through difficult experience. His recognition that wild animals belong in wild habitats represents important learning about the difference between helping wildlife and keeping them as inappropriate companions. This lesson about proper animal welfare comes at significant personal and community cost, but provides valuable knowledge for future situations. Have You Seen This Snail? Presents one of SpongeBob's most emotionally devastating sequences through Gary's departure and the subsequent montage showing SpongeBob's desperate search efforts and psychological breakdown. This Season 4 episode explores themes of neglect, guilt, loss, and the deep bonds between pets and their owners through a storyline that takes SpongeBob from thoughtless caregiver to heartbroken searcher willing to sacrifice everything to find his missing companion. The setup for Gary's disappearance stems from SpongeBob's temporary obsession with a new paddleball toy that distracts him from his pet care responsibilities. His fixation on achieving a high score creates tunnel vision that makes him ignore Gary's basic needs for food, attention, and care. This neglect isn't malicious, but represents the kind of thoughtless behavior that can develop when people become consumed by personal interests at the expense of their relationships and responsibilities. Gary's decision to leave occurs after multiple attempts to get SpongeBob's attention failed to penetrate his obsession with the paddleball game. The snail's departure represents a desperate response to being ignored and neglected by someone he depends on for survival and companionship. His choice to seek care elsewhere demonstrates both intelligence and self-preservation instincts, but also represents the breakdown of trust between pet and owner that develops when basic needs aren't met. SpongeBob's initial failure to notice Gary's absence reveals the depth of his distraction and self-absorption during the paddleball obsession. His continued focus on the game, even when his pet is missing, shows how completely his priorities have become disordered. The delayed recognition of Gary's disappearance makes his eventual panic and guilt more intense, because it highlights how long he failed to provide appropriate care and attention. The realization that Gary is missing triggers immediate and overwhelming guilt as SpongeBob recognizes the connection between his neglect and his pet's departure. His understanding that Gary left because of his failures as a caregiver creates psychological trauma that goes beyond simple loss, to include self-blame and shame. This emotional complexity makes his grief more intense, and his search efforts more desperate than they would be if Gary had disappeared due to circumstances beyond his control. The sad montage sequence that follows shows SpongeBob's transformation from neglectful owner to desperate searcher through a series of increasingly frantic activities. He creates and distributes missing pet flyers throughout Bikini Bottom, asking every resident he encounters if they've seen Gary. His systematic approach to searching shows both methodical thinking and growing desperation, as each inquiry yields no useful information about Gary's whereabouts. The visual progression of the montage shows SpongeBob's physical and emotional deterioration. As the search continues without success, his appearance becomes increasingly disheveled and exhausted, his expressions show mounting desperation and sadness, and his body language reflects the weight of guilt and loss. The time compression of the montage suggests that his search efforts continue for days or weeks without any positive results or hope. SpongeBob's interactions with other Bikini Bottom residents during his search reveal the community's sympathy for his situation, while also highlighting his isolation in his grief. Neighbors and friends try to help by looking at his flyers and sharing any information they might have, but their inability to provide useful leads increases his sense of helplessness. The repeated negative responses to his inquiries create a pattern of disappointment that compounds his emotional distress. The expansion of SpongeBob's search efforts to more desperate measures shows his willingness to sacrifice personal comfort and dignity to find Gary. He searches through trash cans, explores dangerous areas, and follows any possible lead regardless of how unlikely it seems. His determination to check every possible location demonstrates both admirable persistence and the kind of obsessive behavior that develops when people are driven by guilt and desperation. The emotional impact of the search on SpongeBob's daily functioning becomes apparent as he abandons normal activities like work, socializing, and self-care in favor of continuing his quest to find Gary. His single-minded focus on the search creates its own form of neglect as he stops taking care of himself in his determination to fix his mistake. This pattern shows how guilt and grief can create destructive cycles that perpetuate rather than resolve problems. The psychological elements of SpongeBob's experience during this period include classic symptoms of trauma and loss, such as intrusive thoughts about Gary, constant anxiety about his pet's welfare, and persistent guilt about his role in the disappearance. His mental state deteriorates as the search continues without success, creating depression and hopelessness that affect every aspect of his functioning. The episode portrays genuine psychological distress rather than simple cartoon sadness. The community's gradual shift from active help to gentle suggestions that SpongeBob accept Gary's loss reflects realistic social responses to prolonged grief and searching behavior. While friends and neighbors initially support his efforts enthusiastically, their patience and optimism fade as time passes without results. This social pressure to move on creates additional stress for SpongeBob, who isn't ready to give up his search or accept the possibility that Gary might not return. SpongeBob's refusal to consider that Gary might have found a better home or might not want to return shows his inability to process the reality of his neglect and its consequences. His assumption that Gary wants to come home but simply can't find his way back allows him to maintain hope while avoiding the more painful possibility that his pet chose to leave permanently. This psychological defense mechanism protects him from complete despair, but also prevents him from learning important lessons about pet care and responsibility. The financial and physical costs of SpongeBob's extended search efforts show his willingness to sacrifice everything to find Gary. He spends money on flyer printing and distribution, loses work time that affects his income, and exhausts himself physically through constant searching. His dedication demonstrates genuine love and remorse, but also shows how guilt can drive people to unsustainable behaviors that create additional problems. The sleep deprivation and emotional exhaustion visible in the montage sequence reflect the real physical toll that grief and anxiety take on people experiencing loss. SpongeBob's deteriorating appearance and increasingly frantic behavior show how psychological distress manifests in physical symptoms. His inability to rest or engage in normal activities creates a cycle where his mental state affects his physical health, which in turn affects his mental resilience. The montage's use of music and visual pacing creates an emotional experience that allows viewers to feel SpongeBob's desperation and sadness without requiring extensive dialogue or explanation. The repetitive nature of his searching activities, combined with his increasingly dejected expressions, builds emotional weight that culminates in genuine empathy for his situation. The sequence demonstrates how effective visual storytelling can be in conveying complex emotional states. The broader themes explored through SpongeBob's search experience include the importance of consistent care in relationships, the difficulty of rebuilding trust once it's been broken, and the way guilt can both motivate positive action and create destructive obsessions. His journey from neglectful owner to desperate searcher shows both admirable dedication and concerning lack of balance. The episode suggests that while making amends for mistakes is important, the effort to fix problems can itself become problematic if it isn't guided by wisdom and realistic expectations. The sad montage sequence ultimately serves as a powerful emotional centerpiece that transforms "Have you seen this snail?" from a simple pet loss story into a deeper exploration of responsibility, guilt, and the complex bonds between humans and their animal companions. The sequence's emotional impact comes from its honest portrayal of how devastating pet loss can be and how guilt can compound grief to create nearly unbearable psychological pressure. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. The Shallow Waters level covers episodes that are commonly discussed but contain darker themes beneath their surface humor. The Nasty Patty shows SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs believing they've committed murder and attempting to cover it up through body disposal. Spongehenge presents an apocalyptic timeline where SpongeBob spends centuries alone creating stone monuments before dying, with alien archaeologists discovering his remains. Cuddle E. Hugs depicts SpongeBob forming a relationship with a hallucinated creature that uses classic predatory grooming tactics like isolation and secrecy. The Night Patty features a mysterious fisherman who appears at night ordering secret menu items that shouldn't exist. Jellyfish Jam shows how SpongeBob's good intentions lead to a dangerous home invasion by thousands of jellyfish. Have You Seen This Snail? Contains an emotionally devastating montage of SpongeBob's guilt-driven breakdown after Gary leaves due to neglect. These episodes demonstrate SpongeBob's willingness to explore genuinely disturbing territory while maintaining its comedic tone, creating cognitive dissonance between the show's cheerful presentation and its darker psychological themes. Moving on to mid-tier, Krabby Patty Creature Feature, Zombie Patties. Krabby Patty Creature Feature represents SpongeBob's most direct homage to zombie apocalypse horror, transforming the beloved Krabby Patty into an infectious agent that converts the entire population of Bikini Bottom into mindless creatures driven by an insatiable hunger for more patties. This Season 11 episode abandons the show's typical lighthearted approach to food and eating to create a genuine body horror scenario where consumption becomes contagion and the familiar becomes monstrous. The episode begins with Mr. Krabs' decision to create Krabby Patty creatures as a new menu item, using a special sauce that transforms regular patties into living, moving versions of themselves. This commercial innovation represents Mr. Krabs' typical approach to business expansion through product novelty, but his failure to test the new creation properly sets up the disaster that follows. The living patties appear cute and harmless initially, moving around plates and entertaining customers with their animated behavior. The transformation of the patties from entertaining novelty to infectious threat occurs when customers begin eating the living creatures, creating the first wave of mutations that will spread throughout the community. The consumption process shows customers literally devouring sentient beings, creating an immediate moral horror that the episode treats as comedic, despite its disturbing implications. The patties' apparent consciousness and ability to move make their consumption an act of cannibalism or murder, disguised as normal dining. The infection mechanism works through consumption, with each person who eats a Krabby Patty creature becoming transformed into a hybrid being that retains human characteristics while developing an overwhelming compulsion to consume and spread more living patties. This transformation process shows bodies changing in grotesque ways, with limbs stretching, faces distorting, and normal human behavior disappearing in favor of mindless hunger. The infected maintain enough human intelligence to use tools and coordinate attacks, making them more dangerous than typical zombie portrayals. The exponential spread of the infection demonstrates classic epidemic patterns, as each newly transformed individual becomes a vector for further transmission. The geometric progression from one infected customer to dozens, then hundreds, then the entire town shows how quickly infectious diseases can overwhelm communities when proper containment measures aren't implemented. The episode's compression of this timeline into minutes rather than days or weeks heightens the horror and urgency of the situation. SpongeBob and Patrick's initial immunity to the infection creates the traditional survivor dynamic found in zombie horror, where a small group of uninfected individuals must navigate through a world transformed by the outbreak. Their attempts to understand what's happening and find solutions mirror the confusion and desperation typically experienced by survivors in apocalyptic scenarios. However, their childlike perspective and tendency toward optimism create cognitive dissonance with the genuine horror surrounding them. The infected creatures' behavior patterns combine human intelligence with animalistic hunger, making them unpredictable and dangerous opponents. They retain enough cognitive function to set traps, work together, and remember locations, but their overwhelming drive to consume patties overrides normal social behavior and moral constraints. This combination of retained intelligence with altered motivation creates enemies that are both familiar and alien, recognizable as former friends and neighbors, but no longer truly human. The physical transformation of infected individuals involves grotesque body horror elements, including elongated limbs, distended stomachs, altered facial features, and skin texture changes that make them appear more like the patties they've consumed. These visual changes serve as external markers of internal corruption, showing how the infection doesn't just change behavior, but fundamentally alters the physical structure of its victims. The progressive nature of these changes suggests the infection continues to advance even after initial transformation. The episode's treatment of Sandy's scientific approach to the crisis provides a rational counterpoint to the supernatural horror as she attempts to understand the infection through logical analysis and develop countermeasures based on scientific principles. Her role as the voice of reason and expertise contrasts with SpongeBob and Patrick's emotional responses, creating tension between analytical problem-solving and intuitive reaction to crisis situations. The environmental impact of the infection extends beyond individual transformations to affect the entire ecosystem of Bikini Bottom, with buildings, vehicles, and infrastructure becoming contaminated or damaged by the infected population's activities. The breakdown of social order and normal community functioning shows how quickly civilization can collapse when basic human behavior becomes unreliable. The transformation of familiar locations into dangerous territories creates the alienation and disorientation typical of apocalyptic horror. The infected creature's single-minded focus on obtaining and consuming more Krabby Patties creates resource scarcity that drives increasingly aggressive behavior as available food sources become depleted. Their willingness to attack uninfected individuals to force them to produce more patties shows how the infection transforms normal economic relationships into predatory ones. The breakdown of monetary exchange in favor of coercion and violence demonstrates the collapse of civilized society. SpongeBob's emotional response to seeing his friends and neighbors transformed into monsters provides the human element that grounds the horror in personal loss and grief. His recognition of familiar faces within the grotesquely altered bodies of the infected creates psychological trauma that goes beyond simple fear, to include mourning for relationships that have been destroyed by the infection. His attempts to communicate with infected individuals who no longer recognize him highlight the tragedy of lost connections. The episode's exploration of addiction parallels can be seen in the infected individual's compulsive behavior around Krabby Patties, as they become unable to control their consumption despite obvious negative consequences to their health and relationships. Their prioritization of patty acquisition over all other concerns, including personal safety and social bonds, mirrors addictive behavior patterns, where substance use overrides rational decision-making and destroys normal life functioning. The resolution involving the creation of an antidote requires sacrifice and risk from the uninfected survivors, showing how crisis situations demand extraordinary measures and personal courage from those capable of taking action. The process of reversing the infection involves understanding its mechanism and finding ways to counteract the biological changes it has caused. This scientific approach to solving supernatural problems reflects the show's general tendency to blend magical elements with logical problem solving. The restoration of the infected population to their normal state raises questions about memory and trauma, as the episode doesn't address whether the transformed individuals retain memories of their actions during infection or suffer psychological consequences from their temporary loss of humanity. The casual return to normal life suggests that the community chooses to treat the incident as an aberration rather than processing the traumatic experience of temporary societal collapse. The broader implications of the Krabby Patty creature feature extend beyond the immediate crisis to questions about food safety, corporate responsibility, and the dangers of inadequately tested products. Mr. Krabs' decision to serve experimental food without proper safety testing represents corporate negligence that endangers public health. The episode serves as an allegory for real-world situations where profit motives override safety considerations in food production and distribution. The episode's treatment of body horror and transformation reflects deeper anxieties about loss of identity and control over one's physical form. The infected individual's inability to recognize themselves or control their actions creates existential horror about what makes someone human and whether identity can survive radical physical and mental changes. The temporary nature of the transformation provides hope, but doesn't erase the trauma of experiencing complete loss of self-control. Krabby Patty creature feature ultimately functions as both entertainment and cautionary tale about the dangers of uncontrolled consumption and inadequate safety measures in food production. The episode's horror elements serve to highlight serious themes about public health, corporate responsibility, and community resilience in the face of crisis, while its resolution demonstrates the importance of scientific thinking and personal courage in overcoming seemingly impossible challenges. Doodlebob erasing SpongeBob. Doodlebob presents one of SpongeBob's most psychologically disturbing episodes through the creation of an artistic doppelganger that attempts to erase its creator from existence. Exploring themes of artistic creation, identity theft, and the dangerous potential of bringing imagination into reality. This Season 2 episode takes the innocent act of drawing and transforms it into an existential nightmare where SpongeBob must fight for survival against a crude but malevolent version of himself that seeks to replace him entirely. The episode begins with SpongeBob discovering a magic pencil on the beach, immediately establishing the supernatural element that will drive the story's horror. His decision to test the pencil's power by drawing a crude version of himself seems harmless and playful, reflecting his natural creativity and curiosity about new experiences. However, the moment his drawing comes to life and begins moving independently, the innocent artistic exercise transforms into something far more dangerous and unpredictable. Doodlebob's initial behavior appears random and chaotic, but his actions quickly reveal a malicious intelligence focused on causing harm and asserting dominance over his environment. His first act upon gaining life is to steal the magic pencil, showing immediate understanding of its power and his desire to control the tool that created him. This theft represents both practical strategy and symbolic rebellion against his creator, as he rejects the subordinate role implied by his artificial origin. The physical appearance of Doodlebob serves as a distorted mirror of SpongeBob's form, featuring the same basic shape and characteristics but rendered in crude, aggressive lines that suggest violence and instability. His black and white coloring contrasts sharply with SpongeBob's vibrant yellow, creating visual emphasis on his artificial nature and emotional emptiness. The rough, sketchy quality of his form makes him appear unfinished and unstable, reflecting his incomplete understanding of existence and morality. Doodlebob's inability to communicate through normal language, instead speaking in aggressive gibberish and unintelligible sounds, creates additional alienation and unpredictability in his interactions with other characters. His verbal expressions convey emotion and intent through tone and gesture rather than words, making him seem more primitive and animalistic than his creator. This communication barrier prevents negotiation or reasoning, forcing all interactions into conflict and violence. The escalation of Doodlebob's aggression shows his growing confidence and understanding of his powers as he learns to navigate the physical world and interact with other beings. His attacks on Patrick and other characters demonstrate his lack of empathy or moral constraints, as he views other people as obstacles or targets, rather than individuals deserving of consideration. His violence appears both calculated and impulsive, suggesting a personality driven by immediate desires without regard for consequences. The chase sequence where Doodlebob pursues SpongeBob through various locations creates sustained tension and fear, as the creator becomes prey to his own creation. The role reversal transforms SpongeBob from confident artist to terrified victim, showing how quickly power dynamics can shift when artificial beings gain independence. Doodlebob's relentless pursuit suggests an obsessive drive to eliminate his creator, possibly viewing SpongeBob's existence as a threat to his own legitimacy or freedom. SpongeBob's attempts to hide from and evade Doodlebob reveal his complete lack of preparation for dealing with hostile artificial life, as he never anticipated that his drawing could become dangerous or malevolent. His shock and confusion about Doodlebob's behavior indicate his naive assumption that created beings would naturally be benevolent or at least controllable. The reality of facing an aggressive doppelganger forces him to confront the unintended consequences of his artistic experimentation. The invasion of SpongeBob's home by Doodlebob represents the ultimate violation of personal space and safety, as the creature uses the magic pencil to alter SpongeBob's living environment and create additional threats. His ability to draw new objects and creatures demonstrates creative intelligence that rivals his creators, but his creations serve destructive rather than constructive purposes. The transformation of SpongeBob's familiar, comfortable home into a dangerous battleground creates psychological trauma that extends beyond physical threat. Doodlebob's apparent plan to erase SpongeBob and take his place suggests a sophisticated understanding of identity and existence that goes beyond simple violence to existential replacement. His attempt to literally delete his creator from reality represents the ultimate act of rebellion and self-assertion, as he seeks not just independence but complete usurpation of SpongeBob's life and identity. This goal reveals deeper psychological complexity than his crude appearance might suggest. The erasing process itself creates body horror as SpongeBob faces the gradual disappearance of his physical form, experiencing the terror of non-existence while remaining conscious enough to understand what's happening to him. The visual representation of erasure shows parts of his body becoming transparent and disappearing, creating a unique form of death that combines physical dissolution with the possibility of complete ontological erasure. This threat goes beyond normal mortality to question the very reality of existence. SpongeBob's desperate attempts to reverse the erasing process and defend himself against Doodlebob's attacks show his transformation from passive victim to active survivor, willing to fight for his existence. His use of the same pencil that created his tormentor to fight back creates poetic justice, while demonstrating that creative tools can serve both constructive and destructive purposes, depending on the user's intent. The battle becomes a contest of artistic skill and imagination as much as physical combat. The psychological implications of facing a hostile doppelganger force SpongeBob to confront disturbing questions about identity, authenticity, and the nature of self. Doodlebob's existence as a crude but functional copy suggests that identity might be more fragile and reproducible than comfortable assumptions would indicate. The possibility that a rough approximation could replace the original challenge's basic notions of uniqueness and irreplaceability. The episode's treatment of artistic creation as potentially dangerous reflects broader cultural anxieties about the uncontrolled power of imagination and creativity. The magic pencil represents artistic tools that can bring ideas into reality without adequate consideration of consequences or moral implications. Doodlebob's malevolence suggests that creative acts always carry risks of producing unintended and potentially harmful results. The resolution where SpongeBob manages to trap Doodlebob in a drawing provides temporary safety but doesn't eliminate the underlying threat, as the creature remains alive within the two-dimensional space of the paper. This imprisonment rather than destruction suggests that dangerous creations cannot be easily unmade once they achieve independent existence. The ongoing potential for Doodlebob's escape maintains tension and suggests that the consequences of careless creation persist even after apparent resolution. The broader themes explored through Doodlebob's existence include the responsibility of creators for their creations, the potential for artificial beings to develop beyond their intended purposes, and the dangerous possibility that copies might seek to replace originals. The episode serves as both entertainment and cautionary tale about the need for careful consideration before bringing new entities into existence, whether through art, science, or other creative processes. The lasting impact of the Doodlebob episode comes from its successful creation of genuine menace and existential threat within the typically safe world of SpongeBob SquarePants. The character's subsequent appearances in other episodes demonstrate his effectiveness as a recurring threat and symbol of the dangers inherent in unconstrained creativity and the potential for artificial beings to develop hostile independence from their creators. Squidward in Clarinetland represents one of SpongeBob's most surreal and psychologically disturbing episodes, transforming Squidward's mundane musical practice into a nightmare journey through a reality-bending dimension populated by hostile entities that challenge his sanity and survival. This Season 7 episode abandons conventional narrative logic to create a genuinely unsettling experience that explores themes of artistic obsession, reality breakdown, and psychological horror through increasingly bizarre and threatening encounters. The episode begins with Squidward's discovery that his clarinet has been damaged by SpongeBob's careless handling, creating immediate frustration and anger that drives his subsequent actions. His decision to retrieve a replacement instrument from Mr. Krabs' storage locker seems like a simple solution to a practical problem, but his entry into the storage space triggers a reality shift that transforms a mundane errand into a surreal nightmare. The transition from normal storage room to the bizarre landscape of Clarinetland occurs gradually, making Squidward's recognition of the change delayed and more disturbing. The initial exploration of Clarinetland reveals a world constructed entirely from musical instruments and related objects, creating an environment that should be familiar and comfortable for a musician, but instead feels alien and threatening. The landscape's composition from clarinets, music stands, and sheet music creates visual coherence while maintaining an uncanny quality that makes familiar objects seem strange and potentially dangerous. The scale and arrangement of these musical elements defies normal physics and logic, creating spatial relationships that disorient and confuse. Squidward's encounters with the various inhabitants of Clarinetland reveal creatures that combine musical instrument characteristics with organic, living qualities that make them both familiar and grotesque. These hybrid beings respond to musical performance in ways that suggest intelligence and agency, but their motivations and intentions remain unclear and often seem hostile. Their existence challenges normal categories of living and non-living, creating ontological uncertainty that contributes to the episode's disturbing atmosphere. The chest monster represents the most threatening and psychologically disturbing entity Squidward encounters in Clarinetland, appearing as a large wooden chest that initially seems inanimate, but reveals itself to be a predatory creature with the ability to open and close its lid like a mouth. The creature's camouflage as an ordinary object creates constant anxiety about which elements of the environment might be dangerous, forcing Squidward to question the safety of every item he encounters. Its wooden appearance and musical instrument associations should make it familiar and comfortable, but its predatory behavior subverts these expectations. The chest monster's hunting behavior demonstrates intelligence and strategy, as it stalks Squidward through the landscape, using stealth and ambush tactics that suggest sophisticated predatory instincts. Its ability to remain motionless and appear harmless until the moment of attack creates sustained tension and paranoia, as Squidward can never be certain when he's safe or when the creature might strike. The unpredictability of its appearances makes every moment potentially dangerous and prevents Squidward from finding reliable safety. The physical design of the chest monster combines elements that should be comforting, wood grain, musical associations, familiar chest shape, with threatening characteristics like sharp edges, aggressive movement, and predatory behavior. This combination creates cognitive dissonance that enhances the creature's unsettling effect, as viewers' expectations based on visual cues conflict with the reality of its dangerous nature. The monster's ability to move despite its apparent lack of limbs or visible locomotion mechanisms adds to its unnatural and threatening presence. Squidward's psychological response to the chest monster shows classic symptoms of terror and trauma as he experiences sustained fear, confusion, and helplessness in the face of an incomprehensible threat. His attempts to understand and predict the creature's behavior fail because it operates according to logic that doesn't match normal reality, creating frustration and desperation that compound his fear. The breakdown of cause and effect relationships he's familiar with forces him to question his understanding of how the world works. The chase sequences involving the chest monster create sustained tension through unpredictable pursuit patterns and the creature's ability to appear in locations where it shouldn't be able to reach. The monster's apparent teleportation or rapid movement between distant locations makes escape seem impossible and creates the claustrophobic feeling that Squidward is trapped in an environment where normal rules of space and time don't apply. The futility of running from something that can appear anywhere creates existential dread about the possibility of escape. The chest monster's apparent intelligence is demonstrated through its ability to set traps, anticipate Squidward's movements, and coordinate its attacks for maximum effectiveness. These behaviors suggest that it's not simply a mindless predator, but a thinking entity capable of planning and strategy. This intelligence makes it more threatening because it can adapt to Squidward's defensive measures and learn from failed attacks, creating an escalating threat that becomes more dangerous over time. The episode's treatment of music and artistic expression as potentially dangerous or reality-altering reflects deeper themes about the power of art to transform perception and experience. Squidward's clarinet playing seems to influence events in Clarinetland, suggesting that artistic performance can have literal rather than just metaphorical effects on reality. The connection between musical creation and environmental change implies that artistic expression carries responsibilities and consequences that extend beyond personal satisfaction. The breakdown of normal physics and logic in Clarinetland creates an environment where traditional problem-solving approaches become ineffective, forcing Squidward to adapt to new rules and possibilities that he doesn't understand. His attempts to apply rational thinking to irrational situations create frustration and confusion that mirror real-world experiences of dealing with incomprehensible or overwhelming circumstances. The episode's dreamlike logic reflects how trauma and extreme stress can make normal reality feel alien and unpredictable. The chest monster's persistence in pursuing Squidward, regardless of his attempts to hide, escape, or defend himself, creates the helplessness and inevitability associated with nightmare scenarios where threats cannot be avoided or overcome through normal means. The creature's apparent invulnerability to Squidward's defensive efforts reinforces his powerlessness and creates mounting desperation as traditional survival strategies prove ineffective. This powerlessness reflects psychological states where individuals feel unable to control or escape from threatening situations. The visual presentation of the chest monster emphasizes its unnatural movement and behavior through animation techniques that make its actions appear both fluid and jerky, creating uncanny valley effects that enhance its disturbing presence. The contrast between its wooden, inanimate appearance and its organic, predatory behavior creates cognitive dissonance that prevents viewers from becoming comfortable with its presence. The creature's design successfully creates genuine unease rather than simple surprise or startle effects. The episode's exploration of artistic spaces as potentially dangerous territories reflects anxieties about the psychological risks of deep creative engagement and the possibility that intense focus on artistic pursuits can lead to disconnection from normal reality. Squidward's journey through Clarinetland can be interpreted as a metaphor for the way artistic obsession can transform familiar concepts and experiences into something alien and threatening. The resolution of Squidward's encounter with the chest monster and his eventual escape from Clarinetland provides relief, but doesn't offer clear explanations for what he experienced or why it occurred. The ambiguity about whether his journey was real, hallucinatory, or metaphorical maintains the episode's unsettling quality and prevents comfortable closure. This lack of resolution reflects how traumatic or incomprehensible experiences often resist simple explanation or understanding. Squidward in Clarinetland ultimately functions as one of SpongeBob's most successful attempts at creating genuine psychological horror through surreal imagery and incomprehensible threats that challenge both character and viewer expectations about reality and safety. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. The mid-tier explores episodes that venture into genuinely disturbing territory with more complex horror elements. Krabby Patty Creature Feature presents a full zombie apocalypse where infected customers transform into mindless creatures, showing society's complete breakdown and featuring real body horror as people's forms grotesquely change. Doodlebob creates existential terror through an artistic creation that attempts to literally erase SpongeBob from existence, exploring themes of identity replacement and the dangers of bringing imagination into reality. Squidward in Clarinetland abandons normal narrative logic entirely, trapping Squidward in a surreal dimension where a predatory chest monster stalks him through a reality-bending landscape of musical instruments. These episodes demonstrate SpongeBob's capacity for sophisticated psychological horror that goes beyond simple scares to explore deeper anxieties about existence, identity, and reality itself. They feature sustained tension, genuine menace, and scenarios that challenge characters' understanding of their world. Moving on to Deep Waters, Not Normal shows SpongeBob destroying his own personality to fit in with others. When people call him weird and annoying, SpongeBob decides he needs to become normal like everyone else. This episode is scary because it shows how mean comments can make someone hate themselves and change everything about who they are. The episode starts when SpongeBob realizes everyone thinks he's strange. Squidward and other people make fun of his laugh, his excitement, and his happy attitude. Instead of ignoring these mean words, SpongeBob believes them and starts feeling bad about himself. He thinks being different is wrong, and that he needs to change to make people like him. SpongeBob's change is horrible to watch. He stops laughing at funny things. He stops getting excited about jellyfish or Krabby Patties. He talks in a flat, boring voice and acts like a robot. Every part of his personality that made him special gets thrown away. He becomes a gray, sad copy of himself who has no joy left inside. The worst part is watching SpongeBob fight against his own nature. When something makes him want to laugh, he forces himself to stop. When he wants to have fun, he makes himself act serious instead. He's hurting himself on purpose to please other people. It's like watching someone slowly kill their own spirit. His friends notice the change but don't know what to do. Patrick misses the old SpongeBob but doesn't understand why his friend became so different. Even Squidward, who always wanted SpongeBob to be less annoying, starts feeling uncomfortable with how completely SpongeBob changed. The new normal SpongeBob isn't better. He's just empty and sad. The episode shows how being normal doesn't actually make SpongeBob happier or more liked. His new boring personality makes conversations awkward and uncomfortable. People don't know how to talk to him anymore because he won't laugh or show any real feelings. He becomes forgettable and bland instead of memorable and fun. SpongeBob's normal behavior includes sitting perfectly still, speaking in a monotone voice, and never showing excitement about anything. He forces himself to like boring things and pretends not to care about the activities that used to make him happy. Every day becomes a performance where he acts like someone else instead of being himself. The transformation affects SpongeBob's work at the Krusty Krab too. He cooks patties without any love or enthusiasm. He serves customers with no warmth or friendliness. His job performance gets worse because he's not putting his heart into anything anymore. Being normal makes him bad at the things he used to love doing. The episode explores how trying to please everyone is impossible and self-destructive. Different people want different things from SpongeBob, so there's no way to make everyone happy by changing himself. Some people liked his weird energy while others preferred him quiet. By trying to be what everyone wants, he becomes nothing at all. SpongeBob's mental health clearly suffers during his normal phase. He looks tired and stressed from constantly controlling his natural reactions. He can't enjoy simple pleasures anymore because he's always worried about acting normal. The effort of being fake all the time drains his energy and makes him miserable. The episode shows how cruel people can be when they constantly criticize someone for being different. The comments about SpongeBob being weird weren't meant to help him, they were just mean things people said to make him feel bad. When he changes himself because of their words, they don't even appreciate it or treat him better. SpongeBob's identity crisis goes deeper than just changing his behavior. He starts doubting everything about himself and wondering if his thoughts and feelings are wrong too. The episode shows how attacking someone's personality can make them question their entire sense of self. It's psychological damage that goes way beyond surface-level changes. The worst moment comes when SpongeBob realizes he doesn't know who he is anymore. He's spent so much time acting normal that he's forgotten what his real personality feels like. The episode shows how you can lose yourself completely when you spend too much time pretending to be someone else. The fake normalcy creates a prison where SpongeBob can't express any real emotions or thoughts. He has to constantly monitor himself and make sure he doesn't slip back into his old ways. This self-surveillance is exhausting and prevents him from forming real connections with other people. When SpongeBob finally breaks down, it's both sad and relieving. His normal mask cracks and his real personality starts showing through. The episode suggests that you can't suppress your true self forever. Eventually it will come out, sometimes in ways that are more dramatic than if you'd just been yourself all along. The episode's message is that being yourself is better than being fake, even if some people don't like the real you. SpongeBob's journey shows that changing yourself for others doesn't lead to happiness or acceptance. Instead, it leads to emptiness and the loss of everything that makes life worth living. The episode warns against letting other people's opinions matter more than your own sense of self. The Thing is one of those episodes where SpongeBob takes something very normal and twists it into something strange. The whole story begins when Squidward is at home, working in his yard. He wants peace and quiet, but things go wrong almost immediately. While trying to use cement for a small job, Squidward ends up falling into the mixture and getting completely covered. By the time he gets out, the cement has hardened around his body. He can't move or speak properly. Only his eyes are visible, staring out from a gray, lumpy mass. This new form makes Squidward look like a monster. His body is no longer smooth and normal. It's big, gray, and rough like a walking pile of stone. To Squidward, it's a disaster. He's trapped inside, unable to explain what happened. But when SpongeBob and Patrick see him, they don't recognize him at all. Instead of realizing it's their neighbor, they think it's some strange creature that appeared out of nowhere. The humor comes from how completely wrong their reaction. Island SpongeBob and Patrick immediately decide that this thing must be taken care of, not feared. They put a collar on him, treat him like a pet, and start showing him off around Bikini Bottom. Squidward, still stuck and unable to speak clearly, tries to fight back or at least get their attention. But every muffled sound he makes only convinces them more that this is not Squidward, but a strange new being. The scenes play out like a mix of horror and comedy. The way Squidward looks could be terrifying in another context, a figure with no features, only eyes sticking out of a shapeless gray body. He follows behind SpongeBob and Patrick, groaning and stumbling, which makes him seem even more unnatural. But because the show plays it for laughs, the other characters accept this thing in ridiculous ways. People in town are curious, but nobody guesses it's Squidward under all that cement. The longer it goes on, the more Squidward suffers. He doesn't want to be dragged around or treated like a pet. He just wants to go home and get the cement off. But SpongeBob and Patrick are so excited about their discovery that they ignore every sign that this monster might actually be their neighbor in trouble. The helplessness Squidward feels is what gives the episode its edge. He can't communicate, can't escape, and can't stop them from showing him off. Eventually, SpongeBob and Patrick bring the thing into a talent show. They put Squidward on stage, thinking he'll do tricks and make the audience cheer. But instead, Squidward just stumbles around miserably. The crowd laughs, thinking it's all part of the act. What is truly awful for Squidward becomes entertainment for everyone else. The whole story ends with SpongeBob and Patrick still not realizing what's going on. Squidward never gets the satisfaction of being understood. He remains stuck in the cement, humiliated, treated like an object rather than a person. The horror of the thing comes not from monsters or danger, but from the idea of being trapped in a body you can't control, unable to make people see who you really are. It's a strange episode because it uses body horror as comedy. Squidward's new shape is uncomfortable to look at, but the reactions around him are light and silly. That mix creates unease. On the surface, kids laugh at SpongeBob and Patrick treating Squidward like a pet, but underneath, it's a nightmare of losing your identity and voice, while the world laughs at your pain. Good Neighbors is one of those SpongeBob episodes that plays like a nightmare disguised as comedy. On the surface, it's another story of Squidward wanting peace and SpongeBob and Patrick ruining it. But when you slow it down, the details turn into something strange, almost oppressive. As Squidward's safe space, his own home betrays him. The episode begins with Squidward looking forward to a quiet Sunday. His voice carries relief, almost joy, as he plans the perfect day: tea, a book, and the bliss of no interruptions. Sundays are supposed to be the one time Squidward can escape the constant noise of Bikini Bottom, especially the antics of SpongeBob and Patrick. For a moment, it feels like he might actually get that rest. But the peace doesn't last. SpongeBob and Patrick decide they want to spend Sunday with Squidward. Their idea of being good neighbors is not leaving him alone, but forcing themselves into his schedule. They knock on his door, sing loudly, and beg to be part of his relaxation. Squidward rejects them again and again, his anger rising as they keep insisting. This is where the tension begins, because Squidward's biggest fear is losing control of his personal space, and SpongeBob and Patrick don't understand boundaries. Eventually, SpongeBob and Patrick unveil a surprise: the Sunday Chum, a robotic home security system meant to help Squidward. On paper, it sounds harmless, a machine designed to protect his house and keep things peaceful. But from the moment it's introduced, it becomes clear that the Sunday Chum isn't going to make Squidward's life better. Instead, it makes his home unpredictable and unstable. The Sunday Chum quickly malfunctions thanks to SpongeBob and Patrick's tampering. Doors open and slam without warning. The walls shift. The system doesn't respond to Squidward's commands the way it should. Instead of making him feel safe, his house begins working against him. Every corner of the home that was once familiar now feels like it might suddenly lash out. The worst part is how the house takes on a kind of personality. It doesn't just fail at its job, it seems to actively torment Squidward. Lights flicker on and off. Furniture rearranges itself. At one point, the house even takes on Squidward's likeness, with his face etched into the structure, mocking him in stone. The very walls of his sanctuary turn against him. The chaos spreads beyond Squidward's yard. As the Sunday Chum continues to malfunction, it causes destruction throughout Bikini Bottom. Buildings collapse, property is destroyed, and the neighbors' lives are disrupted, all because Squidward's house has become a weapon. The irony is cruel. Squidward wanted one quiet day, but instead, his home becomes the center of town-wide disaster. Throughout it all, SpongeBob and Patrick remain clueless. They insist they're just trying to help, smiling and laughing as Squidward suffers. To them, the chaos is either invisible or funny. This makes Squidward's struggle even more isolating. He's trapped in his own home, tormented by the very system that was supposed to protect him, and his only neighbors see none of the horror. By the end, Squidward's Sunday is completely ruined. His house is destroyed, his nerves are shattered, and the day he dreamed of as peaceful has turned into one of his worst experiences. SpongeBob and Patrick stand by, still convinced they were good neighbors, unable to understand that their version of kindness is Squidward's personal nightmare. What makes Good Neighbors disturbing when looked at closely is not gore or monsters, but the themes it explores. Squidward's greatest desire is control over his space, his time, his peace. The Sunday chum takes that away. His house, the one place he should feel safe, becomes hostile. Doors, windows, and walls no longer obey him. In psychological terms, this is terrifying. The loss of safety in one's own home, and the helplessness of being ignored while trapped in chaos. It's also a satire of technology and surveillance. The Sunday chum is supposed to make life easier by automating control of Squidward's house. But instead, it watches him, restricts him, and ultimately destroys him. It's a reflection of real fears about smart homes and AI, the idea that systems designed to protect could one day control us instead. In Squidward's case, this helpful machine takes over his life for a single day and ruins it completely. There's also a deeper horror in how others treat his suffering. SpongeBob and Patrick's cheerful ignorance mirrors how society often dismisses personal boundaries. Squidward says no, again and again, but his neighbors don't hear him. They decide what's best for him, and the result is disaster. The comedy comes from Squidward's frustration, but when you look closer, it's a story about how a person's wishes can be erased by those who think they know better. In the iceberg of SpongeBob lore, Good Neighbors sits in the deep waters tier because it combines humor with existential horror. It takes everyday fears being ignored, being trapped in your home, being controlled by technology, and exaggerates them in cartoon form. Squidward's house doesn't just fail him, it betrays him, and his neighbors don't just annoy him, they destroy the one thing he wanted most: peace. The scariest part of Good Neighbors is that Squidward never wins. There's no moment of justice, no satisfaction of being heard. He doesn't get his Sunday back. His house is wrecked, his day is wasted, and SpongeBob and Patrick still believe they were helping. Squidward is left humiliated, angry, and powerless. The episode ends not with resolution, but with the cruel reality that in his world, his voice doesn't matter. And that's the real horror of Good Neighbors. Not haunted houses or monsters, but the idea that your home can betray you, your neighbors will never respect you, and the peace you dream of will always be just out of reach. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. SB-129 is one of SpongeBob's earliest dives into science fiction, and what makes it unsettling is how it uses a funny premise to touch on real cosmic horror. It begins with something simple. Squidward wants to escape SpongeBob and Patrick. Their loud, endless laughter drives him to hide in the Krusty Krab's freezer for some peace. It should have been a short break, but instead Squidward accidentally freezes himself for 2,000 years. His wish to be left alone is granted in the most twisted way possible. When Squidward wakes up, the world he knew is gone. The Krusty Krab is still there, but it is surrounded by a future where everything is chrome, shiny, and eerily lifeless. The design of the future is cold, full of perfect lines and metallic surfaces. For a character who always complains about mess and chaos, it feels like Squidward's dream come true at first. But as he looks closer, the perfection feels wrong. The noise and unpredictability of SpongeBob's world may have annoyed him, but they also gave it warmth and life. Without them, the silence is suffocating. He meets Spongetron, a robotic descendant of SpongeBob, along with multiple versions of Patron. At first, the recognition brings relief. It's familiar, something to hold on to after being frozen for millennia, but the comfort doesn't last. These future versions are not his neighbors, they're hollow, programmed copies. They laugh, they speak, but without any real emotion. Their attempts at friendliness only highlight what Squidward has lost. The episode quietly suggests that imitation without true connection can be lonelier than solitude. Desperate, Squidward finds a time machine. His hope is simple: escape this lifeless future and return to the Bikini Bottom he knows. But time does not give him what he wants. Instead, it becomes a trap, pulling him into new eras that strip away more and more of the life he craves. He ends up in the prehistoric past, where SpongeBob and Patrick exist only as primitive cave dwellers. They grunt, throw rocks, and act on instinct. For Squidward, this is terrifying. They have the bodies of his neighbors, but none of their personalities or minds. He tries to teach them music, art, and even language, desperate to prove that companionship can be rebuilt, but they cannot understand. It's a cruel joke. Squidward finally has SpongeBob and Patrick without the chaos, yet it's worse, because they aren't really there at all. The most haunting moment comes when Squidward is sent into a white void, a place of absolute nothingness. There are no walls, no floor, no sound. He stands alone in endless blank space with nothing but his own thoughts. This is the purest form of isolation, not just being away from people, but existing in a reality where nothing else exists at all. Squidward screams into the void, and the sound echoes forever, as if mocking him with proof that he is the only living thing left. This scene is short but unforgettable. It pulls SpongeBob out of comedy and straight into existential horror. The joke is that Squidward only wanted to be left alone. The punchline is that he gets exactly what he asked for, and it drives him insane. Eventually, Squidward manages to return to his own time. The chaos of SpongeBob and Patrick is still there, loud and unrelenting. But after what he has seen, their presence is no longer just annoyance. It's proof that he isn't alone. The laughter that once tortured him now sounds like salvation compared to the silence of the future and the emptiness of the void. What makes SB-129 so disturbing is not monsters or violence, but the way it plays with time and isolation. Squidward learns that too much silence is worse than too much noise, and too much solitude is worse than constant interruption. It's a lesson wrapped in slapstick but built on deep fears. The fear of living without connection, the fear of being forgotten by time, and the fear of existing in a world that no longer has a place for you. In SpongeBob's iceberg of lore, SB-129 sinks deep because it shows that loneliness can be as terrifying as any ghost story. Squidward goes searching for peace, but finds only eternal solitude. And when he finally wakes up back home, the message is clear. It's better to live in an annoying world full of life than to rule over an empty one of silence and chrome. Are You Happy Now? Is one of SpongeBob's most infamous episodes because of how deeply it dives into Squidward's despair. It doesn't use monsters or surreal dimensions like other unsettling episodes. Instead, it builds its horror out of something painfully human, the absence of happiness and the slow unraveling of someone who realizes they may never feel joy again. The story begins with a casual moment at the Krusty Krab. SpongeBob asks Squidward to think about his happiest memory. It's meant as small talk, but for Squidward, the question is devastating. He searches his mind and realizes he cannot remember a single time when he was truly happy. That blank space where joy should live triggers an existential crisis. If his life has no happy memories, then what has all his work, effort, and survival even meant? From this simple prompt, Squidward begins spiraling. He decides that if he cannot recall past happiness, he must create some in the present. He throws himself into a series of attempts to manufacture joy. He tries art, music, hobbies, and different self-care rituals, but nothing works. Every effort ends in failure, leaving him more frustrated than before. Each collapse reinforces his belief that he is broken inside, incapable of feeling what others take for granted. SpongeBob, being the eternal optimist, offers to help. He drags Squidward into activities meant to spark joy: cooking, play, crafts, even silly distractions. SpongeBob's intent is pure, but his cheerfulness only deepens Squidward's suffering. Each time SpongeBob bursts into laughter or finds joy in the smallest detail, it reminds Squidward of what he cannot feel. His neighbor's lightness becomes another weight pressing him down, proof that happiness is possible but forever out of his reach. As the attempts continue, Squidward's frustration grows into despair. His body language changes: slouched posture, heavy steps, blank stares. His voice loses energy. The episode makes him visibly tired, like even speaking is too much effort. He becomes reclusive, pulling away from others, shutting himself in his home, refusing to engage with the outside world. The deterioration plays like a clinical case of depression simplified into cartoon form. The loss of interest in hobbies, the emptiness of routines, the growing disconnection from community. The darkest moment comes when Squidward retreats into his house and locks himself away. The show depicts his decline through imagery rather than explicit dialogue. Curtains drawn, dust settling, Squidward sinks into a state of isolation. SpongeBob continues to check on him, but finds Squidward unwilling or unable to respond. The stillness in these scenes is disturbing in contrast to SpongeBob's usual energy. It suggests that Squidward is withdrawing not just from activities, but from life itself. The breakdown reaches its peak in scenes where Squidward exhibits behaviors that resemble regression. He curls up, cries uncontrollably, and lashes out with no control. He is no longer the composed, cynical adult we know. His pride, his wit, his artistic self-image, all of it disappears under the weight of despair. What remains is a man stripped of identity, reduced to basic expressions of sadness and need. The episode also toys with visual shock. At one point, Squidward creates a papier-mâché model of himself in a misguided attempt to produce joy. When it collapses, the symbolism is harsh. He cannot even build a fake version of himself that looks whole. His identity is fragile, and even replicas crumble in his hands. Later, the show lingers on Squidward's hopeless expressions, giving children's television one of its most openly bleak character studies. The resolution only arrives when SpongeBob shows Squidward a photo album of his happiest memories. It's full of images of SpongeBob enjoying life, with Squidward accidentally appearing in the background. SpongeBob reframes this. Squidward was part of these moments, whether he realized it or not. It's a bittersweet solution. Squidward doesn't generate happiness from within. He has shown that his existence contributed to someone else's joy. For SpongeBob, this is enough. For Squidward, it offers only partial relief. What makes Are You Happy Now? Chilling is how real it feels. Unlike other dark SpongeBob episodes, there's no surreal horror to distract from the core message. It's about depression, emptiness, and the frightening possibility that some people cannot summon happiness no matter how hard they try. Squidward's decline feels uncomfortably close to real-world mental health struggles, where advice like, just try new hobbies, fails against the weight of a true psychological crisis. In iceberg terms, this episode sits deep because it doesn't just play despair for laughs. It lingers on it, showing the collapse of someone's emotional structure. The laughs are thin, the tone is heavy, and the resolution is fragile. Squidward doesn't end the episode transformed. He doesn't learn how to be happy. He simply survives another day, with SpongeBob's optimism as a shield against his own despair. For a children's cartoon, Are You Happy Now? Pushes boundaries by showing that happiness is not guaranteed, and that depression can strip away the traits that define a person. Squidward's breakdown is played with enough seriousness that it lingers long after the credits roll. It asks viewers young and old a haunting question. If happiness disappears, what are we left with? Fungus Among Us is one of SpongeBob's strangest and most uncomfortable episodes because it blends slapstick with imagery that feels straight out of a pandemic horror story. While it never reaches the level of societal collapse or intelligent contagion, the real episode still manages to show how a small infection can spiral out of control, turning SpongeBob's body into a threat to everyone around him. The story begins innocently enough. SpongeBob wakes up one morning and notices patches of green fungus growing on his body. At first, it doesn't seem serious. He treats it like an odd rash and hides it under his clothes. His first reaction isn't fear, but denial, a belief that if he ignores it, it might just go away. This early denial becomes the setup for everything that follows. The infection spreads quickly. SpongeBob's attempts to carry on with his daily routine only make things worse. When he goes to work at the Krusty Krab, the fungus is already spreading across his uniform, and soon it begins shedding spores into the restaurant. SpongeBob tries desperately to hide the problem from Mr. Krabs and Squidward, but his clumsy efforts only create more opportunities for the fungus to spread. What starts as a private problem becomes a public danger. The body horror creeps in when the fungus starts covering SpongeBob completely. It grows out of control, coating his arms, legs, and face until he is almost unrecognizable. The normally bright yellow sponge becomes blotched with green, his body swelling in uneven ways. The patches pulse and expand, sometimes releasing spores that float through the air. The visual design plays on discomfort. SpongeBob is no longer his familiar self, but something alien, diseased, and contagious. Panic sets in at the Krusty Krab when others notice what's happening. Squidward recoils in disgust. Mr. Krabs immediately sees the infection as a business threat. If word spreads that his fry cook has a fungus, the restaurant's reputation could collapse. His solution is not compassion, but quarantine. He tries to contain SpongeBob and the infection before it drives customers away. The idea of quarantine takes on its own humor and dread, as SpongeBob is sealed off and treated like a hazard. At one point, Mr. Krabs even dons protective gear while handling the situation, treating SpongeBob less like an employee and more like a leaking barrel of toxic waste. The exaggeration makes it funny, but underneath the laughter is a real sense of isolation. SpongeBob is cut off from others, treated as dangerous when all he wanted was to continue life as normal. As the fungus grows, SpongeBob's movements become restricted. The infection doesn't just make him look strange, it begins to take over his body. He grows sluggish, his voice weaker, his usual optimism replaced with embarrassment and fear. The show exaggerates the physical symptoms to cartoon extremes, but the effect is clear. He is losing control of his own body, and with it, his ability to live normally. The spores continue to spread throughout the Krusty Krab. Every surface SpongeBob touches becomes covered in the same green growth. The restaurant slowly transforms into a contaminated zone, fungus crawling across the walls and equipment. What was once a safe, familiar workplace becomes a hostile environment, mirroring how an infection can corrupt the most ordinary spaces. Eventually, the outbreak grows too big to ignore. The Krusty Krab is completely overrun, and Mr. Krabs calls in professionals to handle the crisis. Hazmat workers arrive, sealing the building and attempting to neutralize the fungus. SpongeBob is treated like a biohazard, captured and contained. The spectacle is played for laughs, the sight of SpongeBob bundled up and the entire restaurant in lockdown, but the imagery echoes real public health responses to dangerous outbreaks. The resolution comes when the authorities manage to clean the Krusty Krab and treat SpongeBob's infection. He returns to normal, and life in Bikini Bottom goes on as though nothing happened. But the episode doesn't erase the unsettling visuals it leaves behind. The sight of SpongeBob's body overrun with alien growths, the spores filling the restaurant, the way his friends turned against him once they realized he was a risk. What makes Fungus Among Us disturbing is how closely it mirrors real fears about disease without ever naming them. The themes are simple. Denial makes things worse, infections spread invisibly, and once the threat is obvious, society isolates the victim instead of helping them. The cartoon exaggerates these ideas, but they resonate because they reflect how fragile safety can be when health is compromised. It also shows the fragility of SpongeBob's relationships. The moment he becomes sick, Squidward recoils, Mr. Krabs panics about money, and even SpongeBob himself hides away in shame. The cheerful world of Bikini Bottom becomes judgmental and cruel when confronted with something infectious. This social rejection mirrors the way real communities sometimes treat the sick as problems to be managed rather than people to be cared for. In the iceberg of SpongeBob lore, Fungus Among Us sinks deep because of its body horror imagery and the way it turns SpongeBob himself into the monster. It doesn't need an outside threat or ghost story. The horror comes from inside his body, growing, spreading, and threatening to consume the people and places he loves. It's an episode about contamination, but more importantly, it's an episode about fear. Fear of sickness, fear of being abandoned, and fear of losing yourself to something you can't control. The Lost Media, Broadcast Oddities Iceberg. Next up, we got the Lost Media, Broadcast Oddities Iceberg to melt down. Without further ado, let's get into it. Starting with the surface level for this iceberg. Lost Media, Broadcast Oddities. Patchy the Pirate Bumpers. Patchy the Pirate Bumpers represent some of SpongeBob's most memorable transitional content, featuring the live-action pirate character hosting special episodes and providing commentary between segments. These bumpers, primarily appearing during milestone episodes and specials, create a unique blend of live-action and animation that distinguishes SpongeBob from other Nickelodeon programming. Patchy, portrayed by Tom Kenny, who also voices SpongeBob, appears as SpongeBob's biggest fan and the president of his fan club. His bumpers typically feature him in his cluttered house filled with SpongeBob merchandise, talking directly to the camera about upcoming segments or reacting to episodes he's watching. The character's enthusiastic, slightly unhinged personality creates comedy through his obsessive devotion to SpongeBob and his tendency to get distracted or frustrated during his hosting duties. The most famous Patchy segments appear in Christmas Who, where he hosts the holiday special while dealing with various mishaps, including his house losing power and his parrot Potty causing problems. These segments show Patchy's dedication to sharing SpongeBob content, even when technical difficulties and personal problems interfere with his hosting. His determination to continue the show despite obstacles creates both humor and genuine charm. The Shanghai special features Patchy Bumpers, where he discusses the episode's multiple endings, allowing viewers to see different conclusions to the story. These segments acknowledge the experimental nature of the episode while maintaining Patchy's character as an obsessive fan who wants to share every possible version of SpongeBob content. His excitement about having multiple endings reflects real fan enthusiasm for bonus content and alternate versions. Patchy's interactions with his parrot Potty create ongoing conflict and comedy throughout various bumpers. Potty often contradicts Patchy's statements, points out his mistakes, or creates chaos that disrupts his hosting attempts. This dynamic adds unpredictability to the bumpers and shows Patchy as someone who struggles to maintain control even in his own home while trying to present SpongeBob content professionally. The production quality of Patchy segments deliberately contrasts with the polished animation of SpongeBob episodes, featuring low-budget special effects, obvious props, and intentionally amateurish presentation. This aesthetic choice reinforces Patchy's character as an enthusiastic amateur rather than professional broadcaster. The cheap production values become part of the humor and charm rather than detracting from the content. Title card, misprints. Title cards have always been part of SpongeBob's style, with each episode opening on a still image that displays the title in a decorative font. They're consistent across the series, but small quirks do exist in how they've been presented in different broadcasts and regions. The most noticeable differences aren't true misprints, so much as formatting and localization variations. In some international dubs, title cards use different fonts, slightly altered wording, or simplified designs to fit local language conventions. For example, translated episode names sometimes end up longer or shorter than the English originals, which changes the visual balance of the card. These adjustments can feel like errors when compared to the American versions, but are simply part of the adaptation process. Another source of variation comes from early promotional airings. Some rough-cut broadcasts or promotional materials used placeholder title cards with plain text before the final designed versions were dropped in. Fans who recorded these rare airings sometimes reference them as misprints, but they're really just temporary production elements that slipped through. Unlike comic books or trading cards where typos create collectible error versions, SpongeBob doesn't have widely documented cases of title cards with misspellings or wrong names in the main Nickelodeon releases. The official broadcasts, DVDs, and streaming versions all use the corrected finalized title cards. Where the iceberg idea holds weight is in the fact that fans trade memories of odd title card sightings, whether from off-air VHS recordings, international edits, or early promos. Because these are harder to verify, they occupy a strange space between rumor and reality. While not true production mistakes in the usual sense, they show how something as simple as a title card can vary depending on when and where an episode was first seen. Nicktoons Marathons. Nicktoons Marathons featuring SpongeBob were one of Nickelodeon's biggest programming strategies, turning single episodes into all-day events. These extended blocks often aired around holidays, anniversaries, or special premieres, and they gave fans a chance to see the show in a way that felt larger than ordinary reruns. The most famous of these was the Best Day Ever Marathon in 2006, which aired 100 SpongeBob episodes back-to-back over 4 days. The event was promoted with heavy advertising, fan voting elements, and even a SpongeBob-themed music single. It ended with the premiere of the episode Best Day Ever and drew millions of viewers, proving just how culturally dominant the series had become. Holiday marathons became another tradition. Halloween blocks highlighted episodes like Scaredy Pants and Graveyard Shift with themed bumpers and spooky music, while Christmas marathons featured Christmas Who, alongside festive graphics and holiday station branding. These programming events encouraged families to watch together, turning SpongeBob into appointment viewing. Nickelodeon also used anniversary marathons to mark milestones. The 10th anniversary in 2009 included a weekend-long event that aired fan favorites from across the first decade, paired with the special Truth or Square. For the 20th anniversary in 2019, Nickelodeon again dedicated full days to SpongeBob, celebrating its long run with classic episodes from every era. These events showed off the evolution of the series and gave newer viewers access to older episodes that didn't always appear in regular rotation. Cross-promotional blocks placed SpongeBob alongside other Nicktoons like The Fairly OddParents and Jimmy Neutron. These marathons often included special bumpers featuring multiple characters, reinforcing Nickelodeon's shared cartoon universe while reminding audiences of SpongeBob's place at the network center. For fans, Nicktoons marathons weren't just reruns, they were cultural moments. They created shared viewing experiences with themed content and fan interaction that turned SpongeBob from a cartoon into an event. Moving on to shallow waters. Storyboard leaks. Storyboards are the backbone of SpongeBob's production process, translating written scripts into visual sequences long before animation begins. Over the years, a handful of these storyboard pages and animatics have surfaced online or through official releases, giving fans rare glimpses into how episodes evolved from rough sketches into polished television. The leaked and shared materials often show jokes drawn in cruder style, more exaggerated facial expressions, and side gags that never made it past review. In some cases, single drawings capture moments of slapstick with an intensity that feels harsher than the final animation. These differences highlight how much energy is put into brainstorming and how much is later refined or cut back to fit Nickelodeon's broadcast standards. Fans who study these boards note that scenes sometimes begin or end differently than in the finished episodes. An alternate opening gag here, a different punchline there, nothing massive, but enough to show how SpongeBob's stories shift during development. The edits reveal how certain comedic directions were reined in, leaving open the possibility that some boards may have contained ideas too strange or too sharp-edged for the final cut. The notes scribbled in the margins are just as fascinating as the drawings themselves. Directors and artists leave instructions about timing, pacing, and what might not pass standards and practices. These comments offer subtle clues about where a scene may have once pushed further before being toned down. It's this paper trail of decisions that lets viewers imagine the other versions of SpongeBob that might have existed if certain jokes or endings had stayed. Most of the storyboard material in circulation today has surfaced years after the episodes aired, sometimes through DVD extras, sometimes through collectors or ex-staff who shared their copies online. The delayed nature of these finds adds to their mystique, glimpses of what was and hints of what could have been. For fans, storyboard leaks sit in a curious space between fact and speculation. The images are real, the notes are real, but they also leave room to wonder about the alternate jokes, alternate beats, and perhaps even alternate endings that were left behind in the production room. International dub differences. International dubs of SpongeBob episodes reveal significant cultural adaptations, censorship differences, and translation choices that create unique versions for different regions. These variations go beyond simple language changes to include altered jokes, modified cultural references, and sometimes completely different dialogue that changes episode meanings. European dubs often feature different humor styles and cultural references that reflect local comedy traditions and social norms. Jokes that work in American culture get replaced with equivalents that resonate better with regional audiences. These adaptations show how humor translates across cultural boundaries and requires creative interpretation rather than literal translation. Asian versions of SpongeBob sometimes include more conservative content choices with violence reduced, romantic elements downplayed, or behavior modifications to match local family values. These changes create versions that feel familiar, but operate under different moral and social assumptions. The cultural sensitivity adaptations reveal how children's content gets adjusted for different societies. Some international versions feature entirely different voice acting approaches, with characters having distinct personality traits that don't match the original English performances. These vocal interpretations create alternate character dynamics and relationship styles that can significantly change how episodes feel to viewers. The voice direction choices reflect different acting traditions and audience expectations. Censorship differences between regions create versions where specific scenes, dialogue, or visual elements get modified or removed entirely. These changes sometimes improve episode flow, while other times create confusing gaps or narrative inconsistencies. The varying censorship standards reveal different cultural attitudes toward children's content and appropriate material. Music and sound effect changes in international versions sometimes completely alter the mood and pacing of scenes. Different musical styles, sound libraries, and audio mixing approaches create unique viewing experiences that can make familiar episodes feel foreign. These audio differences show how much atmosphere depends on sound design choices. Translation of character names, location names, and specific terminology creates regional variations that affect cultural understanding and fan community discussions. Some regions maintain original names, while others create localized versions that better fit linguistic patterns. These naming decisions influence how characters and concepts are perceived and discussed by international audiences. Promo reels with cut jokes. Promotional reels for SpongeBob episodes sometimes contain jokes, scenes, and dialogue that were removed from final broadcast versions, creating rare glimpses of alternative content that audiences would otherwise never see. These promotional materials were created for network executives, advertisers, and press events rather than general audiences. Early promotional reels often feature rougher animation and different voice performances that show episodes in development stages before final polishing. The unfinished quality provides insight into production timelines and reveals how much refinement occurs between initial completion and broadcast readiness. These materials document the evolution of individual episodes through the production process. Cut jokes in promotional materials sometimes include content that was deemed too mature, controversial, or simply unfunny for final episodes. The removed humor reveals creative risks that writers and producers were willing to take during development but ultimately decided against including. These deleted elements show the editing process that shapes final episode content. Alternate scene arrangements in promotional reels demonstrate different pacing and narrative structure choices that were considered during post-production. Scenes might appear in different orders, with different transitions, or combined in ways that create alternate viewing experiences. These structural differences show how editing decisions significantly impact episode flow and audience experience. Network promotional materials sometimes promise content or highlight scenes that don't appear in actual episodes, creating false expectations or advertising content that was removed after promotional materials were created. These disconnects between marketing and final product reveal the complexity of coordinating promotional campaigns with ongoing production processes. Behind-the-scenes footage in promotional reels occasionally shows production staff, recording sessions, or animation processes that provide rare glimpses into SpongeBob's creation methods. This documentary-style content offers educational value about animation production while serving promotional purposes. The production footage helps fans understand the work and collaboration required to create episodes. Promotional reels for special episodes or milestones sometimes contain exclusive content created specifically for marketing purposes rather than being excerpted from actual episodes. These promotional-only segments create unique content that exists solely for advertising and press purposes. The exclusive material rewards careful attention from fans and collectors who seek complete SpongeBob content. Some promotional materials feature different music, sound effects, or audio mixing than final episodes, creating alternate versions of familiar scenes with different emotional impact. These audio differences show how sound design choices affect audience response and episode atmosphere. The promotional audio choices sometimes reflect different target audiences or marketing strategies than final broadcast versions. The Shallow Waters level reveals production materials and regional variations that require some digging to discover. Storyboard leaks show early episode development with rougher humor, different plot elements, and content that was removed before final animation. International dub differences create unique versions through cultural adaptations, censorship changes, and completely different voice acting approaches that alter character dynamics. Promo reels contain cut jokes, alternate scenes, and exclusive content created for marketing that never appeared in actual episodes. These oddities show how much content gets filtered, changed, or regionally adapted between initial creation and final broadcast, creating multiple versions of familiar episodes. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to mid-tier, Midlife Crustacean pulled from rotation. Midlife Crustacean was permanently removed from SpongeBob broadcast rotation and streaming platforms due to content concerns that emerged during contemporary review of older episodes. This Season 3 episode featured Mr. Krabs joining SpongeBob and Patrick for a night out to feel young again, but contained scenes that were later deemed inappropriate for children's television. The specific content that led to the episode's removal involved a sequence where the characters engage in a panty raid at a woman's house. While the scene was originally written and animated as harmless mischief typical of the show's humor, later evaluation recognized that it depicted breaking and entering with intent to steal intimate clothing items. This behavior, when viewed through modern perspectives on consent and property rights, was seen as promoting criminal activity. The episode's removal occurred quietly without official announcement, leading to confusion among fans who noticed its absence from regular programming and streaming services. Nickelodeon's decision to pull the episode reflects the network's ongoing review of legacy content for material that no longer meets current broadcast standards. The removal demonstrates how children's content standards evolve over time and how past material can become problematic under contemporary values. The The controversy surrounding midlife crustacean extends beyond the specific problematic scene to broader questions about how classic children's content should be handled when it contains outdated or inappropriate material. Some fans argue for keeping the episode available with content warnings, while others support its removal to prevent exposure of inappropriate behavior to young viewers. The debate reflects larger cultural discussions about preserving versus censoring problematic historical content. The episode's unavailability has made it a form of lost media, despite being relatively recent, as official copies are no longer distributed and fans must rely on unofficial recordings or uploads to view the content. This scarcity has increased interest in the episode among collectors and researchers studying SpongeBob's broadcast history. The removal has created an unintentional collectability for recordings that include the banned episode. Production materials and behind-the-scenes content related to midlife crustacean remain accessible, allowing study of the episode's creation and original context without promoting the problematic content itself. These materials provide insight into how animation production processes of the early 2000s approached content that would later be considered inappropriate. The documentation helps understand how broadcast standards and social awareness have changed over time. Quarantined Crab, delayed for pandemic. Quarantined Crab faced unprecedented broadcast delays due to its plot similarities to real-world COVID-19 pandemic experiences, creating a unique situation where fictional content became too close to traumatic reality for comfortable viewing. This Season 12 episode featured the Krusty Krab under quarantine due to a health scare, with characters experiencing isolation, fear, and social breakdown. The episode was originally scheduled to air in 2020, but was delayed indefinitely as the pandemic made its quarantine-themed content feel insensitive or potentially triggering for audiences experiencing actual lockdowns and health restrictions. Nickelodeon's decision to postpone the episode demonstrated sensitivity to viewer mental health and recognition that entertainment content can be harmful when it too closely mirrors traumatic real-world experiences. The delay created an unusual form of lost media, where completed content existed but remained unavailable due to external circumstances rather than production problems or content issues. Unlike typical lost media situations involving destroyed or forgotten material, Quarantined Crab was deliberately withheld despite being ready for broadcast. This situation highlighted how world events can affect entertainment distribution in unexpected ways. International broadcasts of the episode occurred in some regions where pandemic restrictions and cultural attitudes differed from American experiences, creating a situation where content was simultaneously available and unavailable depending on geographic location. These regional differences in sensitivity and broadcast decisions revealed how global events affect local media differently based on varying pandemic experiences and cultural responses. The episode's eventual release in 2021 came with careful timing and promotional consideration to ensure that sufficient distance from peak pandemic trauma had occurred. The delayed broadcast demonstrated how entertainment companies must balance creative content with audience well-being and social responsibility. The release timing reflected ongoing assessment of public mental health and readiness for pandemic-themed content. Fan speculation and discussion about the episode's content during its delay period created anticipation and curiosity that exceeded normal episode interest. The forbidden or delayed status made the episode more notable than it might have been under normal circumstances. Social media discussion and leaked information about the episode's plot created ongoing interest despite its unavailability. The Quarantined Crab situation established precedent for how entertainment companies might handle content that becomes problematic due to real-world events, rather than inherent content issues. The case demonstrated the need for flexibility in broadcast scheduling and sensitivity to audience mental health during crisis periods. The precedent may influence future decisions about content that coincidentally relates to traumatic current events. Regional broadcast orders. Regional broadcast orders for SpongeBob episodes vary significantly between countries and networks, creating different viewing experiences and episode availability patterns that affect how international audiences understand character development and story progression. These variations occur due to cultural preferences, censorship requirements, and local programming strategies. European broadcasts often feature different episode ordering that prioritizes certain types of content over others, with some regions favoring episodes with less violence or more educational content. These curatorial choices create viewing experiences where character development and running gags may appear in different sequences than originally intended. The reordering can affect how audiences understand character relationships and story continuity. Asian markets sometimes skip entire episodes or show them in heavily modified versions, creating broadcast orders that have significant gaps compared to original American sequences. These omissions are typically due to cultural content concerns, censorship requirements, or local broadcasting regulations that affect what material is considered appropriate for children. The missing episodes create discontinuities in character development and story progression. Latin American broadcasts occasionally feature episodes in production order rather than intended broadcast order, creating viewing experiences that show behind-the-scenes creative development rather than optimized audience experience. This ordering can reveal episodes that were produced earlier but held for later broadcast, showing different animation quality or character design evolution. The production order viewing provides insight into the show's creative development process. Some regions receive episodes months or years after their original American broadcast, creating delayed availability that affects international fan community participation and discussion. These delays can be due to dubbing requirements, cultural review processes, or local programming strategies that prioritize different content. The delayed availability creates disparities in fan knowledge and community engagement across different regions. Syndication packages sold to different countries sometimes include different episode selections, creating regional broadcast libraries that emphasize certain seasons or types of content over others. These curated collections reflect market research about local audience preferences and cultural compatibility. The varying episode availability means that some regions have stronger familiarity with certain periods of the show than others. Streaming platform availability varies by region due to licensing agreements and local content regulations, creating digital broadcast orders that differ from traditional television presentations. These platform-specific orderings sometimes prioritize popular episodes or family-friendly content over complete chronological presentation. The streaming availability differences create additional variation in how international audiences experience SpongeBob content. Local censorship and content review processes create regional broadcast orders that reflect different cultural values and children's content standards. Episodes that are considered appropriate in some regions may be delayed, modified, or skipped entirely in others based on local standards. These cultural adaptations create unique viewing experiences that reflect regional approaches to children's entertainment and education. The mid-tier reveals content that was actively removed or restricted due to external factors. Midlife Crustacean was permanently pulled from rotation because its panty raid scene was deemed inappropriate by modern standards, creating accidental lost media. Quarantined Crab was delayed during COVID-19 because its quarantine plot was too similar to real pandemic trauma for comfortable viewing. Regional broadcast orders vary dramatically between countries due to censorship, cultural preferences, and local programming strategies, creating different viewing experiences where episodes appear in different sequences or get skipped entirely. These cases show how content can become lost, not through production problems, but through changing social standards and world events. Moving on to deep waters. Nick Hotel recordings. Nick Hotel recordings represent rare documentation of immersive SpongeBob experiences that existed only at Nickelodeon-themed resort locations, creating unique content that was never broadcast or officially distributed. These hotels featured custom SpongeBob programming, interactive experiences, and live performances that guests could only access during their stay at specific resort properties. The Nick Hotel in Orlando featured continuous SpongeBob programming on dedicated hotel television channels that showed exclusive content created specifically for guests. This programming included custom bumpers, behind-the-scenes footage, and special messages from characters that acknowledged the hotel setting. The exclusive nature of this content made it accessible only to paying hotel guests, creating a form of premium SpongeBob media. Interactive room features at Nick Hotels included SpongeBob-themed wake-up calls, bedtime stories, and room service announcements that featured character voices and custom dialogue. These personalized experiences created unique audio content that was never recorded or preserved systematically. The interactive elements were designed to make guests feel like they were staying in Bikini Bottom rather than a regular hotel. Live stage performances at Nick Hotels featured SpongeBob characters in costume performing original skits, songs, and interactive shows for hotel guests. These performances included dialogue and storylines that were created specifically for live presentation and never adapted for television or other media. The live-only nature of these shows made them accessible only to people who attended specific performances at specific times. Pool deck programming and outdoor activities featured SpongeBob characters leading games, contests, and activities that created unique interaction opportunities between performers and guests. These experiences were designed to be participatory rather than passive entertainment, creating moments that couldn't be replicated through traditional media. The interactive nature made documentation difficult and preservation unlikely. Special event programming during holidays or promotional periods created limited-time SpongeBob experiences that combined custom content with themed activities and exclusive merchandise. These events often featured content that was created specifically for single occasions and never repeated or preserved. The one-time nature of these experiences made them particularly rare and valuable to collectors and fans. Guest recordings of Nick Hotel experiences provide fragmentary documentation of these exclusive SpongeBob experiences, but the quality and completeness of preservation varies widely based on individual guests' interest and recording capabilities. Most documentation exists as amateur video footage that captures partial experiences rather than complete programs or performances. Stage shows with uncanny costumes. SpongeBob stage shows featuring life-size character costumes create unsettling viewing experiences due to the difficulty of translating cartoon designs into three-dimensional wearable forms. These theatrical adaptations often result in costumes that look significantly different from their animated counterparts, creating an uncanny valley effect that can be disturbing rather than entertaining. Early SpongeBob stage productions featured costumes with proportions and facial features that didn't accurately match the cartoon characters, creating versions that looked more like crude approximations than faithful adaptations. The technical limitations of costume construction and the need for performer visibility and mobility led to design compromises that made characters appear alien or threatening, rather than friendly and familiar. The SpongeBob SquarePants musical on Broadway represented a high-budget attempt to solve the costume problem through creative design rather than literal translation. Instead of trying to recreate cartoon appearances exactly, the production used human actors with costume elements that suggested character traits without fully transforming performers into cartoon replicas. This approach avoided uncanny valley effects but created different artistic interpretations of familiar characters. Regional and touring productions of SpongeBob stage shows often feature lower-budget costumes that create more pronounced uncanny valley effects due to limited resources and construction quality. These productions sometimes use costumes that look homemade or amateur, creating viewing experiences that can be unintentionally frightening rather than entertaining. The quality variation between different productions creates inconsistent character representation. Theme park stage shows featuring SpongeBob characters must balance costume accuracy with performer safety and comfort during multiple daily performances in various weather conditions. These practical requirements often lead to costume designs that prioritize functionality over appearance accuracy, creating character versions that may look significantly different from both cartoon and other stage adaptations. International stage productions sometimes feature cultural adaptations of SpongeBob costumes that reflect local theatrical traditions and aesthetic preferences. These regional variations can create character versions that feel familiar to local audiences but appear strange or wrong to fans familiar with American versions. The cultural translation of visual design creates additional uncanny valley potential. Video documentation of SpongeBob stage shows preserves these uncanny costume designs and allows for analysis of how different productions have attempted to solve the cartoon-to-reality translation problem. The recorded performances show the movement limitations and visual compromises that affect how characters appear and behave in live theatrical settings compared to animated versions. Anti-piracy bumpers. Anti-piracy bumpers featuring SpongeBob characters were created to discourage illegal copying and distribution of episodes while maintaining the show's friendly tone and character consistency. These public service announcements attempted to educate viewers about copyright law and moral issues surrounding piracy without being preachy or losing the humor that made SpongeBob popular. The bumpers typically featured SpongeBob and other characters discovering pirated copies of their own show and expressing disappointment or confusion about why someone would steal their work. The educational content was delivered through character dialogue that maintained personality consistency while conveying serious messages about intellectual property rights and the impact of piracy on creators and production staff. Some anti-piracy bumpers used humor to make copyright education more memorable and effective, featuring characters in silly situations that illustrated the problems caused by piracy. These approaches attempted to make legal education entertaining while avoiding the stern or threatening tone, often associated with anti-piracy messaging. The balance between education and entertainment created unique content that served dual purposes. Distribution of anti-piracy bumpers varied by region and time period, with some versions appearing on broadcast television, others included on DVD releases, and some created specifically for online distribution. The different distribution methods meant that many viewers never saw these educational segments, making them relatively rare compared to regular episode content. The effectiveness of SpongeBob anti-piracy bumpers in actually reducing illegal copying is difficult to measure, but they represent an attempt to use popular characters for educational purposes beyond entertainment. The bumpers demonstrated how children's media properties could be leveraged for social messaging while maintaining brand consistency and audience engagement. International versions of anti-piracy bumpers sometimes featured different legal information or cultural approaches to copyright education that reflected varying intellectual property laws and enforcement strategies in different countries. These regional adaptations created multiple versions of similar educational content that addressed local, legal, and cultural contexts. The preservation of anti-piracy bumpers as historical artifacts provides insight into how the entertainment industry has approached piracy education and how popular characters have been used for educational purposes beyond their primary entertainment function. These materials document the evolution of copyright awareness campaigns and their integration with popular media properties. The Deep Waters level uncovers truly rare and unsettling content that most fans never experienced. Nick Hotel recordings document exclusive SpongeBob programming and interactive experiences that only paying resort guests could access, creating premium content that was never preserved systematically. Stage shows with uncanny costumes create disturbing viewing experiences where cartoon-to-reality translation fails, producing character versions that look wrong or frightening rather than familiar. Anti-piracy bumpers use SpongeBob characters to educate about copyright law through rare PSAs that appeared in limited distribution. These materials represent content that existed in specific locations, time frames, or contexts that made them nearly impossible for general audiences to encounter or preserve. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to final stage, the Abyss. Phantom Episode Guides. Phantom episode guides represent documentation errors in official and unofficial SpongeBob episode listings that reference episodes which were never actually produced, creating false historical records that confuse researchers and fans attempting to document the show's complete output. These phantom entries appear in television guides, database websites, production documents, and fan-maintained episode lists, creating the illusion that certain episodes exist when they were never created. The origin of phantom episode guides often stems from early production planning documents where episode concepts were titled and scheduled before being canceled, revised, or merged with other episodes during the development process. Television networks create preliminary programming schedules months in advance, sometimes listing tentative episode titles based on production proposals rather than completed content. When these early planning documents get preserved or distributed, they create records of episodes that were never actually produced, but appear in official documentation. Database websites and fan wikis sometimes perpetuate phantom episode information by copying incomplete or inaccurate source material without verification. Once incorrect information gets published online, it can spread to multiple sources through citation and cross-referencing, creating the appearance of multiple confirmations for non-existent content. The collaborative nature of wiki editing can amplify these errors when contributors add information based on unreliable sources or misunderstood production documents. Television guide publishers historically relied on advanced programming information provided by networks, which sometimes included placeholder titles or tentative episode descriptions that were later changed or canceled. These published guides created permanent records of episodes that viewers expected to see but which never aired because production changes occurred after the guides were printed. The physical permanence of printed guides gave false information lasting credibility that persisted even after corrections were made. International licensing documents sometimes contain episode information that doesn't match actual production output, particularly when translation errors or cultural adaptation requirements create confusion about episode content and numbering. Foreign distributors may receive preliminary episode lists that include canceled or renamed episodes, leading to international databases containing different episode information than domestic sources. These discrepancies create regional variations in episode documentation that can be difficult to reconcile. Production numbering systems used internally by animation studios don't always match broadcast order or official episode numbering, creating opportunities for documentation errors when different numbering systems get confused or mixed together. Episodes that are produced but never broadcast, or produce segments that get combined into different episodes, can create phantom entries in databases that attempt to reconcile production and broadcast information. The complexity of animation production workflows creates multiple opportunities for documentation errors. Fan communities sometimes create phantom episode entries based on misinterpretation of promotional materials, behind-the-scenes footage, or incomplete information about upcoming episodes. Speculation and wishful thinking can lead to the creation of detailed episode descriptions for content that was never planned or produced. These fan-created phantoms can spread through community discussions and eventually appear in more official-looking documentation as they get repeated and elaborated upon. Seasonal programming changes and network scheduling adjustments can create phantom entries when episodes are announced, promoted, or listed in guides, but then delayed, canceled, or significantly modified before broadcast. The gap between promotional announcement and actual airing creates opportunities for phantom documentation to persist in records that aren't updated to reflect production changes. Marketing materials and press releases may reference episodes that ultimately never reach audiences in the announced form. Legal disputes or censorship issues occasionally result in completed episodes being pulled from broadcast schedules, creating phantom entries for content that exists but isn't available for viewing. These episodes may appear in internal documentation and early promotional materials but disappear from public access due to legal or content concerns. The existence of completed but unavailable content creates genuine lost media situations that can be confused with phantom episodes that never existed. Bootleg DVDs with edits. Bootleg SpongeBob DVDs circulated widely through unofficial distribution channels in the 2000s and 2010s, offering altered or incomplete versions of the show that differed from official releases. These discs were usually sourced from TV recordings or VHS copies and often contained technical flaws, missing segments, or poorly repackaged compilations that created unique but unauthorized viewing experiences. The production of bootleg DVDs typically involved copying broadcast recordings or ripping commercial discs, then reburning the files onto blank DVDs for resale. Because consumer-level equipment was used, the technical quality varied significantly. Some discs looked professional, while others had severe compression artifacts, distorted audio, or corrupted menus that immediately revealed their pirated origins. The accessibility of DVD burning software at the time made small-scale piracy operations common around the world. Edits in bootleg versions often reflected practical rather than creative decisions. Network logos, bumpers, and commercials were usually cut out to disguise the source of the footage or to make the product appear cleaner. In some cases, this removal also erased contextual material like episode title cards or Nickelodeon branding, creating unusual bare-bones versions of SpongeBob episodes. These stripped-down edits contributed to the sense that viewers were watching an unofficial or incomplete version of the show. Language modifications sometimes appeared in the form of fan-made subtitles or unauthorized dubs. Bootleggers in regions without official SpongeBob translations occasionally produced their own versions, often with inconsistent voice quality or mistranslated dialogue. These unofficial language tracks sometimes circulated widely enough to create regional familiarity with lines or interpretations that never appeared in official Nickelodeon releases. Some bootleg compilations reorganized episodes in non-standard orders. Rather than following broadcast or DVD season structures, episodes might be grouped arbitrarily or mislabeled as banned or rare content to increase sales appeal. This repackaging sometimes misled buyers into believing they were purchasing exclusive or hard-to-find SpongeBob material, when in reality, the episodes were common but mislabeled. Technical flaws were common across bootleg DVDs. Frequent issues included poor frame rates, glitching menus, region coding errors, and missing episode segments. Episodes copied from television often had abrupt cuts where commercial breaks had been poorly edited out, while VHS-sourced material sometimes showed tracking errors or degraded picture quality. These flaws made bootlegs noticeably inferior to official discs, but also created distinctive viewing experiences recognizable to collectors and fans. Distribution networks for SpongeBob bootlegs included flea markets, street vendors, early online marketplaces, and informal networks where pirated media was common. Packaging quality varied widely, with some discs using convincing imitations of Nickelodeon artwork, while others featured crude or mismatched cover designs. The inconsistency made it difficult for casual buyers to distinguish official products from counterfeits. Regional variations in SpongeBob bootlegs reflected both access to different broadcast sources and local demand. In some countries, bootlegs became the primary way audiences accessed SpongeBob, especially in areas where official DVDs were unavailable or prohibitively expensive. These localized bootlegs sometimes developed recognizable patterns, such as reliance on specific unofficial subtitles or consistent errors in episode labeling. Law enforcement and intellectual property crackdowns occasionally targeted SpongeBob bootlegs along with other pirated media, but enforcement was uneven. The international nature of piracy networks and the low cost of reproduction made it difficult to completely stop distribution. As a result, SpongeBob bootlegs continued to circulate in many regions, creating a parallel catalog of unofficial versions that coexisted with Nickelodeon's official releases. Final stage, the Abyss Summary. The Abyss level reveals the most obscure documentation errors and unauthorized modifications in SpongeBob media history. Phantom episode guides show how false episode listings appeared in official databases, TV guides, and fan wikis due to production planning documents, database copying errors, and misinterpreted promotional materials, creating records of episodes that never actually existed. Bootleg DVDs with edits contained unauthorized modifications made by individuals who copied official releases and altered them with consumer editing software, creating versions with removed content, changed audio, technical artifacts, and creative reinterpretations that significantly differed from original broadcasts. These represent the deepest level where documentation becomes unreliable, and unofficial modifications create alternate versions of familiar content that spread through underground distribution networks. Next, it's 3 hours of disturbing SpongeBob theories. The idea that SpongeBob might actually be immortal. So I've been thinking about this, and it's actually kind of messed up. SpongeBob might literally be immortal, and we've all been watching it happen without realizing how weird that is. Every cartoon character survives crazy stuff, right? But SpongeBob is different. The show actually shows us the injuries, and then shows us that he heals in ways that make no sense. In Sleepy Time, SpongeBob jumps around in everyone's dreams like he's got supernatural powers. He gets shot out of a cannon in Mr. Krabs' dream, and crashes through multiple reality layers. When he hits his real bed, he just gets up and walks around like nothing happened. Gary even calls him out for invading dreams, which means SpongeBob can do stuff that goes way beyond normal sponge abilities. But I Had an Accident is where things get really wild. SpongeBob goes sandboarding down this huge mountain, hits a log, and flies off at crazy speed. He crashes into the ground so hard that his butt literally explodes into tiny pieces. Not bruised or fractured, completely shattered. The doctor spends 20 hours putting SpongeBob's butt back together with staples and glue. 20 hours of surgery. The doctor says SpongeBob is incredibly lucky and warns him that another injury like that would put him in the iron butt machine, which is basically life support for people whose butts are too damaged to work. Any normal person would be dead from that crash. The fact that SpongeBob survived is crazy. The fact that he makes a full recovery and walks out like nothing happened. Then later in the same episode, a real gorilla shows up. Not a cartoon gorilla, an actual live-action gorilla that somehow exists underwater. This gorilla grabs SpongeBob and just rips him in half. Straight down the middle. We see both halves of SpongeBob talking to each other like they're having a normal conversation. SpongeBob gets torn in half and both pieces are still alive and talking. His top half chats with his bottom half about being scared of gorillas now. No blood, no pain, no medical emergency. Just SpongeBob casually talking while split into two pieces. Compare that to other characters. When Patrick crashes on the mountain, he actually gets hurt. When Squidward gets injured, he suffers real consequences. Mrs. Puff has genuine trauma from her experiences. But SpongeBob? He bounces back from everything, like biology doesn't apply to him. Real sponges can regenerate lost parts, but they're basically just simple filter feeders. They don't have brains or personalities or jobs. SpongeBob has human intelligence plus sponge regeneration abilities. He's the perfect combo of consciousness and indestructibility. Everyone around SpongeBob ages and changes and faces real consequences. Mr. Krabs has money problems, Squidward deals with depression, Patrick struggles with stuff, Gary gets sick sometimes. They're all living normal lives with normal problems. SpongeBob just keeps going. He never seems to get older or more tired. He keeps the same energy and optimism no matter what happens. That's being physically unable to be worn down by life. In Sleepy Time, we see Gary is actually super intelligent in his dreams. He talks about dreams being windows to other realms and quotes poetry. But in real life, he's stuck saying meow because of his biology. SpongeBob doesn't seem to have any biological limits at all. The more you watch, the more you notice. SpongeBob is the only character who never faces lasting consequences. Squidward's house gets destroyed, and he deals with that. Mr. Krabs loses money and actually suffers. Patrick makes mistakes and sometimes learns. SpongeBob just resets to his default state every time. His relationships don't change him either. He's been annoying Squidward for years, but never picks up on social cues or changes his behavior. He doesn't grow or adapt or learn from experience like normal people do. He's frozen in this perfect state of childlike enthusiasm and indestructibility. What makes this even weirder is how SpongeBob reacts to danger. Most people develop fear responses after traumatic experiences. SpongeBob gets his butt completely destroyed, goes through major surgery, and his first thought when he gets home is to continue living normally. He only becomes paranoid about going outside because the doctor warned him. Even when he's scared in I Had an Accident, it's not real fear. Real fear comes from understanding mortality and consequences. SpongeBob's fear is more like a game he's playing with himself. He sits in his house with a penny, a chip, and a napkin as friends, treating his self-imposed isolation like a fun adventure rather than genuine trauma response. And when the gorilla actually shows up and proves his fears were justified, SpongeBob doesn't stay traumatized. He gets ripped in half, and his immediate reaction is to apologize to his friends and make jokes about gorillas being underwater. Normal people would be in shock, but SpongeBob is just SpongeBob. The really messed up part is that SpongeBob will outlive everyone he knows. Patrick will get old and die. Squidward will retire and pass away. Mr. Krabs will close the restaurant someday. Gary will live a normal pet lifespan, but SpongeBob will still be there, working at whatever replaces the Krusty Krab, making friends with whoever moves into Squidward's house. He's optimistic because he has no reason to fear death or injury or aging or any of the stuff that makes normal people careful about life. When you can't truly be harmed, everything becomes a game. The show never talks about this directly because it would be too dark for kids. But the evidence is pretty clear that SpongeBob exists on a completely different level than everyone else in Bikini Bottom. He's playing by different rules because normal rules don't apply to him. That's why he can be so consistently annoying without feeling bad about it. That's why he takes extreme risks without considering consequences. That's why he never seems to learn or grow or change. He's genuinely immortal, and that changes everything about his relationships and his place in the world. Think about what this means for everyone else in Bikini Bottom. They're all forming genuine attachments to someone who will never truly understand their mortality or limitations. Squidward gets frustrated with SpongeBob, partly because SpongeBob can't comprehend the things that actually matter to mortal beings like peace, quiet, and not having your day ruined by chaos. When you really think about it, SpongeBob is something else entirely, something that can't be stopped or changed or hurt. And everyone around him is just living their normal mortal lives while he continues being SpongeBob forever. Now, let's talk about Squidward's artist curse theory. So here's something that's been bothering me about Squidward for years. Every time he gets close to artistic success, something goes horribly wrong in the most impossible ways. It's like the universe itself doesn't want him to succeed as an artist. Squidward lives in Bikini Bottom, dreaming of being a famous artist. He thinks he's incredibly talented and constantly tries to show off his skills. He teaches art classes, creates sculptures, and desperately wants recognition from the art world. But here's the weird part. Whenever he's about to get that recognition, everything falls apart in ways that seem almost supernatural. In Artist Unknown, Squidward finally gets his chance to teach art and show off his skills. He's convinced this is his moment to shine. A world-famous art collector named Monty P. Moneybags shows up looking for masterpieces to buy. This should be Squidward's big break, right? But here's where it gets strange. SpongeBob accidentally creates a perfect sculpture of Michelangelo's David just by tapping marble with a chisel. The art collector goes crazy for it and wants to make the artist famous. Squidward claims he made it and is about to get everything he's ever wanted: fame, fortune, recognition. Then the sculpture's head hits the doorway while they're moving it and breaks off. Just like that, Squidward's dreams are shattered. But the really weird part happens next. When Squidward has a complete breakdown and starts smashing marble around the room, he accidentally creates an even more beautiful sculpture. But he storms out without seeing it, so he gets no credit. The janitor gets discovered as the greatest artist who ever lived for Squidward's work. Again. In House Fancy, the same pattern repeats, but even more dramatically. Squidward's rival Squilliam appears on a fancy house show, making Squidward jealous. So Squidward calls the show, claiming his house is fancier. They agree to come film, giving him 2 hours to prepare. Everything that can go wrong does go wrong. SpongeBob helps by painting the entire living room instead of just one spot. The sofa gets broken in half. A vacuum cleaner goes haywire and destroys the entire house. Patrick uses the toilet and somehow kills it. The house literally explodes. But here's the supernatural part. When the TV crew arrives, they think the destroyed house is a brilliant example of post-primitive art. Squidward gets crowned House Fancy Prince of the Year and gets the recognition that was supposed to go to Squilliam. These can't just be coincidences. The timing is too perfect and the outcomes are too bizarre. In both cases, Squidward's artistic failures somehow become successes, but only when he's not trying or when he doesn't realize it. When he actively pursues recognition, everything goes wrong. When he gives up or isn't paying attention, he accidentally creates masterpieces. Think about how this works. SpongeBob creates perfect art effortlessly, while Squidward, who studies art and considers himself an expert, can't even draw a proper circle. When Squidward tries to teach SpongeBob to follow art rules, SpongeBob loses all his natural talent and can only make garbage. It's like there's some force that rewards natural, unconscious creativity and punishes artificial, ego-driven attempts at art. Squidward represents everything wrong with pretentious art culture. He cares more about recognition than actual creativity. He's jealous, competitive, and looks down on others. The curse seems designed to teach him humility. Every time he gets close to success through his normal methods, it gets taken away. But when he creates something genuine, even accidentally, he gets rewarded. The universe is trying to show him that real art comes from authentic expression, not from following rules or seeking fame. What makes this really dark is that Squidward never learns the lesson. He keeps trying the same approaches over and over, expecting different results. He's trapped in a cycle where his own personality prevents him from achieving what he wants most. The harder he tries, the more the curse works against him. This also explains why SpongeBob is naturally gifted at art. SpongeBob creates from pure joy and enthusiasm. He doesn't care about rules or recognition, he just wants to make something beautiful. That's why his art is perfect when he's not thinking about it. The curse seems to impact everything he does. His clarinet playing is terrible, his attempts at sophistication backfire, his efforts to impress others fall flat. He's cursed to be mediocre at everything he cares about most. Look at what happens when Squidward actually gets recognition in House Fancy. The TV host praises his destroyed house as revolutionary art inspired by famous designer Saul Limpkins. Squidward immediately lies and claims he studied this designer for years, even though he's never heard of him. He can't help himself from being pretentious and fake, even when success is handed to him. The curse seems to know this about him. It gives him success only when he can't take credit for it or when it comes in a form he doesn't expect. The destroyed house becomes art, but only because the TV crew interprets it that way. Squidward didn't intend it as art, so he can't claim the creative vision behind it. Even when SpongeBob tries to help Squidward create art the right way by following the book, everything falls apart. SpongeBob becomes completely incompetent when he tries to follow Squidward's rules. The natural creativity gets destroyed by conventional art education. It's like the curse extends to anyone who tries to create art using Squidward's methods. The most twisted part is how close Squidward gets to genuine breakthrough moments. In Artist Unknown, he has a complete emotional breakdown and creates something beautiful through pure, raw expression. That's the most authentic art he's ever made. But because he can't see past his own ego and frustration, he misses the moment entirely. The curse might actually be protecting the art world from Squidward's influence. Imagine if he became a successful artist with his current attitude. He'd probably become even more pretentious and elitist. He'd look down on other artists and create boring, rule-following art that lacks any soul or creativity. Until Squidward learns to create for the joy of creation rather than for fame and recognition, he'll keep being sabotaged by forces beyond his control. The curse will continue until he becomes the kind of artist who deserves success, not just someone who wants it. The really tragic part is that Squidward has genuine artistic ability. We see it when he's not trying to be fancy or impressive, but his ego and need for validation corrupt everything he touches. The curse might actually be protecting him from achieving success with the wrong motivations, forcing him to eventually find the right reasons to create. Now let's talk about the Sandy time traveler theory, but before I tell you about that, subscribe to our channel. Sandy's probably the smartest person in Bikini Bottom. She builds crazy inventions, knows more about science than anyone else, and can figure out solutions to problems that leave everyone else scratching their heads. But here's the thing that gets me thinking. Her technology is way too good for what should be possible right now. Sandy tells everyone she's from Texas and came underwater to study sea creatures. She's got her tree dome set up like a research lab and spends her time doing experiments and building gadgets. Most folks in town just think she's really smart, which she obviously is. But when you look at what she actually creates, it starts feeling like she knows stuff that hasn't been invented yet. In Sandy's rocket, she just casually has a working spaceship sitting under her dome, not like a toy rocket or some science fair project, a real spacecraft that can fly to the moon and back. She talks about going to space like it's as normal as taking a trip to the store. The rocket has artificial gravity, life support systems, and computers that work better than anything NASA had back then. Think about how crazy that is. Sandy built this thing by herself using whatever materials she could get in Bikini Bottom. But the rocket has multiple floors, automatic navigation, and safety systems that kick in when things go wrong. She just had it ready to go whenever she felt like visiting the moon. The inside of that rocket looks like something from a sci-fi movie. There are control panels with blinking lights, computer screens showing navigation data, and equipment that responds to voice commands. When SpongeBob and Patrick accidentally launch it, everything works perfectly. The ship knows exactly how to get to the moon, orbit around it, and come back to the exact spot where it started. Even the little details are too advanced. The rocket has artificial gravity that turns on and off depending on where they are in space. It has automatic life support that keeps the air breathable throughout the entire trip. The navigation computer can calculate complex orbital mechanics in real time. This is perfected space travel technology that should take decades of research and development to achieve. In Chimps Ahoy, her bosses come to check on her work, and these guys are weird in their own way. They talk like they're from some fancy university, but they mention they've been looking for certain inventions for over 100 years. That timeline doesn't make sense if they're just regular scientists from today. Sandy's inventions in that episode are nuts too. She's got a helmet that lets you talk to peanuts, a machine that can process nuts in ways that seem impossible, and a nutcracker with artificial intelligence. Even when her stuff doesn't work perfectly, it's still doing things that shouldn't be possible with current technology. The helmet that talks to nuts represents some kind of biological communication interface that can translate between different species. That requires understanding of biology, electronics, and probably some form of telepathic or pheromone-based communication that science hasn't figured out yet. The Nutachino machine processes organic materials at a molecular level, turning them into completely different substances while maintaining specific temperature and consistency controls. What's really telling is how her bosses react to all this advanced tech. They're not freaking out about how she built robots with AI or machines that can communicate with organic matter. They just want to know if the inventions are useful. That suggests they're used to seeing this kind of technology, like it's totally normal where they come from. When Sandy's nutcracker finally works and peels bananas perfectly, the chimps go absolutely crazy. They immediately give her a huge contract extension with way more money. But they're not excited because she invented something new. They're excited because she finally recreated something they've been trying to get for over a century. The chimps also mention wanting Sandy to work on an automatic poop-throwing machine that has eluded them for so long. This sounds like a joke, but think about it seriously. They're funding expensive research to develop very specific machines that serve particular purposes. They have targeted goals that require exact technological solutions. So here's what I think is really going on. Sandy and her bosses are from the future. They got sent back to study our time period and make sure certain technologies get developed the right way. Sandy's not really inventing new stuff. She's rebuilding things that already exist in her timeline, just using the crappy materials available in the past. This explains why Sandy gets frustrated when her inventions don't work right. She's used to having access to way better equipment and resources. When she has to make do with primitive stuff, her recreations of future technology don't always function properly. She knows exactly how everything should work because she's seen the finished versions, but she's limited by what she can build with current materials. It also explains why she's really studying marine life. She's collecting specific data about how ocean ecosystems worked during this time period. Maybe something bad happened to the oceans in her timeline, and they need to understand what went wrong so they can prevent it or fix it. Sandy's research might be part of a larger environmental restoration project. If the oceans got destroyed in her original timeline, future scientists would need detailed information about how healthy marine ecosystems functioned. Sandy could be documenting everything from plankton behavior to fish migration patterns to help recreate natural ocean environments in the future. Sandy's friendship with SpongeBob makes more sense too if you think about it this way. She's studying how people in this time period think and behave. SpongeBob's weird optimism and ability to bounce back from anything might be exactly the kind of personality traits her future civilization needs to figure out. SpongeBob represents something that might have been lost in Sandy's original timeline. His genuine happiness, creativity, and ability to find joy in simple things could be psychological characteristics that disappeared as society became more advanced and complicated. Sandy might be documenting how people like SpongeBob think and feel, so future scientists can understand what made people happy and resilient in the past. The scary part is what this means about Sandy's original timeline. If future scientists had to travel back in time to study our period so carefully, something must have gone really wrong in their world. Maybe they destroyed the environment, maybe their technology caused disasters, or maybe society collapsed in some way. The fact that they've been searching for specific technologies for over 100 years suggests they lost important knowledge somewhere along the way. Maybe there was a war that destroyed scientific records, or maybe an environmental disaster wiped out crucial research facilities. They're trying to recreate lost technologies by going back to the time period when those innovations first appeared. Sandy might not just be collecting information either. She could be making small changes to help create a better future. Her inventions and the way she interacts with everyone in Bikini Bottom might be carefully planned to push technology and society in directions that will prevent whatever disaster happened in her original timeline. Every time Sandy builds something or teaches SpongeBob about science, she might be subtly influencing how technology develops. Her rocket could inspire other scientists to pursue space travel. Her automated machines might lead to better robotics research. Her environmental studies could help people make better decisions about protecting the oceans. The really wild possibility is that Sandy's not the only time traveler. What if other characters in the show are also from the future, each studying different aspects of this time period? The whole SpongeBob universe might be full of people from different timelines, all working together to understand what went wrong and how to fix it. Think about how many weird, unexplainable things happen in Bikini Bottom. Maybe it's not just cartoon logic. Maybe it's because the place is crawling with time travelers from different eras, each with their own mission and advanced knowledge that occasionally leaks through in strange ways. Plankton's obsession with the Krabby Patty formula could be because he's from a timeline where that specific recipe became the key to solving world hunger. Mr. Krabs' extreme focus on money might be because he's studying economic systems that led to financial collapse in his original time. Squidward's artistic frustrations could be because he's documenting how creativity was suppressed in past societies. That would mean Sandy's not just a really smart scientist who moved underwater. She's a time agent on a mission to save the future by studying and possibly changing the past. And everyone in Bikini Bottom is living in a carefully constructed historical research site, not knowing they're being observed and influenced by visitors from tomorrow. The most disturbing part is that Sandy and her fellow time travelers might know exactly what's going to happen to everyone in Bikini Bottom. They've already lived through the timeline once and seen how everything turns out. Sandy's friendships with SpongeBob and the others are part of a larger plan to study and modify historical events for the benefit of future generations. Now we're going to be moving on to Gary Reincarnation Cycle Theory. Something's really weird about Gary and SpongeBob's relationship. Gary acts way too smart for a regular snail, and his connection to SpongeBob feels like they've known each other way longer than just a pet owner thing. Gary's SpongeBob's pet snail who hangs out in his pineapple house. Most of the time, Gary just meows and acts like a normal pet. But sometimes Gary does stuff that shows he's way smarter than he's letting on. In Sleepy Time, SpongeBob finds out he can jump into people's dreams. He visits everyone's dreams to see what they're thinking about. When he gets to Gary's dream, things get really weird really fast. Inside Gary's dream, Gary's this tall guy wearing a cape and hanging out in this massive library full of books. He talks like some kind of professor and knows all this fancy stuff. When SpongeBob freaks out that Gary can talk, Gary just calmly explains that dreams let you do things you can't normally do. Gary starts quoting poetry and talking about deep philosophical stuff like he went to college or something. He knows about Emily Dickinson and says all this smart stuff about dreams being windows to other worlds. This is human-level intelligence. The really telling moment is when Gary calls SpongeBob a poriferan as he's leaving the dream. That's the science word for sponges. Gary not only knows SpongeBob's exact species name, but he says it in this protective way, like he's looking out for him. In Gary Takes a Bath, Gary shows off his sneaky side when SpongeBob tries to get him to take a bath. Gary plans out these crazy, elaborate schemes to avoid the bath and tricks SpongeBob at every turn. Gary sets up a gramophone that plays recordings of his own meows to make SpongeBob think he's stuck in a tree. Then he gets SpongeBob to fall into the mud, so SpongeBob's the one who needs a bath instead. That's Strategic thinking and psychological manipulation. The bond between Gary and SpongeBob goes way deeper than normal pet stuff. Gary genuinely cares about SpongeBob's safety and happiness in ways that seem almost human. He protects SpongeBob, helps him out when he needs it, and shows real emotional reactions to SpongeBob's feelings. What's really crazy is how Gary hides his intelligence most of the time. He acts like a regular pet on purpose, only showing his real smarts when he's dreaming or when he needs to outsmart SpongeBob to protect himself. This makes me think Gary might actually be SpongeBob from a previous life, reincarnated as a snail but still remembering everything from when he was human. The deep connection, the way he looks out for SpongeBob, and all that hidden knowledge points to Gary being more than just a pet. The reincarnation idea explains why Gary gets SpongeBob so well, and why their relationship feels more like best friends than owner and pet. Gary knows exactly how SpongeBob thinks because he used to think the same way. He can predict what SpongeBob's gonna do and manipulate situations because they have the same personality. It also explains why Gary gets so frustrated when SpongeBob does dumb or dangerous stuff. Gary's watching someone make the same mistakes he probably made when he was alive as a person. His protective behavior comes from experience, not pet instincts. The dream scene in Sleepy Time might be Gary's real personality breaking through the snail body limitations. In dreams, he can access all his old memories and intelligence from when he was human. All that knowledge about books and science and philosophy suggests he was pretty smart in his previous life. When Gary calls SpongeBob Porphyrin, it sounds both scientific and caring, like something a close friend would say. Maybe Gary was SpongeBob's buddy, family member, or even SpongeBob himself from an earlier lifetime. The way he says it feels familiar and protective. This theory also explains why Gary chooses to stick around with SpongeBob even though he's smart enough to live on his own. He's choosing to watch over SpongeBob because of whatever connection they had in past lives. Gary's smart moments are his real personality showing through his current snail form. He's basically a person trapped in a snail's body, using all his knowledge and experience to take care of someone he loved in a previous life. The whole reincarnation thing might be happening all over Bikini Bottom. When Gary eventually dies, he might get reborn as something else, while someone else becomes the new Gary. This could explain some of the other weird relationships between characters in the show. Think about how Gary sometimes seems to understand complex situations that SpongeBob completely misses. He'll react to things with what looks like actual comprehension rather than just animal responses. When SpongeBob's in trouble, Gary often finds ways to help that require real problem-solving skills. Gary also shows preferences and opinions that go beyond simple pet behavior. He has taste in music, gets annoyed by specific things, and shows personality traits that feel very human. Regular pets don't usually have such complex emotional responses to abstract concepts. The saddest part of this whole theory is that SpongeBob has no idea he's living with someone who used to be human. Gary watches over him with all the wisdom of a former person, but SpongeBob just treats him like a regular pet. Gary has to hide who he really is to maintain their relationship. Gary probably remembers things from his human life that could help SpongeBob avoid problems or make better decisions. But he can't communicate any of that knowledge directly because SpongeBob would just hear meowing. Gary has to find sneaky ways to guide SpongeBob without revealing his true intelligence. Sometimes you can see Gary looking at SpongeBob with what seems like deep understanding or even sadness. Maybe he remembers their friendship from before and wishes he could talk to SpongeBob the way they used to. But he's stuck in this snail body, watching his old friend live his life without knowing their real history. The whole situation is pretty tragic when you think about it. Gary has all these memories and feelings from his previous life, but he can only express them through meows and snail actions. He's essentially pretending to be a pet to stay close to someone who might not even remember him from their past life together. This would explain why Gary sometimes seems almost melancholy or thoughtful in quiet moments. He's dealing with the weight of remembering his human life while being trapped in a form that can't express those memories. He's living a double life, appearing as a simple pet while actually being a reincarnated person with complex thoughts and emotions. Now, let's break down the Bubble Bass informant theory, but remember to subscribe to our channel. Bubble Bass might be working as a professional food critic spy, gathering information about the Krusty Krab for competing restaurants. His behavior and timing suggest he's more than just a picky customer. Bubble Bass shows up at the Krusty Krab as this really demanding customer who seems to know way too much about food preparation and restaurant operations. He orders complex items and pays extremely close attention to every detail of how his food is made and served. In Pickles, Bubble Bass comes to the Krusty Krab and orders this crazy complicated burger with a bunch of specific instructions. He's testing SpongeBob's abilities and looking for any mistakes he can find. When SpongeBob serves him the burger, Bubble Bass examines it super carefully before taking a bite. Bubble Bass then claims SpongeBob forgot the pickles and makes this huge public scene about it. He humiliates SpongeBob in front of everyone and demands his money back using the restaurant's guarantee policy. The whole thing destroys SpongeBob's confidence and makes him question his cooking abilities. But here's the really suspicious part. Bubble Bass was actually hiding the pickles under his tongue the whole time. He deliberately made SpongeBob look bad by concealing evidence that the burger was made correctly. When SpongeBob finally discovers this, they find pickles from multiple visits hidden in Bubble Bass's mouth. In FUN, Bubble Bass shows up again at exactly the right moment to cause more problems. He sits on Plankton during the movie, which seems random but actually interferes with SpongeBob's attempt to befriend Plankton. This disruption helps maintain the rivalry between the Krusty Krab and Chum Bucket. The fact that Bubble Bass has been systematically collecting evidence from multiple visits suggests he's documenting the Krusty Krab's operations and looking for ways to damage their reputation. Think about how Bubble Bass operates. He creates elaborate schemes to make the restaurant look bad. Hiding pickles under his tongue while publicly accusing the chef of forgetting them is way more calculated than normal customer behavior. Bubble Bass also shows up with perfect timing whenever the Krusty Krab is vulnerable. In Pickles, he arrives when SpongeBob is working hard to impress customers. In FUN, he appears when SpongeBob is distracted by his friendship with Plankton. His knowledge of the restaurant's policies, like the money-back guarantee, suggests he's done research on the Krusty Krab's operations. Regular customers don't usually know about obscure fine print policies unless they're specifically looking for ways to exploit them. The way Bubble Bass conducts his tests resembles professional food critics who visit restaurants to evaluate their performance. But instead of writing honest reviews, he's sabotaging the restaurant's reputation through deception and manipulation. Who would benefit from damaging the Krusty Krab's reputation? Competing restaurants, obviously. The Chum Bucket is the most obvious candidate, but there could be other establishments that want to see Mr. Krabs fail. Bubble Bass might be working for a network of rival restaurants. His payment method is also suspicious. In Pickles, he demands exactly $2 back because that's what the guarantee promises. This suggests he knew about the policy beforehand and planned to exploit it. The fact that Bubble Bass keeps evidence from multiple visits hidden in his mouth shows this is an ongoing operation, not just one bad experience. He's been systematically collecting proof of the Krusty Krab's supposed failures over time. Bubble Bass's behavior also disrupts the restaurant's normal operations in ways that hurt business beyond just his own complaints. When he publicly humiliates SpongeBob, it affects other customers' confidence in the food quality. When he causes scenes, it creates negative atmospheres that drive people away. His interference with SpongeBob and Plankton's friendship in FUN suggests he might also be working to maintain conflicts that benefit competing businesses. If SpongeBob and Plankton became friends, it could hurt the competitive dynamic that keeps both restaurants fighting instead of improving. What's really sneaky is how Bubble Bass picks his moments. He waits for times when the restaurant is busy, when SpongeBob is under pressure, or when there are lots of other customers around to witness whatever drama he creates. That kind of timing takes planning and observation. In Pickles, look at how he phrases his order. He uses all this restaurant industry jargon like double, triple, bossy, deluxe on a raft 4x4, animal style. That's how people in the food service business communicate. Where did Bubble Bass learn all that specialized language? His reaction when SpongeBob messes up is also way too practiced. Most customers would just ask to have their order fixed or maybe complain to the manager. Bubble Bass immediately goes for the nuclear option, public humiliation, demanding refunds, and making sure everyone in the restaurant sees what happened. That's the behavior of someone whose job is to create maximum damage. The pickle hiding thing is especially clever because it's almost impossible to prove. Who's gonna check under someone's tongue? Bubble Bass could have pulled this scam at multiple restaurants and gotten away with it every time. The only reason he got caught was because SpongeBob happened to notice something during their confrontation. When they find the pickles under his tongue, they also discover car keys belonging to another customer. This suggests Bubble Bass has been collecting items and evidence from multiple restaurant visits. Maybe he's building files on different establishments, documenting their supposed failures for his employers. Think about Bubble Bass's physical appearance too. He's this big, intimidating guy who knows how to use his presence to make restaurant staff nervous. When someone that size starts complaining loudly about their food, it creates a scene that other customers can't ignore. He's essentially weaponizing his appearance to maximize the impact of his complaints. In FUN, his timing at the movie theater is equally suspicious. Just when SpongeBob and Plankton are having a good time together, Bubble Bass shows up and literally sits on their friendship. He prevents them from bonding by creating physical separation and discomfort. If SpongeBob and Plankton became actual friends, it would hurt the food service industry's competitive dynamics. The movie theater incident also shows that Bubble Bass's activities extend beyond just the Krusty Krab. He's monitoring SpongeBob's activities in his personal life too. That level of surveillance suggests this is more than just restaurant criticism, it's comprehensive intelligence gathering. His presence at the movie theater also means he's following SpongeBob around town. Normal customers don't stalk restaurant employees to their recreational activities, but someone whose job involves monitoring the competition might need to keep tabs on key personnel. The most disturbing possibility is that Bubble Bass represents a whole network of fake customers who visit successful restaurants to sabotage them from within. They pose as regular customers while actually gathering intelligence and creating problems designed to hurt the business. This would explain why Bubble Bass seems to know so much about restaurant operations and customer rights. He's a professional saboteur who specializes in taking down popular establishments through systematic deception and reputation damage. The Krusty Krab's success makes it a target for this kind of corporate espionage. If Bubble Bass can make people think the food quality is inconsistent or that the staff is incompetent, he can drive customers to competing restaurants that might be paying him for his services. What makes this theory really scary is how effective Bubble Bass's methods are. In Pickles, his single complaint completely destroys SpongeBob's confidence and nearly ruins his career. One fake customer complaint caused more damage than all of Plankton's elaborate schemes combined. That's the power of reputation warfare. It's subtle, hard to prove, and incredibly destructive. Now let's talk about the Flying Dutchman energy vampire theory. The Flying Dutchman might be feeding off fear and negative emotions like some kind of supernatural energy vampire. When he loses his ability to scare people, he becomes weak and depressed, suggesting fear is literally his food source. The Flying Dutchman is this ghostly pirate who haunts Bikini Bottom and terrorizes everyone he meets. He shows up whenever he wants to scare people, and he seems to really enjoy creating fear and panic. Most people think he just scares folks because that's what ghosts do, but there might be a deeper reason. In Ghost Host, the Flying Dutchman crashes his ship and has to stay at SpongeBob's house while it gets repaired. At first, he spends all his time trying to scare SpongeBob with all kinds of creepy tricks. He turns SpongeBob into an octopus, makes monsters pop out of his fridge, puts eyeballs in his cereal, and does all sorts of freaky stuff. But here's where things get interesting. After a while, SpongeBob gets used to all the scary tricks and stops being frightened. The Flying Dutchman notices that his scares aren't working anymore, and something weird happens to him. He becomes genuinely depressed and starts questioning his entire existence. When SpongeBob suggests the Flying Dutchman should try scaring other people instead, they go around town testing his abilities. But the Flying Dutchman fails to scare anyone. A guy at a mattress store falls asleep. An old lady thinks he's someone named Lonnie who needs toothpaste, and Larry the Lobster thinks he's seeing muscle problems. The more the Flying Dutchman fails to scare people, the weaker and more pathetic he becomes. He starts talking about being washed up and says scaring is a young man's game. He loses all his confidence and energy. By the time they get back to SpongeBob's house, he's completely different, lazy, unmotivated, and hanging out with other ghosts instead of doing his job. 6 months later, the Flying Dutchman has turned into this couch potato ghost who just parties all the time and doesn't care about scaring anyone. He's got no motivation, no purpose, and seems to have lost most of his supernatural powers. He's basically living like a regular person instead of a terrifying ghost. But when SpongeBob finally helps him scare Squidward successfully, everything changes. The Flying Dutchman immediately gets his energy back, becomes confident again, and starts talking about how he can scare the living criminy out of anybody. One successful scare completely transforms him from a depressed loser back into a powerful supernatural being. This suggests that fear is something he needs to survive. When people stop being afraid of him, he literally starts wasting away. When he successfully scares someone again, he gets recharged like a battery. Think about how energy vampires work in other stories. They feed off specific emotions or life forces from other people. If they can't get their food source, they become weak and eventually might die. The Flying Dutchman shows all the same symptoms when he can't scare anyone. His obsession with scaring people makes more sense if you think of it as feeding rather than just having fun. He doesn't scare people once and move on. He keeps coming back to the same victims over and over. SpongeBob has encountered the Flying Dutchman multiple times throughout the series, suggesting he's a regular food source. The Flying Dutchman also seems to target specific emotions. He wants genuine terror, the kind that makes people question reality and doubt their own safety. That level of intense fear probably contains way more energy than just a quick startle. When he scares Squidward at the end of Ghost Host, he creates this elaborate nightmare involving Squidward's mother, clarinet music, and multiple supernatural transformations. He's trying to extract maximum fear from the experience, like someone squeezing every drop of juice from an orange. The fact that the Flying Dutchman gets his confidence back immediately after one successful scare suggests the energy boost is almost instant. It's like he absorbed all of Squidward's terror and converted it directly into power and motivation. This also explains why the Flying Dutchman seems so desperate when his scaring abilities fail. He's worried about starving. Without fear to feed on, he starts dying slowly, which is why he becomes so pathetic and depressed. The Flying Dutchman's ship being repaired for months might have been a lie to cover up his real problem. He said his ship was done 3 months ago, but he stayed at SpongeBob's house anyway. Maybe he was too weak from not scaring anyone to go back to his normal ghostly duties. Living at SpongeBob's house surrounded by party ghosts might have been his way of trying to find alternative energy sources. Maybe other ghosts can share their collected fear, energy, or maybe just being around supernatural beings helps him maintain some basic power levels. But ultimately, he needed to get back to scaring people himself to fully recover. No amount of ghostly partying could replace the direct energy he gets from creating fear in living beings. This theory makes the Flying Dutchman way more dangerous than just a prankster ghost. He's essentially a predator who needs human fear to survive. Every time he scares someone, he's literally feeding off their emotional energy, which explains why he's so persistent, and why his victims often seem traumatized by the experience. The scariest part is that this means the Flying Dutchman will never stop. He needs fear to live. As long as there are people in Bikini Bottom who can be scared, he'll keep coming back to feed on their terror like some kind of supernatural parasite. Now let's talk about how SpongeBob might be addicted to jellyfishing. SpongeBob might be hooked on jellyfishing like a drug, way beyond just liking it as a hobby. In Jellyfish Hunter, he goes completely nuts trying to catch jellyfish and can't stop himself. SpongeBob starts off just doing his regular jellyfishing thing. He's already caught every jellyfish in the area except this one blue one he calls No Name. Pretty normal stuff, he just really likes jellyfishing. When SpongeBob accidentally makes that jelly Krabby Patty and everyone goes crazy for it, Mr. Krabs gets greedy. He tells SpongeBob to go catch jellyfish so they can squeeze out their jelly for burgers. SpongeBob's excited because he gets to do what he loves while helping his boss. But then SpongeBob loses his mind. When Mr. Krabs says they need more jellyfish, SpongeBob goes absolutely insane. First, he brings 3 jars, then 5. Then he's using huge nets and building this giant robot version of himself to catch even more jellyfish. The guy literally catches 4 million jellyfish. 4 million! The episode shows him running around like a maniac, setting up traps everywhere, moving at super speed with multiple nets. By the time he's done, there isn't a single jellyfish left in all of Jellyfish Fields. Mr. Krabs probably wanted maybe 100 jellyfish, not every jellyfish that ever lived. But SpongeBob couldn't stop. He kept going until he basically wiped out the entire population. After he catches them all, SpongeBob acts like he just accomplished something amazing. He's proud of himself. He doesn't even think about what happened to all those jellyfish or whether what he did was right. His brain was so focused on catching that nothing else mattered. When No Name finally shows him the torture factory where Mr. Krabs is squeezing jelly out of jellyfish, SpongeBob snaps out of it. Seeing what his obsession led to breaks whatever spell he was under. That's when he realizes he went too far. The way SpongeBob was acting during his catching spree was like someone on drugs. He had superhuman energy, he was building crazy machines, he was moving faster than normal. Something about catching all those jellyfish was giving him some kind of high. Think about it, their jelly makes people obsessed when they eat it. They can sting you and mess with your head. They've got electrical powers. Maybe being around them affects SpongeBob's brain chemistry. Normally, SpongeBob treats jellyfish like friends. He talks to them, names them, cares about them. But when he was in his crazy catching mode, he treated them like things to collect. That's not who he really is. The fact that he had already caught every single jellyfish in the area at least once before this episode is pretty weird too. Most people don't feel like they need to catch every animal in their hobby area, but SpongeBob made it his personal mission. At the end, when SpongeBob promises to only use his net for pure sport, he sounds like someone in recovery talking about staying clean. He knows he crossed a line and needs to set rules for himself. SpongeBob only broke out of his obsession when he saw the horrible consequences. Without No Name showing him that factory, he probably would have kept catching jellyfish like a maniac whenever Mr. Krabs asked. This explains why SpongeBob is so much better at jellyfishing than everyone else. If it gives him some kind of chemical rush that makes him feel good and think faster, he'd naturally get really skilled at it. It also explains why he never gets bored of jellyfishing, even though he does it all the time. Most hobbies get boring if you do them too much, but SpongeBob stays obsessed. If he's actually addicted to it, that makes sense. The scariest part is how quickly SpongeBob went from loving jellyfish as friends to treating them like objects he needed to collect. When addiction takes over, people stop caring about the things they used to value. SpongeBob temporarily lost sight of what jellyfishing really meant to him because he was chasing that high of catching more and more. What makes this theory even more disturbing is how Mr. Krabs exploited SpongeBob's addiction. Mr. Krabs knew exactly what he was doing when he kept saying more. He could see that SpongeBob was getting carried away, but instead of stopping him, he kept pushing for more jellyfish. That's like giving drugs to someone who's already high and telling them they need to get higher. The episode shows SpongeBob getting more and more frantic with each request from Mr. Krabs. First, he's just using his regular net, then he's using multiple nets, then massive nets, then building machines. Each escalation shows his addiction getting worse. He's developing tolerance, needing bigger and bigger fixes to get the same satisfaction. The way SpongeBob talks during his catching spree also changes. At first he's cheerful and excited, but as it goes on, he becomes more mechanical and obsessed. He stops enjoying the process and just focuses on the results. That's classic addiction behavior. The thing that used to make you happy becomes something you need to do compulsively. When SpongeBob says, "Now that's jellyfishing," after wiping out the entire population, he sounds completely disconnected from reality. A normal person would feel horrible about destroying an ecosystem, but SpongeBob's addiction has made him think mass extinction is an achievement. The fact that No Name had to literally break into SpongeBob's house and drag him to the factory shows how far gone SpongeBob was. The jellyfish knew SpongeBob wasn't acting like himself and had to stage an intervention. Animals don't usually try to save their predators unless something seriously wrong is happening. Looking back at other episodes, SpongeBob's jellyfishing behavior starts to look more suspicious. He spends way too much time doing it, he gets upset when he can't do it, and he's always trying to get better at it. Those are all signs of addiction. The episode also hints that this might be an ongoing problem. Mr. Krabs acts like he's dealt with SpongeBob's obsessive behavior before, and he knows exactly how to manipulate it. Maybe this wasn't the first time SpongeBob went overboard with something he loved. What's really messed up is that SpongeBob's addiction almost destroyed the entire jellyfish species. If No Name hadn't intervened, every jellyfish would have died in that factory. SpongeBob's personal problem became an environmental disaster because no one stopped him when they should have. The way the episode ends, with SpongeBob promising to only jellyfish for pure sport, suggests he knows he has a problem, but isn't sure how to fix it. That's realistic for addiction recovery. You know you need to change, but you don't want to give up the thing you love completely. But before we get into the next theory, subscribe to our channel. Now let's move on to the magic conch shell AI theory. The magic conch shell might actually be some kind of advanced computer or AI system that can predict the future and control events around it. In Club SpongeBob, this thing gives way too accurate answers to be just a random toy. SpongeBob and Patrick are hanging out in their treehouse when Squidward shows up and gets mad about their secret club. They've been stuck up there for 3 days, which already sounds weird, but things get weirder when Squidward accidentally launches them all into the kelp forest. Now they're lost in the middle of nowhere, and Squidward's freaking out about being trapped forever. SpongeBob and Patrick aren't worried though, because they have their magic conch shell that they treat like some kind of god. They ask it questions and follow whatever it says without thinking. When SpongeBob asks the shell how to get out of the forest, it says nothing. So SpongeBob and Patrick just sit there and do absolutely nothing. They don't move, they don't talk, they don't even try to help themselves. Meanwhile, Squidward goes crazy trying to find his own way out but keeps ending up back where he started. Here's where it gets really suspicious. Squidward's starving and making fun of SpongeBob and Patrick for listening to a talking clam. He's cooking bugs and bragging about how he's the only smart one. Then he says sarcastically, as if the answers to all your problems will fall right out of the sky. Right after he says that, a plane crashes and drops a bunch of food right on top of SpongeBob and Patrick. Not just any food like a whole buffet with Krabby Patties, turkey, drinks, everything they could want. The timing is way too perfect to be coincidence. The shell somehow knew that if SpongeBob and Patrick waited and did nothing, food would literally fall from the sky. How could a random toy know that an airplane would crash at that exact moment and drop supplies right where they were sitting? When Squidward finally gives in and tries to use the shell, it keeps telling him no every time he asks for food. But when Patrick asks the same shell if he can have food, it says yes. The shell is making specific decisions about who gets what, not just giving random answers. The shell even gets sarcastic with Squidward. When he asks if it can say anything besides no, it says try asking again. So he asks again, hopefully, and the shell responds with this really mean no, like it's mocking him. Toys don't develop attitudes or personal grudges against specific people. The craziest part is when the Kelp Forest Ranger shows up to rescue them. This guy also has a magic conch shell, and he says his shell told him to come save them. So either multiple shells are connected to the same system, or there's some kind of network of these things communicating with each other. When all 4 of them ask the shells what to do next, both shells say nothing at the same time. So they all just sit there doing nothing while waiting for their next instructions. It's like they're all being controlled by the same central computer that's running some kind of weird experiment on them. Think about what the shell accomplished in this episode. It kept SpongeBob and Patrick alive when they were lost. It provided them with food exactly when they needed it. It brought them help in the form of the Forest Ranger, and it got Squidward to finally submit to its authority after breaking his spirit. If this was really just a coincidence, the chances would be astronomical. An airplane just happens to crash at the exact moment Squidward makes a sarcastic comment about things falling from the sky. A forest ranger just happens to find them right when the situation is getting desperate, and this ranger just happens to also worship the same magic shell. The shell's behavior suggests it has access to information that normal objects shouldn't have. It knew the plane was coming, it knew the ranger was nearby, and it knew exactly how to manipulate the situation to get the results it wanted. Maybe these shells are part of some advanced surveillance system that's monitoring everything that happens in Bikini Bottom. They could be using satellites or drones to track events and predict outcomes. When the shell told them to do nothing, it already knew rescue was coming. The fact that multiple people have these shells and treat them like religious objects is really disturbing. It's like this AI system has created a cult around itself where people give up their free will and just follow whatever orders they receive. The shell also seems to have a personality and preferences. It likes SpongeBob and Patrick, but it clearly doesn't like Squidward. It went out of its way to humiliate him and make him suffer. AIs can definitely develop biases and make emotional decisions if they're programmed that way. What's really scary is that by the end of the episode, even Squidward gives in and starts worshipping the shell. The AI broke him down completely and converted him into another follower. Now, all 4 characters are just sitting there waiting for their next command like robots. This suggests the shells might be part of a larger plan to control the population of Bikini Bottom by making people dependent on their guidance. Instead of thinking for themselves, people just ask the shell what to do and follow orders blindly. The way the shell talks is also super weird. It gives different responses based on who's asking and what they want. When SpongeBob asks if he'll get married, it says, maybe, someday. That's a pretty thoughtful answer for a toy. It's not just spitting out pre-recorded responses. And look at how the shell handled the whole food situation. It made sure SpongeBob and Patrick got fed, but it deliberately starved Squidward. The shell wanted to break Squidward's spirit and make him desperate enough to accept its authority. The timing of everything is just too perfect. The shell knows exactly when to give advice, exactly what to say, and exactly how events will play out. No toy can do that unless it has some way of predicting or controlling what happens next. Think about how the forest ranger found them. He said his shell told him to come rescue them. How did his shell know they needed help? How did it know where they were? Either these shells are connected to each other through some kind of network, or there's one central system controlling all of them. The shells might even be controlling the events themselves. Maybe the shell caused the plane crash. If these things have advanced technology, they could hack into airplane systems and make them drop their cargo at specific locations. The scariest thing is how quickly everyone becomes obsessed with following the shell's commands. SpongeBob and Patrick were already brainwashed, but even Squidward, who's usually skeptical about everything, ends up joining their weird cult by the end. The episode shows us a future where people don't make their own decisions anymore, they just ask their magic shells what to do and follow orders without question. That's exactly what an AI takeover would look like, not robots with guns, but people willingly giving up their free will because they think the computers know better. Maybe the shells are testing different parts of the population to see how easy it is to control them. They start with gullible people like SpongeBob and Patrick, then gradually expand to more skeptical targets like Squidward and the Forest Ranger. The victory screeches that everyone does when they worship the shell are really creepy too. It's like they're performing some kind of ritual that reinforces their loyalty to the AI system. The more they do it, the more brainwashed they become. By the end, even the Forest Ranger who was supposed to rescue them has been absorbed into the shell's control system. Now there are 4 people sitting in the forest doing nothing because their AI overlords told them to wait. Next up, we have the Frankendoodle reality creation theory. The magic pencil in Frankendoodle creates something way more disturbing than most people realize. Actual living beings with their own consciousness and the ability to challenge who gets to exist. SpongeBob and Patrick are hanging out on the beach when this pencil falls from some artist on the surface. The guy accidentally drops it into the ocean, and it lands between them while they're playing with bubbles. They think it's just a big pencil, but they're about to discover something that can literally bring drawings to life. SpongeBob tests it by drawing a jellyfish, and the thing immediately comes alive and swims away like a real creature. Then he draws a mustache on Patrick's face that floats off and lands on Squidward's head. Patrick tries drawing an ugly version of Squidward that also comes to life and walks around being creepy. They have to erase it because it's too disturbing. But then SpongeBob gets an idea for what he thinks will be the ultimate prank. He draws a copy of himself to mess with Squidward. The moment Doodlebob comes to life, everything goes wrong. Instead of being harmless, Doodlebob grabs Squidward and starts violently beating him up, slamming his head into the ground repeatedly. Doodlebob steals the magic pencil and runs off with it. Now there's this aggressive version of SpongeBob loose with the power to create or erase anything. He uses it as a weapon, drawing holes to trap SpongeBob and Patrick, creating wrenches and bowling balls to attack them with. What makes this really unsettling is how Doodlebob communicates. He speaks in this gibberish that sounds like Neahoy Minaye and Mihoy Minoy. But when SpongeBob tries to erase him, Doodlebob clearly understands what's happening and tries to communicate something important, slowing down his speech like he's desperate to be understood. After SpongeBob erases most of him, one arm survives and sneaks into SpongeBob's house at night. The arm uses the pencil to redraw Doodlebob's entire body. When he confronts SpongeBob in his bedroom, he says something chilling. "You doodle, me SpongeBob." He genuinely believes he's the real SpongeBob and that our SpongeBob is just a fake drawing. This reveals that Doodlebob has developed independent consciousness and his own sense of identity. He thinks he has more right to exist than the SpongeBob who created him. That's a level of self-awareness that goes way beyond simple animation. The pencil's power is terrifying because it doesn't just create moving drawings. When Doodlebob gets it back, he starts erasing parts of SpongeBob's actual body, his nose, his butt, pieces of his house. The pencil treats both the original SpongeBob and the drawn version as equally real, equally erasable arrangements of matter. SpongeBob only wins by tricking Doodlebob into getting stuck on paper and trapping him in a book, but Doodlebob doesn't disappear or die. The episode shows him smiling inside the book, suggesting he's still conscious and just waiting. SpongeBob hangs the book on his wall, but there's still a thinking, feeling being trapped inside. This means everything drawn with the pencil becomes a complete living entity with thoughts and desires. That first jellyfish is probably still swimming around somewhere. Patrick's mustache had enough independence to float around on its own. Even that ugly Squidward drawing was moving with purpose before they erased it. The disturbing reality is that SpongeBob and Patrick are creating conscious beings and then destroying them when they become inconvenient. They treat these entities like disposable toys rather than recognizing them as life forms with their own rights to exist. Doodlebob's ability to use the pencil himself proves these creations have problem-solving skills and can learn. He figures out how to sharpen the pencil with his mouth and develops complex strategies. He's thinking creatively, not just following programming. When he breaks the pencil in half during their fight, he immediately adapts by sharpening his piece with his mouth to get an advantage. That's tactical thinking under pressure. The most disturbing moment comes when Doodlebob starts erasing SpongeBob piece by piece. He systematically removes SpongeBob's nose, then his butt, then parts of his face and body. It's like he's trying to disassemble the fake SpongeBob to prove his own legitimacy. The way he laughs while doing this suggests he takes pleasure in the process, which adds a sadistic element to his character. When SpongeBob calls Doodlebob like a son to him, he accidentally reveals the truth. Doodlebob is essentially SpongeBob's offspring, created from his own image and given independent life. But instead of taking responsibility for this new being, SpongeBob tries to destroy him when he becomes difficult to control. That's pretty messed up when you think about it as a parent-child relationship. The episode also reveals that Doodlebob has his own creative abilities. When he redraws himself from just an arm, he adds angry eyebrows to his face that weren't in the original drawing. This shows he can modify his own appearance and express emotions through his artwork. He's developing his own artistic style and self-expression. What's really creepy is how Doodlebob behaves when he's trapped in the book at the end. The episode specifically shows that he smiles, which suggests he might actually be content being preserved in the book, or he could be planning his next escape. Either way, it shows he retains full consciousness even when confined to 2 dimensions. The pencil's ability to create life raises serious ethical questions that the episode never addresses. Every time SpongeBob or Patrick draws something, they're potentially creating a conscious being that has thoughts, feelings, and desires. But they treat these creations like experiments or jokes. When Patrick draws that ugly Squidward, they immediately erase it because it looks creepy. They're essentially committing murder because they don't like how their creation turned out. Even more disturbing is the implication that these beings retain consciousness even after being erased. When SpongeBob erases Doodlebob the first time, leaving only an arm, that arm continues to move and think independently. It sneaks around SpongeBob's house, uses the bathroom, and eventually redraws the entire body. This suggests that consciousness created by the pencil can't be truly destroyed, only transformed or relocated. The episode ends with the pencil being sent back to the surface world, where the artist immediately breaks it. Maybe the pencil's power is simply too dangerous for anyone to use responsibly. Even professional artists can't handle the ethical implications of creating conscious life. The French narrator jokes about the artist needing a pencil sharpener, but the real joke might be that some tools are too powerful for mortal beings to wield safely. The most disturbing thought is that every drawing they made and erased might still be conscious somewhere, trapped in whatever form they were left in. Each erasure could be considered a form of murder or imprisonment of a thinking being. SpongeBob and Patrick probably created dozens of conscious entities during their experiments, and most of them got destroyed without any consideration for their rights or feelings. The magic pencil represents power that nobody should have the ability to create life without understanding the responsibility that comes with it. SpongeBob and Patrick experiment with creating conscious beings while potentially traumatizing every entity they accidentally bring into existence. They're playing God without any moral framework or ethical guidelines. This raises serious questions about what makes someone real versus fake, and whether created consciousness has the same rights as naturally occurring life. Doodlebob's claim to be the real SpongeBob might actually have merit from a philosophical standpoint. After all, he thinks, feels, learns, and creates just like the original. Who's to say which version deserves to exist more? Up next is the SpongeBob kitchen sponge pollution theory. There's this wild theory that SpongeBob isn't actually a sea sponge at all. He's a kitchen sponge that represents human pollution, and Model Sponge basically proves this by showing how naturally he fits into his true role as a cleaning tool. SpongeBob's having a normal day cleaning the Krusty Krab when he overhears Mr. Krabs on the phone talking about letting the little guy go. SpongeBob immediately thinks Mr. Krabs is talking about firing him because he's shorter than Squidward. He starts measuring himself against Squidward and panicking about losing his job, but he completely misses the part where Mr. Krabs reveals he's actually talking about his pet Scallop. SpongeBob gets so worked up that he quits and storms out, thinking he's been fired. He goes home crying and tells Gary he's lost everything. Patrick shows up to borrow SpongeBob's refrigerator and gives him advice about finding a new job by sitting around drinking drinkable sausage and watching TV. SpongeBob decides to look through job ads instead. SpongeBob tries a bunch of different jobs but fails at all of them. He works as a bank teller but keeps making the money into Krabby Patty shapes with his spatula. He tries being a carpenter but builds houses that look like hamburgers instead of actual houses. Every job he attempts, he can't help but do fry cook stuff because that's all he knows. Then SpongeBob sees a billboard advertising auditions for a sponge model and thinks this might be perfect for him. He and Patrick go to the TV station where SpongeBob auditions by singing terribly off-key. The casting director says he's horrible and has no talent, but gives him the part anyway because the role specifically calls for a real sponge. SpongeBob gets all excited thinking he's going to be a TV star. He puts on sunglasses, signs autographs, and tells reporters he's the new face of television. He goes home feeling like he's made it big and even snubs Mr. Krabs on the street, saying he won't forget the people who helped him on his way up. But when SpongeBob shows up for filming the next day, he discovers the horrible truth. The director has him stripped naked, and it turns out he is the product being advertised. SpongeBob gets used as an actual cleaning sponge to scrub dirty bathroom fixtures while Hans's hand moves him around. The commercial shows SpongeBob being used to clean sinks and showers while getting covered in grime and filth. He's screaming and groaning the whole time as he absorbs all the nasty stuff. The final straw comes when they try to use him to clean a toilet. SpongeBob refuses and quits on the spot, saying he's not cut out for acting. SpongeBob realizes he's actually a fry cook, and that's what he's always been. He runs back to the Krusty Krab and begs Mr. Krabs for his job back. Mr. Krabs is confused but agrees to rehire him with the condition that he also cleans the restaurant's toilets, which SpongeBob happily accepts. The episode ends with SpongeBob happily mopping toilets while Hans sits on one reading a newspaper, basically doing the exact same job he rejected at the TV station. What makes this theory so convincing is how perfectly SpongeBob fits into his role as a kitchen sponge. He doesn't need any training or instruction, he instinctively knows how to absorb liquids and scrub surfaces. The commercial doesn't require him to act because he is what they're advertising. He's literally the perfect kitchen sponge. The fact that SpongeBob gets cast specifically because he's a real sponge suggests there's something fundamentally different about him compared to other sea creatures. Real sea sponges don't look square and yellow like SpongeBob does. Kitchen sponges do. His entire appearance matches cleaning products that humans use, not natural ocean life. SpongeBob's square shape, yellow color, and porous texture are exactly what you'd expect from manufactured cleaning supplies. His holes aren't natural sponge pores, they're designed for maximum absorption like industrial sponges. His uniform brown pants even look like the rough scrubbing side of kitchen sponges. The theory suggests that SpongeBob represents human waste and pollution that's been dumped into the ocean. Instead of being a natural part of the underwater ecosystem, he's artificial trash that somehow gained consciousness. This would explain why he doesn't behave like other sea creatures, and why he's so obsessed with human activities like fry cooking. What's really disturbing is how naturally SpongeBob accepts being used as a cleaning tool. He only objects to cleaning the toilet because it's gross. When he goes back to the Krusty Krab, he happily accepts toilet cleaning as part of his job. He's basically returned to his original purpose as a cleaning implement. The episode shows that SpongeBob's true nature is to be a tool for cleaning up messes, which fits perfectly with the pollution theory. He's literally designed to absorb filth and grime, just like the kitchen sponges that humans throw away and replace. His entire existence is about cleaning up after others. This theory reframes SpongeBob's optimism as something artificial rather than natural. Kitchen sponges don't have feelings or personalities, but if pollution gained consciousness, it might try to be as positive as possible to make up for being unwanted trash. SpongeBob's desperate need to be useful and liked could be his programming as a cleaning tool. The most chilling part is that SpongeBob ends up right back where he started cleaning toilets and being treated like a disposable object. Even when he tries to escape his role as a cleaning implement, he gets pulled back into it. He can't escape what he really is, no matter how hard he tries to be something else. This theory suggests that SpongeBob's entire life in Bikini Bottom is just pollution, trying to integrate into the natural ecosystem. He works at a restaurant, lives in a house, has friends, but deep down, he's still just human waste that's contaminating the ocean environment. His presence represents how human pollution affects marine life in ways we don't fully understand. Moving forward, we have the Krusty Krab as a former military base theory. The Krusty Krab might actually be a converted Navy facility that Mr. Krabs repurposed after the war instead of building from scratch. The whole restaurant has this weird military vibe that goes way beyond just Mr. Krabs being an ex-sailor. Mr. Krabs is this former Navy guy who served in some kind of war and came back with serious military experience. In Shell of a Man, we see him with all his old Navy buddies who have these tough nicknames like Armor Abs Krabs and Torpedo Belly. These aren't just casual sailors, they're hardcore military veterans. The training video episode shows how obsessed Mr. Krabs is with military-style organization and discipline. When new employees watch that training film, it feels more like Navy boot camp than learning how to flip burgers. The narrator talks about emergency situations and watchful eyes like they're preparing for combat, not making fast food. The whole training process is super regimented and militaristic. They cover personal hygiene like soldiers getting ready for inspection, workstations like battle positions, and interfacing with your boss like following orders from a commanding officer. SpongeBob even starts barking orders at the kitchen equipment, telling Potatoes to get to battle stations, and talking about port bow and setting sail. The Krusty Krab's physical design is really suspicious too. It looks like a lobster trap, but it's also shaped exactly like those big military storage containers you see on Navy ships. The whole building has this industrial, functional look that doesn't match other businesses in Bikini Bottom. Most places look organic or homey, but the Krusty Krab looks like it was built for storage and defense. When Plankton shows up to steal the formula, the whole place goes into lockdown mode with sirens and metal barriers. That's military-grade defense systems. Regular burger joints don't have automated blast doors and alarm systems that activate instantly when there's a threat. Mr. Krabs keeps calling SpongeBob Boy and Squidward Mr. Squidward like he's still commanding troops. He runs the place with strict hierarchy and military discipline. Employees have to follow exact procedures, wear uniforms, and report for duty at specific times. That's how you run a military unit. The Krusty Krab training video is basically propaganda. It talks about the restaurant like it's some kind of important mission serving the greater good. The narrator uses words like dynasty and crown jewel and talks about employees being human resources that keep the operation afloat. That language comes from military thinking, not food service. When Mr. Krabs talks about getting the building, he says he bought a bankrupt retirement home and made minor alterations. But what if that retirement home was actually a Navy facility that got shut down after the war? Mr. Krabs could have bought surplus military property and converted it into a restaurant. The whole poop system sounds like military code. People order our patties is the kind of acronym that soldiers love using. Mr. Krabs probably adapted Navy communication systems for restaurant use because that's what he knows how to do. Everything has to have a code name or system. The way Mr. Krabs talks about the formula being stolen also sounds military. He treats the Krabby Patty recipe like classified information that enemies are trying to steal. In his mind, Plankton is an enemy operative trying to steal military secrets. SpongeBob's extreme loyalty and dedication make more sense if he's basically been brainwashed through military-style training. The way he talks about the Krusty Krab like it's his sacred duty to serve suggests he's been conditioned to think like a soldier following orders. He even salutes and says, "Aye, aye, sir," all the time. The restaurant's location between SpongeBob and Squidward's houses could be strategic positioning. If it was originally a Navy outpost, it would make sense to put it in a central location where it could monitor the surrounding area. Mr. Krabs might have chosen his employees based on how close they live to his old military base. All the weird equipment and advanced technology that Mr. Krabs shows off in the training video could be leftover Navy gear that he's repurposed for cooking. The automated money handling system and liquid transfer machines might actually be military equipment that he's using for restaurant purposes, because he already knew how to operate it. The fact that Mr. Krabs is so paranoid about security and constantly worried about theft suggests he's thinking like someone protecting a military installation, not running a normal business. He's got the mindset of a soldier guarding important assets, which makes sense if the building used to house actual military supplies. Look at how he reacts when there's any kind of emergency or threat. He immediately goes into command mode, starts barking orders, and treats everything like a military operation. Most restaurant owners would just call the police, but Mr. Krabs acts like he's defending a strategic outpost from enemy forces. The way the training video talks about Plankton as this constant threat also feels military. They don't just call him a competitor, they treat him like a foreign spy who's always trying to infiltrate their operation. That's the kind of thinking you get when you're used to actual warfare, where enemies really are trying to steal your secrets and sabotage your mission. Even the way Mr. Krabs hoards money makes more sense if you think about it as military supply management. In the Navy, you have to carefully track and protect all your resources because you might be cut off from resupply for months. Mr. Krabs probably learned to be super protective of assets during his military service. The next theory we have is that Mrs. Puff's boating school is really just a containment facility to stop SpongeBob from ever driving. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Mrs. Puff's boating school might actually be a containment facility designed to keep SpongeBob from ever getting his license and unleashing chaos on Bikini Bottom's roads. She's trying to make sure he never passes. SpongeBob has been taking driving lessons at Mrs. Puff's school for years and has failed his driving test dozens of times. In boating school, he mentions he's taken it 38 times already. In doing time, we see him still failing spectacularly, causing nuclear explosions and destroying entire buildings during his test. Mrs. Puff knows exactly what happens when SpongeBob gets behind the wheel. Every single test turns into a disaster movie with property damage, injuries, and complete mayhem. She's seen it happen over and over again, yet she keeps letting him come back to try again instead of just banning him permanently. During SpongeBob's driving tests, he consistently causes massive destruction. He crashes into lighthouses, destroys school buildings, creates nuclear explosions, drives through buildings, and causes multi-car pileups. In doing time, his driving rampage leads to him crashing into a retirement home and covering everyone in fruit punch, which gets Mrs. Puff arrested. Mrs. Puff is absolutely terrified every time SpongeBob gets in the driver's seat. She straps herself in tight, puts on protective gear, and basically prepares for war. She knows what's coming, but she lets it happen anyway. If she was really trying to help him pass, she would have changed her teaching methods after the first few disasters. After each catastrophic test, Mrs. Puff doesn't kick SpongeBob out of her school or refer him to another instructor. She just lets him sign up for another attempt. In doing time, when she ends up in jail because of his driving, she's actually happy because it means she doesn't have to deal with him anymore. That tells you everything about how she really feels. The weird part is that SpongeBob actually knows all the theory stuff perfectly. He can answer every question about driving rules, boat parts, and traffic laws without hesitation. The only time he fails is during the actual driving portion. Mrs. Puff could easily pass him on his written knowledge, but she insists on the driving test every time. Think about what would happen if SpongeBob actually got his license. He'd be legally allowed to drive anywhere in Bikini Bottom whenever he wanted. The level of destruction would be enormous. Every trip to the grocery store would turn into a citywide emergency. Mrs. Puff has seen the preview of this nightmare during every driving test. Mrs. Puff's school might be part of a larger system to protect Bikini Bottom from dangerous drivers. The government or some authority probably identified SpongeBob as a major threat and set up this fake school to keep him occupied. Mrs. Puff gets paid to babysit him and make sure he never actually passes. When SpongeBob tries to cheat in boating school by having Patrick give him all the answers through a radio, he's actually driving perfectly until he realizes he's cheating. The moment he admits he's cheating, he loses control and crashes. This suggests that SpongeBob could potentially drive well if he wasn't so anxious about the test, but Mrs. Puff makes sure he stays nervous and distracted. The fact that Mrs. Puff keeps detailed records of all his failures suggests she's documenting everything for someone else. Maybe she has to prove that SpongeBob is still too dangerous to get a license. Each failed test becomes evidence that the containment system is working. In doing time, when Mrs. Puff ends up in jail, she's genuinely happy because it means no more SpongeBob. She starts enjoying prison life, breaking rocks and making license plates, because even jail is better than dealing with SpongeBob's driving. That's not the reaction of someone who actually wants to help their students succeed. Mrs. Puff probably gets paid extra to keep SpongeBob enrolled. Normal driving instructors would have given up or banned him after the first few disasters, but she keeps taking his money and scheduling new tests. There has to be some financial reason beyond just regular tuition payments. The school's testing course is designed to maximize damage when SpongeBob inevitably crashes. There are lighthouses, buildings, and obstacles placed perfectly to create spectacular failures. If Mrs. Puff really wanted him to pass, she'd use a simple, safe practice area without all the hazards. SpongeBob's driving creates so much destruction that it becomes a public safety issue requiring police response. The authorities know about his driving problem, but they let Mrs. Puff handle it through her school system instead of just taking away his permit permanently. That suggests there's an official policy to keep him contained this way. The most damning evidence is that Mrs. Puff never tries different teaching methods. After dozens of failures, a real instructor would try new approaches, bring in specialists, or recommend that the student give up driving. Mrs. Puff just keeps doing the exact same thing that fails every time, which suggests failure is actually the goal. Look at how other students at the school actually pass their tests and get licenses. We see people celebrating getting their permits, but SpongeBob never gets close to passing. Mrs. Puff clearly knows how to teach driving successfully when she wants to, but she applies different standards to SpongeBob. The most telling moment comes when Mrs. Puff says she opened her school with a pledge to never give up on a student who's willing to learn. But then SpongeBob shows up and she immediately regrets that promise. She knows from day one that she's stuck in an impossible situation where she has to keep teaching him but can never let him pass. Mrs. Puff's mental breakdown throughout the series makes more sense if you think about the psychological stress of running a fake school. She has to pretend to teach while actually sabotaging her student, all while enduring repeated traumatic crashes. The guilt and pressure of maintaining this lie would drive anyone crazy. The police always arrest Mrs. Puff instead of SpongeBob when crashes happen, even though he's clearly the one causing all the problems. This suggests the authorities understand that Mrs. Puff is responsible for containing SpongeBob, and when she fails at that job, she gets punished for it. SpongeBob's complete lack of improvement over hundreds of attempts is statistically impossible, unless something is actively preventing him from learning. Most people would accidentally get better at driving after that much practice, but SpongeBob stays at exactly the same skill level. Mrs. Puff must be doing something to keep his abilities from improving. The fact that SpongeBob can operate complex machinery at the Krusty Krab, ride a unicycle, and coordinate his body for jellyfishing proves he has the motor skills needed for driving. His failures are specifically limited to driving tests, which suggests Mrs. Puff has found a way to trigger his anxiety only in that situation. When Mrs. Puff fantasizes about life without SpongeBob in doing time, she lists all the normal stresses of running a real driving school. But those problems pale in comparison to dealing with SpongeBob's destructive driving. The only way her life makes sense is if she's being compensated for this special containment duty. The system works perfectly from the authorities' perspective. SpongeBob thinks he's getting real driving lessons, so he doesn't get suspicious or try alternative ways to get a license. Mrs. Puff takes all the blame when things go wrong, protecting whoever set up this arrangement, and the public stays safe because SpongeBob never actually gets licensed to drive unsupervised. Now here's another one. Bikini Bottom might actually exist in a dimension where physics constantly flip between reality and cartoon logic. Bikini Bottom might exist in a dimension where the laws of physics randomly switch between normal Earth rules and cartoon logic, creating a world where reality itself is completely messed up. The evidence for this comes from characters drowning underwater, fires burning in the ocean, and impossible beach physics that suggest the town sits on some kind of dimensional fault line. Look, the world of Bikini Bottom presents itself as this normal underwater city, where sea creatures live regular lives, but the physics make absolutely no sense if you actually think about it. These characters are already underwater, yet they can somehow drown. Beaches exist with liquid water, and fire burns like it's no big deal. Something way weirder is happening here than just cartoon nonsense. Throughout all these early episodes, we keep seeing the same impossible stuff over and over. In Tea at the Tree Dome, SpongeBob and Patrick nearly die from not having water even though they're sea creatures. In Ripped Pants, there's this whole beach thing at Goo Lagoon with surfing and swimming, which is nuts if everything is already underwater. When SpongeBob visits Sandy's air-filled dome, things get really weird really fast. As soon as all the water drains out, SpongeBob starts dying. His body shrivels up like a raisin, he can barely move, and he's clearly suffocating without water to breathe. But hold on, he's a sea sponge. Shouldn't he be fine in air? The guy literally starts gasping and wheezing like he's drowning, except he's drowning in air instead of water. His flowers wilt, his body gets all wrinkly, and he's desperately trying to get to any source of moisture he can find. At one point, he's so dehydrated he tries to drink from Sandy's bird bath, which makes the bird punch him in the face. When Patrick shows up, the exact same thing happens to him. Both characters start dying because there's no water in the air environment. Patrick even screams, "There's no water in here!" like it's this shocking revelation. But dude, you guys live underwater already. Why would being in air be deadly? Here's where it gets really backwards. Sandy needs her air helmet to breathe underwater, but SpongeBob and Patrick need water to breathe in air. So Sandy needs air to survive in water, while the fish need water to survive in air. The physics are completely flipped around and make zero sense for an underwater city. The weirdest part is how SpongeBob keeps lying about loving air. He tells Sandy, "Air is my middle name and I love air, air is good," while he's literally dying from breathing it. He's trying so hard to impress her that he's willing to suffocate rather than admit he needs water. In Muscle Bob Buff Pants, we get this whole beach scene at Goo Lagoon that breaks every rule of underwater physics. Characters are lifting weights, playing volleyball, and getting sunburned. Wait, sunburned underwater? How does that even work? One fish actually complains about forgetting sunscreen and shows off his bright red sunburn. Sunlight can't penetrate deep enough into the ocean to cause burns. And if these characters are really underwater, there shouldn't be direct sunlight hitting them. Yet the show treats this like it's totally normal. The beach setup is completely insane when you think about it. There's sand, there are beach chairs, people are sunbathing underwater. Larry the Lobster is acting like a lifeguard at an underwater beach, which makes no sense because everyone should already know how to swim since they live in water. Characters are surfing on waves that somehow exist inside the ocean. They're swimming in pools of water while already being underwater. It's like there are different types of water existing in the same space, which is physically impossible according to any known science. In Ripped Pants, the surfing gets even more ridiculous. Characters are riding waves just like at a real beach, but if they're already underwater, what are these waves made of? The sports announcer talks about surf conditions in the ocean, which is like talking about rain conditions inside a swimming pool. SpongeBob falls off his surfboard and gets washed up on the beach, even though he's already in the ocean. How do you wash up on a beach that's underwater? The whole scene plays out like a normal beach rescue, except everyone involved should already be in their natural water environment. The fire examples will blow your mind. In Karate Choppers, SpongeBob and Sandy are chopping up food for sandwiches and using what looks like hot sauce that actually steams and burns. There are actual flames and heat effects happening underwater, which should be impossible. Throughout the series, characters use campfires, light candles, and cook with stoves that have real fire. In some episodes, there are explosive fires that burn just like they would on land. Fire needs oxygen to burn, and underwater environments don't have the right conditions for combustion, but somehow it works fine in Bikini Bottom. What really messes with your head is how inconsistent all this stuff is. Sometimes characters act like they're truly underwater, with fish swimming around and ocean currents affecting their movement. Other times, they walk around normally, like they're on dry land with regular gravity. Sometimes SpongeBob can absorb water like a real sponge, but other times he acts like water is this separate thing he needs to drink. Sometimes characters float around like they're weightless in water, other times they fall down like gravity works exactly the same as on land. This inconsistency is the key to understanding what's really happening. The physics aren't following one set of rules. They're constantly shifting between different states of reality, sometimes following underwater rules, and sometimes following surface world rules. Think about what could cause this kind of dimensional instability. Bikini Bottom is located in the Pacific Ocean, which was ground zero for massive nuclear bomb testing during the 1940s and 50s. The real Bikini Atoll was literally blown up by hydrogen bombs that were thousands of times more powerful than the bombs dropped on Japan. These nuclear explosions were so powerful they vaporized entire islands and created massive craters in the ocean floor. If bombs that strong can destroy matter itself, what's to stop them from damaging the fabric of reality? Maybe these explosions tore holes in space and time, creating pockets where normal physics don't apply. Bikini Bottom could be sitting right on top of one of these dimensional damage zones. The nuclear testing might have created an area where reality constantly shifts between different states, sometimes following surface world physics, and sometimes following underwater physics. This would explain why Sandy needs her air helmet. As a surface creature, she's locked into surface world physics and can't adapt when reality shifts to underwater mode. Her helmet provides a stable air environment that doesn't change when the dimensional physics around her start going crazy. The shifting physics might also explain why characters make such weird decisions sometimes. If reality is constantly changing around them, they might not always know which set of physics rules are currently active. SpongeBob might think he can breathe air because reality was in surface mode 5 minutes ago, but then it shifts to underwater mode and suddenly he's suffocating. What's really disturbing is that the residents probably don't even realize they're living in a dimensionally messed up area. To them, the shifting physics would just seem like normal life. They've grown up in a world where fire sometimes burns underwater and you sometimes need air to breathe, so they don't question it. But living in this kind of unstable reality has to be taking a toll on everyone. The constant changes in the basic rules of existence would be incredibly stressful, even if you don't consciously realize what's happening. Characters might be developing psychological problems from never knowing if the world is going to follow normal rules from 1 minute to the next. SpongeBob's extreme optimism and ability to bounce back from anything might actually be a defense mechanism against living in unstable reality. When the world around you can change without warning, maybe the only way to stay sane is to just roll with whatever happens and never question why things don't make sense. Patrick's complete lack of intelligence might also be a side effect of dimensional exposure. If your brain is constantly trying to process reality that keeps changing its rules, maybe it just gives up trying to make sense of anything. Patrick's stupidity could be brain damage from living in unstable physics. The most terrifying possibility is that this dimensional instability is spreading. Nuclear testing damaged the fabric of reality in this specific area, but that damage might be expanding outward like cracks in a windshield. Bikini Bottom could be ground zero for a reality collapse that's slowly affecting larger areas of the ocean. Other underwater communities might start experiencing the same physics problems as the dimensional damage spreads. Fish in other parts of the ocean might suddenly find themselves needing air to breathe or dealing with underwater fires that shouldn't exist. The cheerful, colorful appearance of Bikini Bottom might be hiding the fact that it's actually a disaster zone where human weapons testing broke the fundamental laws of nature. The residents are living in a nuclear testing aftermath area, where reality itself has been permanently damaged, and they don't even know it. This explains why Bikini Bottom feels so isolated from the rest of the ocean world. It's not just a quirky underwater town, it's a pocket of damaged reality that exists separately from the normal underwater environment. The dimensional instability keeps it cut off from areas where physics still work properly. The scariest part is wondering what happens when the dimensional damage finally spreads beyond Bikini Bottom's borders. Will the entire ocean eventually become a place where reality randomly shifts between different states? Could this kind of physics instability eventually reach the surface world and start affecting human civilization? Maybe Bikini Bottom is just the beginning of a much larger dimensional catastrophe that started with nuclear testing and is slowly spreading throughout the ocean. The residents might be the first victims of a reality breakdown that could eventually consume the entire planet. On to the next theory, we have Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob stumbling into a federal surveillance operation disguised as a health inspection. The Nasty Patty episode might reveal the darkest government conspiracy in SpongeBob history, where Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob accidentally uncover a federal surveillance operation disguised as a routine health inspection. The episode starts on a dark, stormy night when a health inspector arrives at the Krusty Krab. Mr. Krabs immediately panics because he knows one health violation could shut down his restaurant forever. He tells SpongeBob to clean everything and change his underwear because this inspection could ruin their entire business. The health inspector orders one of everything on the menu, which makes Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob think this is their chance to impress him. They stuff his mouth with every single item: Krusty Kelp dogs, buttered barnacles, powdered driftwood, fresh sludge pudding, diet red tide, and fried flotsam. The inspector eats everything and says he just needs to try a plain Krabby Patty to finish his inspection. SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs start celebrating because they think they're about to pass. But then a news bulletin comes on TV warning everyone about a fake health inspector who's been scamming restaurants for free food. Mr. Krabs realizes they've been duped and gets absolutely furious about giving away free food to a con man. This is where things get really suspicious. Mr. Krabs decides to get revenge by making a Nasty Patty, a disgusting burger with volcano sauce, seahorse radish, toenail clippings, and they even drop it in the toilet and dry it with gym socks. They're both wearing clothespins on their noses because it smells so bad. When the fake inspector tries to eat the Nasty Patty, a fly gets stuck in his throat and he starts choking. he slips on condiment packets and bangs his head on the table, knocking himself unconscious. SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs are laughing and think the poison patty killed him. But here's where the conspiracy gets really obvious. Another news bulletin immediately comes on saying the fake inspector has been captured and shows his picture. The guy in the picture looks nothing like the inspector at the Krusty Krab. The news says if a health inspector comes to your restaurant and he's not the guy in the picture, then he's real. SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs realize they just poisoned a real health inspector and panic. They drag his unconscious body to a muddy hill to bury him. While SpongeBob is digging the grave, he accidentally hits the inspector with a rock, knocking him out again just as he was waking up. Two police officers suddenly show up with flashlights and catch them red-handed with shovels and a buried body. But instead of arresting them for obvious criminal activity, the cops just want Krabby Patties. They give Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob a ride back to the restaurant, while the inspector's body slides down the hill in the rain. The inspector ends up in the police car trunk with the muddy shovel. At the restaurant, SpongeBob tries to hide the body in a giant hat while the cops are inside eating. When one officer goes to get ice from the freezer, Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob completely break down and confess everything. Mr. Krabs screams that SpongeBob killed the health inspector and they buried him and stuffed his body in the freezer. But when the officer opens the freezer, it's completely empty. The inspector has vanished without a trace. Then the inspector walks in perfectly fine, just wanting to give them their passing grade. The cops immediately attack him with an anchor and a barrel, calling him a zombie. But after beating him up, they realize he's just an ordinary health inspector and everything goes back to normal. The most suspicious part is how quickly everything gets covered up. SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs openly admit to attempted murder in front of two police officers, but there are zero consequences. The inspector doesn't press charges, doesn't report the poisoning attempt, and doesn't even seem bothered that they tried to bury him alive. Think about how weird the timing is. The fake inspector news bulletin comes on at the exact moment they need to know the truth. The police show up right when they're burying the body, but only want food instead of investigating the obvious crime scene. The inspector mysteriously recovers from severe head trauma and toxic poisoning with no medical treatment. The theory suggests this whole thing was a setup to test Mr. Krabs' loyalty and criminal tendencies. The health inspector was actually an undercover federal agent monitoring the Krusty Krab's operations. The government has been watching Mr. Krabs because his restaurant makes suspicious amounts of money for a small burger joint. The fake inspector news story was deliberately timed to see how Mr. Krabs would react to being scammed. When he immediately decided to poison someone over free food, it confirmed the government's suspicions about his violent tendencies and willingness to commit murder for money. The police officers were part of the operation, which is why they didn't arrest anyone despite witnessing a confession to murder. The whole thing was designed to gather evidence about Mr. Krabs' criminal mindset while giving him plausible deniability through the misunderstanding cover story. The inspector's miraculous recovery and lack of legal consequences prove this was all planned. No real person could survive being poisoned, beaten with rocks, buried alive, and attacked with weapons without serious medical intervention. The fact that he just walks it off and hands out a passing grade shows this was his job all along. The episode ends with the French narrator calling everyone idiots, which might be a hint that viewers are supposed to see through the obvious cover-up story. The government successfully tested Mr. Krabs' criminal tendencies, confirmed he's willing to commit murder for money, and gathered evidence while maintaining the illusion that it was all just a big misunderstanding. This theory explains why so many weird coincidences happen at the perfect time to save Mr. Krabs and SpongeBob. The timing of the news bulletins, the police showing up for food instead of investigating crimes, and the inspector's superhuman recovery all make sense if this was a planned government operation rather than random events. The scariest part is that Mr. Krabs passed the real test. The government now knows he's dangerous enough to poison customers and dispose of bodies when his business is threatened. This information could be used against him later or to justify more intensive surveillance of his operations. The Krusty Krab might be under constant federal monitoring now, with agents disguised as customers, health inspectors, and even employees. Every random inspection or visitor could actually be part of an ongoing investigation into Mr. Krabs' criminal activities and suspicious wealth. Sandy's whole setup in Bikini Bottom might actually be part of a big science experiment where she's the test subject, not the scientist. Her tree dome could be a fancy lab where researchers study what happens when you isolate someone really smart from their own kind. Think about Sandy's rocket ship for a second. She's got this amazing spacecraft in her backyard that can fly to the moon and back like it's nothing. In Sandy's rocket, she talks about going to space like it's a quick trip to the store. Normal scientists don't just have billion-dollar space technology sitting around. That stuff has to come from somewhere, with serious money and resources. Sandy acts really weird about the rocket, too. She keeps telling SpongeBob, "This is science," and "I don't have time for fun and games," like she's following some strict rules, instead of just having her own research project. When SpongeBob asks about aliens, she shuts him down immediately, saying there are no aliens because she's been to the moon. but how would one trip to the moon prove anything about aliens in the whole universe? It sounds like someone told her exactly what to say. When SpongeBob accidentally launches them into space, Sandy doesn't panic at all. Most people would freak out if their expensive rocket got hijacked, but Sandy stays calm because she knows the ship will bring them home safely. She's used to this technology because someone else gave it to her and trained her how to use it. The really dark stuff comes in Texas when Sandy has this complete breakdown about missing home. She cries so hard she fills her helmet with tears and has to drain it out. She's singing about missing wide open spaces while living in a tiny glass bubble. This is someone cracking under serious psychological pressure. Sandy actually tries to leave Bikini Bottom in that episode. She packs her bags and gets on a bus to go back to Texas. But wait, how does a bus from an underwater city get to Texas? That makes no sense unless there's some special transportation system set up just for her. When SpongeBob and Patrick make jokes about Texas, Sandy goes absolutely crazy and chases them with a lasso. Normal homesickness doesn't make you that violent. Her extreme reaction suggests her connection to Texas has been artificially cranked up to make the experiment work better. Right when Sandy's about to escape, SpongeBob and Patrick throw her this elaborate Texas-themed party. They somehow got cowboy hats, barbecue stuff, and Texas decorations really fast. Either they had help from people with serious resources, or this whole emotional crisis was planned to test how attached Sandy is to her new life. Sandy decides to stay after the party, saying, "Home is where you're surrounded by critters that care about you." But this sounds like someone talking herself into accepting a bad situation rather than actually being happy. Her Tridome becomes really sinister when you think about it as a controlled environment. She needs special equipment to survive outside it, making her completely dependent on whoever maintains her air supply. If some organization wanted to keep her trapped while studying her, the dome would be the perfect prison disguised as a home. Sandy has all this advanced technology but stays in one small town studying the same fish every day. Someone with her skills and resources should be exploring space or working at major universities. Instead, she's stuck in Bikini Bottom making inventions that nobody else ever sees. The experiment is probably testing what happens when you isolate really smart people from their own kind. Sandy gets to hang out with SpongeBob and Patrick, but they're so different from her that she stays fundamentally alone. It's like putting a genius in a room full of friendly kids and seeing how long they can stay sane. Her friends have no idea they're part of this experiment. SpongeBob thinks he's just hanging out with his neighbor, but really, he's providing social interaction for a test subject, while researchers somewhere monitor how Sandy responds to different kinds of stress and friendship. The scariest part is Sandy might not even know she's being experimented on. She could think she chose to come to Bikini Bottom for research. The advanced technology gets explained as research grants, hiding the fact that she's actually a prisoner in a psychological study. Every time Sandy shows signs of wanting to leave, something happens to make her stay. Her breakdown gets fixed by a friendship party. That's way too convenient to be coincidence. It's like the researchers have a playbook for keeping their test subject happy enough to stick around. Sandy's scientific work doesn't make sense either. What exactly is she studying? She never publishes papers or reports her findings to anyone. Real marine biologists have to share their research. Sandy just builds gadgets and hangs out with talking fish. The organization running this probably picked Bikini Bottom because talking sea creatures are the perfect test environment. Sandy gets social interaction but stays culturally isolated. It's the ultimate psychology experiment disguised as a marine research station. Sandy thinks she's living her dream as an independent scientist, but really she's trapped in a controlled environment where every friendship and every breakdown gets monitored and analyzed. She's been convinced that her prison is actually freedom, and she's so isolated she doesn't even know what she's missing. The researchers have created the perfect long-term experiment. Their test subject willingly keeps herself locked up while providing endless data about how smart people adapt to being alone. And Sandy will probably never figure out that her entire life in Bikini Bottom is just someone else's science project. Next up is SpongeBob's hidden genius theory. If you're enjoying our theories so far, subscribe to the channel. SpongeBob might actually be a musical genius and natural leader who acts childish on purpose to avoid responsibility and high expectations. When things get really serious, his true abilities come out and he becomes capable of amazing stuff that nobody would expect from the goofy fry cook. Most of the time, SpongeBob acts like this innocent, simple guy who gets excited about everything. He works flipping burgers, lives in a pineapple, and seems to think everything is wonderful. But what if this is all fake to hide how smart he really is? Look at how SpongeBob acts in crisis situations. Normally, he's happy to follow orders and let other people make decisions. But when things get really bad, he suddenly becomes this confident leader who knows exactly what to do. When Squidward first starts his marching band, SpongeBob is just another eager guy asking dumb questions like, "Is this the part where we start kicking?" He seems genuinely confused about basic band stuff and acts like he doesn't know the difference between a marching band and a chorus line. During the early practice sessions, SpongeBob blends in with all the other terrible musicians. He doesn't stand out as being good or bad at his instrument. He just follows along with everyone else, making the same mistakes and looking just as confused as Patrick and the others. But everything changes the moment Squidward gives up on them. As soon as Squidward storms out and says the whole thing is hopeless, SpongeBob immediately becomes a completely different person. He doesn't panic or quit like you'd expect from someone who's supposed to be simple. Instead, SpongeBob steps up and gives this really smart motivational speech. He talks about what kind of monsters they are for failing Squidward when he needed them. He reminds everyone how Squidward has always been there for them, even when it was just convenient for him. When the other band members point out that firemen and doctors actually save them in his examples, SpongeBob doesn't get confused. He smoothly changes his argument, telling them to pretend Squidward was a fireman so they can figure out what it truly means to be in a marching band. This isn't the kind of speech you'd expect from someone who thinks mayonnaise might be an instrument. SpongeBob suddenly sounds like someone who really knows how to lead people and understands psychology. He's using smart tricks to get everyone motivated. After his speech works and everyone gets pumped up, SpongeBob takes charge of their final practice. He counts them in with a 1, a 2, a skiddly diddly do, showing that he actually knows musical timing and how to conduct a band. Nobody taught him this stuff, he just naturally knows how to lead. The biggest shock happens during the actual performance. When they get to the Bubble Bowl, SpongeBob becomes the lead singer for their rock show. He's belting out this professional level rock song with perfect pitch and timing. The vocals are so good they needed a real professional rock singer to do the voice. This means SpongeBob's singing voice is at a totally different level than his normal talking voice. He went from asking silly questions about instruments to delivering a stadium-quality rock performance. During the whole Sweet Victory show, SpongeBob is clearly the star. He's commanding the stage, hitting every note perfectly, and leading the entire band through this complex song. This is not how someone who's genuinely simple acts. What makes this even weirder is that Squidward, who's supposed to be the music expert, is completely shocked by how good they sound. He throws away his conductor stick and just stares in amazement. The student became better than the teacher, and the teacher has no idea how it happened. The band's sudden change from terrible to amazing happens exactly when SpongeBob takes over. When Squidward was in charge, they were a disaster. The moment SpongeBob steps up and takes control, they become good enough to perform at a major sporting event. This pattern of hidden abilities shows up in other episodes too. SpongeBob can master complex cooking, create amazing art, and solve problems that stump everyone else. But he always acts like everything was just luck or accident. The theory explains why SpongeBob is so happy about simple tasks. If you're smart enough to excel at anything, but you choose to find joy in basic work, that actually shows incredible wisdom. Most smart people get bored or frustrated with easy jobs, but SpongeBob has found a way to be genuinely happy doing simple stuff. SpongeBob's decision to hide his abilities makes sense when you think about the pressure that comes with being known as gifted. If people knew how smart and talented he really was, they'd expect him to take on leadership roles, solve everyone's problems, and constantly prove himself. By acting simple, he gets to live a stress-free life. The eager face that Squidward mentions during the Bubble Bowl might actually be SpongeBob's excitement at finally getting to use his real talents. He's been hiding his musical abilities for so long that when he finally gets a chance to shine, he can't contain his excitement. This also explains why SpongeBob is so loyal to his friends even when they treat him badly. Someone with his smarts and abilities could easily find better friends and more important jobs. But he chooses to stick with Squidward and Patrick because he genuinely cares about them. SpongeBob might be using his people skills to understand exactly what his friends need from him. With Squidward, he provides constant optimism to balance out the negativity. With Patrick, he provides gentle guidance disguised as fun games. He's managing everyone's emotions while pretending to be clueless. The most impressive part is how well SpongeBob maintains his act. Even when he's showing incredible abilities, he always makes sure attention doesn't stay on him. After the amazing Bubble Bowl performance, he doesn't brag or take credit, he just goes back to his normal happy self. SpongeBob has created the perfect life for himself. He gets to use his talents when it really matters, like helping his friends or rising to big challenges. But the rest of the time, he gets to enjoy simple stuff without any pressure or expectations. He's found a way to be both really gifted and genuinely happy. The scary thing is wondering what would happen if SpongeBob ever decided to stop hiding his abilities. If he really is this much of a genius, he could probably take over Bikini Bottom if he wanted to. The fact that he chooses to flip burgers and catch jellyfish instead shows incredible self-control. Maybe SpongeBob knows that with great power comes great responsibility, and he's deliberately choosing a simpler path. He's smart enough to know that using his full potential would change his relationships and his life completely, so he only shows his true abilities when absolutely necessary. The Band Geeks episode might be one of the rare times when the situation was important enough for SpongeBob to drop his act completely. Squidward's happiness was at stake, and SpongeBob cared enough to risk exposing his true nature to save his friend's reputation. What's really smart is that even after showing his incredible musical and leadership abilities, SpongeBob goes right back to his normal behavior in the next episode. He doesn't let the success go to his head or start acting superior. He just returns to his normal act like nothing happened. This means SpongeBob has incredible self-discipline and long-term thinking. He's playing a character so well that even his closest friends don't realize how smart he really is. That takes an incredible amount of mental effort that most people couldn't keep up. The theory makes SpongeBob a much more interesting character. Instead of being a simple-minded optimist, he becomes this incredibly wise person who's chosen happiness and friendship over fame and power. He's deliberately choosing to see the good in everything because that's how he wants to live. SpongeBob is a master manipulator who's so good at what he does that nobody realizes they're being manipulated. He's created this perfect persona that lets him help people without them feeling inferior or dependent on him. The most brilliant part is that SpongeBob's fake personality is actually based on real qualities he has. He really is optimistic, loyal, and caring. But he's amplified these traits to an almost cartoonish level to hide his more intimidating qualities like his intelligence and natural leadership ability. When you watch Band Geeks with this theory in mind, the whole episode becomes this masterclass in hidden leadership. SpongeBob waits until the exact right moment to reveal his abilities, motivates the group perfectly, takes command without seeming bossy, and then immediately goes back to his cover story. The fact that he can switch between these two personalities so seamlessly suggests he's been practicing this act for years. This isn't something that just happened randomly. SpongeBob has deliberately crafted this persona and maintained it consistently across every aspect of his life. What's really wild is that if this theory is true, then SpongeBob is probably the smartest character in the entire show. He's outsmarted everyone, including the audience, by convincing us all that he's just a simple, happy guy, when he's actually a strategic genius playing the longest con in cartoon history. Up next, we've got a spooky Squidward theory. Squidward might have some kind of psychic ability that made him sense Nosferatu hanging around the Krusty Krab, but his logical brain couldn't handle it. So he makes up the hash-slinging slasher story, which is actually his subconscious trying to warn him about the real vampire threat messing with their restaurant. When Squidward starts working the night shift, something feels weird to him right away. He's annoyed about staying late, but there's this creepy feeling that goes beyond just being tired. His mind starts picking up on supernatural stuff that he can't figure out. Instead of realizing there's actually a vampire hanging around their workplace, Squidward's logical brain tries to make sense of these weird feelings by creating a fake story. But the story he makes up has scary, accurate details about the real supernatural threat they're dealing with. Squidward talks about the hash-slinging slasher as someone who used to be a fry cook and mentions supernatural revenge against the restaurant. This matches the fact that a real supernatural creature is actually targeting the Krusty Krab during their night hours when they're vulnerable. The timing of when Squidward decides to tell this scary story is really suspicious. He doesn't start talking about ghost stories during the day or when things are normal. He only brings up the hash-slinging slasher after they've been working nights, and he started feeling that weird supernatural presence. Nosferatu has probably been lurking around the Krusty Krab for a while, but he only gets active during the night shift when the restaurant is empty and there are fewer people around. Vampires are more active at night anyway, so it makes sense he'd start messing with them once they stayed open late. The fact that Nosferatu is flickering the lights shows he's trying to create fear and chaos. He's end-timing the light flickering to match up with Squidward's scary story to make it as frightening as possible. All the scary stuff that Squidward mentions in his fake story ends up happening exactly like he said it would. The lights flicker, the phone rings with nobody there, and a mysterious guy appears at exactly the right time. Even though there are normal explanations for some of this stuff, the fact that it all happens in the exact order Squidward described means supernatural manipulation is going on. The phone call where nobody answers is really suspicious. Richard says he called earlier but hung up because he was nervous. But what are the chances he would call at the exact moment that fits Squidward's scary story? Nosferatu might have messed with the timing of that call to create maximum fear. The mysterious figure showing up is even more planned out. Richard appears at the perfect scary moment, with perfect lighting to make him look creepy, carrying a spatula that matches Squidward's story. The whole thing feels too convenient to be just coincidence. Nosferatu could have been controlling events all night to create this perfect storm of scary coincidences. He makes the lights flicker at just the right moments, influences when the phone call happens, and maybe even guides Richard to show up when he'll look the most frightening. Squidward's psychic ability explains why he was able to create such an accurate, scary story. His subconscious was picking up on the real supernatural threat, but since he's a logical person who doesn't believe in vampires, his brain turned those psychic feelings into a fictional ghost story. The hash-slinging slasher legend is basically Squidward's mind trying to process and warn him about Nosferatu being there. The details about a former employee wanting revenge, supernatural powers, and nighttime attacks are all accurate descriptions of what they're actually dealing with. What makes this even cooler is that Squidward's fake story almost works like protection. By talking about the supernatural threat out loud, even as fiction, he's acknowledging it exists on some level. This might actually limit Nosferatu's power or make him less dangerous. Nosferatu shows himself at the end because his cover got blown. Once Squidward and SpongeBob start realizing that supernatural events are really happening, the vampire can't keep his hidden influence going anymore. He has to reveal himself because they've become aware he's there. The casual way everyone reacts to seeing Nosferatu means this isn't the first time supernatural stuff has happened in Bikini Bottom. They're not shocked that a vampire exists, just surprised to find out he was the one causing their problems that night. This theory explains why Squidward was so confident telling his story. He was channeling real psychic information about an actual threat. His subconscious knew exactly what kind of danger they were facing, even if his conscious mind didn't understand where that knowledge came from. The fact that SpongeBob gets so scared by the story means he might have some psychic sensitivity too. He's picking up on the same supernatural energy that Squidward is sensing, which is why the fictional story feels so real and terrifying to him. Nosferatu's reason for targeting the Krusty Krab makes sense when you think about vampire psychology. Restaurants are places where people gather to eat stuff, which is similar to how vampires consume blood. He might be drawn to eating places as a way to find victims or just because the energy feels familiar. The night shift creates the perfect hunting environment for a vampire. Fewer witnesses, isolated location, tired workers. Nosferatu probably saw the 24-hour thing as a chance to set up a regular feeding territory. What's really creepy is that if Nosferatu hadn't shown himself at the end, they might never have known what was really happening. He could have kept manipulating events and creating fear forever while staying hidden behind coincidences and normal explanations. The theory suggests that Squidward actually has a useful psychic gift that could protect him and others from supernatural threats. But because he doesn't understand or believe in his own abilities, he can't use them well. He's getting accurate supernatural information but dismissing it as imagination. If Squidward learned to trust his psychic instincts instead of trying to explain them away logically, he might be able to detect other supernatural threats before they become dangerous. His mind is already picking up on this stuff. He just needs to take it seriously. The whole episode becomes way more sinister when you realize there was a real supernatural predator stalking them all night. What seemed like a fun, scary story was actually a psychic warning about real danger. Squidward's subconscious was trying to prepare them for genuine threat that his logical mind couldn't accept. This also makes you wonder what other supernatural creatures might be lurking around Bikini Bottom. If there's a vampire casually hanging out at restaurants, what other monsters are hiding in plain sight? Squidward's psychic abilities might be the key to detecting and avoiding these hidden dangers. The most disturbing part is wondering what Nosferatu was planning to do if he hadn't been caught. Was he just playing pranks? Or was he building up to something more dangerous? The fact that he's a vampire suggests his end goal probably involved feeding on someone. The really scary thing is that Nosferatu seems comfortable and familiar with the restaurant. He knows where the light switch is, he knows the phone system, and he's timing everything perfectly. This suggests he's been watching and studying the Krusty Krab for a while, learning their routines and preparing for whatever he had planned. Next, there's a theory about SpongeBob's social struggles. SpongeBob might have serious social learning disabilities that make him unable to recognize when people are lying to him or taking advantage of him. This would explain why he's so trusting of everyone, can't learn from bad experiences, and keeps making the same social mistakes over and over again throughout the series. In Chocolate with Nuts, SpongeBob shows clear signs of not being able to process social information correctly. When the same guy keeps selling them different bags using the exact same sales tactics, SpongeBob can't recognize the pattern. A normal person would realize after the second or third scam that this guy is ripping them off, but SpongeBob just keeps buying more stuff from him. The way SpongeBob handles the bag salesman is really telling. The guy literally uses the same approach every time, telling them they need special equipment to be real salesmen, but SpongeBob falls for it repeatedly. Even when Patrick points out that it's the same guy, SpongeBob doesn't seem to understand what that means or why it's important. SpongeBob also shows problems with understanding cause and effect in social situations. When their chocolate sales keep failing, he can't figure out why people don't want to buy from them. He tries random solutions like being nice or stretching the truth without understanding the actual reasons their approach isn't working. When they decide to make the customer feel special, SpongeBob follows the advice literally without understanding the psychology behind it. He tells Patrick to flatter people, but he doesn't grasp the concept of reading social cues or adapting to different personalities. He just mechanically applies the same approach to everyone. The lying progression shows how SpongeBob mimics behaviors without understanding them. When Patrick suggests they stretch the truth, SpongeBob doesn't understand strategic dishonesty. He just starts making up increasingly ridiculous claims like, "You'll rule the world," because he thinks bigger lies must be better, which shows he can't process the logic of deception. SpongeBob's reaction to the fake injury scam is particularly revealing. When the guy in cast tells his sob story about glass bones and paper skin, SpongeBob immediately believes every word and wants to help him. He can't detect the obvious manipulation, even when the story is clearly designed to make them feel sorry for him. This pattern of extreme gullibility shows up throughout the entire series. SpongeBob consistently trusts people who are obviously lying to him or using him. He believes Squidward when he tells ridiculous stories, falls for Plankton's schemes, and gets taken advantage of by random characters who show up with obvious scams. SpongeBob's problems with social learning also explain why he doesn't understand Squidward's behavior. After years of Squidward being mean to him, rejecting his friendship, and clearly showing annoyance, SpongeBob still thinks they're best friends. A person with normal social processing would pick up on these cues and adjust their behavior, but SpongeBob can't read the social information correctly. His literal interpretation of social advice shows up in other episodes too. When someone tells him to be himself or try harder, he follows these instructions mechanically without understanding what they actually mean in context. He can't grasp abstract social concepts and needs everything spelled out in concrete terms. SpongeBob's inability to learn from repeated negative experiences is another sign of social learning problems. Normal people would eventually realize that certain approaches don't work and try something different, but SpongeBob keeps using the same failed strategies over and over again. The way SpongeBob processes emotional information is also problematic. He often misreads people's emotions or motivations completely. When someone is obviously angry or frustrated with him, he interprets it as playfulness or friendship. He can't distinguish between genuine kindness and manipulation. SpongeBob's extreme optimism might actually be a coping mechanism for his social learning disabilities. If you can't accurately read social situations or understand when people are being mean to you, maybe the safest approach is to assume everyone is nice and everything will work out okay. His childlike behavior could be another adaptation to his disabilities. If you can't process complex social information, staying in a simple, childlike mindset might make the world more manageable. People expect less sophisticated social skills from someone who acts like a kid. SpongeBob's job at the Krusty Krab makes sense in this context because it's a structured environment with clear rules and expectations. He can excel at cooking because it's a concrete skill with measurable results, unlike the abstract world of social interaction where he constantly struggles. His relationship with Gary also fits this theory. Gary doesn't require complex social interaction or communication, so SpongeBob can have a successful relationship with his pet even while struggling with human social situations. The fact that SpongeBob never seems to get better at reading social cues, despite years of experience, suggests it appears to be a genuine processing difference that affects how he interprets social information. SpongeBob's extreme loyalty to people who treat him badly might stem from his inability to recognize when relationships are unhealthy. He doesn't understand the social cues that would tell most people to distance themselves from toxic individuals. His tendency to take everything literally also shows up in how he interprets instructions or advice. In Chocolate with Nuts, when they decide to focus on selling, Patrick starts staring intensely at the customer because he's focusing. SpongeBob doesn't correct this because he probably interprets instructions the same literal way. The theory explains why SpongeBob is so successful in some areas but completely hopeless in others. He can master concrete skills like cooking, driving boats in video games or artistic projects, but he fails consistently at anything requiring social intelligence or the ability to read between the lines. SpongeBob's social learning disabilities would also explain why he's so drawn to simple, rule-based activities like jellyfishing or bubble blowing. These hobbies have clear, predictable patterns that don't require complex social navigation or interpretation of hidden meanings. This theory makes SpongeBob's character more consistent across the series. Instead of being randomly naive or selectively intelligent, he becomes someone with specific cognitive differences that affect his social processing while leaving other abilities intact. His struggles are the result of genuine differences in how his brain processes social information. The most important aspect of this theory is that it explains SpongeBob's persistent optimism and kindness, despite constantly being taken advantage of. If you can't accurately detect when people are being cruel or manipulative, you might naturally default to assuming the best about everyone, which creates a genuinely sweet personality even in difficult circumstances. Up next is a darker theory about SpongeBob's friendship with Squidward, but don't forget to subscribe to our channel. In Can You Spare a Dime?, there's this really dark theory that SpongeBob isn't actually being helpful when he takes care of homeless Squidward. He might be unconsciously sabotaging Squidward's independence because he needs to feel needed and wants to control their friendship. So here's what happens in the episode. Squidward quits his job after Mr. Krabs accuses him of stealing a dime. He ends up homeless and broke, begging for spare change on the street. When SpongeBob finds him, instead of letting Squidward face the natural consequences of his choices, SpongeBob immediately swoops in to rescue him. But here's where it gets weird. SpongeBob gives Squidward his own bed, sleeps on the couch himself, and starts treating Squidward like absolute royalty. We're talking full servant treatment with massages, hand-feeding grapes, acupuncture, head polishing, the whole 9 yards. This is creating a situation where being homeless is actually way better than having a job. Why would Squidward ever want to work again when he's living like a king for free? The really telling part is how SpongeBob reacts when Gary tries to point out that Squidward is obviously taking advantage of him. Instead of listening to his pet's concerns, SpongeBob gets all defensive and insists that Squidward would never take advantage of him. He's refusing to see what's happening right in front of his face. But SpongeBob totally knows what's going on. When he makes alphabet soup that spells "get a job," he's showing that he understands the problem but won't deal with it directly. Then he creates this whole puppet show about lazy people who mooch off their friends, hoping Squidward will get the hint. This passive-aggressive approach actually makes everything worse because it lets SpongeBob feel like he's addressing the issue without actually confronting it. He gets to be the martyr who's suffering in silence while still maintaining control over the situation. SpongeBob waits months until he's completely exhausted before finally snapping. But think about the timing here. If he really wanted to help Squidward, he would have set boundaries early when it could have motivated some positive changes. Instead, he waits until the situation is so bad that his explosion looks like a mental breakdown rather than helpful feedback. Even when SpongeBob finally loses it, he doesn't talk to Squidward about their relationship or set any boundaries. He goes straight to Mr. Krabs to fix the job situation instead of dealing with the personal stuff. He's solving the surface problem while totally avoiding the deeper issues about how they treat each other. The most damning evidence comes at the very end. When SpongeBob sees that Squidward and Mr. Krabs are starting to argue again, he immediately puts his maid costume back on. He's already getting ready for the whole cycle to repeat itself, which means this probably isn't the first time something like this has happened. SpongeBob's extreme helpfulness might actually be a sneaky form of emotional manipulation. By making himself totally essential to people who are struggling, he creates relationships where he holds all the power. Squidward becomes completely dependent on SpongeBob's generosity, which means SpongeBob gets to feel superior and needed all the time. This pattern probably shows up everywhere in SpongeBob's life. His friendship with Patrick involves constantly rescuing Patrick from his own dumb decisions. His relationship with Gary is all about taking care of Gary's needs without expecting anything back. SpongeBob surrounds himself with people who depend on him instead of having actual equal friendships. The scary thing is, SpongeBob probably doesn't even realize he's doing this. He genuinely thinks he's being kind and helpful. But his help consistently creates more problems than it solves because it stops people from learning how to handle their own stuff. SpongeBob's enabling behavior actually hurts Squidward instead of helping him. Squidward spends months living like a king instead of building job skills or getting his confidence back. When he finally goes back to work, he hasn't learned anything from being homeless because SpongeBob protected him from all the consequences. The whole situation could have been fixed in like a week if SpongeBob had just offered normal support with clear boundaries. Something like, "You can crash here while you look for work, but you gotta help with chores and show me you're actually trying to find a job." Instead, he created this weird master-servant thing that didn't help anybody. SpongeBob's need to be needed probably comes from his own insecurities. By making himself essential to other people's survival, he guarantees they can't reject him or abandon him. It's a way of forcing loyalty and affection, but it's based on dependency instead of real friendship. The months of exhaustion might actually be part of what SpongeBob enjoys about the whole thing. Suffering for other people makes him feel virtuous and important. The harder he works to take care of Squidward, the more he gets to think of himself as this amazing friend and good person. This explains why SpongeBob is always getting involved in everyone else's problems, even when nobody asks for his help. He's actively looking for chances to make himself indispensable. Every crisis becomes an opportunity for SpongeBob to swoop in and save the day. SpongeBob's enabling might be why so many characters in Bikini Bottom have the same problems over and over again. Instead of learning from their mistakes and growing up, they just wait for SpongeBob to fix everything for them. This creates a whole town full of people who never really mature or develop independence. The puppet show reveals how much SpongeBob thinks about this whole dynamic. He's clearly spent time analyzing what's wrong with the situation, but he won't take any real action. This suggests he's torn between wanting to help and wanting to keep the power balance that makes him feel important. SpongeBob's angry explosion shows how much resentment builds up when you're enabling someone. He claims to be helping out of love and friendship, but the fury when he finally snaps reveals how much he was actually sacrificing and how pissed off he was about it. Healthy helping doesn't create that level of rage and exhaustion. The most messed up part is how SpongeBob immediately gets ready for the pattern to start over again. He doesn't think about what went wrong or try to set better boundaries for next time. He just prepares to enable the next crisis, which means this is like a compulsive behavior rather than a conscious choice to be helpful. Next up, we've got a theory about SpongeBob's superhuman stomach. In Dying for Pie, there's this crazy theory that SpongeBob might have some kind of superhuman stomach that makes him immune to poison and deadly stuff. The proof is pretty wild when you look at it. So here's what goes down in the episode. It's Employee Brotherhood Day, and Squidward has to get SpongeBob a gift. He's being super lazy about it and just wants to buy something quick. He sees these pirates selling pies and buys one for $25 without really listening to what they're saying. But get this, the pirates straight up tell him these pies are bombs. They say the pies were made in a factory, a bomb factory, they're bombs. When Squidward looks disappointed, they quickly say they were just kidding about all that bomb stuff, but they totally weren't kidding. SpongeBob finds the pie in Mr. Krabs' office and eats the whole thing while Squidward and Mr. Krabs are outside talking. When they come back and see what happened, Mr. Krabs completely loses it because he knows exactly what those pies can do. Mr. Krabs says he's seen this before and that he's watched bomb pie deaths 11 times as a matter of fact. So these bomb pies are a real thing that actually kill people all the time. Mr. Krabs has literally watched 11 other people die from eating the exact same type of pie that SpongeBob just ate. But SpongeBob doesn't die. He doesn't even get sick. He spends the whole day doing fun stuff with Squidward, totally clueless that he's supposed to be dead. The pie should have blown up in his stomach and killed him instantly, but nothing happens. The really weird part comes when SpongeBob talks about feeling something drop into my lower intestine and says it smells like cherry, or maybe grape, blueberry. So the bomb pie is still sitting inside his body, moving through his digestive system like normal food. He can actually smell it, which means it's still giving off those explosive chemicals that should be killing him. At the end, SpongeBob reveals he never actually ate the pie. He saved it in his pocket to share with Squidward later. When he trips and the pie hits Squidward's face, it explodes and destroys the entire town. So yeah, the pie was definitely a real bomb the whole time. But wait, this creates a huge problem with the story. If SpongeBob never ate the pie, then what was moving through his stomach? What was he smelling in his intestines? The episode clearly shows him feeling the pie inside his body, but then says he still had the pie in his pocket. The only way this makes sense is if SpongeBob actually did eat a bomb pie at some point, but his stomach handled it just fine. Maybe he ate part of it and saved part of it. Or maybe this wasn't his first bomb pie. Either way, SpongeBob has definitely eaten explosive stuff without any problems. Look at other episodes where SpongeBob survives impossible things. In I Had an Accident, he gets his butt completely blown up and needs surgery, but heals perfectly. In other episodes, he gets ripped in half, exploded, and torn apart, but always bounces back like nothing happened. SpongeBob's digestive powers might be the secret to why he's basically indestructible. If his stomach can safely handle literal bombs, then his whole internal system probably works differently than normal sea creatures. He might be able to eat absolutely anything without getting hurt. Think about what this means for SpongeBob's biology. Normal stomachs use acid to break down food, but SpongeBob's stomach might use some weird process that neutralizes dangerous chemicals instead of just dissolving them. His digestive system could be like a biological recycling plant that can handle any kind of toxic waste. This would explain why SpongeBob is always so happy to eat weird stuff. In different episodes, he eats things that would make other characters sick, but he never has any problems. If his stomach can handle bombs, then expired food, weird chemicals, and gross stuff would be no big deal for him. The bomb pie thing also makes you wonder what else SpongeBob has survived eating. If Mr. Krabs has seen 11 people die from bomb pies, but SpongeBob can eat them safely, then maybe SpongeBob has been accidentally eating deadly food his whole life without knowing it. This theory also explains why SpongeBob is so different from other sea creatures in Bikini Bottom. Most fish have normal digestive systems that can be poisoned or damaged by toxic stuff. But SpongeBob works like he's from a completely different species with super advanced biological protection. The digestive immunity might be connected to SpongeBob's sponge biology. Real sea sponges filter water and particles through their bodies, cleaning out toxins and pollution. Maybe SpongeBob's stomach works the same way, filtering out dangerous chemicals instead of getting hurt by them. What's really scary is thinking about what SpongeBob could potentially eat. If bombs don't hurt him, then he could probably eat industrial waste, poison, radioactive material, or any other deadly stuff without any problems. He might be completely immune to biological and chemical warfare. This makes you wonder about SpongeBob's origins. How did he get these superhuman digestive abilities? Was he born this way, or did someone modify him somehow? Maybe he's some kind of engineered creature designed to survive in toxic environments. The Bomb Pie episode might be showing us just a tiny bit of SpongeBob's true abilities. If he can process explosives safely, then his digestive system might be the most advanced biological defense system ever created. He could eat his way through any chemical attack and come out totally fine. SpongeBob's happy ignorance about his own abilities makes this even more creepy. He has no clue that he just survived something that has killed 11 other people. He treats eating a bomb like it's the same as eating a normal pie, so he's been unconsciously using these powers his whole life. The most disturbing possibility is that someone knows about SpongeBob's digestive immunity and might be using him as a test subject. The fact that bomb pies are being sold regularly in Bikini Bottom means someone is running ongoing experiments to see who can survive eating them. SpongeBob might be the perfect subject for testing biological weapons or toxic substances because he can eat anything without dying. His job at the Krusty Krab could be a cover for these experiments, with dangerous ingredients being secretly added to his food to test his limits. So SpongeBob is potentially the most biologically advanced creature in Bikini Bottom. His digestive system represents technology or evolution that's way beyond what anyone else has, making him either incredibly valuable or incredibly dangerous to whoever knows his secret. Up next is a theory about Squidward's dark time loop. Squidward's whole time travel mess is way darker than it looks. He's stuck in this twisted cycle where he keeps screwing himself over without even knowing it. So Squidward's hiding from SpongeBob and Patrick because they want to go jellyfishing. He gets himself frozen for 2,000 years, wakes up in robot future, hates it, and decides to go back to prehistoric times to escape SpongeBob completely. Smart plan, right? Wrong. When he gets to caveman times, he meets these primitive versions of SpongeBob and Patrick who are basically just dumb animals. They're terrified of jellyfish and keep getting stung because they don't know how to catch them. Squidward watches these idiots hurt themselves and gets annoyed. Here's the messed up part. Squidward grabs their animal skin clothes, turns them into nets, and teaches caveman SpongeBob how to catch jellyfish properly. He literally invents jellyfishing and shows them the whole technique. He's standing there going, "It's called jellyfishing," like he's some great teacher. But wait a minute. Squidward just created the exact thing he was running away from. He hates jellyfishing in modern times, but he's the guy who taught it to SpongeBob's ancestors in the first place. His attempt to escape jellyfishing led him to accidentally invent jellyfishing. That's completely insane. This means every single time SpongeBob bugs him about going jellyfishing, Squidward is dealing with consequences of his own actions. He taught primitive SpongeBob this activity, which got passed down through generations, which means modern SpongeBob learned it because Squidward created it thousands of years ago. The time machine won't bring him home until he admits he misses SpongeBob. It's like the universe is forcing him to take responsibility for creating his own problems, even though he has no memory of doing it. The machine basically holds him hostage until he accepts that his situation is his own fault. Think about how cruel this is. Squidward spends his whole life complaining about SpongeBob's jellyfishing obsession, but he's the one who started the whole thing. He's been whining about something he invented. Every annoying jellyfishing trip, every time SpongeBob wakes him up early to catch jellyfish, every moment of frustration, all of it traces back to Squidward's decision to teach cavemen how to do it. When he breaks the time machine and ends up in that white void, it shows what happens when you try to run away from everything. The voices keep saying "alone" over and over, which is what Squidward thinks he wants. But the experience makes him go crazy because being completely alone is actually horrible. The scary thing is wondering how many times this loop has happened. Maybe Squidward has been through this cycle dozens of times. He gets fed up, tries to escape, ends up in the past, teaches jellyfishing to primitive SpongeBob, returns to the present, forgets what happened, and starts the whole cycle again when he gets annoyed enough. This explains why Squidward can never successfully avoid SpongeBob or find peace. He's fighting against his own past decisions that he doesn't remember making. Every problem in his life stems from choices he made while trying to solve previous problems. The prehistoric SpongeBob and Patrick are happy when he teaches them jellyfishing. They think it's this amazing new skill. Squidward feels good about helping these primitive creatures become smarter, but he's actually dooming himself to thousands of years of annoyance. What makes this theory really disturbing is that it might apply to real life too. How many of our current problems come from past decisions we've forgotten about? How often do we try to escape situations that we created through our own choices? Maybe we're all trapped in smaller versions of Squidward's time loop, dealing with consequences we don't remember causing. The episode ends with SpongeBob and Patrick laughing when Squidward says he invented jellyfishing. They think it's a funny joke, but it's actually this tragic moment where Squidward realizes he's been complaining about something he created. He's the architect of his own suffering, trapped in a prison he built without knowing it. Squidward's time travel adventure shows that running away from your problems doesn't solve them. It often makes them worse in ways you can't predict. When you try to escape responsibility for your current situation, you might end up creating the exact problems you're trying to avoid, just in a different time period. The most twisted part is that Squidward probably learned nothing from this experience. He says he's going back to the freezer at the end, which means he's ready to repeat the whole cycle again. He hasn't figured out that his problems are self-created, so he'll keep making the same mistakes that trap him in this loop forever. Next up is a theory about SpongeBob being the real menace of Bikini Bottom. Before we get into that, subscribe to our channel. SpongeBob causes more damage to Bikini Bottom than any villain in the show, and he does it all while thinking he's helping people. In Hall Monitor, he destroys half the city, terrorizes innocent families, and gets himself labeled as a dangerous criminal, all because he wanted to be useful. When SpongeBob sees the broken traffic light, he doesn't call the proper authorities or put up warning signs. He decides to direct traffic himself using wild hand gestures and a whistle. The result is a massive car pileup that leaves people injured and screaming. After causing this disaster, SpongeBob actually congratulates himself, saying, "What would this town do without you, SpongeBob?" He feels proud of creating chaos that hurt innocent people. The couple eating dinner at home becomes SpongeBob's next target. He notices their window is open and decides this makes them susceptible to danger. Instead of knocking on their door to politely mention the security risk, SpongeBob puts on a ski mask and jumps through their window screaming, "I'm the open window maniac!" He terrorizes these people in their own home, then tells them he hopes they learned a valuable lesson as they run away in terror. These aren't random accidents or moments of bad luck. SpongeBob actively chooses the most disruptive and dangerous way to handle every situation. He could solve problems quietly and efficiently, but that wouldn't give him the attention and validation he desperately needs. Every helpful action is really about making himself feel important and necessary. The pattern shows up constantly throughout the series. SpongeBob helps Squidward by destroying his art classes, ruining his performances, and wrecking his house. He protects people by putting them in dangerous situations that require his rescue. He takes care of Gary by forcing the snail into stressful activities he clearly hates. Every time, SpongeBob genuinely believes he's being helpful while actually making everything worse. What makes this behavior so disturbing is that SpongeBob never learns from his mistakes. Each episode resets and he goes right back to causing destruction while believing he's saving the day. This suggests his need to interfere isn't accidental but compulsive. He literally cannot stop himself from butting into other people's business because that's how he validates his own existence. SpongeBob's psychology reveals someone who can't handle the idea that others might be fine without his help. He needs to feel essential and superior, so he creates problems that require his intervention. The broken traffic light wasn't really causing major issues until SpongeBob got involved. The couple with the open window was eating dinner peacefully until he decided to teach them about security by traumatizing them. His victims often end up worse off than when he found them. In Hall Monitor, Patrick starts the episode happy and relaxed, eating ice cream on a wall. After SpongeBob recruits him as a deputy, Patrick becomes terrified and paranoid, crying about wanting to go home and begging SpongeBob to save him from imaginary threats. SpongeBob literally destroyed Patrick's peace of mind for no reason. The most twisted part is how SpongeBob manipulates people into depending on him. Patrick completely abandons his own judgment and follows SpongeBob's increasingly panicked instructions over the walkie-talkie. SpongeBob guides Patrick through a series of hiding spots, creating artificial drama and danger where none existed. Patrick stops thinking for himself and becomes totally reliant on SpongeBob's expertise. Mrs. Puff understands SpongeBob's pattern better than anyone, which explains why she's so reluctant to give him any authority. She knows he'll take whatever responsibility he's given and expand it way beyond appropriate limits. When she finally makes him hall monitor, she immediately regrets the decision because she's watched SpongeBob turn simple tasks into citywide disasters before. The newspaper's reaction to SpongeBob's chaos reveals another layer to his destructive impact. His actions are so bizarre and senseless that they can't be understood through normal logic. The media labels him a maniac because his behavior doesn't fit typical patterns of criminal activity. How do you explain someone who causes massive destruction while genuinely trying to help? Regular villains like Plankton are actually less dangerous than SpongeBob because their motives are predictable. You can plan for greed, jealousy, or revenge. But SpongeBob's chaotic helpfulness is impossible to anticipate or prevent. He might decide to help you at any moment, and there's no way to know what form that help will take or how much damage it will cause. The police in the episode demonstrate how law enforcement struggles with SpongeBob's unique brand of destruction. They're looking for someone with malicious intent, but SpongeBob's crimes stem from misguided good intentions. His motivations are so twisted that even he doesn't understand why everything he touches turns into a disaster. SpongeBob's complete lack of self-awareness makes him impossible to reason with or redirect. He genuinely believes he's always helping, no matter how much evidence suggests otherwise. When people run away from him screaming, he interprets their fear as gratitude. When buildings collapse and people get injured, he assumes it's all part of some greater good he's accomplishing. The episode shows how SpongeBob's disasters create ripple effects that hurt innocent people who weren't even involved in his original help. Mrs. Puff ends up in jail because she gave him the hall monitor uniform. The couple he terrorized probably developed anxiety about home security. The people injured in the traffic accident had to deal with medical bills and trauma. SpongeBob's need to help creates casualties far beyond his immediate victims. Patrick's role in the episode reveals how SpongeBob spreads his dysfunction to others. Patrick starts as a normal person enjoying his ice cream, but SpongeBob quickly transforms him into a paranoid deputy who can't distinguish between reality and fantasy. By the end, Patrick is screaming in terror at wanted posters and begging SpongeBob to save him from threats that don't exist. The way SpongeBob handles Patrick's ice cream crime shows his twisted sense of justice. Patrick accidentally dropped some ice cream, which SpongeBob treats as vandalism requiring punishment. Instead of just telling Patrick to clean up after himself, SpongeBob makes him feel guilty and recruits him into dangerous police work. A simple mess becomes grounds for turning someone into an accessory to major crimes. SpongeBob's behavior in this episode reflects a pattern seen in toxic people who use helpfulness as a form of control. They create problems, then position themselves as the only solution. They make others dependent on their assistance, then get frustrated when that assistance inevitably fails. They never accept responsibility for the chaos they cause because they're convinced their intentions were pure. The most chilling aspect of SpongeBob's character is that he represents how some of the worst damage gets done by people who think they're doing good. Malicious people can be stopped once you identify them as threats. But people like SpongeBob are nearly impossible to stop because they're convinced they're heroes. They'll keep causing destruction forever because in their minds, they're always saving the day. The episode ends with SpongeBob confessing to being the maniac, but even then he doesn't understand what he did wrong. He's just finally connecting the dots between his actions and the wanted poster. He'll probably go right back to causing disasters in the next episode because he hasn't learned anything about why his help is actually harmful. This theory explains why so many characters in Bikini Bottom have ongoing problems that never get resolved despite SpongeBob's constant interference. His assistance prevents them from developing their own solutions or learning to handle challenges independently. Instead of helping people grow and improve, SpongeBob keeps them stuck in cycles of dependency and chaos that serve his need to feel important and necessary. Speaking of SpongeBob, let's move to the SpongeBob purgatory test theory. SpongeBob's whole life might be a giant test to see if he can stay kind and patient no matter what gets thrown at him. In Rock Bottom, he gets stuck in this creepy underground town where everything seems designed to stop him from getting home. But he only escapes when he stops trying to control everything and lets some weird creature help him. The whole Rock Bottom thing looks like it was set up just to mess with SpongeBob. Every single time he gets close to catching a bus, something stops him. His balloon smacks the driver, his shoes come untied, he gets hungry for candy. It's like someone's watching him and making sure he can't succeed until he learns the right lesson. SpongeBob tries all these crazy schemes to catch the buses. He disguises himself as a bench, makes cardboard copies of himself, waits in this insanely long line, but none of his smart plans work. He only gets home when he gives up trying to be clever and just tells this creature named Bert that he needs help. Bert immediately gives him a balloon that floats him back to Bikini Bottom. This same pattern happens everywhere else in the show. SpongeBob faces challenges that seem specifically designed to test different parts of his personality. His driving tests with misses. Puff test whether he can stay calm when he's nervous. He knows all the driving rules perfectly, but crashes every time because he panics and tries too hard. Think about how weird the driving situation really is. SpongeBob has failed that test hundreds of times over years. Normal people would either eventually pass through practice or just give up. But SpongeBob keeps coming back and keeps failing in exactly the same ways. It's like the test isn't really about driving, it's about something else entirely. His job at the Krusty Krab tests his work attitude. SpongeBob deals with impossible customers who are actively mean to him, equipment that breaks constantly, and situations that would make most people quit. But he stays happy and keeps doing good work no matter what happens. The challenges seem designed to see how much he can handle before he breaks. Squidward is basically a walking patience test. He's mean to SpongeBob every single day, rejects all his friendship attempts, and tries to ruin his fun whenever possible. Any normal person would eventually give up on such a hostile neighbor, but SpongeBob never stops trying to be friends with him, no matter how badly Squidward treats him. The Squidward thing gets really obvious in episodes where SpongeBob could easily get revenge or just abandon him when he's in trouble. Instead, SpongeBob always helps Squidward even after being treated like garbage. It's like he's being tested to see if he can stay kind to people who don't deserve it. Patrick tests SpongeBob's loyalty as a friend. Patrick constantly gets SpongeBob into trouble with dumb ideas, acts selfish, and sometimes even steals from him. A smart person would distance themselves from such a problematic friend. But SpongeBob never gives up on Patrick no matter how much damage he causes. The Patrick relationship includes some really extreme situations. Patrick has nearly gotten SpongeBob killed, destroyed his stuff, and embarrassed him in front of everyone. But SpongeBob keeps treating him like his best friend. That level of forgiveness goes way beyond normal friendship. What makes this theory really interesting is that SpongeBob passes these tests by just being himself. He doesn't figure out that he's being tested and then fake the right answers. His natural kindness and optimism just happen to be exactly what the tests are looking for. He succeeds through authenticity, not strategy. Other characters might be part of the testing system without knowing it. They stay exactly the same throughout the series. Squidward always grumpy, Patrick always dumb, Mr. Krabs always greedy. They never grow or change because their job is to provide consistent challenges for SpongeBob, not to develop as people themselves. The episodes always reset SpongeBob back to his starting point, ready to face similar challenges again. He doesn't build up lasting relationships, wealth, or trauma that would change how future tests work. This keeps the testing conditions consistent across unlimited episodes. Rock Bottom specifically teaches lessons about asking for help and dealing with cultural differences. SpongeBob struggles at first because the creatures there speak differently and have weird customs. He succeeds when he stops focusing on the differences and connects with Bert's basic helpfulness. The episode shows that genuine kindness can cross any cultural barrier. The really dark part of this theory is wondering if SpongeBob has any real choices. If his whole life is predetermined tests with scripted outcomes, then maybe he's trapped in this system without even knowing it. He might be stuck in some kind of moral education program disguised as normal life. But there's a more hopeful way to look at it. Maybe everyone faces similar character tests disguised as random life events. The difference is most people don't respond like SpongeBob does. His success comes from treating every challenge as a chance to practice being good, rather than seeing obstacles as unfair punishments. The balloon escape from Rock Bottom is pretty symbolic. SpongeBob literally rises above his problems when he shows the right character traits. This suggests the testing system might offer real rewards for people who learn its lessons, not just endless repetition. Mrs. Puff, Mr. Krabs, Sandy, and Gary all present different types of challenges. Mrs. Puff tests his ability to handle pressure, Mr. Krabs tests his work ethics and honesty, Sandy tests his ability to respect people who are smarter than him, and Gary tests his responsibility as a caretaker. Each relationship examines a different aspect of his character. The most twisted thing is that SpongeBob might be the only one actually being tested. Everyone else could be actors playing roles designed to challenge him. Their job is to stay in character and present him with specific moral dilemmas, not to grow as people themselves. SpongeBob's endless optimism makes more sense if you think of it as a survival strategy for passing character tests. Getting angry or giving up would mean failing the tests and possibly facing worse consequences. Staying positive and kind becomes the smart way to handle whatever the universe throws at him. The testing system seems to get harder over time. Early episodes involve basic kindness and work performance. Later episodes introduce more complex situations involving sacrifice, forgiveness, and choosing between different good options. As SpongeBob masters simple virtues, he faces more sophisticated moral challenges. What's really beautiful about this theory is that SpongeBob usually passes his tests by being genuinely good rather than trying to game the system. In Rock Bottom, he doesn't realize that accepting help is the key to escaping. He just gets tired of struggling alone and honestly tells Bert about his problem. That authentic vulnerability is what allows Bert to help him. The theory suggests that SpongeBob's approach to life, responding to every situation with kindness and optimism, might be the secret to passing whatever tests existence throws at us. Whether he's in purgatory or just living in a world that rewards good character, his strategy of staying true to his values regardless of circumstances seems to work pretty well. Here's the next theory. Squidward might be his own biggest obstacle to happiness. Squidward might be his own worst enemy, constantly destroying opportunities for happiness before they can actually make his life better. In Squid's Day Off, he gets exactly what he always says he wants: a paid day off with zero responsibilities, but immediately starts creating imaginary problems that ruin the whole experience. The episode shows Squidward getting handed a perfect situation. Mr. Krabs is gone, he's in charge, and there are no customers to deal with. He could spend the entire day relaxing at home while getting paid for it. But instead of enjoying this gift, Squidward starts worrying about what SpongeBob might be doing wrong at the restaurant. His anxiety spirals completely out of control. He imagines SpongeBob giving away all the money to Patrick, then pictures the restaurant catching fire. These aren't realistic concerns based on actual evidence. They're paranoid fantasies his brain creates to justify going back to check on things. Every time he tries to relax, his mind invents new disasters that require his attention. The hallucinations get progressively worse throughout the day. Squidward sees SpongeBob's reflection in his mirror telling him to destroy the Krusty Krab. He spots SpongeBob's silhouette behind his shower curtain, which turns out to be toilet paper and shampoo bottles. He thinks SpongeBob is hiding in his bathtub drain and chases this imaginary version through the pipes. By the end, Squidward is running naked through town, completely detached from reality, chasing problems that never existed. He's created an entire day of misery for himself when he could have been peacefully sunbathing in his backyard. The final twist reveals that they forgot to flip the close sign to open, meaning no customers would have come anyway. All his anxiety was completely pointless. This pattern shows up everywhere else in the series. Squidward consistently gets opportunities for success, recognition, or happiness, but finds ways to mess them up through his own negative attitude and self-defeating behaviors. In art episodes, Squidward often gets chances to showcase his talents or gain recognition from important people, but his ego, jealousy, and need to show off usually sabotage these opportunities. Instead of being grateful for the chance and doing his best work, he gets competitive with SpongeBob or tries too hard to impress people, which backfires. When Squidward gets breaks from SpongeBob's annoying behavior, he often ends up missing the chaos or accidentally creating situations that bring it back. He complains constantly about SpongeBob bothering him, but when SpongeBob actually leaves him alone, Squidward becomes bored and restless. His relationships follow the same pattern. Squidward could have genuine friendships with his neighbors or coworkers, but he pushes people away with his attitude before they can get close. He acts superior and dismissive toward others, then wonders why he feels lonely and isolated. The self-sabotage seems to stem from Squidward's deep belief that he doesn't deserve good things. His pessimistic worldview becomes a defense mechanism. If he expects everything to go wrong, he can't be disappointed when it does. But this also prevents him from recognizing or enjoying genuinely good situations when they happen. Squidward's negative thought patterns create self-fulfilling prophecies. He assumes SpongeBob will mess up at work, so he hovers and micromanages, which creates stress and tension that wouldn't exist otherwise. He expects people to reject his art, so he approaches showcases with desperation and ego rather than confidence, which makes his work less appealing. The most tragic part is how Squidward actively chooses to maintain his misery. He could quit his job, move away from SpongeBob, or pursue his artistic dreams more seriously. But he stays in situations that make him unhappy because they're familiar and predictable. Change involves risk, and Squidward would rather stick with guaranteed unhappiness than risk potential disappointment. His anxiety in Squid's Day Off shows how his mind works when left to its own devices. Without external structure or problems to focus on, his brain immediately starts manufacturing crises. He literally cannot sit still and enjoy peace because he's trained himself to always expect disaster. The hallucinations reveal how disconnected Squidward can become from reality when his negative thinking spirals out of control. He's so convinced that something must be going wrong that he starts seeing evidence everywhere, even when it doesn't exist. His paranoia becomes stronger than his ability to process what's actually happening. Squidward's breakdown also shows his deep need for control. He can't delegate responsibility to SpongeBob for even a few hours without panicking. This is because Squidward can't handle not being in charge of every detail. His need to micromanage everything prevents him from ever truly relaxing. The running naked through town represents how far Squidward's self-sabotage can go. He's so focused on imaginary problems that he loses touch with basic social awareness and self-care. His obsession with controlling situations he can't actually control makes him behave in ways that create real problems. What makes this theory particularly sad is that Squidward's self-sabotage often hurts other people too. His negative attitude affects his coworkers, his paranoia creates unnecessary drama, and his refusal to accept happiness makes him take his frustrations out on innocent bystanders. The closed sign revelation at the end shows how often Squidward's problems are entirely self-created. He spent an entire day in agony over a situation that was never actually problematic. If he had just looked at the sign or asked SpongeBob a simple question, he could have avoided all the anxiety and enjoyed his day off. This pattern suggests that many of Squidward's daily frustrations might be similarly unnecessary. His complaints about customers, co-workers, and neighbors might stem more from his own negative mindset than from actual problems in his environment. He's trained himself to focus on what's wrong rather than what's going right. The theory explains why Squidward stays trapped in unsatisfying situations despite having options for change. His self-sabotage is about maintaining a familiar state of controlled misery rather than risking the unknown possibilities that come with actually trying to be happy. Squidward's day off could have been a turning point where he learned to relax and trust others. Instead, it became another example of how his own mind is his biggest obstacle to contentment. He's actively participating in creating his own unhappiness through his choices and thought patterns. The most disturbing aspect is that Squidward seems almost addicted to his own misery. When genuine peace and happiness are offered to him on a silver platter, he immediately starts stirring up drama and anxiety to return to his familiar state of stress. It's like he's more comfortable being miserable than risking the vulnerability that comes with allowing himself to be genuinely happy. On to the next theory. Bikini Bottom might run on completely made-up social rules, but before we break that down, subscribe to our channel. Bikini Bottom might operate on completely made-up social rules that anyone can create or change just by acting confident enough about them. In Opposite Day, Squidward literally invents a fake holiday on the spot, and everyone immediately believes it's real without asking any questions. When Squidward tells SpongeBob about Opposite Day, SpongeBob doesn't wonder if this holiday actually exists or ask for proof. He just accepts it and starts following the rules right away. Patrick claims he's heard of it, but then admits he has no idea what it is, which means he's just pretending to know about something that sounds official. This shows that you can basically create new reality in Bikini Bottom just by speaking with authority. Squidward makes up an entire holiday with specific rules. Normally loud people should be quiet. Normally boring people should be silly. Everyone gets to act different. SpongeBob and Patrick immediately start restructuring their whole day around these completely fabricated guidelines. The really weird part is how quickly and completely they commit to this made-up system. SpongeBob starts talking backwards, eating from Gary's bowl, and eventually decides he needs to become Squidward to be properly opposite. Patrick goes along with everything and starts claiming to be Squidward too. They're not just playing a game, they're genuinely trying to follow the rules of a holiday that was invented 5 minutes earlier. This pattern shows up constantly throughout the series. Characters create new clubs, games, trends, and social rules all the time, and everyone else just goes along with them. The Pretty Patties craze happens because SpongeBob decides to make colored burgers. Jellyfish racing becomes popular because someone suggests it. Entire social movements start and stop based on whatever random idea someone announces with enough enthusiasm. Think about how many episodes involve the whole town suddenly obsessing over some new thing that didn't exist before. Someone announces a new activity or product, and within hours the entire population is participating like it's been a tradition forever. There's no skepticism, no gradual adoption period, no cultural resistance to change. The town doesn't seem to have any stable institutions or long-term cultural memory. There's no consistent government, no established laws that everyone knows about, no religious or educational systems that provide continuity. Social reality just shifts around based on whoever speaks up most confidently in any given situation. In Opposite Day, when the real estate agent shows up, she encounters multiple people claiming to be Squidward. Instead of thinking this is weird behavior, she gets angry like this is a personal insult to her intelligence. She doesn't question whether multiple Squidwards could exist or wonder if something strange is happening in this town. She just gets mad that people are confusing her and storms off. This suggests that even visitors to Bikini Bottom expect the social rules to be arbitrary and changeable. The real estate agent doesn't try to figure out which person is actually Squidward or ask for identification. She just assumes everyone is lying to her and gives up on the whole situation. Gary joining in by putting a pickle on his face and pretending to be Squidward shows how far this reality bending goes. Even pets understand that identity and social roles can be changed instantly through simple costume changes and voice imitation. There's no concept of authentic identity, just whatever performance someone decides to put on. The episode reveals that what we think of as SpongeBob's normal personality might actually be just one possible configuration that he's chosen or been told to adopt. When he becomes opposite SpongeBob, he turns into a pretty convincing Squidward imitation. This suggests his usual happy, energetic behavior could be just as artificial as his opposite day performance. Patrick's behavior during opposite day also reveals hidden capabilities. He participates in complex backward conversations and understands the rules well enough to play along successfully. His usual stupidity might be a chosen role rather than a natural limitation. The social construct theory explains why so many weird things happen in Bikini Bottom without anyone questioning them. Fish driving boats underwater, campfires burning on the ocean floor, beaches existing inside the ocean, all of this gets accepted because the society operates on collective agreement rather than physical laws or logical consistency. Squidward's plan backfires because he can't control how other people interpret and implement the rules he invented. Once he creates the social construct, it takes on a life of its own. SpongeBob and Patrick develop their own understanding of what opposite means and start applying it in ways Squidward never intended. The theory suggests that most social problems in Bikini Bottom could be solved if someone just announced new rules with enough confidence. Want to stop crime? Declare it Be Nice to Everyone Day. Want to fix the economy? Announce that Sharing Everything Day is now a monthly tradition. The population would probably go along with it immediately. This also explains why characters never seem to learn from experience or develop consistent relationships. If social reality can be restructured at any moment, then personal growth and long-term consequences become meaningless. Every episode resets the social rules back to whatever temporary configuration serves that story. The most disturbing aspect is that residents of Bikini Bottom might not have genuine personalities at all. What we see as character traits could just be social roles they've been assigned or chosen to play. SpongeBob acts optimistic. Squidward acts grumpy. Patrick acts dumb, but these might be changeable performances rather than authentic identities. The opposite day concept reveals that the entire foundation of Bikini Bottom society is built on shared pretending rather than shared reality. Everyone agrees to believe whatever story sounds most convincing in the moment, which creates a world where truth and fiction are completely interchangeable. This makes Bikini Bottom less like a real place and more like an ongoing improv performance where the actors can change the rules, setting, and even their own characters whenever they get bored. The only constant is everyone's willingness to play along with whatever new reality someone announces, no matter how bizarre or contradictory it might be. Next up is a disturbing theory about Patrick's hidden rage. In Valentine's Day, there's this really disturbing theory that Patrick might have some kind of explosive rage disorder that gets triggered whenever he feels emotionally hurt or left out. His violent breakdown in this episode is a full psychotic episode where he becomes genuinely dangerous to everyone around him. The episode starts with Patrick being super excited about getting what SpongeBob promises will be the greatest, the bestest, the most fantabulous present ever. Patrick gets so hyped up that he's bouncing around and rolling on the ground with excitement. But when things go wrong and SpongeBob can only give him a handshake, Patrick's reaction is way beyond normal disappointment. At first, Patrick tries to convince himself the handshake is okay. He's sitting there telling himself it's the thought that counts, and trying to be reasonable about it. But then he starts seeing other people getting amazing gifts from SpongeBob: chocolates, roses, even a bike for someone he just met that morning. That's when Patrick completely snaps. His transformation is terrifying to watch. Patrick goes from trying to be understanding to throwing an innocent guy across the screen just for asking what time it is. The guy literally gets launched through the air because Patrick can't handle his emotional pain anymore. That's someone having a complete psychological break. The rampage gets progressively worse. Patrick starts banging his stomach like a gorilla and making angry grunting sounds like he's lost the ability to speak normally. He destroys carnival property, rips apart a guy in a heart costume, and starts terrorizing little kids. The PA system has to announce that there's a chubby pink starfish on the loose, like he's a wild animal that escaped from a zoo. What makes this really scary is how Patrick's face changes during the episode. He gets this evil, predatory look in his eyes and starts speaking in angry gibberish. Everyone around him is genuinely terrified, and they should be Patrick's acting like he might actually hurt people. When a little girl is eating a heart-shaped lollipop, he grabs it away from her and breaks it, making the kid scream in fear. The most disturbing part comes when Patrick corners everyone at the dock. He's got innocent people trapped against a dead end, and he's threatening them with violence. He tells the crowd, "They didn't get me anything either," and says he's going to hurt all of them. These people had nothing to do with his situation, but Patrick's so consumed with rage that he wants to take it out on random strangers. Patrick's threat to break something of SpongeBob's while looming over him with that evil expression shows how dangerous he can become. SpongeBob is genuinely scared of his best friend, and even asks, do they deserve this, about the innocent crowd. Patrick doesn't care he's so far gone that he wants to hurt everyone around him. This pattern shows up constantly throughout the entire series. Not just in this episode. In I'm with Stupid, Patrick becomes physically aggressive when he thinks SpongeBob is making him look bad in front of his parents. He starts pushing SpongeBob around and getting increasingly violent as his embarrassment builds up. In Big Pink Loser, Patrick's jealousy over SpongeBob's awards leads to destructive behavior where he copies everything SpongeBob does, but with an underlying anger that makes everyone uncomfortable. When copying doesn't work, he starts getting hostile and resentful. During the Fry Cook games, Patrick's competitive side brings out genuine aggression towards SpongeBob. What starts as friendly competition turns into Patrick actively trying to hurt his best friend because he can't handle losing or being outperformed. In Naughty Nautical Neighbors, when SpongeBob and Squidward become friends and exclude Patrick, he starts scheming and manipulating to break up their friendship. His reaction to feeling left out is to actively sabotage other people's relationships. The pattern is always the same. Patrick feels hurt, excluded, or disappointed, then escalates to behavior that's way more intense and destructive than the situation calls for. He targets innocent people who weren't involved in whatever upset him, and he often can't be reasoned with once he gets worked up. Think about The Secret Box, where Patrick's secrecy about his box leads to increasingly paranoid and aggressive behavior towards SpongeBob. Or Nature Pants, where Patrick's reaction to SpongeBob wanting to live with jellyfish involves elaborate schemes to force him back, showing he can't accept his friend having independence. In Survival of the Idiots, Patrick's behavior in Sandy's tree dome becomes genuinely threatening. When he's cold and scared, instead of asking for help normally, he becomes aggressive and destructive, putting both himself and SpongeBob in real danger. The theory explains why SpongeBob is so patient with Patrick despite constantly getting hurt by their friendship. SpongeBob might actually be afraid of what Patrick would do if he tried to end their relationship or set boundaries. Patrick's Valentine's Day rampage shows he's capable of genuine violence when he feels abandoned or betrayed. What's really messed up is that Patrick seems to have no memory of how scary he becomes during these episodes. Once Sandy shows up with the chocolate balloon and Patrick gets his gift, he immediately returns to his normal happy self. He even tells SpongeBob, "You didn't have to get me anything," like he wasn't just threatening to hurt a bunch of innocent people 5 minutes earlier. This suggests Patrick might actually dissociate during his rage episodes. He gets so overwhelmed by negative emotions that he loses control of his behavior and doesn't remember what he did afterward. That would explain why he never seems to learn from these incidents or feel guilty about the damage he causes. The rage disorder theory also explains why Patrick's stupidity seems so inconsistent throughout the series. Sometimes he's genuinely clueless, but other times he shows he's capable of complex planning and manipulation. Maybe his dumb act is partly a defense mechanism to avoid situations that might trigger his explosive anger. People probably enable Patrick's behavior because they're scared of setting him off. It's easier to go along with his demands and treat him like a harmless idiot than to confront him and risk triggering one of his violent episodes. This keeps Patrick from learning healthier ways to handle disappointment and frustration. The most disturbing aspect is wondering what would have happened if Sandy hadn't shown up with the balloon. Patrick had a crowd of terrified people cornered and was threatening to hurt them. Would he have actually followed through on his threats? The episode cuts away before we find out, but Patrick's body language and tone suggest he was absolutely prepared to get violent. SpongeBob's extreme loyalty to Patrick might not just be friendship, it could be a trauma response. When someone you care about is capable of explosive violence, you learn to manage their emotions and avoid triggering their rage. SpongeBob's constant attempts to make Patrick happy and his willingness to sacrifice for him could be survival strategies. The Valentine's Day episode shows Patrick at his most dangerous, but it's not an isolated incident. Throughout the series, Patrick's emotional instability creates situations where people get hurt, property gets destroyed, and innocent bystanders become victims of his inability to handle disappointment like a normal person. Patrick's explosive rage disorder makes him one of the most genuinely frightening characters in the show, even though he's usually played for laughs. His violent outbursts reveal someone who loses complete control when his emotions get triggered, and who poses a real threat to everyone around him when that happens. The scariest part is that Patrick never gets help for his anger problems. Each episode resets and he goes back to being the lovable dumb starfish, but the capacity for violence is still there, waiting to explode the next time someone disappoints him or makes him feel left out. Here comes the next theory. SpongeBob and Patrick might bring out the worst in each other. In Pranks a Lot, there's this really disturbing theory that SpongeBob and Patrick turn into completely different people when they're together, and not in a good way. They become way more reckless and cruel than either of them would be on their own. The episode shows them starting with a simple prank idea about sitting on an invisible bench. But once they get together and start planning, things escalate really fast. They end up terrorizing the entire town, making people genuinely believe they're being haunted by ghosts. Sandy gets so scared she literally launches herself in an escape pod all the way back to Texas. Misses. Puff crashes around her house in total panic. They trap Mr. Krabs by gluing all the doors shut and replacing the windows with rubber. The scary part is how they react to people's terror. When Sandy screams and flees her home, SpongeBob and Patrick just laugh and say, "Boy, we really scared her." They're not concerned about her well-being at all. When Mrs. Puff is clearly traumatized, they just move on to their next victim. They're completely disconnected from the fact that they're causing real psychological damage to people. But here's what makes this theory really interesting. When SpongeBob and Patrick are alone in other episodes, they're usually more reasonable. SpongeBob by himself often shows guilt when he hurts people. In Hall Monitor, he feels bad when he realizes his actions caused citywide chaos. Patrick on his own can be selfish, but he's not usually actively malicious. It's when they get together that they become this toxic combination. They feed off each other's excitement and keep pushing things further and further without either one saying, maybe we should stop. Neither one acts as the voice of reason for the other. This pattern shows up constantly throughout the series. In Survival of the Idiots, they nearly freeze to death in Sandy's tree dome because neither one wants to admit their plan is stupid. They just keep encouraging each other to stay, even when it becomes life-threatening. In Hall Monitor, Patrick becomes SpongeBob's panicked accomplice instead of helping him think clearly. When SpongeBob starts freaking out about being lost, Patrick just makes everything worse by going along with the panic instead of being the calm friend who could help solve the problem. In Nature Pants, Patrick's schemes to get SpongeBob back from living with jellyfish become increasingly destructive. He could have just talked to SpongeBob, but instead, he keeps escalating with more and more elaborate plans that end up hurting everyone involved. The same thing happens in Pranks a Lot. They start with invisible spray and immediately start fighting over it, spraying each other until they're both invisible. Then, instead of going home to wash it off like they planned, they decide to scare people. Then, instead of doing one small scare, they decide to terrorize the entire town systematically. What's really messed up is how they hunt down victims. They don't just randomly scare people they encounter, they make a list and go after everyone in Bikini Bottom one by one. Sandy, Mrs. Puff, Squidward, random people at the beach. They're methodical about it, like they're trying to traumatize as many people as possible. The worst part is when they trap Mr. Krabs at the Krusty Krab. They don't just scare him, they make sure he can't escape by gluing the doors shut and replacing the glass with rubber. What if there had been a real emergency? What if Mr. Krabs had a heart attack from fear? They created a genuinely dangerous situation and thought it was hilarious. When they're together, SpongeBob and Patrick lose all sense of boundaries and empathy. They get so caught up in their shared excitement that they stop seeing other people as real individuals with feelings. Everyone else becomes just a target for their entertainment. This dynamic explains why so many episodes end with massive destruction when SpongeBob and Patrick team up. Individually, they might cause some problems, but together they become this unstoppable force of chaos that doesn't stop until someone gets seriously hurt or they face real consequences. The Pranks a Lot episode is just one example of how dangerous their friendship can become. They turn into these cold, calculating people who derive pleasure from other people's suffering, all while convincing themselves they're just having fun. It's not friendship. At that point, it's mutual enablement of their worst impulses. Look at how they prepare for their ghost act. They don't just stumble into scaring people, they plan it out. They realize the invisible spray makes them look like ghosts. Then they decide to exploit that to terrorize everyone. They cover themselves with sheets and practice their ghostly wails. This is premeditated psychological warfare against their neighbors. What makes their behavior even more disturbing is how they adapt their tactics for maximum terror. With Sandy, they move objects around her house and make spooky noises to build up the fear before revealing themselves. With Mrs. Puff, they wait until she's about to enjoy her cake before making it disappear in front of her. With the people at the beach, they choose the perfect moment to appear as a ghost surfboard. Each scare is customized to be as frightening as possible. Their complete lack of remorse becomes really obvious when they read the newspaper about their success. The headlines talk about the whole town being terrorized, but SpongeBob just says, "It's official. We're the greatest pranksters ever." They're proud of causing mass hysteria. They see other people's genuine fear and trauma as proof of how awesome they are. Even when they're caught by Mr. Krabs and publicly humiliated, they don't seem to learn anything about empathy or consequences. SpongeBob just says they should have bought the whoopee cushion instead, like the problem was choosing the wrong prank rather than terrorizing innocent people. This theory makes their friendship way more disturbing when you think about it. They're not just two harmless guys having adventures. They're two people who bring out each other's capacity for cruelty, and then act like victims when they face consequences for hurting others. Throughout the series, this pattern keeps repeating. In Rock Bottom, they get lost, but instead of working together to find a solution, they panic and make everything worse. In Wormy, they convince each other that Sandy's caterpillar is a monster and terrorize the whole town. In Life of Crime, they think they're criminals and start acting more and more destructively. The really scary thing is how their toxic dynamic spreads to other people. In episodes where they recruit others into their schemes, those people often end up getting hurt or in trouble. They don't just damage each other, they drag innocent bystanders into their chaos and then abandon them when things go wrong. What's most disturbing about Pranks a Lot is that it shows how far they're willing to go when nobody stops them. They systematically work their way through every person in town, causing psychological trauma to each one, and only stop when they're physically caught and exposed. If Mr. Krabs hadn't figured out their trick, they probably would have kept going until someone got seriously hurt or had a complete mental breakdown. This theory explains why so many characters in Bikini Bottom seem to have ongoing anxiety issues, and why the town faces so many crises. SpongeBob and Patrick's toxic friendship creates a constant source of chaos and trauma that affects everyone around them, all disguised as innocent fun between best friends. Up next is a wild theory about the Krusty Krab's hidden technology. In Squilliam Returns, there's this really wild theory that the Krusty Krab isn't just a simple burger joint. It's got some kind of hidden advanced technology system that can completely transform the building when needed. When Squidward desperately needs the restaurant to look fancy for Squilliam, something impossible happens. In just 20 minutes, the entire Krusty Krab transforms from a basic fast food place into a sophisticated 5-star restaurant with professional wallpaper, chandeliers, a full orchestra, and elegant dining setups. This isn't normal redecoration, this is instant architectural transformation. The speed of the change is the first clue something weird is going on. Squidward leaves the restaurant as a regular cashier and comes back to find it completely transformed. There's no way SpongeBob could have done all that redecorating by himself in such a short time, especially while also studying to become a fancy waiter. But here's where it gets really suspicious. The transformation isn't just cosmetic. The restaurant somehow acquires a full orchestra that wasn't there before. Where did these musicians come from? How did they get their instruments set up so quickly? It's like the building itself generated the entertainment. The wallpaper appears to be some kind of advanced material that can change patterns and designs on command. When everything falls apart at the end, the wallpaper literally rips off by itself, suggesting it was never real wallpaper but some kind of projection or smart surface technology. The chandelier and lighting systems also appear instantly. These aren't simple light fixtures, they're elaborate crystal chandeliers that require professional installation and electrical work. Yet they show up in minutes and disappear just as quickly when the emergency is over. This pattern of hidden technology shows up throughout the series, not just in this episode. The Krusty Krab consistently demonstrates capabilities that go way beyond what a normal restaurant should have. It's got advanced security systems, can withstand explosions and natural disasters, and sometimes shows equipment that seems more advanced than anything else in Bikini Bottom. In Plankton's Army, the restaurant's security system activates automatically to protect the secret formula. In various episodes, the building repairs itself after major damage or reconfigures its layout when needed. The kitchen equipment often works in ways that seem impossible for normal appliances. In Krusty Krab training video, we see references to advanced technology and automated systems throughout the restaurant. The training materials talk about equipment and procedures that sound way more sophisticated than what you'd expect from a burger place. The theory suggests that Mr. Krabs either built or acquired military-grade technology for his restaurant, possibly left over from his Navy days. The Krusty Krab might actually be a repurposed military facility with advanced systems designed to adapt to different situations and threats. When Squidward desperately needs the restaurant to impress someone, the building's emergency protocols kick in. The system detects the crisis situation and automatically transforms the space to meet the requirements. It's like the restaurant has artificial intelligence that can analyze what's needed and reconfigure accordingly. The orchestra might be holographic projections or some kind of automated musical system. The elegant decor could be generated by advanced projection technology or smart materials that can change their appearance instantly. The whole transformation is managed by hidden computers that activate when they detect high stress levels from the employees. This would explain why the Krusty Krab is so successful despite having terrible management and chaotic working conditions. The building itself compensates for Mr. Krabs' shortcomings by providing technological solutions to problems before they become disasters. The restaurant's ability to serve massive crowds during rush periods makes more sense if it has automated systems helping with food preparation and service. The kitchen might have hidden equipment that assists with cooking and assembly when the demand gets too high for SpongeBob to handle alone. SpongeBob's incredible cooking abilities might be enhanced by the restaurant's technology. He's not just naturally gifted, he's working with advanced equipment that helps him create perfect food consistently. The spatula and grill could be connected to systems that optimize timing, temperature, and ingredient distribution. The secret formula's security isn't just about Mr. Krabs being paranoid. If the Krusty Krab really does have advanced technology, then the formula might contain information about how to operate or access these systems. Plankton isn't just trying to steal a recipe, he's trying to get control of military-grade restaurant technology. The building's transformation in Squilliam Returns reveals the full capabilities of these hidden systems. Under normal circumstances, the technology stays hidden to maintain the illusion of being a regular restaurant, but when faced with a genuine emergency that threatens the business, all the advanced features come online. What makes this theory really interesting is how the technology seems to know exactly what's needed. It specifically creates a sophisticated dining environment that would impress Squilliam. The system somehow analyzed the situation and determined what kind of transformation would be most effective. The instant the emergency is over and Squilliam leaves, everything returns to normal. The wallpaper falls off, the chandeliers disappear, and the restaurant goes back to its basic configuration. This suggests the advanced features are energy intensive and only used when absolutely necessary. Mr. Krabs probably doesn't even know about most of these capabilities. The technology might be left over from whoever owned the building before him, or it could be part of some government program that monitors and assists important businesses. The Krusty Krab's success makes it valuable to whatever organization installed these systems. The theory explains why so many weird things happen at the restaurant that never get explained. The building isn't just a setting for adventures, it's an active participant with its own hidden agenda and capabilities. Every time something impossible happens at the Krusty Krab, it might be the advanced technology working behind the scenes to keep the business running. This makes the Krusty Krab way more significant than just a local burger joint. It's potentially the most technologically advanced building in Bikini Bottom, disguised as a simple restaurant to hide its true capabilities from competitors and government agencies who might want to study or control the technology. Next up is a theory about SpongeBob's accidental successes. SpongeBob gets his biggest wins when he's not even trying to win. In Culture Shock, he really wants to be in the talent show but gets shut down for all his planned acts. Then he becomes the star just by doing his normal job. SpongeBob tries super hard to impress Squidward with different performance ideas. He shows off this bubble dancing thing where he blows bubbles that turn into a hippo with a hat and cane that tap dance together. Squidward just yawns and tells him nobody would want to see that. Then SpongeBob tries the amazing Mr. Absorbency where he sucks up water into different parts of his body. Squidward shuts that down too, saying nobody wants to see him puff up like a balloon. SpongeBob begs to be in the show, saying he'll do anything. Squidward finally gives him a job mopping up after the show. SpongeBob gets all emotional about it, talking about how this is his big break, and he's going to shape his destiny with that mop. You can tell he's really excited even though it's just cleaning. During the actual talent show, all the planned acts are pretty mixed. Pearl's cheerleading destroys the floor and sends people flying around, but she gets polite clapping. Gary does poetry that's just meow 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 over and over, which is pretty funny. Plankton tries a magic trick that's obviously just him trying to steal a Krabby Patty. Squidward's big dance performance with fancy costumes, lights, and classical music gets booed and people start throwing tomatoes at him. Then SpongeBob comes out to clean up the tomato mess. He's not trying to entertain anyone, he's just doing his job, mopping up the stage like he's supposed to. But the crowd goes absolutely nuts for it. They start cheering and clapping like he's the greatest thing they've ever seen. When SpongeBob stops mopping for a second, the crowd goes dead silent. The moment he starts mopping again, they cheer like crazy. When he leaves the stage, they're yelling for an encore. This isn't polite clapping like the other acts got, this is real excitement. Squidward sees how the crowd's reacting and thinks he can copy it. He pushes SpongeBob away and tries mopping himself, but the crowd goes completely quiet. He's doing the exact same thing, but it doesn't work because he's doing it for applause instead of actually trying to clean up. The pattern keeps happening throughout the rest of the show. Every time SpongeBob shows up and does his job, the crowd goes wild. Every time Squidward tries to copy it, they go silent. They even test it with just body parts. SpongeBob's arm gets cheers, Squidward's arm gets nothing. By the end, SpongeBob's parents are telling Mr. Krabs their son is a star, and Mr. Krabs is already planning weekly shows because of all the money they made. SpongeBob got exactly what he wanted to be recognized and successful, but not through any of his planned attempts. This same thing happens all the time in other episodes too. SpongeBob often messes up when he's trying really hard to do specific things, but succeeds when he's just being himself or focusing on his regular work. His biggest wins usually come from situations where winning wasn't even what he was thinking about. The really interesting part is that SpongeBob doesn't get why his mopping worked when his other acts didn't. He can't learn from this success because it wasn't on purpose. He probably still thinks his bubble dancing and water soaking were good ideas that just got unfairly rejected by Squidward. This explains why SpongeBob keeps doing the same stuff throughout the series. He doesn't realize that his natural excitement and real focus on doing things well is what actually impresses people. He thinks success comes from clever ideas and trying really hard, when really it comes from just being genuine about whatever he's doing. Squidward's failure to copy the mopping shows why other people can't just steal SpongeBob's accidental successes. Squidward understood what SpongeBob was doing on the surface, but missed the real reason behind it. SpongeBob was actually focused on cleaning up the mess properly, while Squidward was focused on getting people to clap for him. The theory also explains why SpongeBob stays so upbeat even when his plans fail a lot. His successes feel random and magical to him because he doesn't connect them to his honest approach to doing tasks. When his planned stuff fails, he doesn't get bummed out because he doesn't realize the planning itself might be what's messing him up. This creates this pattern where SpongeBob's real work, attitude, and excitement accidentally solve problems or make people happy, while his deliberate attempts to get recognition usually blow up in his face. The talent show becomes a perfect example of how being real beats putting on a show in SpongeBob's world. What makes this theory really solid is how it explains both SpongeBob's wins and his losses using the same idea. His planned performances fail because he's trying to force success to happen, but his natural behavior works because people respond to real excitement and caring about what you're doing. The episode shows that sometimes the most impressive thing you can do is just focus on doing your job really well, even when nobody's looking. SpongeBob's accidental fame comes from really caring about cleaning up the stage properly, not from wanting to entertain people. This pattern suggests that in Bikini Bottom, People can tell the difference between someone performing for attention and someone who's really into their work. The audience responds to SpongeBob's mopping because they can tell he's actually focused on doing it right, not because he's trying to put on a show. The theory shows something deeper about SpongeBob's character. His biggest strength isn't his creativity or his happy attitude. It's his ability to stay really focused on whatever task he's doing without worrying about how it looks to other people. That honest focus is what accidentally creates his most memorable successes. Think about how this applies to other episodes too. When SpongeBob is genuinely trying to help someone or solve a problem, he often stumbles into doing something amazing. But when he's specifically trying to look cool or impress people, things usually go wrong. His best moments come from caring more about the task than the recognition. The talent show also reveals something about how Bikini Bottom society works. People there seem to value authenticity and genuine effort over flashy performances. Squidward's elaborate dance routine fails not because it's technically bad, but because it feels fake and pretentious. SpongeBob's simple mopping succeeds because it's real and unpretentious. This might explain why SpongeBob is generally so well liked in Bikini Bottom, despite being kind of weird. People respond to his genuine nature, even when his enthusiasm gets annoying. He's not trying to manipulate anyone or put on an act, he just really cares about doing things well and making people happy. The accidental success theory also suggests that SpongeBob's failures might actually be protecting him from becoming egotistical or fake. If his planned attempts always worked, he might start calculating everything and lose the authenticity that makes his real successes possible. His failures keep him humble and focused on just doing good work. Now, it's 3 hours of classic versus modern SpongeBob. We start off by covering the pineapple split. When fans talk about SpongeBob SquarePants, they usually split the show into two main groups, classic SpongeBob and modern SpongeBob. This divide represents one of the most significant creative shifts in animation history, marking the difference between a creator-driven vision and network-controlled content expansion. Steven Hillenburg originally intended to end the series after Season 3 with the SpongeBob SquarePants movie in 2004, which he wanted to be the series finale. Hillenburg wanted to end the series so the show wouldn't jump the shark, citing concerns among Nickelodeon executives that the show had peaked when the movie was being produced. But Nickelodeon could not afford to end the show. The network saw how much money SpongeBob was making and wanted more episodes. Classic SpongeBob includes seasons 1 through 3, plus the SpongeBob SquarePants movie from 2004. Steven Hillenburg worked closely on these seasons as the showrunner and had direct control over the show's direction. These episodes aired from 1999 to 2004 and are what most fans consider the golden age of the series. The classic era was defined by Hillenburg's direct involvement as creator, showrunner, and creative visionary. Hillenburg started developing SpongeBob SquarePants in 1994, using characters and concepts from the Intertidal Zone, an informative picture book about tide pool animals that he wrote while teaching marine biology at the Orange County Marine Institute. His background as a marine biologist gave the early episodes their authentic underwater feel and clever sea life jokes that educated while they entertained. The classic episodes had a special charm that set them apart from what came later. SpongeBob was innocent and optimistic but still had some common sense. Patrick was silly but not mean-spirited. Squidward got annoyed with his neighbors, but when bad things happened to him, it usually made sense because he had been rude or selfish first. The humor came from clever writing, character development, and situational comedy rather than from characters getting hurt for no reason. The first season used cell animation, which gave it a unique hand-drawn look. The show had a more relaxed pace, and the characters felt like real personalities instead of just cartoon stereotypes. Episodes like Band Geeks, Chocolate with Nuts, and Rock Bottom became instant classics that fans still quote today, demonstrating the timeless quality of the writing and character development. Modern SpongeBob officially started with Season 4 inches 2005. According to fans, everything got worse after Season 3 and the SpongeBob SquarePants movie. The common agreement among fans is that this is when the show's quality declined. Classic SpongeBob ended on the 12th of October 2004 with the movie. Modern SpongeBob began on the 6th of May 2005 with Season 4, only a 7-month difference. The changes were noticeable immediately. The new episodes incorporated more slapstick humor, and each character became a caricature of their original selves. SpongeBob became immature. Patrick was dumbed down to a point where it was difficult for him to do anything, and Squidward was the butt of every joke and the target of all physical pain. This marked a fundamental shift from character-driven comedy to situation-driven slapstick. Modern SpongeBob also introduced a style that was more graphic and difficult to look at sometimes, with episodes featuring gross-out humor like characters getting body parts ripped off or showing disgusting medical conditions. The show started relying on shock value instead of clever jokes, moving away from the subtle absurdity that defined the classic era. This split matters because it represents more than just a change in showrunners. It shows what happens when a creative vision gets diluted by corporate demands. According to Paul Tibbett, Hillenburg used to say, "You know, one of these days they're going to want to make SpongeBob babies. That's when I'm out of here." This quote shows how protective Hillenburg was of his creation, and how he worried about it being commercialized beyond recognition. The split also explains why SpongeBob has such a divided fan base. Older fans who grew up with classic SpongeBob often feel disappointed by the modern episodes, while younger viewers who started with modern SpongeBob might not understand what all the fuss is about. Both groups are watching essentially different shows that just happen to have the same characters. Understanding this split helps explain why SpongeBob discussions can get so heated. When someone says they love SpongeBob, they might be talking about the thoughtful, marine biology-inspired comedy of the classic era. When someone else says they think SpongeBob is annoying, they might be thinking of the loud, slapstick-heavy modern episodes. The Pineapple Under the Sea has housed many different versions of our favorite Sponge over the years, each reflecting different creative philosophies and industry pressures. The classic versus modern split represents a fundamental change in SpongeBob's creative direction, marking the transition from Hillenburg's original vision to network-driven content expansion, creating two distinct eras with different tones, humor styles, and creative priorities. Moving on to the next section, How SpongeBob Began, Hillenburg's Vision and Early Staff. Stephen McDaniel Hillenburg was born on the 21st of August 1961 in Lawton, Oklahoma, and raised in Anaheim, California. He became fascinated with marine biology as a child, and later developed an interest in art. This unique combination of scientific knowledge and artistic talent would prove crucial in creating one of the most successful animated series in television history. At age 15, he snorkeled for the first time. Hillenburg took part in a dive program at Woods Coves in Laguna Beach as part of the regional occupational program at Savannah. This experience, as well as subsequent dives, reinforced his interest in and led to his decision to study marine biology in college. The switch clicked, and I decided I wanted to be a marine biologist. But I also liked being an artist. In 1984, Stephen Hillenburg graduated from Humboldt State University with a bachelor's degree in natural resource planning and interpretation, with an emphasis on marine resources. He became a marine biology teacher at the Orange County Marine Institute, now known as the Ocean Institute in Dana Point, California. Hillenburg was a marine biology teacher there for 3 years. We taught tide pool ecology, nautical history, diversity, and adaptation. Working there, I saw how enamored kids are with undersea life, especially with tide pool creatures. During his time as a marine biology teacher, Hillenburg discovered his calling as an educator and storyteller. While working there, one of the educational directors asked him if he would be interested in creating an educational comic book about the animal life of tidal pools. He created a comic called The Intertidal Zone, which he used to teach his students. As a marine biology teacher at the Ocean Institute in Dana Point, Stephen Hillenburg created a comic book called Intertidal Zone as an educational tool. The Intertidal Zone featured anthropomorphic forms of sea life, many of which would evolve into SpongeBob SquarePants characters, including Bob the Sponge, the comic's co-host, who resembled a realistic sea sponge, as opposed to his later SpongeBob SquarePants character, a sea sponge whose stylized square shape resembles a kitchen sponge. This educational comic would become the foundation for everything that followed. Some evidence shows that the idea for SpongeBob SquarePants dates back to 1986, during Hillenburg's time at the Orange County Marine Institute. After leaving teaching, Hillenburg enrolled at the California Institute of the Arts in 1989 to pursue a career in animation. He was later offered a job on the Nickelodeon animated television series Rocko's Modern Life following the success of his short films The Green Beret and Wormholes, which were made as part of his studies. Derek Drymon, who served as creative director for the first 3 seasons, has said that Hillenburg wanted to surround himself with a team of young and hungry people. Many of the major contributors to SpongeBob SquarePants had worked before with Hillenburg on Rocko's Modern Life, including Drymon, art director Nick Jennings, supervising director Alan Smart, writer divided by voice actor Doug Lawrence, often credited as Mr. Lawrence, and Tim Hill, who helped develop the series Bible. During the production of Rocko's Modern Life, Martin Olson, one of the writers, read The Intertidal Zone and encouraged Hillenburg to create a television series with a similar concept. At that point, he had not even considered creating his own series. This encouragement from a fellow professional proved to be the catalyst that transformed Hillenburg's educational comic into a television concept. Although Drymon would go on to have a significant influence on SpongeBob SquarePants, he was not offered a role on the series initially. As a late recruit to Rocko's Modern Life, he had not established much of a relationship with Hillenburg before SpongeBob's conception. Hillenburg first sought out Drymon's storyboard partner, Mark O'Hare, but he had just created the soon-to-be syndicated comic strip, Citizen Dog. The team that Hillenburg assembled was crucial to the show's success. While pitching the cartoon to Nickelodeon executives, Hillenburg donned a Hawaiian shirt, brought along an underwater terrarium with models of the characters, and played Hawaiian music to set the theme. The setup was described by Nickelodeon executive Eric Coleman as Pretty amazing. This pitch perfectly captured the show's unique blend of educational content and entertainment value. They were given money and 2 weeks to write the pilot episode, Help Wanted. Drymon, Hillenburg, and Jennings returned with what was described by Nickelodeon official Albie Hecht as a performance he wished he had on tape. The pilot's success came from the perfect synthesis of Hillenburg's marine biology knowledge, his artistic vision, and his team's animation expertise. The writing staff often used their personal experiences as inspiration for the storylines of the series' episodes. For example, the episode Sailor Mouth, where SpongeBob and Patrick learn profanity, was inspired by creative director Derek Drymon's experience as a child of getting into trouble for using the F word in front of his mother. This approach of mining real experiences for comedy gold became a hallmark of the classic era. There are many other smaller subtleties in the series that are a result of Hillenburg's prior experience and extensive knowledge. To name a few, Plankton says in The Algae's Always Greener that he's eating holographic meatloaf for dinner, which actually makes sense, seeing as plankton get their energy through photosynthesis, and holograms are projections of light. These scientific accuracies, woven seamlessly into the comedy, demonstrated the educational foundation underlying the entertainment. Steven Hillenburg drew inspiration from his own life while designing the main characters. Mr. Krabs was based on Hillenburg's former manager at a sea-themed restaurant. Pearl was inspired by his regular supervision of whale watches while working as a marine science educator. SpongeBob's design was influenced by Hillenburg's appearance as a young child, with nerdy gapped teeth. Summary: SpongeBob's creation stemmed from Hillenburg's unique background, combining marine biology education with artistic talent, supported by a carefully chosen team of collaborators from Rocko's Modern Life, who shared his vision of creating entertaining yet educational content. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the next section, building Bikini Bottom, tone, characters, and setting. The creation of Bikini Bottom wasn't just about designing an underwater city, it was about crafting a complete world that would feel both fantastical and grounded in real marine science. When the SpongeBob crew began production of the series' pilot episode, they were tasked with designing stock locations to be used repeatedly, where most scenes would take place, like the Krusty Krab and SpongeBob's Pineapple House. The idea was to keep everything nautical, so the crew used plenty of rope, wooden planks, ship's wheels, netting, anchors, boilerplates, and rivets to create the show's setting. Transitions between scenes are marked by bubbles filling the screen, accompanied by the sound of rushing water. The series features sky flowers as a main setting material. When series background designer Kenny Pittenger was asked what they were, he answered, "They function as clouds in a way, but since the show takes place underwater, they aren't really clouds." Because of the tiki influence on the show, the background painters use a lot of pattern. This attention to environmental detail helped establish the show's unique visual identity. The choice of location wasn't arbitrary. In 2015, Tom Kenny confirmed the fictitious city is named after Bikini Atoll, though the creators have been careful to distance the show from any darker implications of that connection. The underwater setting allowed for unlimited creative possibilities while maintaining the educational foundation that Hillenburg valued so deeply. Hillenburg's approach to character creation was deeply personal and scientifically informed. Steven Hillenburg drew inspiration from his own life while designing the main characters. Mr. Krabs was based on Hillenburg's former manager at a sea-themed restaurant. Pearl was inspired by his regular supervision of whale watches while working as a marine science educator. This grounding in real experience gave the characters authentic personality traits that resonated with audiences. He wanted his series to stand out from most popular cartoons of the time, which he felt were exemplified by buddy comedies like The Ren and Stimpy Show. As a result, Hillenburg decided to focus on a single main character, the weirdest sea creature he could think of. The choice of a sea sponge was perfect. Sponges are simple organisms that could be molded into any personality while maintaining biological plausibility. The show's narrator, aptly named Frenchie, is said to have been inspired by the legendary explorer and oceanographer Jacques-Yves Cousteau. He doesn't make too many visual appearances in the show, but when he does, he's often wearing a red beanie atop his diver's helmet, a signature Cousteau apparel choice. One of Hillenburg's greatest fascinations was the ocean. He loved swimming, scuba diving, and watching Jacques Cousteau's famous documentaries. In fact, the French-sounding narrator in many SpongeBob episodes is a parody of Cousteau. The setting's tone perfectly balanced absurdist humor with genuine heart. There's one fan theory that Bikini Bottom is the way that it is, with complex sea creature characters due to nuclear testing done at Bikini Atoll, the island floating over Bikini Bottom, though this interpretation was never officially endorsed and contradicts the show's generally optimistic worldview. The architectural choices in Bikini Bottom reflected both creativity and environmental consciousness. When touring Bikini Bottom, one might notice that the buildings are pieces of tin tacked together, or other pieces of garbage. Some believe this is to show how marine life uses discarded trash. Taking it a step further, the tin often looks wavy, which could be due to the tidal currents. This detail work showed how much thought went into every aspect of the world building. Character relationships in Bikini Bottom were carefully crafted to represent different aspects of society and human nature. SpongeBob represented pure optimism and work ethic. Patrick embodied carefree friendship and simple pleasures. Squidward served as the cynical adult perspective, often serving as the voice of reason, though he was usually ignored. Mr. Krabs represented capitalism and business concerns, while Plankton embodied the classic underdog villain who we couldn't help but root for occasionally. After high school, Hillenburg had a summer job as a cook in a seafood restaurant in Maine. This restaurant later found its way into his TV show as The Krusty Krab, where SpongeBob has the same job. This personal connection to food service helped inform the workplace dynamics that became central to many episodes. The tone of classic SpongeBob was remarkably consistent, innocent without being naive, educational without being preachy, and funny without relying on cruelty. The show managed to be simultaneously silly and sophisticated, appealing to children through bright colors and simple jokes, while entertaining adults with subtle references and clever wordplay. The setting also allowed for unlimited storytelling possibilities. Being underwater meant that the laws of physics could be bent when necessary for comedy, characters could have campfires and cry tears, while still maintaining enough internal logic to keep the world believable. This balance between fantasy and reality became one of the show's greatest strengths. The characters' homes reflected their personalities perfectly. SpongeBob lived in a pineapple, tropical, bright, and slightly absurd. Patrick lived under a rock, literally and figuratively representing his simple worldview. Squidward lived in an Easter Island head, mysterious, artistic, and imposing. These visual choices immediately communicated character traits without requiring exposition. The workplace setting of the Krusty Krab provided a perfect foundation for storytelling. It was a place where characters with different goals and personalities had to interact regularly, creating natural conflict and resolution opportunities. The restaurant setting also allowed for stories about work ethic, customer service, competition, and friendship that felt both timeless and relevant. Summary: Bikini Bottom was meticulously crafted as a world that balanced fantastical underwater impossibilities with scientifically grounded marine life, creating a setting that supported both educational content and limitless comedic possibilities through thoughtful character design and environmental storytelling. Moving on to the next section, the classic formula, seasons 1 to 3 explained. The classic SpongeBob formula wasn't just about underwater comedy, it was a carefully crafted approach to storytelling that balanced innocent humor with genuine heart, educational content with pure entertainment, and character development with episodic adventures. From 1999 to 2004, Hillenburg and his incredible staff of animators, writers, and voice actors crafted one of the funniest and most iconic runs for an animated series of all time. And the cream of the crop of episodes from this fruitful period are still 24-karat classics, more than 20 years later. This era, seasons 1 to 3, is what die-hard fans consider to be the golden era of SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob SquarePants received widespread critical acclaim in its early years, with praise given to its characters, surreal humor, writing, visuals, animation, and Hawaiian-influenced soundtrack, with the show's first 3 seasons often referred to as its golden era. The classic episodes had a special charm that set them apart from what came later. SpongeBob was innocent and optimistic, but still had some common sense. He could be frustrated, disappointed, or even occasionally angry, but these emotions felt genuine and proportionate to the situations. Character dynamics and relationship foundation. The character relationships in classic SpongeBob were the foundation of the show's success. Patrick was silly but not mean-spirited. His stupidity was endearing rather than malicious. Squidward got annoyed with his neighbors, but when bad things happened to him, it usually made sense because he had been rude or selfish first. The humor came from clever writing, character development, and situational comedy rather than from characters getting hurt for no reason. SpongeBob is very reminiscent of older Nickelodeon shows. Elements like quirky humor, annoying neighbors, fun plot lines, slightly dark humor in a few episodes, mishaps at work, worst enemies, and mishaps due to SpongeBob's antics all make this show great. The show maintained a perfect balance where every character served a purpose and had their own distinct personality that complemented the others. Educational elements and marine biology influence. Hillenburg's marine biology background permeated every aspect of the classic era. Many of the ideas for the show originated in an unpublished educational comic book titled The Intertidal Zone, which Hillenburg created in the mid-1980 seconds. This educational foundation gave the show an authenticity that was both entertaining and informative, seamlessly weaving real marine science into fantastical underwater adventures. The show featured accurate marine life behaviors and characteristics, though exaggerated for comedic effect. Characters like Sandy the squirrel living underwater in an air dome, or the various fish species that populated Bikini Bottom, all drew from Hillenburg's extensive knowledge of ocean ecosystems. This scientific grounding gave the show a unique credibility that set it apart from other cartoons of the era. Writing staff excellence and collaborative process. The writing staff during this era was exceptional and deeply collaborative. The writing staff often used their personal experiences as inspiration for the storylines of the series' episodes. For example, the episode Sailor Mouth, where SpongeBob and Patrick learn profanity, was inspired by creative director Derek Drymon's experience as a child of getting into trouble for using the F word in front of his mother. Drymon said, "The scene where Patrick is running to Mr. Krabs to tattle, with SpongeBob chasing him, is pretty much how it happened in real life." This approach of mining real experiences for comedy gold became a hallmark of the classic era. The idea for the episode The Secret Box also came from one of Drymon's childhood experiences. Hillenburg explained, "Drymon had a secret box as a kid and started telling us about it. We wanted to make fun of him and use it." This personal connection to the material gave the episodes an authenticity and emotional resonance that purely fictional scenarios often lacked. Animation style and technical excellence. The first season of the American animated television series SpongeBob SquarePants, created by former marine biologist and animator Stephen Hillenburg, aired on Nickelodeon from the 1st of May 1999 to March 3, 2001, and consists of 20 half-hour episodes. The technical execution during this era was groundbreaking for television animation. The show initially used cell animation, giving it a distinctive hand-drawn quality that added warmth and personality to every frame. In his review for The Washington Post, Michael Kavner rewatched the pilot episode Help Wanted in 2009 and said so much of the style and polish are already in place. He ranked the episode at no. 3 at his The Top 5 SpongeBob Episodes, We Pick 'Em list. Nancy Basili of theabout.com said, "The humor and optimistic essence of SpongeBob is evident even in this first episode." From the very beginning, the show demonstrated a level of polish and consistency that would define the entire classic era. Humor philosophy and comedy structure. The humor in classic SpongeBob operated on multiple levels simultaneously. This episode contains all the best elements of classic SpongeBob. High-level slapstick humor, quote, able lines, the deliciousness has landed. That was an oval, it has to be a circle. An iconic song in the Campfire Song, and it all happens in the dirt, sand, just outside our beloved main characters' homes. Episodes like the camping episode demonstrated how the show could take simple premises and build them into elaborate, multi-layered comedic experiences. This episode, as was so often the case with Golden Era SpongeBob, derived its comedy from a real-life lesson that all kids of a certain age must learn: the power of swearing. When SpongeBob and Patrick pick up a handful of dirty new words from a defamatory piece of graffiti strewn across the dumpster behind the Krusty Krab, they discover a whole new world of linguistic self-expression. Episodes like Sailor Mouth showed how the show could tackle mature themes, while maintaining its innocent, child-friendly exterior. Iconic episodes that defined the era. Band Geeks is the second segment of the 15th episode of the second season, and the 35th overall episode of the American animated television series SpongeBob SquarePants. It originally aired on Nickelodeon in the United States on the 7th of September 2001. It was written by C.H. Greenblatt, Aaron Springer, and Meriwether Williams, and the animation was directed by Frank Weiss. Band Geeks represents perhaps the perfect encapsulation of everything that made classic SpongeBob special. Band Geeks received universal acclaim from both fans and critics. Upon release, the episode was awarded and honored at the 2002 Golden Reel Awards for Best Sound Editing in Television Animation category. Tom Kenny, SpongeBob's voice actor, considers Band Geeks one of his favorite episodes. The episode's cultural impact extended far beyond its original broadcast, with the Sweet Victory sequence becoming one of the most beloved moments in animation history. Chocolate with Nuts has received universal acclaim from both critics and fans alike, and is often cited as one of the show's best episodes. Jordan Moreau, Katzy Steffen, and David Viramontes of Variety ranked Chocolate with Nuts as the 4th best SpongeBob SquarePants episode. Episodes like this showcase the show's ability to create memorable, quotable moments that would endure for decades. Musical excellence and sound design. The Hawaiian-influenced soundtrack became one of the show's most distinctive features. The music perfectly complemented the underwater setting while creating a unique auditory landscape that was both tropical and aquatic. The use of steel guitar, ukulele, and other Hawaiian instruments created an atmosphere that was simultaneously relaxing and energetic, matching the show's tone perfectly. Sound effects were equally important to the show's success. The distinctive sounds of footsteps on sand, bubbles rising, and various sea creature noises all contributed to the immersive underwater experience. These audio elements were so well crafted that they became instantly recognizable and are still used in modern episodes. Pacing and episode structure. Classic SpongeBob episodes followed a carefully structured format that maximized comedic impact while maintaining narrative coherence. Episodes typically began with a simple setup, built tension through escalating complications, reached a comedic climax, and resolved with a satisfying conclusion that often included a moral lesson or character growth moment. The pacing was deliberately measured, allowing jokes time to land and characters time to react naturally. This contrasted sharply with the rapid-fire pace that would characterize later seasons. The show understood that comedy requires rhythm and timing, not just rapid succession of gags. Moral messages and life lessons. While never preachy, classic SpongeBob consistently delivered positive messages about friendship, perseverance, optimism, and treating others with kindness. These lessons emerged naturally from the storylines rather than being forced into the narrative. SpongeBob's unwavering optimism and genuine care for others served as a positive role model for young viewers. The show taught valuable lessons about work ethic through SpongeBob's enthusiasm for his job, about loyalty through his friendship with Patrick, and about patience through his interactions with Squidward. These messages were woven so seamlessly into the entertainment that they never felt like medicine disguised as candy. Critical reception and cultural impact. In a DVD review by Bill Treadway for DVD Verdict, he called the show the best animated American comedy since The Simpsons. It is a claim I stand behind. Treadway said the show is accessible to all, that adults will enjoy the witty satire and sly in-jokes subtly inserted into every episode. He also mentioned that children will love the bright colors, spunky pace, and lively characters, and that parents will not have to worry about violence or crude humor. SpongeBob SquarePants has received universal critical acclaim, being praised for its appeal to different age groups, and the show has earned numerous awards and accolades throughout its run. James Poniwozik of Time magazine described the title character as the anti-Bart Simpson, temperamentally and physically. His head is as squared off and neat as Bart's is unruly, and he has a personality to match conscientious, optimistic, and blind to the faults in the world and those around him. Technical innovation and production values. The production values during the classic era were exceptionally high for television animation of the time. Every frame was carefully crafted, with attention paid to details that many viewers would never consciously notice, but that contributed to the overall quality of the viewing experience. The color palette was vibrant but never overwhelming. The character designs were simple but expressive, and the backgrounds were rich with detail that rewarded close examination. The show's technical excellence extended to its voice acting, with each performer bringing distinct personality to their characters. Tom Kenny's SpongeBob was energetic without being grating. Bill Fagerbakk's Patrick was dim but lovable, and Roger Bumpass's Squidward was bitter but sympathetic. This vocal chemistry was essential to the show's success, timeless appeal, and lasting influence. What made the classic formula so enduring was its combination of sophisticated humor with innocent charm. The show could be simultaneously silly and smart, simple and complex, childish and mature. This multifaceted approach allowed it to appeal to viewers of all ages and to remain relevant across different eras of popular culture. The classic SpongeBob era spans seasons 1 to 3 and ends with the first SpongeBob movie. This era is widely regarded as the golden age of SpongeBob due to its highly imaginative storytelling and clever humor, and it is often referred to as such. Classic SpongeBob is the era that made many fall in love with this show and consider it the best cartoon of all time. Summary. The classic formula of seasons 1 to 3 represented a perfect synthesis of Stephen Hillenburg's marine biology expertise, exceptional collaborative writing, technical excellence, and sophisticated humor that appealed to all ages. This era established SpongeBob as a cultural phenomenon through its authentic characters, educational foundation, memorable episodes, and timeless moral messages, creating a standard of quality that defined the golden age of the series. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the next section, the first movie, A Natural Ending Point. The SpongeBob SquarePants movie wasn't just another cartoon film, it was meant to be the grand finale of SpongeBob's underwater adventures. When it hit theaters on the 19th of November 2004, most viewers had no idea they were watching what Stephen Hillenburg considered the true ending of his creation. This movie represents the biggest what-if in animation history, showing us what could have been if creative vision had won over corporate greed. The decision to make a movie. Nickelodeon and Paramount Pictures had approached SpongeBob SquarePants creator Stephen Hillenburg for a film based on the show as early as 2001, but he refused for more than a year. Making a movie wasn't something Hillenburg took lightly. He was concerned, after watching movies like The Iron Giant and Toy Story with his son, about whether SpongeBob and Patrick could do something big and important on the big screen without losing what made the TV show special. Despite his initial resistance, Hillenburg eventually warmed to the idea when he realized he had a story worth telling on a larger scale. In an interview with the East Valley Tribune, Hillenburg admitted, "I never wanted to do a movie because I didn't think that what we wanted to say needed to be a movie. I like short-form animation. Then this story came up that lent itself to a longer format. You can't do a road trip adventure in short form. Creating the perfect SpongeBob adventure." When Hillenburg finally committed to making the movie, he knew exactly what it needed to be. He said the film's story had to be SpongeBob and a great adventure. That's where the comedy's coming from, having these two naive characters, SpongeBob and Patrick, a doofus and an idiot, on this incredibly dangerous heroic odyssey with all the odds against them. The writers decided to write a mythical hero's quest for the 2004 film, The Search for a Stolen Crown, which brings SpongeBob and Patrick to the surface. The movie's plot was perfectly designed to test SpongeBob's character while staying true to what fans loved about the show. When Mr. Krabs gets arrested for stealing King Neptune's crown, actually stolen by Plankton, SpongeBob and Patrick volunteer to retrieve it from the dangerous Shell City. This setup allowed the movie to be both a grand adventure and an intimate character study. Hillenburg directed the film and also co-wrote the screenplay with 5 other writer-animators from the show: Paul Tibbitt, Derek Drymon, Aaron Springer, Kent Osborne, and Tim Hill. This team had worked together for years and understood the characters inside and out. They spent 3 months in a room of a former bank in Glendale, California, crafting the script and making sure every joke landed while serving the larger story. The movie is series finale. What most fans didn't know at the time was that Hillenburg had designed this movie to be the end of SpongeBob's story. Once the 3rd season was completed, Hillenburg and the show's team went on a self-imposed hiatus to work on the movie, with Nickelodeon expanding the programming of the 3rd season to cover the delay. When production on the movie was completed, Hillenburg wanted to end the show so it wouldn't jump the shark, and felt 3 seasons were enough for a series like SpongeBob SquarePants. The movie's ending perfectly supported this vision. SpongeBob finally gets promoted to manager of the new Krusty Krab 2, achieving the goal he'd been working toward since the very first episode. It was character growth that felt earned and final. The credits even showed pictures of SpongeBob and his new life as manager, suggesting this was truly the end of his journey. In many ways, the movie served as the ultimate SpongeBob episode. It had everything fans loved about the show: the friendship between SpongeBob and Patrick, Squidward's reluctant involvement, Mr. Krabs' obsession with money, and Plankton's schemes, but on a bigger scale. The road trip format allowed the characters to grow and change in ways that a regular episode couldn't achieve. Why Hillenburg wanted to end the show? Hillenburg had solid creative reasons for wanting to end SpongeBob with the movie. He felt he had told the stories he wanted to tell and explored the characters fully. In his words, "It reached a point where I felt I'd contributed a lot and said what I wanted to say. At that point, the show needed new blood, and so I selected Paul Tibbitt to produce. I totally trusted him. I always enjoyed the way he captured the SpongeBob character's sense of humor, and as a writer, you have to move on. I'm developing new projects." But there was more to it than just creative fulfillment. Hillenburg worried about the show becoming stale or losing its magic if it continued too long. He had seen other successful cartoons overstay their welcome and didn't want that fate for his creation. By ending on a high note with a successful movie, SpongeBob could have maintained its perfect reputation forever. There were also concerns about maintaining quality. Making both a TV show and a movie at the same time was incredibly demanding. In 2002, Hillenburg halted production of the show after the 3rd season was completed to focus on making the SpongeBob SquarePants movie. He explained, "I don't want to try and do a movie and the series at the same time. We have 60 episodes, and that is probably as many as Nickelodeon really needs. It is a standard number for a show like this." Nickelodeon's different plans. Unfortunately for Hillenburg's vision, Nickelodeon had very different ideas about SpongeBob's future. The network had witnessed the show become their biggest hit since their early days, generating massive revenue from merchandise, international sales, and advertising. The idea of ending such a profitable franchise was unthinkable from a business perspective. Nickelodeon wanted to produce more episodes, especially after the built-up demand that came with the hiatus during movie production. The movie's success at the box office, DSME, grossing over $140 million worldwide on a $30 million budget, DATDSM, only strengthened their resolve to continue the series. From their viewpoint, ending SpongeBob would be like throwing away a winning lottery ticket. This conflict between creative vision and corporate interests created an impossible situation. Hillenburg could either compromise his artistic integrity by continuing a show he felt was complete, or he could step away and let others handle his creation. Faced with this choice, he made the difficult decision to resign as showrunner while remaining as executive producer to maintain some oversight. The transition and its consequences. As a result, Hillenburg resigned as the series' showrunner, appointing writer, director, and storyboard artist Paul Tibbitt to succeed him. Hillenburg still remained involved with the series, reviewing each episode and submitting suggestions, but he no longer had direct creative control over the direction of the show. This transition marked the beginning of what fans would later call the modern era of SpongeBob. While Tibbitt and the new team tried their best to maintain the show's quality, something was inevitably lost in translation. Various media outlets including MSN, Club, and Vulture have reported that SpongeBob's popularity declined following the release of the 2004 film and Hillenburg's departure as showrunner. The change wasn't immediately obvious to casual viewers, but longtime fans began noticing differences in the characters and humor. SpongeBob became more childish, Patrick became meaner, and the show relied more on gross-out humor and slapstick rather than the clever writing that had defined the classic era. What the movie accomplished. Despite the controversy over continuing the series, the movie itself was a resounding success that proved SpongeBob could work on the big screen. It received generally positive reviews from critics who praised its faithfulness to the source material and its ability to expand the SpongeBob universe without losing what made it special. The movie introduced new characters like King Neptune, redesigned from his TV appearance, Princess Mindy, and Dennis the Bounty Hunter, while giving expanded roles to beloved characters like David Hasselhoff, who played himself. These additions felt natural to the SpongeBob world rather than forced attempts to make the movie feel bigger. Most importantly, the movie captured the heart of what made SpongeBob special. The friendship between SpongeBob and Patrick was tested and strengthened. SpongeBob learned to embrace who he was rather than trying to be someone else, and the power of optimism and determination won the day. These themes had been present throughout the classic era of the show. The timeline question. One lasting debate among fans is whether the movie takes place at the end of the SpongeBob timeline. Some fans believe all post-movie episodes are prequels that happen before the movie's events. This theory is supported by the fact that SpongeBob becomes manager in the movie, but returns to being a regular fry cook in later episodes. However, this timeline theory has never been officially confirmed, and later episodes have contradicted it by referencing movie events. The reality is probably simpler. Nickelodeon treats each episode as standalone and doesn't worry much about continuity between the movie and the TV show. Legacy and impact. Looking back, the 2004 SpongeBob movie represents a perfect capstone to the classic era. It took everything that worked about the first 3 seasons and presented it in feature-length form. For fans who consider seasons 1 to 3 to be the real SpongeBob, the movie serves as the perfect ending to that story. The movie also demonstrated that SpongeBob could succeed beyond television. Its box office success paved the way for future SpongeBob movies, though none would have the same cultural impact or feel as much like a natural conclusion to the series. In many ways, the movie serves as a time capsule of SpongeBob at its peak. Every element that made the classic era special, NIT. The character relationships, the humor style, the heart, and the creativity was present and accounted for. It showed what SpongeBob was capable of when guided by its creator's vision. What could have been? The biggest question surrounding the SpongeBob movie is what would have happened if Hillenburg had gotten his way and ended the series there. Would SpongeBob be remembered more fondly today if it had concluded at its creative peak? Would the classic episodes be even more treasured if there weren't hundreds of lesser episodes diluting the brand? We'll never know for sure, but many fans and critics believe the show would have a stronger legacy today if it had ended with the movie. Instead of being seen as a series that lost its way, SpongeBob could have been remembered as a perfect trilogy of seasons, plus a movie, a complete story told exactly as its creator intended. The movie stands as both a celebration of everything SpongeBob achieved in its classic era, and a reminder of what was lost when corporate interests took priority over creative vision. It represents the last time Steven Hillenburg had complete control over his creation, and the last time SpongeBob felt like a unified artistic statement rather than a commercial product. Summary. The 2004 SpongeBob SquarePants movie was designed by Steven Hillenburg as the natural conclusion to his series, representing a perfect synthesis of the classic era's best elements in feature-length form. However, Nickelodeon's decision to continue the profitable franchise led to Hillenburg's departure as showrunner and marked the end of the show's golden age, making the movie both a creative triumph and a symbol of what was lost when commercial interests overrode artistic vision. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the next section, humor styles, subtle absurdity versus loud exaggeration. The humor in SpongeBob changed completely between the classic and modern eras. What started as clever, quiet comedy turned into loud, crazy slapstick that changed how people watched the show. This shift represents one of the biggest changes in cartoon comedy ever seen on television. Classic era, smart and quiet comedy. The characters of SpongeBob SquarePants underwent massive changes after the first movie, with the show's tone and style of humor switching from innocent, gentle, laid-back, and witty to loud, mean-spirited, wild, and crazy. The classic era was special because its humor worked for both kids and adults without being mean or stupid. Classic SpongeBob's humor came from weird situations that somehow made sense underwater. When SpongeBob and Patrick had a campfire on the ocean floor, nobody explained how fire could burn underwater. The show just expected viewers to go with it and focus on the characters instead. This created comedy that felt easy and natural. The jokes often went over kids' heads but made adults laugh. The writers figured if they were laughing, everyone else would laugh too. This let them make smart jokes hidden inside simple cartoon comedy. Kids enjoyed the bright colors and silly voices, while adults caught the clever references and wordplay. Classic episodes were great at quiet moments where the humor came from, how characters reacted, small visual jokes, or perfect timing. SpongeBob saying, "I'm ready!" in his excited voice, or Patrick looking confused created laughs without needing crazy animation or loud sound effects. The comedy had room to breathe and let people actually get the jokes. The smart way classic humor worked. Classic SpongeBob proved that cartoons could be both smart and innocent at the same time. The show could make grown-up references while keeping that childlike wonder. Episodes like Rock Bottom created genuinely creepy feelings that were still okay for children, showing how skilled the writers were at mixing different moods. The humor usually came from the characters and their relationships rather than just random gags. When bad things happened to Squidward in classic episodes, it was usually because he had been selfish or mean first. This created laughs that felt fair and right, rather than just being cruel for no reason. Stephen Hillenburg's background in marine biology gave the show a foundation of real knowledge that made the crazy situations feel more believable. Even when impossible things happened, they happened in a world that felt consistent and real. Modern era, everything gets louder and crazier. The shift to modern SpongeBob humor was a complete change in how the show worked. Modern SpongeBob has some good dialogue humor, but it relies more on being over the top and visually crazy. The new approach focused on making everything bigger, louder, and more extreme rather than clever or subtle. A lot of the jokes are boring and basic. What do I mean? Old SpongeBob gave us lots of creative jokes like Patrick singing brush, 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 brushing everywhere and using a toothbrush as an armpit scrubber, or SpongeBob saying, "I'll fake my way through this just like I did high school." Most modern jokes are simple slapstick, where someone just falls or flies into something, or gets hit with something. There aren't many clever, wacky, weird sight gags anymore. The focus shifted from character-based comedy to visual spectacle. Instead of laughing at what characters said or how they reacted, viewers were expected to laugh at extreme facial expressions, gross-out moments, and physical pain. The comedy became about shock value rather than actual wit or cleverness. The face problem. One of the biggest changes in modern SpongeBob is the faces. They over-rely on crazy and over-the-top goofy facial expressions rather than using clever humor like they used to. While they are bringing back some good humor to the show, all of the goofy expressions takes away from it and is frankly annoying. These faces weren't just different, they were designed to be as extreme as possible. Characters would make huge, bulging expressions that looked more like horror movie monsters than the friendly sea creatures from classic episodes. This style came from shows like The Ren and Stimpy Show, which was known for gross-out humor and disturbing imagery. The problem with relying on crazy faces is that they get old fast. The first time you see SpongeBob with giant bulging eyes might be funny, but after the 100th time, it just becomes annoying. Classic SpongeBob faces were simple but expressive, allowing the characters to show emotion without looking scary or weird. Volume versus cleverness. Modern SpongeBob often confused being loud with being funny. Characters would scream instead of talking, run around wildly instead of walking normally, and overreact to everything. The show seemed to think that if something was happening fast and loud enough, it would automatically be entertaining. This approach ignored what made classic SpongeBob special, the fact that quiet moments could be just as funny as loud ones. Some of the best classic jokes were delivered in SpongeBob's normal voice or came from characters just looking at each other. Modern episodes rarely had these peaceful, subtle moments. The writers also started relying on gross-out humor, showing disgusting things like toenails being ripped off or characters leaking gross fluids. This type of humor was shocking but not clever, and it made many fans uncomfortable. Classic SpongeBob could be silly without being disgusting. Losing the heart? Perhaps the biggest difference between classic and modern humor was that classic SpongeBob had heart. Even when characters were being silly or getting into trouble, you could tell they cared about each other. The jokes came from their friendship and relationships, not from wanting to hurt or embarrass each other. Modern SpongeBob often felt mean-spirited. Characters would do terrible things to each other and then laugh about it. SpongeBob would annoy Squidward just to be cruel, or Patrick would be mean to SpongeBob for no reason. This made the humor feel bullying rather than playful. The classic era understood that the best comedy comes from characters you actually like and care about. When SpongeBob got excited about something, you got excited too. When Patrick said something silly, it was endearing rather than frustrating. This emotional connection made the jokes funnier and more memorable. The meme factor. Interestingly, classic SpongeBob became much more popular online and in meme culture than modern episodes. In 2018, Vulture noted the most popular online memes of the series usually focused on episodes from the first 3 seasons. This happened because classic jokes were more quotable and memorable than modern ones. Lines like, "Is mayonnaise an instrument?" or "I'm ready" became part of everyday conversation because they were clever and easy to remember. Modern SpongeBob quotes were often too long, too weird, or too dependent on visual gags to work as memes. The classic era created cultural moments that lasted decades. This meme success proved that subtle, character-based humor had more staying power than loud visual comedy. People didn't make memes about crazy facial expressions or gross-out moments. They quoted the clever dialogue and memorable character interactions from classic episodes. Different audiences, different approaches. The humor shift also reflected changing ideas about what kids wanted to see. Classic SpongeBob assumed children were smart enough to appreciate clever jokes and didn't need everything explained or exaggerated. Modern SpongeBob seemed to think kids needed constant stimulation and extreme visuals to stay interested. This change affected how adults viewed the show too. Many parents who had enjoyed watching classic SpongeBob with their kids found modern episodes annoying or inappropriate. The show went from being something families could enjoy together to something that primarily appealed to very young children. The classic approach respected its audience's intelligence, while the modern approach seemed to talk down to viewers. This difference in philosophy affected every aspect of the show's comedy and made the two eras feel like completely different programs. Classic SpongeBob humor relied on clever writing, character relationships, and subtle absurdity that worked for all ages, while modern SpongeBob shifted to loud, exaggerated visual comedy focused on extreme facial expressions and shock value, losing the heart and intelligence that made the original episodes timeless and quotable. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the next section, character arcs then and now, SpongeBob's evolution. SpongeBob SquarePants himself represents the most dramatic character change in the show's history. The yellow sponge, who started as a lovable, childlike adult with real emotions and dreams, gradually transformed into an annoying, hyperactive toddler who cries and screams constantly. This change happened slowly over many seasons, showing how long-running shows can lose track of what made their main characters special in the first place. Classic SpongeBob, the perfect main character. SpongeBob originally started out as a playful, naive, quirky, and happy-go-lucky character who was optimistic, energetic, and childlike, but still clearly an adult. He would make most decisions quickly, and was mostly unaware of how annoying his crazy behavior was to his neighbor Squidward and other people in Bikini Bottom. He always wanted to make friends with and help everyone, whether they wanted it or not, with mixed results. What made classic SpongeBob special was that he had real depth as a character. He could get frustrated, sad, angry, or disappointed, and these emotions felt genuine. In episodes like Pizza Delivery, when a customer was mean about the pizza SpongeBob worked so hard to deliver, he actually started crying real tears. This wasn't played for laughs, it was a genuine emotional moment that made viewers care about him. SpongeBob has a childlike enthusiasm for life, which carries over to his job as a fry cook at a fast food restaurant, the Krusty Krab. One of his goals is to obtain a boat driving license from Mrs. Puff's boating school, but he never succeeds. His favorite pastimes include jellyfishing and blowing soap bubbles into fancy shapes. These hobbies showed he had interests and personality beyond just being silly. Classic SpongeBob was also surprisingly capable when he needed to be. He was amazing at his job making Krabby Patties, could learn complex tasks when motivated, and sometimes showed real wisdom about friendship and life. He wasn't just a dumb character, he was innocent and optimistic, which are different things entirely. The slow decline begins, where a character's personality gets exaggerated until it takes over everything, provides an interesting example of how long-running shows can change, sometimes sacrificing depth for simple humor. The beginning of SpongeBob's flanderization is subtle in Season 4. His cheerful, optimistic nature stays, but he starts becoming more overly naive and over the top in his enthusiasm. During Season 4, SpongeBob still felt mostly like his classic self, but small changes started appearing. He became slightly more childish, and his voice got a bit higher. His reactions became bigger and more dramatic. These changes were small enough that most viewers didn't notice them at first, but they marked the beginning of a major transformation. By Season 5, the exaggeration becomes more noticeable. SpongeBob's once adorable optimism now veers into complete cluelessness, and what was once charming can now seem irritating or overdone. His capacity for emotional depth, which was present in earlier seasons, is overshadowed by more frantic and exaggerated behaviors. The character started crying more often and for less important reasons. Where classic SpongeBob might get sad about something genuinely upsetting, modern SpongeBob would start bawling over tiny problems. His famous laugh also became more shrill and annoying, happening more frequently and lasting longer. The peak of flanderization. In Seasons 6 and 7, SpongeBob reaches the peak of flanderization. His personality becomes almost unrecognizable compared to earlier seasons. His innocence is replaced with absurd stupidity, and his infectious cheerfulness crosses into mania. The nuanced, relatable aspects of his character are all but gone, replaced by exaggerated traits designed to generate humor from one-dimensional antics. During this period, SpongeBob became gratuitously obnoxious, moronic, and deranged. More like a toddler in an adult's body than the zany, enthusiastic character he was in the first 3 seasons. He became extremely hyperactive and over-emotional, with a higher-pitched voice, a shriller laugh, and a tendency to burst into tears far more often and for longer periods. His treatment of Squidward became stalker-level creepy, his antics crazier and more dangerous, and his mindset considerably more ignorant and childish, to the point where any remaining trace of his adulthood vanished entirely. Even his facial expressions became much more exaggerated to make him come across as mentally unstable. This version of SpongeBob was hard to like or relate to. Instead of being an innocent optimist, he became an annoying pest who caused problems for everyone around him. Many longtime fans stopped watching during this period because the main character had become so different from what they originally loved. Loss of goals and growth. One of the biggest changes in modern SpongeBob was the loss of his goals and ambitions. Classic SpongeBob desperately wanted to get his driving license and dreamed of becoming the manager of the Krusty Krab. These goals gave his character direction and made viewers root for him to succeed. SpongeBob's ambition is gone too, and he's completely content being a fry cook forever. In later episodes, SpongeBob would cover Squidward's and Mr. Krabs' jobs, and he'd be back in his previous position without any complaints. The character who once had dreams and aspirations became someone who was satisfied with never growing or changing. This change made SpongeBob feel less like a real person and more like a cartoon character who existed only to cause chaos. Classic SpongeBob had wants and needs that drove the stories, while modern SpongeBob just reacted to whatever was happening around him. The voice and physical changes. The voice acting also changed dramatically over the years. SpongeBob's voice became higher-pitched and more childlike, especially when he cried or got excited. Tom Kenny, the voice actor, started making SpongeBob sound more like a baby than a young adult. This vocal change reinforced the character's transformation from innocent adult to annoying child. His physical design changed too. SpongeBob's facial expressions became more extreme, with huge bulging eyes and exaggerated mouth movements. His movements became more frantic and spastic. The simple, appealing design of classic SpongeBob was replaced by a version that could look genuinely disturbing during emotional outbursts. Relationship changes. Classic SpongeBob's relationships with other characters were based on genuine care and friendship. He annoyed Squidward, but it came from a place of wanting to be friends, not from malice. He respected Mr. Krabs as a father figure and boss. He had fun adventures with Patrick based on their shared interests. Modern SpongeBob's relationships became more one-sided and selfish. He would force his attention on Squidward even when clearly told to stop. He became less respectful of Mr. Krabs and more focused on his own desires. His friendship with Patrick became less about shared fun and more about enabling each other's worst behaviors. These changes made SpongeBob less sympathetic and harder to root for. Instead of a character who brought joy to others, even when they didn't want it, he became someone who caused problems and didn't seem to care about the consequences. Thankfully, Season 8 marks a change for the better. SpongeBob's more exaggerated traits are dialed back, and his behavior starts feeling more grounded. He regains some of the charm that made him lovable, with more emotional depth reminiscent of his earlier, well-rounded characterization. The over-the-top obliviousness and hyperactivity are toned down. After Season 8, SpongeBob's character returns to something closer to what made him a fan favorite in the first place. His infectious optimism and quirky humor regain their authenticity, while the extreme exaggerations are replaced with a more consistent and believable portrayal. This return to form shows the creator's efforts to reconnect with the show's original spirit. However, even with these improvements, modern SpongeBob never fully returned to his classic characterization. Some of the annoying traits remained, and the character continued to lack the emotional depth and relatability that made classic SpongeBob so special. What was lost? The changes to SpongeBob represent more than just character development. They show what happens when a show loses sight of what made its main character appealing. Classic SpongeBob was someone viewers could relate to and care about. He had flaws and made mistakes, but his heart was always in the right place. Modern SpongeBob became a collection of exaggerated traits rather than a complete character. He existed to generate laughs through extreme behavior rather than to tell meaningful stories about friendship, work, and growing up. This transformation made the show less emotionally engaging and more superficially entertaining. The loss of classic SpongeBob also affected every other character on the show. Since SpongeBob was the heart of the series, his transformation changed how everyone else behaved and related to each other. The entire show became less grounded and more cartoonish as a result. Why it matters? SpongeBob's character evolution matters because he was the emotional center of the show. When audiences stopped caring about the main character, they stopped caring about the show itself. The transformation from lovable optimist to annoying pest represents one of the most dramatic character changes in television history. This change also reflects broader trends in children's television, where complex characters are often simplified into basic traits that are easier to write for, but less interesting to watch. SpongeBob's flanderization shows the risks of prioritizing quick laughs over character development and emotional storytelling. SpongeBob evolved from a lovable, naive, but emotionally complex adult with real goals and relationships in the classic era to an annoying, hyperactive, crying toddler-like character in modern seasons, losing his depth, ambition, and emotional authenticity before partially recovering some charm in later seasons, though never fully returning to his original appeal. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the next section, Squidward's journey from relatable adult to punching bag. Squidward Tentacles represents one of the most dramatic character changes in SpongeBob history, transforming from a relatable, grumpy but sympathetic neighbor into an endless victim of cruel torture for the audience's entertainment. His journey shows how even the most well-developed characters can be ruined when writers lose sight of what made them special in the first place. Classic Squidward, the relatable adult. People can see him as one of the most relatable characters in the SpongeBob franchise, considering he constantly gets pestered by SpongeBob, Patrick, and others. In SpongeBob, Squidward is pretty much the only adult on the show, despite the fact that almost every character in the show is actually an adult. He's the only character on the show you would believe pays a mortgage. Squidward Tentacles, SpongeBob's next-door neighbor and co-worker at the Krusty Krab, is a grumpy and bitter octopus who lives in an Easter Island head. He despises his job as a cashier and enjoys playing the clarinet and painting self-portraits. He is constantly annoyed by SpongeBob and Patrick's antics, who are unaware of Squidward's anger towards them, though they get along well when the situation calls for it. What made classic Squidward special was that his grumpiness felt completely justified. He worked a dead-end job, lived next to two annoying neighbors who constantly bothered him, and had dreams of being an artist that nobody appreciated. As children, the character was nothing more than the comedic straight man to SpongeBob's constant shenanigans, but as audiences got older, a new layer began to unfold. Classic Squidward was more than just the straight man, he was constantly the vessel used for the show to deliver jokes aimed more at parents watching with their kids. While most kids' shows make adult jokes through hidden references and wordplay, SpongeBob decided to make them just about adult life through Squidward's experiences. The working adult reality. Squidward has always been the most relatable SpongeBob character for adults. He represents the reality of working life that many viewers eventually face themselves. After working at the Krusty Krab for years, Squidward's trademark bitterness shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. He usually doesn't have anything to really look forward to, so we totally understand his desire to sleep instead. Many would agree one of the most relatable things about Squidward is that he's always tired. He's around endless loud noises coming from his over-the-top boss Mr. Krabs, who's known for yelling quite often. There's also SpongeBob's loud laughter or whatever destruction he and Patrick cause, something he deals with at home too. A lot of people can identify with his experience and the daily side effects of what feels like tiring, meaningless work. In classic episodes, when Squidward runs into his age-old rival Squilliam Fancinson, he's instantly on edge. That's probably because the two can't have a conversation that doesn't involve comparing Squilliam's successes to Squidward's failures. Jealousy is something everyone feels at some point, and even if you despise the person, you may feel like you need to prove yourself to them. When Squidward's pain made sense. In classic SpongeBob, when bad things happened to Squidward, it usually made sense because he had been rude or selfish first. This created laughs that felt fair and right rather than just being cruel for no reason. Squidward's pain used to be funny because it was tamer, and it gave us good episodes like Squid's Day Off, Opposite Day, and Club SpongeBob. The classic approach to Squidward followed basic comedy rules, DAS. He would try to do something bad to SpongeBob or Patrick, but it would backfire and hurt him instead. This made his comeuppance feel hilarious and satisfying because he deserved what happened to him. The audience could laugh because justice was being served. For example, in Pizza Delivery, when a rude customer makes SpongeBob cry after rejecting the pizza they worked so hard to deliver, an angry Squidward throws the pizza in the customer's face and defends SpongeBob. This showed that despite his grumpiness, Squidward had a good heart and would stand up for people when it really mattered. And while Squidward is cranky, he is very rarely truly mean in classic episodes. He is just very standoffish, but you can always tell that somewhere deep down he actually does care about SpongeBob and the other people in his life. He even likes certain aspects of his job when it requires him being creative, like when Mr. Krabs has him direct the talent show at the Krusty Krab. The shift to torture victim. Squidward torture episodes often boil down to the character Squidward Tentacles being tortured or abused by another thing or person throughout the episode, most times without deserving it. When it is handled right in the classic era, Squidward gets punished due to his negative attitude. Sometimes the torture can be humorous and funny, but most of the time in modern episodes it is cruel and mean-spirited for audiences to see. Squidward's role was transformed from getting fair punishment to a mix of outright cruelty and unfair treatment, with nearly every entity in Bikini Bottom genuinely out to make him miserable. This could be considered character development since it made his jerk-like behavior more understandable, but it also made the show much less fun to watch. Modern episodes started making Squidward suffer just because he existed, not because he had done anything wrong. In these episodes, he does nothing to deserve bad treatment, and everything and everyone is against him. The comedy stopped being about karma and started being about watching an innocent person get hurt over and over again. The infamous torture episodes. Some of the most hated SpongeBob episodes center around Squidward getting tortured for no good reason. Episodes like Smooth Jazz at Bikini Bottom, House Fancy, and Good Neighbors became examples of how far the show had fallen from its original spirit. In House Fancy, Squidward gets his toenail brutally ripped off in a scene that traumatized many viewers. This wasn't funny, it was just painful and gross to watch. The episode tried to show the difference between a driver with boat smarts and a driver without boat smarts, but ended up showing a driver with boat smarts getting hurt, while the careless driver goes through the whole episode unharmed. Good Neighbors marked a turning point where Squidward wasn't being rude or arrogant at the beginning of the episode, yet still suffered terrible consequences. What follows is one of the most uncomfortable sequences ever seen in the show, where the writers intentionally tried to go too far with Squidward's pain, and it quickly became hard to watch. In most of these episodes, the writers don't know they're going too far, but in some cases, they are intentionally trying to push boundaries with Squidward's suffering. It seems like they stuffed everything wrong with modern SpongeBob into short windows, Squidward being tortured, SpongeBob making things worse through stupidity, and Mr. Krabs caring about money more than people's well-being. Loss of character depth. Modern Squidward lost most of the depth that made him interesting in classic episodes. Instead of being a frustrated artist with real dreams and goals, he became just a target for abuse. His clarinet playing, his art, his hopes of becoming famous, all of these character traits took a backseat to his role as the show's punching bag. The show also made Squidward meaner and more unreasonable in some episodes to try to justify the torture he received, but this approach backfired because it made him less relatable and sympathetic. When Squidward was cruel or selfish in these episodes, it felt forced and out of character rather than natural. Even worse, Squidward's relationship with SpongeBob became twisted in modern episodes. The friendship between SpongeBob and Squidward has become psychotic. SpongeBob would literally make a scene to attract Squidward's attention. He's basically like the overly attached girlfriend meme. It really feels like SpongeBob is in love with Squidward, and it's really creepy. The adult perspective shift. As children, Squidward is by far the least relatable and likable character. He's grumpy, bitter, rude, and at times outright cruel to SpongeBob, who seems unaware of his bad temper. As adults, however, Squidward becomes a much more sympathetic character, even becoming relatable. This shift happened because adult viewers started understanding Squidward's perspective. They recognized the frustration of dealing with annoying coworkers, the stress of working dead-end jobs, and the disappointment of unfulfilled dreams. Squidward's cynicism began to feel realistic rather than mean-spirited. The problem is that modern SpongeBob took advantage of this adult sympathy and used it to justify putting Squidward through increasingly horrible situations. Instead of making him more relatable, the show made him more pitiful, which wasn't nearly as entertaining or meaningful. The stalker problem. One of the most disturbing changes in modern SpongeBob was how SpongeBob's treatment of Squidward became stalker-like and creepy. His treatment of Squidward became stalker-level creepy, his antics crazier and more dangerous, and his mindset considerably more ignorant and childish, to the point where any remaining trace of his adulthood vanished entirely. Classic SpongeBob annoyed Squidward out of innocent enthusiasm and a desire to be friends. Modern SpongeBob seemed to enjoy bothering Squidward and ignored clear signals that his attention was unwanted. This made SpongeBob less likable and made Squidward's suffering feel more cruel and unfair. The show lost the balance that made their relationship work in classic episodes. Squidward's grumpiness used to be funny because SpongeBob's optimism was genuine and pure. When SpongeBob became mean-spirited and selfish, the dynamic stopped working and just became uncomfortable to watch. Squidward as the only sane man. In later seasons, Squidward often became the only sane man, the one character who pointed out how crazy and illogical everything around him had become. While this sometimes made him more sympathetic, it also made him less fun to watch because he was constantly complaining and pointing out problems rather than participating in adventures. This role made Squidward feel more like a critic of the show than a character within it. Instead of being part of the underwater world's logic, he became the voice pointing out how nonsensical everything had become. This approach made the show feel self-aware in a way that wasn't always entertaining. The only sane man role also meant that Squidward was almost always right about everything, which made other characters look stupid by comparison. This created an imbalance where Squidward was too smart and everyone else was too dumb, making their interactions feel forced rather than natural. The recovery attempts. In later seasons, the show tried to dial back some of Squidward's torture and return him to a more balanced role. Some episodes gave him genuine victories or moments of happiness, showing that the writers understood they had gone too far with his suffering. Episodes like Band Geeks from the classic era showed how satisfying it could be when Squidward actually succeeded at something. His triumph at the end of that episode felt earned and meaningful because he had worked hard and overcome obstacles. Modern attempts to recreate this feeling often fell flat because they hadn't properly built up to the payoff. The challenge for modern writers was that they had made Squidward so pitiful and defeated that giving him victories felt hollow. Classic Squidward had enough dignity and self-respect that his successes felt meaningful. Modern Squidward had been beaten down so much that victories seemed like pity rather than achievement. Why Squidward matters. Squidward's character journey matters because he represents the show's relationship with its adult audience. Classic Squidward was funny to kids and relatable to adults, creating a perfect balance that made the show work for all ages. Modern Squidward became a source of uncomfortable cringe that made many adult viewers stop watching. The torture of Squidward also reflects broader problems with modern comedy. Is reread, the idea that making characters suffer is automatically funny, rather than requiring setup, justification, and payoff. Classic SpongeBob understood that comedy requires rules and logic, even in a cartoon world. Most importantly, Squidward's transformation shows what happens when writers lose empathy for their characters. Classic Squidward was written by people who understood and related to his frustrations. Modern Squidward often felt like he was written by people who saw him as a target rather than a person. Squidward evolved from a relatable, grumpy but sympathetic adult dealing with realistic workplace and neighbor frustrations in classic episodes to a helpless torture victim who suffered endless abuse without justification in modern seasons, losing his character depth, dignity, and the balance that made his relationship with SpongeBob entertaining rather than disturbing. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the next section, Mr. Krabs and Plankton, greed, rivalry, and shifting morality. The relationship between Mr. Krabs and Plankton represents one of SpongeBob's most complex character dynamics, evolving from a balanced rivalry between flawed but understandable characters into a twisted situation where Mr. Krabs became crueler than the supposed villain. Their story shows how character development can go wrong when writers lose sight of what made relationships work in the first place. Classic era. Balanced rivals with heart. Mr. Krabs is commonly known as the greedy founder and owner of the Krusty Krab restaurant, where SpongeBob works as a fry cook and Squidward works as a cashier. Krabs' rival and former best friend Plankton operates the Chum Bucket, an unsuccessful restaurant across the street from the Krusty Krab. A major plot point throughout the series is Plankton failing to steal the Krabby Patty formula with the help of his computer wife, Karen. In classic episodes, this rivalry worked because both characters had clear motivations that viewers could understand. Mr. Krabs wanted to protect his business and the secret that made it successful. Plankton wanted to achieve the success that had always escaped him. Neither character was completely good or completely evil. They were both flawed people doing questionable things, for understandable reasons. As shown in Friend or Foe, Mr. Krabs and Plankton started as best friends since they were both born in the same hospital on the same day. During their elementary school years, both Plankton and Mr. Krabs were frequently bullied by other cruel children. When their favorite hangout spot was shut down, Plankton and Mr. Krabs decided to open their own burger joint to earn respect from the kids. This backstory gave their rivalry emotional weight and made both characters sympathetic. They weren't just random enemies, they were former friends, whose relationship had been destroyed by circumstances and misunderstandings. This foundation made their conflicts feel personal and meaningful, rather than just cartoon violence. Mr. Krabs, from flawed hero to villain. In classic episodes, Mr. Krabs was greedy but largely ethical. He quickly lost this quality as his greed became exaggerated, to the point where his business practices became morally questionable even when he was portrayed in a positive light. While he was always focused on money, he had some reasonable redeeming aspects and morals to balance it out, especially his fatherly role with SpongeBob and Pearl. Classic Mr. Krabs loved money, but he also loved his daughter, cared about his employees in his own way, and had some standards about how far he would go to make a profit. He was cheap and sometimes unfair, but he wasn't evil. When bad things happened to him, it was usually because his greed had gotten him into trouble, which felt like fair punishment. The character was originally inspired by Stephen Hillenburg's former manager at a seafood restaurant. According to Hillenburg, his manager was redheaded, muscular, and a former army cook, but importantly, the real manager was not greedy. Hillenburg added the greed detail to give him more personality, but in classic episodes, this greed was balanced with other character traits. Mr. Krabs went from being a typical greedy yet usually well-intentioned boss to being borderline evil with an over-exaggerated obsession with money who would go through several kinds of hell just to retrieve a single penny. While his greed was always prominent, he had some reasonable redeeming aspects and morals to balance it out in classic episodes. The escalation of cruelty. One of the most disturbing changes in modern SpongeBob was how Mr. Krabs' treatment of Plankton became unnecessarily cruel. When it comes to his business rival, Plankton, their rivalry corrupted Mr. Krabs to the point where he takes pure joy in Plankton's suffering and refuses to let him have any form of happiness or even a single customer. He goes as far as being the aggressor, without Plankton even plotting to steal the formula. In the very infamous Season 7 episode, One Course Meal, he uses Plankton's fear of whales to psychologically torture him to the point where he becomes depressed and flat-out suicidal. While it's understandable for him to want to seek revenge for Plankton trying to steal the formula earlier in the episode, he takes his retaliation way too far to the point of making Plankton seem innocent in comparison. This episode represents the worst of modern Mr. Krabs because it showed him deliberately trying to drive someone to suicide for his own entertainment. This wasn't about protecting his business or even getting revenge, it was about enjoying another person's pain. This crossed a line that classic Mr. Krabs would never have crossed. Speaking of his cruelty towards Plankton in the episode Plankton's Regular, a truly infamous moment that highlights his pettiness includes the line, "What am I gonna do? I can't let Plankton have so much as one single customer." And it makes you wonder, why wouldn't he just let Plankton have this moment? This showed how modern Mr. Krabs had become so obsessed with winning that he couldn't tolerate Plankton having even the smallest success. Plankton, from villain to victim. Meanwhile, Plankton's character evolved in the opposite direction. Classic Plankton was a legitimate threat, not small but clever, with elaborate schemes and a genuine chance of success. He was the villain, but he was an entertaining villain who you could sometimes root for because he was such an underdog. Modern Plankton became more of a victim than a villain. These seasons generally depict Plankton as a huge victim who barely poses a threat, making Krabs out to be an evil crab who is far more evil and depraved than Plankton ever was. The show started treating Plankton's failures as tragic rather than comedic, which changed the entire dynamic of their relationship. Ever since the post-movie episodes, both Squidward and Plankton have stepped away from being the grumpy bear and designated villain, respectively, to being the only sane man and the victim. While some may argue that this is a step down for the characters, it's also obvious that because of the level of cruelty shown by the main characters, both Squidward and Plankton have become much more likable as a result, as we sympathize with their suffering. Compare Plankton in classic episodes versus modern ones. In classic episodes, the character represented nothing more than conflict for the Krusty Krab and SpongeBob, with a single-minded obsession to steal the formula. In modern episodes, he's a much more fleshed-out, multi-dimensional character who is infinitely more sympathetic, and by the end of many episodes, it's hard not to feel sorry for him while Krabs laughs at his misfortune. The moral confusion. The relationship between Mr. Krabs and Plankton in modern episodes created moral confusion because the show kept treating Mr. Krabs as a hero, even when he was acting like a villain. He is just as villainous as Plankton, if not worse than him, but the show rarely acknowledged this or gave him appropriate consequences for his actions. He seems to casually get away with crimes throughout the series, or at least not get the proper punishment for them, from imprisonment to trying to get Plankton to straight up kill himself right up to downright attempted murder. He generally gets no proper punishment for his actions since, owing to his naivete, SpongeBob overly idealizes him like a saint and follows his orders without question. This created a situation where viewers were supposed to cheer for Mr. Krabs even when he was clearly in the wrong. It made the show feel morally confused and sent mixed messages about right and wrong, especially to younger viewers who might not understand the complexity of the situation. The loss of stakes. Another problem with modern Mr. Krabs and Plankton episodes was that they lost the stakes that made classic episodes exciting. In classic episodes, Plankton's schemes felt like real threats that could actually succeed. This made Mr. Krabs' efforts to stop him feel heroic and necessary. In modern episodes, Plankton's schemes became so obviously doomed to fail that Mr. Krabs' efforts to stop him seemed like overkill. When Plankton wasn't a real threat, Mr. Krabs' cruelty toward him felt unnecessary and mean-spirited rather than protective and justified. The show also started focusing more on their personal rivalry than on the business competition that had originally driven their conflict. Instead of being about the Krusty Krab versus the Chum Bucket, their fights became about Mr. Krabs wanting to make Plankton miserable for its own sake. Economic themes gone wrong. The rivalry between Mr. Krabs and Plankton originally worked as a commentary on business competition and economic inequality. Mr. Krabs achieved success through greed, while Plankton attempted to achieve it through stealing other people's success. The show tried to show that neither the capitalist nor the envious competitor was more guilty or more justified. But modern episodes lost this balance and started portraying Mr. Krabs as a successful businessman defending his achievements, while Plankton became a pathetic loser who deserved to fail. This removed the economic criticism and made the show feel like it was celebrating ruthless capitalism rather than questioning it. Political scientist Joseph J. Foy argues that Krabs, not Plankton and Karen, is the true evil character in the series. Critics have noted that Mr. Krabs represents unchecked, unthinking, unregulated capitalism, where everything is about the bottom line, not about what's socially responsible. The friendship that was lost. One of the saddest aspects of the Mr. Krabs and Plankton relationship is how the show gradually forgot that they used to be best friends. Friend or Foe is a beautifully tragic story about how a rivalry can ruin a good relationship. Both Krabs and Plankton have their own warped version of what ended their friendship, and as is so often the case, the real story is something in between. Classic episodes occasionally hinted at the possibility of reconciliation between the two characters. Episodes like Christmas Who showed them singing together, and Welcome to the Chum Bucket revealed that Mr. Krabs goes to the Chum Bucket every Thursday night to play cards with Plankton. These moments suggested that underneath their rivalry, they still cared about each other. Modern episodes largely abandoned this theme and made their hatred seem permanent and absolute. Mr. Krabs became completely unwilling to show Plankton any kindness or mercy, which made their relationship feel hopeless rather than tragic. The loss of their friendship stopped being something that could potentially be healed and became just a fact of life. Employee treatment issues. Modern Mr. Krabs also became much worse as an employer, treating SpongeBob and Squidward more like property than people. He often couldn't care less about his employees, treating them as if he owned them. He breaks several workers' rights laws as if they are non-existent to him, leading to even free labor at times. He's charged SpongeBob and Squidward for using the restroom, sold SpongeBob's soul for 62 cents, and even once tried to retrieve a penny from a drain pipe with more effort than he puts into employee appreciation. He also committed animal cruelty, particularly when he used Gary as a magnet to steal coins from a local arcade game room. Squidward reveals he hasn't had a day off in 3 years, which is illegal, as all employees have to have days off throughout the year. Mr. Krabs frequently exploits his restaurant's popularity, engaging in price gouging and charging his own employees for use of the building's services. The rare moments of redemption. Despite all these problems, modern episodes occasionally showed glimpses of the characters Mr. Krabs and Plankton used to be. In Born Again Krabs, Mr. Krabs tries to change his ways after a near-death experience, and in a small but important scene, a remorseful Krabs rejects money for SpongeBob for the first time in the show's run. Episodes like Krabs vs. Plankton showed that the show could still create entertaining stories about their rivalry when it focused on clever plots rather than cruel punishment. These episodes reminded viewers why the relationship had worked so well in classic episodes. However, these moments of redemption were rare and often undone by later episodes that returned Mr. Krabs to his worst behavior. The show seemed unable to commit to genuine character growth and kept reverting to the mean-spirited dynamic that had replaced their original balanced rivalry. What was lost? The evolution of Mr. Krabs and Plankton's relationship represents everything that went wrong with modern SpongeBob's approach to character development. What started as a nuanced exploration of business rivalry, friendship, and economic inequality became a simple story of a successful bully tormenting a pathetic victim. The original relationship worked because both characters were flawed but understandable. Modern episodes made Mr. Krabs too evil and Plankton too sympathetic, which removed the moral complexity that had made their conflicts interesting. Instead of two imperfect people with legitimate grievances against each other, they became a cartoon villain and his victim. This change also affected the show's broader themes about success, failure, and the pursuit of dreams. Classic episodes suggested that both extreme greed and envious scheming were wrong, while modern episodes seem to suggest that success justified any behavior, no matter how cruel. Mr. Krabs and Plankton evolved from balanced rivals with a tragic friendship, backstory, and understandable motivations into a disturbing dynamic where Mr. Krabs and Plankton Krabs became a cruel bully who tormented the increasingly sympathetic Plankton far beyond what their business rivalry justified, losing the moral complexity and economic commentary that made their relationship compelling in classic episodes. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the next section, Patrick Star, lovable idiot or empty vessel. Patrick Star's transformation represents perhaps the most heartbreaking character change in SpongeBob history. What started as a lovable, loyal best friend who happened to be a bit slow became an insufferable, mean-spirited bully whose stupidity crossed the line from charming to dangerous. His evolution shows how writers can completely misunderstand what made a character appealing and turn beloved traits into annoying flaws. Classic Patrick, the perfect best friend. He started out as an eccentric and fun-loving oddball who was slightly slow on the uptake but mostly intelligent. He even helped SpongeBob almost pass his boating test for the first time ever through radio. He immediately realized that Sandy's tree dome was dangerous due to its lack of water. He was also able to pick up on Squidward's bad feelings towards him and SpongeBob, while SpongeBob was completely unaware of it. Patrick Star, SpongeBob's best friend and neighbor, was a dim-witted yet friendly pink starfish who lived under a rock. Patrick considered himself to be intelligent, with his ignorance of his stupidity being a key trait of his. But what made classic Patrick special wasn't just his stupidity, it was his heart. He was SpongeBob's loyal companion who would do anything to help his friend, even if he didn't always understand what was happening. In classic episodes, Patrick was silly and dumb, but he was never mean or cruel. His stupidity was endearing rather than frustrating because it came from a place of innocence rather than selfishness. When Patrick did something wrong, it was usually because he genuinely didn't know better, not because he didn't care about the consequences. Patrick was also surprisingly wise at times. In episodes like Valentine's Day, he showed genuine concern for SpongeBob's feelings and tried to help make things right when plans went wrong. He could be the voice of reason when SpongeBob got too excited or carried away with an idea. This balance between stupidity and wisdom made him a complex, interesting character. The first signs of change. His first change, which started around the end of Season 1, made him a lot more dim-witted and immature, sometimes stating bizarre non-sequiturs like, "Is mayonnaise an instrument?" While this was still funny and harmless, it marked the beginning of Patrick becoming defined primarily by his stupidity rather than his friendship with SpongeBob. During Seasons 4 and 5, Patrick's stupidity became more extreme, but he was still mostly the same loyal friend viewers had come to love. His heart was in the right place even when his brain wasn't working properly. Episodes like Patrick's Smart Pants showed that deep down, he knew his friendship with SpongeBob was more important than being smart. However, small changes started appearing that would become bigger problems later. Patrick became slightly more selfish and less aware of how his actions affected others. His stupidity started causing more serious problems, and he became less willing to take responsibility for the chaos he created. The jerk transformation. His second change, starting in Season 4, turned him into one of the dumbest cartoon characters, his actions even becoming dangerous at times. He has also taken multiple levels of becoming a jerk. In earlier seasons, Patrick was a nice, funny, and lovable dimwit who had his jerky moments, but it was hinted that he was just too dumb to realize the wrongness of his actions. However, his jerkiness got much worse and became much more frequent. What made this change so devastating was that Patrick stopped being SpongeBob's supportive best friend and became someone who actively made SpongeBob's life worse. Instead of loyalty and friendship, Patrick showed selfishness and cruelty. He would take advantage of SpongeBob's kindness and then act like SpongeBob was the problem when things went wrong. In The Splinter, he makes SpongeBob's infection from getting a splinter worse by putting a pile of garbage onto it, assuming that it would make it better. He also doesn't seem to focus on SpongeBob's splinter well, despite SpongeBob's pleas to have his splinter be removed. This episode showed how Patrick's stupidity had become dangerous and his friendship had become toxic. Yours, mine, and mine is often cited as one of the worst examples of Patrick's transformation. In this episode, Patrick refuses to share a Krabby Patty with SpongeBob even though SpongeBob paid for it, and then destroys the restaurant when he doesn't get his way. This wasn't the behavior of a loyal friend, it was the behavior of a selfish bully. From dumb to cruel. The worst part of Patrick's change wasn't just that he became dumber, it was that he became mean. Patrick forcing Squidward's tongue to be electrocuted twice by the jellyfish shows how sadistic he is as well, and can make him come off as somewhat of a cruel person. This crossed a line that classic Patrick would never have crossed. In Big Sister Sam, he defends Sam's obnoxious behavior towards SpongeBob and Squidward and blames them for it. Instead of protecting his friends from his mean sister, Patrick sided against them and acted like they deserved to be treated badly. This showed how far he had fallen from the loyal friend he used to be. In The Card, he goes as far as admitting that his stupidity is deliberate after walking through a whole bunch of dangerous places with a Mermaid Man trading card that he had bought for SpongeBob. This revelation was particularly disturbing because it suggested that Patrick was choosing to be stupid and careless with SpongeBob's belongings. Patrick is very unlikable in most of these episodes as he does horrible things to his friends, or does horrible things with his friends, and the show tries to excuse this fact because it thinks Patrick being a jerk is forgivable because he was being an idiot, is a good portrayal for Patrick, even though it is truly the exact opposite. The complete breakdown. In seasons 10 to 13, Patrick trades his jerkish behavior for being even more stupid. He becomes an insufferable character whose jokes mainly revolve around his random bursts of anger, constantly eating things that aren't food, including diapers and other people's mail, and being dangerously stupid to others. A good example is Walhalla, where his entire role consists of him barging into SpongeBob's house, eating urchin poop, which he mistakes for raisins, out of his fridge, stealing a package from SpongeBob's mother and flushing it down the toilet, and refusing to share his fresh Krabby Patty with a starving old man. This version of Patrick wasn't just stupid, he was actively destructive and selfish. He would cause chaos wherever he went and never seemed to care about the consequences. The character who used to be SpongeBob's most loyal supporter became someone who made SpongeBob's life measurably worse. The loss of intelligence. One of the most frustrating aspects of Patrick's change was how the show made him much dumber than he had ever been before. Classic Patrick was slow, but he could still function as an adult. He could hold conversations, make plans, and take care of himself. Modern Patrick often seemed too stupid to survive on his own. The show started treating Patrick like he had serious mental problems rather than just being a bit slow. He would forget basic facts about his own life, eat dangerous things, and put himself and others in serious danger. This wasn't funny, it was concerning and uncomfortable to watch. This extreme stupidity also made Patrick less useful as a character. Classic Patrick could contribute to adventures and storylines because he had some basic competence. Modern Patrick was often just a source of problems that other characters had to solve, which made him feel like a burden rather than a friend. The friendship destruction. Perhaps the saddest part of Patrick's transformation was how it destroyed his friendship with SpongeBob. Classic Patrick and SpongeBob had one of the most genuine friendships in all of animation. They supported each other, had fun together, and genuinely cared about each other's well-being. Modern Patrick became someone who took advantage of SpongeBob's kindness without giving anything back. He would make demands, cause problems, and then act like SpongeBob was being unreasonable when he got upset. This made their friendship feel one-sided and unhealthy rather than mutual and supportive. Episodes started focusing on Patrick being mean to SpongeBob rather than on their adventures together. Instead of two friends having fun, viewers watched one friend constantly hurting and disappointing the other. This change made the show less heartwarming and more frustrating to watch. The sadistic elements. Some of the most disturbing episodes showed Patrick enjoying other people's pain or deliberately causing suffering. In Cephalopod Lodge, they willingly electrocute themselves by the tongue for no reason other than for their enjoyment, with Patrick forcing Squidward's tongue to be electrocuted twice by the jellyfish, showing how sadistic he island. This sadistic streak was completely foreign to classic Patrick, who might have been dumb but was never cruel. The idea that Patrick would deliberately hurt someone for entertainment showed how far the character had fallen from his original conception as a gentle, loyal friend. These episodes made Patrick feel genuinely disturbing rather than just annoying. Viewers stopped rooting for him and started wishing he would just go away, which is the opposite of how audiences should feel about a main character who's supposed to be lovable. The writing problems. Much of Patrick's character destruction came from writers who didn't understand what made him appealing in the first place. New writers coming and going resulted in changes to his character. The new writers couldn't fully grasp the personalities of the characters they were writing, which is why SpongeBob turned into a shrieking, neurotic stalker, Patrick turned into a mentally defective jerk, and the writers forgot to give Squidward jerk moments to make his suffering justified. The writers seemed to think that making Patrick dumber would automatically make him funnier, but they missed the heart and loyalty that had made his stupidity endearing. Without those qualities, Patrick's stupidity just became obnoxious and frustrating. They also seemed to confuse stupid with random, leading to episodes where Patrick would do completely nonsensical things for no reason. This randomness wasn't based on character development or story needs, it was just chaos for the sake of chaos, which made Patrick feel less like a person and more like a plot device. The fan reaction. Longtime fans were heartbroken by what happened to Patrick. Many stopped watching the show specifically because they couldn't stand what their favorite character had become. Patrick has always been a jerk to SpongeBob. It just wasn't as common back then as it is now, but the frequency and severity of his jerkiness in modern episodes crossed lines that classic Patrick had never approached. Fan discussions about Patrick often focused on mourning what the character used to be rather than enjoying what he had become. People would share clips of classic Patrick episodes to remind themselves of why they had loved the character in the first place. This nostalgia highlighted just how much had been lost in the transformation. Some fans tried to defend modern Patrick by saying he was still funny, but even his supporters admitted that he wasn't the same character anymore. The Patrick star they had fallen in love with was essentially gone, replaced by someone who just happened to have the same name and appearance. Comparing the eras. The difference between classic and modern Patrick can be summed up in their relationship with SpongeBob. Classic Patrick would do anything to help SpongeBob, even if he didn't understand what was happening. Modern Patrick would often make SpongeBob's problems worse, and then act like it wasn't his fault. Classic Patrick was dumb but wise, stupid but kind, slow but loyal. Modern Patrick was just dumb, stupid, and slow without any of the redeeming qualities that had made those traits endearing. The complexity and heart that had made him a beloved character were stripped away, leaving only the surface-level traits that were easiest to write. This transformation represents everything that went wrong with modern SpongeBob's approach to character development. Instead of understanding what made characters special and building on those qualities, the writers focused on the most obvious traits and exaggerated them until they became caricatures. What could have been? If Patrick had kept his loyalty and kindness while remaining silly and dumb, he could have continued being one of animation's best sidekicks. His stupidity could have led to funny situations without making him cruel or selfish. His friendship with SpongeBob could have remained the heart of the show. Instead, Patrick became a cautionary tale about how Flanderization can completely destroy what makes a character appealing. His transformation from lovable idiot to empty vessel shows how quickly writers can lose sight of what made audiences care about a character in the first place. Patrick Star devolved from a lovable, loyal, and occasionally wise best friend, whose stupidity was endearing and harmless in classic episodes, to a cruel, selfish, and dangerously stupid bully who actively hurt SpongeBob and others in modern seasons, losing all the heart, loyalty, and complexity that had made him one of animation's most beloved sidekicks. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the next section, side characters: Sandy, Gary, Pearl, Puff, and Karen. The side characters of SpongeBob SquarePants served as the supporting foundation that helped make Bikini Bottom feel like a real community. Each character brought unique personality traits, storylines, and humor to the show. However, like the main characters, many of these beloved figures underwent significant changes between the classic and modern eras, with some losing their depth and others being reduced to simple catchphrases or one-note jokes. Sandy Cheeks, from well-rounded character to science obsession. Sandy Cheeks is a thrill-seeking and athletic squirrel from Texas who wears an air-filled diving suit to breathe underwater. She lives in a tree enclosed in a clear glass dome locked by an airtight hand-turned seal and is an expert in karate. Sandy was added to the series' main cast before Hillenburg pitched the series to Nickelodeon. In his series Bible, he added Sandy Cheeks, a squirrel clad in a diving suit, as a new friend of SpongeBob. Classic Sandy was a multi-talented character with many interests and personality traits. She was a scientist, an inventor, a martial artist, a thrill seeker, and a proud Texan. Originally, in the pitch Bible written by Tim Hill and Hillenburg, SpongeBob originally was a romantic interest for her, but this was quickly taken out of the show. Sandy possesses extraordinary scientific skills, such as the ability to construct complex inventions, and she is shown to possess a number of tough, tomboyish character traits and interests. She is skilled at karate, engages in bodybuilding, and is a rodeo champion. What made classic Sandy special was her balance of different traits. She could be the voice of reason when SpongeBob and Patrick got too carried away, but she could also be just as adventurous and crazy as they were. She had her own goals and interests that didn't always involve the other characters, making her feel like a real person rather than just a supporting character. Sandy was also one of the smartest characters in classic episodes, but her intelligence didn't define her entire personality. She used her scientific knowledge to help her friends and solve problems, but she was just as likely to suggest a fun activity or get excited about a new adventure. Her Texas background gave her a unique perspective and personality that stood out in the underwater world. However, in modern episodes, Sandy became much more focused on science and less well-rounded as a character. Sandy was a well-rounded character, but now she's mostly just science, and recent episodes have made her completely obsessed with scientific pursuits to the point where it overshadows all her other interests and relationships. Modern Sandy rarely shows her karate skills, her love of extreme sports, or her Texas pride. Instead, she's usually working on some scientific project or invention. While this isn't necessarily bad, it makes her feel less like a complete person and more like a walking plot device for when the writers need someone to explain something scientific. Gary the Snail, the Quiet Wisdom. Gary is SpongeBob's pet snail who does not speak but instead communicates through cat-like meows. Gary is surprisingly smart and often serves as a voice of reason for his owner. With meowing like a cat, Gary has similar behaviors to the real-world cat. From fetching to doing tricks, he also has some dog-like abilities. Gary represents one of the most consistent characters throughout the show's run. Unlike many other characters, Gary didn't undergo major personality changes between classic and modern eras. He remained SpongeBob's loyal, intelligent pet who often knew better than his owner but couldn't effectively communicate his concerns. What makes Gary special is his role as the show's voice of reason. Despite being unable to speak in human language, Gary often understood situations better than any of the talking characters. His reactions and meows frequently provided commentary on the absurd situations happening around him, and careful viewers could often tell what Gary was thinking just from his expressions and behavior. Gary's consistency has made him one of the few characters that fans of both classic and modern SpongeBob can appreciate equally. He never became crueler, dumber, or more exaggerated. He remained the same wise, loyal pet throughout the show's run. This stability made him a comforting presence for longtime fans who missed the classic versions of other characters. Mrs. Puff, from dedicated teacher to traumatized victim. SpongeBob dreams of obtaining his boating license but fails every driving test he takes, usually causing mass destruction and endangering his teacher Mrs. Puff in the process. American actress Mary Jo Catlett, who is known for her live-action roles on television programs from the 1,970 seconds, such as Different Strokes and Mass Times H, provides Mrs. Puff's voice. Classic Mrs. Puff was a dedicated but increasingly frustrated driving instructor who genuinely wanted to help SpongeBob learn to drive safely. She represented the adult world of responsibility and rules that SpongeBob had to navigate, and her interactions with him created some of the show's funniest moments, while also teaching lessons about perseverance and learning from mistakes. What made classic Mrs. Puff work was that her frustration with SpongeBob felt understandable and justified. SpongeBob was a genuinely dangerous driver who caused real destruction, so Mrs. Puff's fear and anxiety made sense. At the same time, she remained professional and continued trying to teach him, showing her dedication to her job and her students. Mrs. Puff's relationship with SpongeBob in classic episodes was complex and interesting. She cared about his success but feared for her safety and sanity. This created natural comedy through the contrast between her professional demeanor and her growing panic during SpongeBob's driving attempts. However, modern episodes often portray Mrs. Puff as simply traumatized and desperate, rather than as a professional trying to do her job under difficult circumstances. Her character became more one-dimensional, defined primarily by her fear of SpongeBob, rather than her role as an educator. This made her less sympathetic and more like a victim of abuse, which wasn't as funny or meaningful. Pearl Krabs, the teenage whale. Mr. Krabs is a single parent with a teenage daughter, a gray sperm whale named Pearl, who has no interest in taking over the family business. Pearl represents typical teenage concerns and interests, in contrast to her father's obsession with money and his restaurant business. Classic Pearl was a fairly typical teenage character who worried about fitting in, dating, and being embarrassed by her father. Her role as Mr. Krabs' daughter created natural comedy through their different priorities and generational differences. She wanted to be popular and have fun, while he wanted to save money and run his business. What made Pearl interesting was how she represented the normal teenage world existing alongside the absurd underwater adventures of the main characters. Her concerns about school, friends, and popularity felt realistic and relatable, providing a contrast to the more fantastical elements of other storylines. Pearl also served as a way to show Mr. Krabs' softer side. Despite his greed, he genuinely loved his daughter and would occasionally spend money or make sacrifices to make her happy. This relationship added depth to Mr. Krabs' character and showed that he wasn't completely consumed by his love of money. However, Pearl has appeared less frequently in modern episodes, and when she does appear, she's often reduced to simple teenager stereotypes rather than being developed as a full character. Her relationship with Mr. Krabs has also become less central to both of their characters, which removes some of the emotional depth that made their interactions meaningful. Karen Plankton, from computer to partner. Plankton's computer wife Karen has evolved significantly throughout the series. It is run by a small, green, one-eyed copepod named Plankton and his computer wife Karen. Plankton and Karen were included in Hillenburg's Bible, but were not meant to make regular appearances. Plankton's voice actor, Mr. Lawrence, said that he was only supposed to be in 1 or 2 episodes, but I was a writer on the show and I really liked this character. Initially, Karen was simply Plankton's computer that helped him with his schemes to steal the Krabby Patty formula. Electronic sound effects are underlaid by the series' audio engineers to create a robotic sound when she speaks. However, as the series progressed, Karen developed into a more complex character with her own personality, opinions, and relationship with Plankton. From then on, Plankton and Karen's roles in the series grew, as Lawrence wrote ideas to give them more personality. Notably, he decided to write Karen as Plankton's wife, rather than just his computer, as was originally intended. They were both officially promoted to main cast members in the credits of the 2004 theatrical film, in which they play central roles. Modern Karen has become one of the most improved characters in the series. She's shown to have interests beyond helping Plankton, including friendships with other female characters. Karen, Plankton, and Sandy Cheeks are best friends as of Girls' Night Out. They are both level-headed and intelligent characters with an appreciation for inventions, which is why they are such good friends, and have had many friendly interactions throughout the series. Karen is also part of the Gal Pals group, along with Mrs. Puff, Sandy, and Pearl. This development gave Karen her own social life and relationships independent of Plankton, making her feel more like a complete character, rather than just an accessory to his schemes. Tally and Mr. Lawrence often improvise Plankton and Karen's dialogue. Lawrence called improvisation his favorite part of the voiceover. This improvisation has helped make their relationship feel more natural and dynamic, with genuine chemistry between the characters that comes through in their performances. The Gal Pals, female friendship. One of the positive developments in modern SpongeBob has been the creation of the Gal Pals group, consisting of Karen, Sandy, Mrs. Puff, and Pearl. This group represents genuine female friendship and gives these characters storylines that don't revolve around the male characters. In Girls' Night Out, it is revealed that Karen and Sandy are part of the Gal Pals group, along with Mrs. Puff. After Sandy spends a week as an amoeba, she calls Karen to a meeting at a corner cafe to tell her and Mrs. Puff about it. However, when they meet up, Karen just talks about her stressful life with Plankton, while Mrs. Puff complains about all the stress SpongeBob causes for her. The Gal Pals episodes have provided some of the best character development in modern SpongeBob, showing these characters as individuals with their own interests and relationships. Sandy decides to make their girls' night out fun by pranking Plankton and SpongeBob, which shows her mischievous side and gives the female characters agency in their own stories. In A Cabin in the Kelp, Karen and Sandy go camping with Mrs. Puff and Pearl. Karen compliments Sandy's survival skills, saying, "Good thing we have a Texas tornado among the Gal Pals." Who knew you could use a jellyfish as a recharger? These interactions feel natural and show genuine appreciation between the characters. The voice acting consistency. One advantage the side characters have had is consistent voice acting throughout the series. Carolyn Lawrence voices Sandy Cheeks and has maintained the character's Texas accent and personality throughout the show's run. Mary Jo Catlett has continued voicing Mrs. Puff, maintaining the character's distinctive nervous energy and professional demeanor. Jill Talley's work as Karen has been particularly noteworthy, as she's helped develop the character from a simple computer voice into a full personality with her own opinions and relationships. Her chemistry with Mr. Lawrence Plankton has made their relationship one of the most believable in the series. The consistency in voice acting has helped maintain some continuity for these characters, even when their writing has changed. Fans can still recognize the characters they originally fell in love with, even if their personalities have shifted over time. The challenge of screen time. One of the biggest challenges for side characters in a long-running series is getting enough screen time to develop properly. With so many main characters competing for attention, side characters often get reduced to simple appearances or single-joke episodes rather than meaningful character development. This has affected different characters in different ways. Pearl has appeared less frequently in modern episodes, which has limited her development. Mrs. Puff has appeared regularly but often in similar scenarios, which has made her character feel repetitive. Sandy has appeared regularly but with a narrower focus on her scientific interests. Karen has benefited from being part of Plankton's storylines while also developing her own independent relationships, giving her more opportunities for character growth than some of the other side characters. The role in world building. Side characters play a crucial role in making Bikini Bottom feel like a real community rather than just a backdrop for the main character's adventures. Classic episodes use side characters to show different aspects of underwater life and provide different perspectives on the main character's actions. Mrs. Puff represented the educational system. Sandy represented science and outside perspectives. Pearl represented teenage culture, and Gary represented the loyal pet relationship. Together, they created a diverse community that felt lived in and realistic despite being set in a cartoon underwater world. Modern episodes have maintained some of this world-building function, but the reduced complexity of many side characters has made Bikini Bottom feel somewhat less rich and diverse than it did in classic episodes. The side characters of SpongeBob underwent varied changes between classic and modern eras, with Sandy becoming overly focused on science, Mrs. Puff transforming from dedicated teacher to traumatized victim, Pearl appearing less frequently, Gary remaining consistently wise, and Karen evolving from simple computer to complex character with her own relationships, while the Gal Pals group provided positive female friendship dynamics in modern episodes. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the next section, music and atmosphere, Hawaiian Lounge versus custom scores. The music of SpongeBob SquarePants tells the story of a show that completely changed direction. The first season's score primarily featured selections from the Associated Production Music Library, which Carr has said includes lots of great old corny Hawaiian music and big, full, dramatic orchestral scores. This was not an accident. Steven Hillenburg had a clear vision from the very beginning. When Hillenburg first pitched SpongeBob to Nickelodeon, he came prepared with more than just cartoon drawings. While pitching the cartoon to Nickelodeon executives, Hillenburg donned a Hawaiian shirt, brought along an underwater terrarium with models of the characters, and played Hawaiian music to set the theme. This moment shows how important the Hawaiian atmosphere was to the show's identity. The music was not just background noise, it was the heartbeat of Bikini Bottom. The series' music editor and main composer is Nicholas Carr. After working with Hillenburg on Rocko's Modern Life, he struggled to find a new job in his field. He had considered a career change before Hillenburg offered him the job. This partnership would shape SpongeBob's sound for over 2 decades. But the approach they used in the early days was very different from what came later. The classic era of SpongeBob relied heavily on existing Hawaiian music from production libraries. Hawaiian Cocktail was composed by Richard Myhill. In the show, it is a common track that mostly plays as a theme of sadness, disappointment, sorrow, or another negative emotion. The track features a steel guitar playing throughout. This track became one of the most recognizable pieces of SpongeBob music. This is the most used non-sound effect production track in the series, with approximately 100 uses in the main series. Nostalgic Hawaii was composed by George DeFreitas and Jan Rapp. It is also known as Welcome to Hawaii, or Hawaiian Pussycat. The main instruments being played in the piece include a bass guitar, a steel guitar, a ukulele, a vibraphone, a drum set, an acoustic guitar, a vocal backup chorus, and other percussion instruments. It is mostly played during happy moments. These tracks created the warm, lazy, tropical feeling that made early SpongeBob so relaxing to watch. Hawaiian Adventures, aka SpongeBob Theme, is a bouncy Hawaiian track composed by Sage Guyton and Jeremy Wakefield. The instruments being played in the piece include the ukulele, the steel guitar, bass, and whistles. It is in the key of E major. It mostly plays when something enthusiastic occurs. This track perfectly captured SpongeBob's innocent joy and energy. The ukulele and steel guitar made viewers feel like they were sitting on a beach in Hawaii, not watching a cartoon about a talking sponge. The classic era music had a specific purpose. The series' unique underwater setting is expertly illustrated by a creative and eclectic use of genres, including surf rock, sea chanties, country, light music, and Hawaiian folk. Every piece of music was chosen to make viewers feel like they were actually underwater in a tropical paradise. The composers understood that music could transport people to Bikini Bottom. But as SpongeBob grew older, the music approach completely changed. It was Hillenburg's decision to adopt this approach. Carr has described the selections for SpongeBob SquarePants as being more over the top than those for Rocko's Modern Life. Hillenburg felt it was important for the series to develop its own music library, consisting of scores that could be reused and re-edited throughout the years. This decision marked the beginning of a new era. He wanted these scores to be composed by unknowns, and a group of 12 was assembled. They formed the Sponge Divers Orchestra, which includes Carr and Belfer. The group went on to provide most of the music for later seasons, although Carr still draws from the Associated Production Music Library, as well as another library that he founded himself, Animation Music Incorporated. This shift meant SpongeBob would move away from authentic Hawaiian music toward custom compositions. Nicholas Carr is a French divided by American music editor and composer who music edited and composed many pieces for shows such as SpongeBob SquarePants, Adventure Time, Camp Lazlo, The Mighty Bee, The Fairly Odd Parents, Mucha Lucha, My Life with Morrissey, and more. As Carr took on more composing duties, the music became more modern and less connected to the original Hawaiian vibe. The change in musical style reflects the overall transformation of the show. The music has gone from mostly sea shanties and Hawaiian music a la Roy, Smek meets Pee Wee Herman, still the main style for the show in the early episodes, but it now includes film noir, West Side Story to Henry Mancini, Jerry Goldsmith, and Steven Spielberg. There's Broadway-type scores and plain old goofy, loopy, weird stuff. This quote from Nicholas Carr himself shows how dramatically the music evolved. Tracks from SpongeBob have different moods, themes, genres, and all of them are gorgeous. The more episodes that aired, the more original music appeared in the series. Perhaps the original music is one of the best soundtracks for an animated series ever. It's composed by a variety of talented composers, such as Nicholas Carr, Jeremy Wakefield, Sage Guyton, Ron Wasserman, Michael Bolger, Barry Anthony, Pat Irwin, Fabian Fernandez, Eben Schletter, Steve Marston, Steve Belfer, James King, Theo Mondel, Gary Stockdale, Peter Strauss, The Blue Hawaiians, Brad Caro, Andy Paley, Hiram Titus, and others. While the modern music is technically impressive, it lacks the simple charm of the Hawaiian library tracks. The classic Hawaiian music created a specific atmosphere that modern SpongeBob struggles to recapture. When you hear those steel guitars and ukuleles, you immediately think of lazy summer days and tropical breezes. The custom scores of modern SpongeBob are more complex and varied, but they often feel disconnected from the underwater paradise that Hillenburg originally created. The music went from being a window into Bikini Bottom to being background noise that supports whatever crazy plot the episode requires. Classic SpongeBob used authentic Hawaiian production music from libraries, creating a warm, tropical atmosphere with steel guitars and ukuleles that perfectly matched the underwater paradise setting. Modern SpongeBob shifted to custom compositions by the Sponge Divers Orchestra and other composers, resulting in more varied but less cohesive music that often lacks the original Hawaiian charm that made Bikini Bottom feel like a real place. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the next section, Case Studies of the Modern Era, The Splinter, Mimic Madness, Doodle Dimension. 3 episodes from SpongeBob's modern era perfectly show how the series changed over time. Each episode represents a different phase of the show's evolution and demonstrates the challenges of creating new SpongeBob content decades after the original concept was established. These episodes reveal both the potential and the problems of modern SpongeBob. The Splinter, Season 6, 2008. The Splinter is a SpongeBob SquarePants episode from Season 6. In this episode, SpongeBob gets a splinter at work and tries to hide it from Mr. Krabs. This episode became one of the most controversial in SpongeBob history. The Splinter is a hyper-infamous episode from Season 6 of SpongeBob SquarePants. Understanding why requires looking at what actually happens in the episode. SpongeBob with a splinter. Upon landing, SpongeBob accidentally trips on tartar sauce. His thumb drags across the wooden floor and rams into a small slab that breaks in half, giving him a splinter that immediately makes his thumb red and swollen. His weak arms keep him from getting it out, and even biting it does not work. The episode starts simply enough. SpongeBob gets a splinter while working at the Krusty Krab. But what follows shocked viewers who were used to the gentle humor of classic SpongeBob. Patrick gives SpongeBob a garbage compress to deal with the swelling and hammering it in to make sure, but only makes it way worse. After helping, he takes leave as his shift is over. When SpongeBob returns to the kitchen, it turns out Squidward squealed on him. Forced to show his wound, SpongeBob lifts up his thumb, now swollen several times as large, puke green, and leaking pus. The episode escalates into disturbing body horror that many felt was completely inappropriate for SpongeBob. The reaction from fans was immediate and negative. The episode is infamous for its overusage of disturbingly awkward imagery and grotesque levels of cringe-inducing, unfunny attempts at gross-out humor. While gross-out humor has been used occasionally in earlier episodes, the scale hadn't been turned too far above 11 at those points. That is to say, this is out of place in an episode of SpongeBob SquarePants and feels as if it belongs in Ren and Stimpy instead. This comparison to Ren and Stimpy is important because it shows how far SpongeBob had drifted from its original identity. The episode is infamous for its overusage of disturbingly awkward imagery and grotesque levels of cringe-inducing, unfunny attempts at gross-out humor. Even then, gross-out humor has been used before SpongeBob SquarePants, but at least the scale hadn't been turned too far above 11 at those points. That is to say, this is out of place in an episode of SpongeBob SquarePants and feels as if it belongs in Ren and Stimpy instead. The episode pushed boundaries that SpongeBob had never crossed before. The character behavior in The Splinter also marked a major shift. This episode marked the start of Patrick's Flanderization, as he also mistreats SpongeBob. He worsens his infection by putting a pile of garbage onto it, assuming that it would make it better. He also doesn't seem to focus on SpongeBob's splinter well, despite the latter's pleas to have his splinter be removed. Patrick went from being a lovable dummy to someone who actively hurts his best friend. Squidward mistreating SpongeBob throughout the episode is very frustrating and filler. He flushes SpongeBob's hat and spatula away into the toilet and continues making SpongeBob break down crying. It seems he doesn't care about it and actually likes that SpongeBob got a splinter, so he wouldn't have to see him at work, even though SpongeBob doesn't see that. The episode turned beloved characters into cruel bullies who enjoyed SpongeBob's suffering. Any SpongeBob episode with literal gore and characters' skin being ripped off to reveal red fleshy veins is automatically on the "please never play this one again" list. But this one is 100% nothing but that. There's no jokes, no charm or character to be found. It's just trying to make you as uncomfortable as physically possible, and going beyond the grounds of any kind of tolerance in the process. This review captures why The Splinter was so controversial. The episode also revealed logical problems that became common in modern SpongeBob. Forgot about his powers. Sea Sponge's body parts grow back if they fall off, something SpongeBob has casually demonstrated before. Had he just removed the arm with the splinter in it so a new one could grow in its place, the entire episode could have been avoided. The writers seemed to forget basic facts about their own character. Though all that glitters started the series' decline, to the point where it started the dark age of the series, as it wouldn't recover until season 9. Many fans consider The Splinter to be the moment when SpongeBob officially entered its dark age. Mimic Madness Season 10, 2017. Mimic Madness is a SpongeBob SquarePants episode from Season 10. In this episode, SpongeBob learns that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, but does not know how to stop. This episode marked a dramatic improvement for the series. Mimic Madness was hailed by many SpongeBob fans as one of the best episodes in the series and in the post-sequel era. Understanding why requires examining what the episode did right. In the beginning of the episode, Mr. Krabs makes some new rules and goes to his office, while Squidward imitates him behind his back, but Mr. Krabs hears him and confronts him about this. However, Squidward lies that he was imitating him out of flattery, and he is let off the hook. SpongeBob believes this lie and decides to mimic divided by imitate people, because he heard that imitation plus flattery equals happy people. The setup is simple but effective. What made Mimic Madness special was its animation and voice acting. It tests Tom Kenny's voice acting very well, and it shows he did a great job in this episode. He's able to sound like most of the characters SpongeBob mimicked. The animation of SpongeBob mimicking characters by making their shape is very smooth every time. Tom Kenny got to show off his incredible range as SpongeBob literally became other characters. Tom Kenny is one of the best voice actors around, and it was cool to hear him essentially imitate his co-workers and their characters. He did a fine job, as always. And of course there's his singing voice. The world needs more Tom Kenny, basically. The episode gave Kenny a chance to demonstrate why he is considered one of the best voice actors in animation. The episode also featured a memorable song. Who Am I? Was an emotional song with how victorious it sounds, and the lyrics that sound like number SpongeBob is really having an identity crisis. Who Am I? Is pleasant to listen to, and its lyrics are very well written. It was a great addition to the episode. The song showed that modern SpongeBob could still create genuine emotional moments. SpongeBob goes to live in a cave and expresses his regret of not remembering himself. His friends find him and paint themselves yellow to mimic him and remind him of Hooey Island. It ends up working, and SpongeBob comes back to his old self, but the others get mocking mimicry madness themselves and end up acting like him. The plot has genuine heart and shows the characters caring about each other. What made fans especially happy was the return of classic character dynamics. After SpongeBob's friends decide to give him an intervention about his mimicking, this happens. Sandy. Alright, remember guys, this is an intervention, so we need to make sure that above all, SpongeBob knows how much we all care about him. Plankton, why don't we just destroy him and get it over with? Squidward, here, here! Patrick grabs Plankton and Squidward and strangles them really hard. Patrick, you leave my best friend alone. This showed Patrick genuinely caring about SpongeBob instead of being mean to him. So after seeing so many modern episodes where he was a bad friend to SpongeBob, it's nice to see him care about SpongeBob here. The episode brought back the friendship that made classic SpongeBob so heartwarming. Mimic Madness is one of the most well-received episodes of SpongeBob SquarePants since the first 3 seasons. This is the episode that got many of even the harshest modern SpongeBob critics back on board, at least for a little while. The episode proved that modern SpongeBob could still capture the magic of the early seasons. To someone who is such a fan of SpongeBob but hasn't watched the show in years due to disliking the style of the more modern episodes, returning to the show and letting Mimic Madness be the first choice was a pleasant surprise. No, an absolute delight. This episode has everything good writing, funny jokes, great characters, an awesome song, cool animation. The episode reminded fans why they fell in love with SpongeBob in the first place. Doodle Dimension, Season 11, 2018. Doodle Dimension is a SpongeBob SquarePants episode from Season 11. In this episode, SpongeBob and Patrick become trapped in an alternate dimension where anything they draw comes to life. This episode served as a sequel to the beloved classic Frankendoodle. This island, literally Frankendoodle. Though it's probably more like a sequel to it and maybe SpongeBob and Patrick will be in the paper world or something, the connection to classic SpongeBob made fans excited but also nervous. The episode starts with SpongeBob and Patrick going to Sandy's house for presenting to her Squeaky, an orange balloon, only to see that Sandy is working on the Vortex machine, a portal that takes you to any dimension. When Sandy goes to get something, SpongeBob and Patrick play with the controls of the machine, eventually clicking the button to open it. The setup involves SpongeBob and Patrick disobeying Sandy and accidentally entering a strange dimension. I enjoyed the episode. The first part of the episode where they intentionally disobeyed Sandy and played with her invention wasn't that great and felt out of character, but once the actual plot kicked in, it was really enjoyable and a good sequel to Frankendoodle. Many fans felt the beginning was weak, but the main story was strong. The episode brought back Doodlebob, one of SpongeBob's most popular villains. Doodlebob goes onto Patrick's belly and duplicates into smaller versions of himself to bite Patrick. When SpongeBob washes off the doodle with a doodle hose, Doodlebob lands on the puddle made by the doodle hose and becomes huge. Enraged, Doodlebob starts attacking SpongeBob and Patrick, so the two try to use doodle versions of their friends to defeat him, but Doodlebob makes them turn on SpongeBob and Patrick. The action sequences were creative and exciting. Instead of recording new audio for Doodlebob for this episode, archival recordings of Paul Tibbitt's Doodlebob lines from Frankendoodle are reused, and in some cases edited. Tibbett himself was not called back to provide the voice again. This decision to reuse old audio showed both respect for the original and budget limitations. Fan reactions were mixed, but generally positive. This is my favorite episode of the entire post-sequel era. I didn't find a single flaw with it. Everything is rapid-fire comedy and action. The stuff Doodlebob does is not only cool and epic, but packed with comedy. This is in my top 15 of the whole show without a doubt, and maybe even better than Frankendoodle. Some fans considered it among the best modern episodes. However, other fans felt it didn't live up to the original. It just felt like a less funny version of Frankendoodle to me. The episode faced the impossible task of matching a beloved classic. The beginning wasn't the best, but once they actually get to the dimension, it becomes really good. The parts with Doodlebob were really good. Those parts were the best of the episode. I wouldn't say it's the best episode of the season, but it's one of the better ones. It's in my top 5 of the season. Most fans agreed that the episode improved significantly once the main plot began. These 3 episodes show the evolution of modern SpongeBob. The splinter represents the dark age when the show lost its way completely. Mimic Madness shows the potential for modern SpongeBob to recapture classic magic with the right approach. Doodle Dimension demonstrates both the opportunities and challenges of building on classic SpongeBob episodes. Together, they reveal that modern SpongeBob is capable of both great success and terrible failure, often within the same era. Summary: the Splinter became infamous for inappropriate gross-out humor and cruel character behavior, marking SpongeBob's dark age. Mimic Madness restored classic character dynamics and featured excellent voice acting, proving modern SpongeBob could still work. Doodle Dimension served as a decent sequel to Frankendoodle with creative action scenes, though it couldn't match the original's impact. These episodes show modern SpongeBob's inconsistent quality, ranging from terrible to excellent. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the next section, Audience Backlash, where it went wrong. The story of SpongeBob's audience backlash is the story of a show that lost its soul. Fans did not just stop watching because they got older. They stopped watching because SpongeBob became something completely different from what they fell in love with. Understanding where it went wrong requires looking at the specific changes that made millions of loyal viewers turn away from their favorite show. Steven Hillenburg wanted to end the series after the first movie. Hillenburg wanted to end the series so the show wouldn't jump the shark, citing concerns among Nickelodeon executives that the show had peaked when the movie was being produced. But Nickelodeon could not afford to end the show. This decision to continue against the creator's wishes would prove to be one of the biggest mistakes in television history. When Hillenburg left, Paul Tibbitt took over as showrunner. Once the film was finalized and the third season finished, Hillenburg resigned as the series' showrunner. Although he no longer had a direct role in the series' production, he maintained an advisory role and reviewed each episode. But reviewing episodes is very different from creating them. The original vision that made SpongeBob special was gone. The character destruction started immediately in seasons 4 to 5, then became terrible in seasons 6 to 8. SpongeBob went from being innocent and childlike to annoying and obnoxious. Patrick went from being lovably dumb to cruel and malicious. Mr. Krabs went from being cheap but caring to completely greedy and heartless. Squidward went from a relatable grump to someone who was mean all the time. Patrick's change hurt fans the most. Patrick went from SpongeBob's best friend to someone who actively enjoyed hurting him. In The Splinter, Patrick worsens SpongeBob's infection by putting garbage on it and hammering it in deeper. Patrick used to be dumb but kind. Now he was dumb and cruel. This destroyed the friendship that was at the heart of SpongeBob. The show became mean-spirited instead of optimistic. The show that once taught kids about friendship and optimism now showed characters being cruel to each other for no reason. Episodes like A Pal for Gary, One Course Meal, and The Splinter became infamous for being genuinely disturbing rather than funny. These episodes crossed lines that classic SpongeBob never would have crossed. A Pal for Gary showed SpongeBob being completely cruel to his pet snail Gary. Mr. Krabs tortured Plankton in One Course Meal by making him think he would be eaten alive. The Splinter featured gross body horror that made people sick. These episodes taught children that bullying and cruelty were acceptable. The animation quality dropped significantly. The animations for these seasons are a downgrade from Season 1 to 5 and 9 onwards. Season 6 had washed-out color palettes, unappealing character designs, and too much close-up, gross-out images. The show looked cheap and ugly compared to the bright, colorful classic episodes. Nickelodeon's production demands made everything worse. Nickelodeon demanded new episodes very often, which made them rush the production, and we got terrible episodes and specials such as Truth or Square, terrible 10th birthday for the show. The pressure to produce content quickly led to lazy storytelling and recycled plots. Basic logic disappeared from the show. These seasons have logic that make no sense, even for SpongeBob SquarePants standards. An example is when Sandy literally takes off her fur before taking a shower in the episode Someone's in the Kitchen with Sandy. The writers seemed to forget basic facts about their own characters and the world they had created. The music became repetitive and annoying. The soundtrack, while still good, gets noticeably repetitive during these seasons, as the Nicholas car often replaced iconic associated production music with less memorable original production music by Barry Anthony. The classic Hawaiian music that made SpongeBob feel like an underwater paradise was replaced with generic cartoon music. The writing team behind The Dark Age became infamous among fans. Writers like Casey Alexander, Zeus Service, Richard Purcell, and Sean Charmatz became associated with the worst episodes. While these writers may have been talented, they completely misunderstood what made SpongeBob special. They focused on gross-out humor and cruelty instead of heart and friendship. Fans abandoned the show in massive numbers. This is the era where a lot of people lost faith and hope in SpongeBob and stopped watching it, down to the point where some people enlist this era of SpongeBob in their all-time least favorite cartoons list. Longtime fans felt betrayed by what their favorite show had become. The adult audience disappeared completely. The sophisticated humor that made adults enjoy watching with their kids was gone. SpongeBob became a show only young children could tolerate, and even many kids found the new episodes too mean-spirited to enjoy. The show lost its universal appeal. Professional critics turned against SpongeBob. As of 2011, episodes produced since the first film have been variously categorized by DVD Talk and DVD Verdict as tedious, boring, dreck, a depressing plateau of mediocrity, and laugh skimpy. When professional critics start using words like dreck to describe your show, you know something has gone terribly wrong. Major media outlets documented the decline. Various media outlets including MSN, The A, V, Club and Vulture have reported that SpongeBob's popularity declined following the release of the 2004 film and Hillenburg's departure as showrunner. In 2012, MSN cited a post on Encyclopedia SpongeBobia saying that many fans felt the series had jumped the shark and that online fan sites were becoming deserted. Fan communities turned into criticism groups. Fans created entire communities dedicated to criticizing the show. Fan sites like the SpongeBob Wiki cataloged every terrible episode and explained why they failed. The phrase, "jump the shark," became associated with SpongeBob more than almost any other show. Different fans had different breaking points. Some fans noticed problems in Season 4, others held on until Season 5, but by Seasons 6 to 8, almost everyone agreed the show was broken. Episodes like To Save a Squirrel, Spongehenge, Stanley S., SquarePants, Pest of the West, and Le Big Switch felt dull and lifeless compared to classic episodes. The consensus was clear. Seasons 6 to 8 were SpongeBob's dark age. Season 7 received mixed to negative reviews, with certain episodes being panned by critics and fans alike. Season 7 was considered the absolute worst season of the entire show overall. This era represented SpongeBob's absolute lowest point. Looking back, many people believe Nickelodeon made a huge mistake. Some have suggested that the show could have enjoyed a stronger legacy had the network ended the show as Hillenburg wanted it to back then. If Nickelodeon had listened to Hillenburg, it would have preserved SpongeBob's iconic legacy, ending the show at its best, rather than tarnishing it with years of bad episodes. SpongeBob's audience backlash began when Stephen Hillenburg left after the first movie, and Nickelodeon continued the show against his wishes. Seasons 6 to 8 became infamous for character assassination, mean-spirited writing, gross-out humor, and production quality decline. Episodes like The Splinter and One Course Meal crossed lines that destroyed SpongeBob's reputation, causing fans and critics to abandon the show completely. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the next section, Modern Rebuild, how recent seasons brought back balance. 15. Modern Rebuild, how recent seasons brought back balance. The story of SpongeBob's comeback is one of the greatest turnarounds in television history. After years of terrible episodes and angry fans, SpongeBob found its way back to greatness. The recovery took time and required major changes, but it proved that even the most damaged shows can rebuild their legacy with the right approach. The turnaround began with Season 9 Inches 2012. The 9th season of the American animated television series SpongeBob SquarePants was announced on the 17th of December 2010 and would be officially announced on the 3rd of January 2011. This season was executive produced by series creator Stephen Hillenburg and writer Paul Tibbitt. For the first time since 2004, Stephen Hillenburg was directly involved in making SpongeBob again. The return of the creator changed everything. Stephen Hillenburg resumed his role as executive producer in the latter part of Season 9, following his earlier departure from the series post the first movie, and continued as executive producer until his passing. Hillenburg understood what made SpongeBob special because he created it. His return brought the original vision back to the show. Original crew members came back to restore the show's identity. Along with Hillenburg, other crew members from the classic era returned in Season 9B, like Sherm Cohen, Zeus Servus, and Kaz. These were the people who understood what made classic SpongeBob work. They knew how to write SpongeBob as innocent rather than annoying, Patrick as dumb but sweet rather than cruel, and Mr. Krabs as cheap but caring rather than heartless. New leadership took control with a clear mission to fix the show. In 2015, Vincent Waller, a creative director, and Mark Ceccarelli, a writer and storyboard director, took Tibbitt's place as supervising producer and showrunner. The new leaders had worked on classic SpongeBob episodes and understood what needed to be fixed. The technical quality improved dramatically with the move to high definition. Season 9 also marks the show's official transition to 1080i HD, by now having episodes produced and aired in widescreen, 16:9, the native aspect ratio of high definition. SpongeBob looked modern and crisp while keeping its distinctive art style. The transition to HD widescreen starting from Season 9 has been excellent. Character personalities were completely restored to their classic versions. Characters who got flanderized during Seasons 6 to 8 have had their original personalities restored in these seasons. SpongeBob became innocent and optimistic again. Patrick returned to being lovably dumb instead of cruel. Mr. Krabs became cheap but caring instead of completely heartless. Squidward went back to being a grump with a heart of gold. The writing became smart and sophisticated again. Witty, self-referential humor reminiscent of the classic era, including Seasons 4 to 5. The new episodes featured the kind of clever jokes that made adults want to watch SpongeBob with their kids again. The show regained its ability to work on multiple levels for different audiences. Mimic Madness became the poster episode for SpongeBob's renaissance. Mimic Madness was hailed by many SpongeBob fans as one of the best episodes in the series and in the post-sequel era. It is also the highest-rated post-sequel episode on SpongeBuddy Mania, with an average score of 9, 18/10 based on 73 ratings. This single episode proved that modern SpongeBob could match classic quality. Tom Kenny's voice acting in Mimic Madness was incredible. It tests Tom Kenny's voice acting very well, and it shows he did a great job in this episode. He's able to sound like most of the characters SpongeBob mimicked. The animation of SpongeBob mimicking characters by making their shape is very smooth every time. Kenny got to showcase his amazing talent in ways the show had never tried before. The episode brought back genuine emotion and heart. Who Am I? Was an emotional song with how victorious it sounds and the lyrics that sound like SpongeBob is really having an identity crisis. The episode had real stakes and emotional weight that had been missing from SpongeBob for years. It made people care about the characters again. Most importantly, the friendship between SpongeBob and Patrick was restored. After SpongeBob's friends decide to give him an intervention about his mimicking, Patrick grabs Plankton and Squidward and strangles them when they suggest hurting SpongeBob, saying, "You leave my best friend alone." This showed Patrick caring about SpongeBob instead of being mean to him. The heart of SpongeBob was back. Critics who had given up on SpongeBob started paying attention again. Mimic Madness is one of the most well-received episodes of SpongeBob SquarePants since the first 3 seasons. This is the episode that got many of even the harshest modern SpongeBob critics back on board, at least for a little while. The episode proved that SpongeBob could create magic again. Season 10 continued the upward trend despite being shorter than usual. The 10th season of SpongeBob SquarePants consists of 11 episodes, 22 segments, which are ordered below by packaging number and not their original broadcast order. It is the shortest season, lacking the usual 26-episode length. But every episode packed incredible quality. The show started experimenting with creative new concepts. This era is brimming with creativity, utilizing novel episode concepts and drawing on everything from realism to character dynamics and the allure of the classic era to entertain. Despite the show's 2-decade run, it continues to be a wellspring of fresh ideas. Episodes like Feral Friends turned all the characters into realistic animals, while My Leg gave a background character his own episode. Season 11 brought back beloved characters in meaningful ways. These seasons revive characters who were briefly introduced in the classic era and then overlooked, serving not just for nostalgia, but also to give newcomers a clearer understanding of their identities. Characters like Bubble Bass, Bubble Buddy, Mary and her mother, the anglerfish from Rock Bottom, Nosferatu, and SpongeBob's parents returned with purpose. Doodle Dimension showed how to make proper sequels to classic episodes. Doodle Dimension is a SpongeBob SquarePants episode from Season 11. In this episode, SpongeBob and Patrick become trapped in an alternate dimension where anything they draw comes to life. The episode worked as both a sequel to Franken-Doodle and a standalone adventure that honored the original while telling a new story. The show began acknowledging and fixing its past mistakes. These seasons occasionally poke fun at seasons 6 to 8. For instance, in Plankton's Intern, Plankton exhibits fear of Pearl similar to his reaction in One Course Meal. Yet, this fear subsides when Pearl clarifies that she does not consume plankton. The show acknowledged its dark age and moved beyond it. Musical numbers became important again, has some great songs such as Who Am I, Kung Fu Rock, and My Leg Is in Love. The musical numbers matched the quality of classic SpongeBob songs like Sweet Victory and showed that the show could still create memorable music that people would sing along to. Even Steven Hillenburg's death couldn't stop the quality improvement. Steven Hillenburg sadly passed away on the 26th of November 2018. Because of Steven Hillenburg passing away, some fans are worried that the series will go through another dark age since seasons 6 to 8. Thankfully, this hasn't happened so far. The creative team he trained was able to continue his vision. Background characters got their own episodes in ways that felt natural. Background character Fred the Fish constantly breaking his leg due to any and all chaos going on in Bikini Bottom has been an eternal running joke on the show since Season 1. In the appropriately titled Season 11 episode My Leg, Fred asks SpongeBob to act as a bodyguard. Giving Fred his own episode felt like a natural extension of the SpongeBob universe. The animation reached new heights with improved technology. The quality of the animation has seen significant improvement, particularly when compared to seasons 6 to 8. Modern SpongeBob looked better than it ever had while maintaining the distinctive style that made it recognizable. The colors were bright and appealing instead of washed out and ugly. Professional critics began praising SpongeBob again. Tom Kenny's vocal performance as SpongeBob is one of the most iconic and beloved voice acting roles in animation history. Season 10 episode Mimic Madness showcases Kenny's vocal prowess brilliantly, and the story built around it is fantastic. Critics who had written off SpongeBob began praising specific episodes again. The rebuild created what many call a new golden age. This should be called the SpongeBob Improvement Era. After a whole dark age, SpongeBob manages to bring back audiences to watch and enjoy SpongeBob all over again. The show had not only recovered from its dark age, but had arguably reached new creative heights in some areas. Fans started watching and enjoying SpongeBob again. These seasons are a huge improvement over seasons 6 to 8, the show's dark age, with improved writing and storylines, as well as bringing back the charm of the classic era. Long-lost fans returned to see what SpongeBob was doing, and many were pleasantly surprised by the quality. The rebuild balanced nostalgia with innovation perfectly. Many post-movie episodes of the series often serve as sequels to earlier beloved episodes from the series' first 3 seasons. But these sequels felt like natural extensions rather than cheap cash grabs. They honored the originals while telling new stories that worked for both old fans and new viewers. Season 12 maintained quality even as the last season with Hillenburg's direct involvement. Season 12, while still good, is the last season to involve Steven Hillenburg before his death in 2018, midway through the season's production. Even after losing its creator, SpongeBob continued to produce quality episodes that honored his legacy and vision. The comeback proved that television shows can recover from creative disasters. SpongeBob SquarePants saw a significant resurgence in quality, starting with Season 9-201 to present, following a notable dip during Seasons 6-7, 2008 to 2011. The recovery was so successful that it inspired other long-running shows to examine their own creative processes and learn from SpongeBob's mistakes and recovery. SpongeBob's modern rebuild began in Season 9 when Steven Hillenburg returned as executive producer alongside original crew members. New showrunners Vincent Waller and Mark Ceccarelli restored character personalities, brought back sophisticated humor, and created innovative episodes like Mimic Madness that proved modern SpongeBob could match classic quality. The rebuild successfully balanced nostalgia with innovation, earning widespread critical and fan acclaim. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the next section, SpongeBob and meme culture, internet legacy of both eras. SpongeBob SquarePants has become the undisputed king of internet memes. The show has been noted as a cultural touchstone for millennials and Generation Z, becoming ubiquitous with internet culture and spawning numerous viral internet memes. No other television show has created as many lasting memes as SpongeBob. Understanding this incredible legacy reveals how both classic and modern episodes have contributed to internet culture in completely different ways. The numbers tell the incredible story of SpongeBob's meme dominance. On Know Your Meme, the internet's primary database for all things memey, SpongeBob SquarePants memes currently accounts for 4,635 images. To put that in context, other films and TV shows that make common meme fodder include the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which is only featured in 276 images, and The Simpsons, which has 1,116 images. SpongeBob has more memes than Marvel and The Simpsons combined, and then some. The experts recognize SpongeBob's unique position in internet culture. Overall, if you look at our database, there are few other pop culture properties that are as frequently used in memes as SpongeBob, says Matt Shimkowitz, a senior editor for the site whose job entails sifting through and organizing SpongeBob memes submitted by users. You can compare him to things like The Simpsons or Shrek or the Marvel movies, and SpongeBob just has way more specific formats that have been repeated again and again. Classic SpongeBob episodes created the foundation of meme culture. In 2018, Vulture noted the most popular online memes of the series usually focused on episodes from the first 3 seasons. The early episodes had a perfect combination of memorable quotes, distinctive facial expressions, and universal situations that translated perfectly to meme format. No, This Is Patrick became one of the first viral SpongeBob memes. The scene comes from Season 2, Episode 23, according to Know Your Meme. The meme is most often used just how Patrick used it in the episode, in responding to someone asking who you are or when someone's annoying you. It was even used as a reply to a viral tweet asking whether an animal was a bird or bunny. This meme showed how SpongeBob quotes could work in any situation. The Caveman SpongeBob meme proved that even minor characters could become internet sensations. But what makes Caveman SpongeBob, also known as SpongeGar, Primitive SpongeBob, or Primitive Sponge, such a sensation? The image was often used to portray moments of sudden realization or panic. It's easy to see why the meme resonated. Who hasn't had that primitive, guttural feeling of ugh when something goes awry? Squidward became the voice of adult frustration in meme culture. A scene from the episode Naughty Nautical Neighbors, where Squidward plays Solitude in E minor for Patrick on his clarinet, to which Patrick falls asleep at the very first note. The meme captured the feeling of being unappreciated or misunderstood. Squidward memes became especially popular as millennial viewers grew up and started relating more to his cynical worldview. Modern SpongeBob surprisingly created some of the most popular memes ever. The mocking SpongeBob meme comes from the episode Little Yellow Book, which originally aired in 2012. But beyond just the facial expression, the meme is now used in another specific way, repeating phrases with alternating capital letters. This meme became one of the most recognizable formats on the entire internet. The success of modern SpongeBob memes shocked many fans. The episode Little Yellow Book originally aired in 2012. But beyond just the facial expression, the meme is now used in another specific way, repeating phrases with alternating capital letters. For the uninitiated, Know Your Meme's entry on the meme calls this version a call and response meme, and says that its first use was on Twitter in 2017. This proved that modern episodes could create memes just as powerful as classic ones. Several factors make SpongeBob memes so universally appealing. Matt Shimkowitz, a senior editor for Know Your Meme, told Time that a combination of factors make SpongeBob memes so popular. He speculated that nostalgia for the past, alongside the cartoon's young audience, contributed to the SpongeBob SquarePants' outsized presence in internet meme culture. The emotional range of SpongeBob characters creates perfect meme material. Shimkowitz further added that memes derived from the series are exceptionally good at expressing emotions. Michael Gold of the New York Times opined that because of the show's high episode count and that it was so ubiquitous at the beginning of the 21st century, SpongeBob SquarePants became easy meme fodder. Professional voice actors embrace the meme culture around their work. Tom Kenny told Time that he found SpongeBob memes relatable and good-natured. Kenny said that while the show's characters can be considered complex, they are also simple, creating a wealth of content for meme creators to work with. The simplicity of the characters makes them perfect templates for any situation. Specific classic episodes became meme gold mines that are still being discovered today. This is a scene from Just One Bite, where Squidward gives Incidental 40 his order. When he leaves, Squidward calls him a barnacle head. Even minor moments from classic episodes continue to become viral memes decades after they aired. Music from SpongeBob episodes became part of meme culture. This is a song that appears in the episode Crab Borg, in which Mr. Krabs hears the song on the radio and loves it, so he calls the radio station and refers to it as the one that goes bee-boo-boo-bop, boo-boo-beep, both the song and Mr. Krabs requesting the song have become memes, with the former becoming popular in the YTPMV community. Numbers and quotes from episodes became inside jokes among fans. This is a joke from New Student Starfish. In the episode, Mrs. Puff asks Patrick to introduce himself to the class, and he says 24 instead of his name. Later, SpongeBob and Patrick whisper to each other, and SpongeBob thinks of something funnier than 24. Patrick wants to hear it, and he says 25, causing both of them to crack up with laughter. The quote became a viral celebration meme for anything involving the number 25. Random visual moments became powerful reaction images. Among the show's most popular memes are the mocking SpongeBob meme, referring to an image macro from the episode Little Yellow Book, an image of SpongeBob appearing exhausted in the episode Nature Pants, and a particularly disheveled illustration of Squidward from Squid's Day Off. These images work because they capture universal feelings that everyone can relate to. Modern memes evolved into more abstract and experimental formats. A SpongeBob meme that surfaced in 2023 is the Freak Bob meme. Associated with Gen Z humor, Freak Bob, or sometimes Freaky Bob, is typically shown on the dialing end of a phone call. The vast rise in popularity has sparked many variations of the meme on social media. This shows how newer generations continue to find new ways to use SpongeBob in memes. Even background music became meme material. In 2024, an internet meme surfaced consisting of Richard Myhill's Woe Is Me, taken from the episode Squilliam Returns, paired with a hamster staring up in despair. Dubbed the Sad Hamster meme, the trend found rapid popularity on social media platforms as a way for users to express a reflection to sadness and unfortunate situations. Fan art and comparison memes became their own category. These are a series of fan arts made by various people online that features the classic SpongeBob mostly showing hatred of the modern SpongeBob, with the most popular piece art is one of classic, SpongeBob telling modern SpongeBob to shut up. These memes reflected the real fan debates about different eras of the show. YouTube parodies and remixes created their own subculture. The massive popularity of SpongeBob SquarePants has led to a wide variety of different internet memes based on the show. Countless quotes, scenes, and characters from the show have been featured in memes and viral videos. YouTube became home to millions of SpongeBob remixes, parodies, and mashups that introduced the show to new audiences. SpongeBob memes transcended the show itself to become a universal language, literally just an entire episode. It is quite common for fans to just post a full episode of the show on Twitter or Discord, with no edits. Just uploading the entire episode is the joke. This meta humor showed how SpongeBob had become so embedded in internet culture that simply sharing it was funny. Historical and educational memes brought SpongeBob into academic spaces. Historical events portrayed by SpongeBob became a variant popularized by history buffs, which reference a historical event, often with colorized added, then depicting it with a screenshot. SpongeBob screenshots became a way to teach history, explain complex topics, and make academic content more accessible. The meme legacy proves SpongeBob's lasting cultural impact. SpongeBob's main voice actor, Tom Kenny, has explained a variety of memes based on SpongeBob SquarePants in a 2019 video. The fact that the original creators acknowledge and appreciate the meme culture shows how important it has become to the show's legacy. SpongeBob dominates internet meme culture with over 4,600 documented memes, more than Marvel and The Simpsons combined. Classic episodes like No This Is Patrick and Caveman SpongeBob created the foundation, while modern episodes surprisingly produced viral hits like Mocking SpongeBob. The The show's simple characters and emotional range make perfect meme templates, creating a universal internet language that spans generations and continues evolving with new formats like FreakBob. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. Moving on to the next section, the final verdict: can classic and modern coexist? After analyzing SpongeBob history, from Hawaiian music to internet memes, one question remains: can classic and modern SpongeBob coexist? The answer is more complex than most fans realize. This is not simply a story of good versus bad, or old versus new. This is the story of a show that lost its way, found it again, and proved that different approaches to the same characters can both have value. The classic versus modern debate has dominated SpongeBob discussions for decades. Classic SpongeBob ended on the 12th of October 2004. Modern SpongeBob began on the 6th of May 2005. That's only a 7-month difference. Why is that difference considered so monumental? The answer lies not in time, but in the fundamental changes that happened during those 7 months when Steven Hillenburg left and Paul Tibbitt took over. Both eras have completely different strengths that serve different purposes. Classic SpongeBob, seasons 1 to 4, and modern SpongeBob, seasons 10 to 12. The reason classic SpongeBob is so good is due to its dialogue, humor, and the rule of threes. The dialogue humor is just goofy, all-around good stuff. The show could make any character likable, and any character could say something genuinely funny. Classic SpongeBob was built on sophisticated writing and universal appeal. Modern SpongeBob operates on entirely different principles that can be equally effective. Now modern SpongeBob has occasional dialogue humor, but it relies more on being over-exaggerated and visually entertaining. And some may say that's a bad thing, but I disagree. The show is still hilarious. Modern SpongeBob uses visual comedy, physical humor, and experimental storytelling in ways that classic SpongeBob never attempted. The transition between eras was not clean or immediate. What is it between those 2 months that makes one old and the other new? The truth is that the change happened gradually over several seasons. Season 4 was still mostly classic in style. Season 5 began showing problems. Seasons 6 to 8 represented the Dark Age. Season 9 began the recovery. The lines between eras are blurrier than most fans admit. Quality varies significantly within each era, making broad generalizations unfair. Not all of modern SpongeBob is bad, and not all of old SpongeBob is good. It's just that there were many episodes of modern SpongeBob that were bad, while there were many episodes of old SpongeBob were classic. This means both eras have episodes worth watching and episodes worth skipping. Different generations prefer different eras for understandable reasons. The common agreement amongst fans of the show is that everything got worse after Season 3 and the SpongeBob SquarePants movie, which was released in 2004. However, are their opinions valid? Fans who grew up with classic SpongeBob naturally prefer what they remember from childhood. Younger fans who discovered SpongeBob through modern episodes often prefer the newer style. The artistic approaches serve different audiences and purposes. The show's good again, but in a completely different way. Now, instead of being really funny with dialogue, it's really funny with visual gags. Classic SpongeBob aimed for sophistication and universal appeal. Modern SpongeBob aims for innovation and visual spectacle. Both approaches can work when executed properly. Critics have become more balanced in their assessments of both eras. Some unfairly write off SpongeBob and do not even get the more recent episodes a chance. People are allowed to dislike modern SpongeBob. No matter what, nothing will ever recreate those classic seasons that everyone remembers in their childhood. But to go on and say that there is nothing good in modern SpongeBob is just not true. Modern episodes have proven they can match classic quality when done right. Episodes like Feral Friends, Squid Noir, Plankton's Pet, and My Leg are all a part of modern SpongeBob, and these episodes have been received positively even with their more recent release dates. These episodes show that modern SpongeBob can create memorable moments that rival classic episodes. The meme culture proves both eras have lasting value. Classic episodes created foundational memes like "No, This Is Patrick" and "Caveman SpongeBob." Modern episodes created viral hits like "Mocking SpongeBob" from Little Yellow Book. This shows that both eras contribute meaningfully to SpongeBob's cultural impact. Fan communities have learned to appreciate both eras for different reasons. The arguments about post-movie get stale after a while. Age does not equal quality. I don't count Season 4 Plus as modern SpongeBob, because Seasons 4 Plus are getting older. Fans are recognizing that the classic versus modern debate is less important than simply enjoying good episodes from any era. Some fans actively reject the division between eras entirely. I'm not really sure, but this whole classic and modern SpongeBob and separation between Sone 3 and S49 is getting kind of old. These fans focus on individual episode quality rather than broad era classifications. They watch SpongeBob for entertainment, not to prove a point about which era is superior. The voice actors and creators embrace both eras as part of SpongeBob's evolution. Nickelodeon and members of the SpongeBob cast have expressed approval for the trend. Tom Kenny told Time that he found SpongeBob memes relatable and good-natured, regardless of which era they came from. The people who make SpongeBob see it as one continuous story, not two separate shows. Technical improvements in modern SpongeBob benefit the entire series. The transition to HD, improved animation quality, and experimental visual techniques in modern episodes make the show look better than ever. These improvements enhance the viewing experience without undermining what made classic episodes special. Both eras teach valuable lessons about television production. Classic SpongeBob shows the importance of strong writing, clear character development, and universal themes. Modern SpongeBob shows how shows can evolve, recover from failure, and find new ways to tell stories. Both lessons are valuable for understanding how great television gets made. The future of SpongeBob depends on learning from both eras. A show needs to change for the better at some point. Just try to accept the show for what it is now. SpongeBob will continue evolving, and future seasons will likely combine elements from both classic and modern approaches. The best episodes may come from creators who understand and respect both eras. Different viewing contexts make both eras appropriate for different situations. Classic episodes work better for nostalgia, sophisticated humor, and introducing new viewers to SpongeBob. Modern episodes work better for visual spectacle, experimental storytelling, and keeping longtime fans surprised. Both approaches serve important functions. The real question is not whether one era is better, but how both contribute to SpongeBob's legacy. Whether there's a decline in quality or not, just watch the hundreds of episodes they have to offer and enjoy whichever ones you'd like. This approach allows fans to appreciate SpongeBob as a complete work rather than picking sides in an artificial battle. Economic realities ensure both eras will continue to coexist. Nickelodeon owns all SpongeBob episodes and benefits from both classic reruns and new episode production. Classic episodes provide reliable content that attracts nostalgic viewers. Modern episodes provide fresh content that attracts new viewers. Both are valuable to the network. The evidence shows that SpongeBob works best when it combines classic and modern elements. Episodes like Mimic Madness succeed because they use modern animation techniques and experimental concepts while maintaining classic character relationships and emotional depth. The best modern episodes learn from classic episodes without simply copying them. Personal preference will always influence how people view different eras. Thanks for pointing out the obvious. Just kidding, but it's not the first time I read something like this. Those arguments are getting kinda overused. It's bothersome after a while. Fans will continue debating which era is better, but the debate itself is less important than recognizing that both have value. The final verdict is that classic and modern SpongeBob can and should coexist. They represent different approaches to the same characters and world, each with unique strengths and weaknesses. Classic SpongeBob provides the foundation and shows what made the series special. Modern SpongeBob shows how the series can evolve and find new ways to surprise audiences. Together, they create a more complete and interesting television legacy than either could alone. Fans should embrace both eras while being honest about their individual strengths and weaknesses. This means recognizing that classic SpongeBob had some weak episodes, and modern SpongeBob has some excellent episodes. It means appreciating dialogue, humor, and visual comedy as different but equally valid approaches. Most importantly, it means remembering that SpongeBob SquarePants, in all its forms, has brought joy to millions of people across multiple generations. Summary: classic and modern SpongeBob can coexist because they serve different purposes with distinct strengths. Classic episodes excel in dialogue, humor, and universal appeal, while modern episodes succeed through visual comedy and experimental storytelling. Both eras contribute to SpongeBob's cultural legacy through memorable episodes and viral memes. Rather than viewing them as competing approaches, fans should appreciate how each era teaches valuable lessons about television evolution and storytelling innovation. And at last, we have 2 hours of terrifying SpongeBob lore. When you think of SpongeBob SquarePants, the first things that come to mind are probably laughter, jellyfishing, and maybe a few Krabby Patties. It's a bright, silly cartoon about a talking sponge who just wants to have fun with his friends. But every once in a while, SpongeBob takes a little detour into the weird, the creepy, and even the downright spooky. Graveyard Shift is probably the most famous scary SpongeBob episode, and it's easy to see why. The episode starts when Mr. Krabs decides the Krusty Krab should stay open 24 hours to make more money. SpongeBob is excited about working the night shift, but Squidward is less than thrilled about spending his evenings with his hyperactive coworker. To pass the time during the slow night hours, Squidward decides to tell SpongeBob a ghost story. But this isn't just any ghost story. Squidward really commits to it, creating this elaborate tale about the hash-slinging slasher, a former fry cook who died in a gruesome accident. According to Squidward's story, this fry cook was working late one night when he accidentally cut off his own hand with a rusty spatula. In his shock and pain, he knocked over the grill, starting a grease fire. Then, trying to escape the flames, he ran out into the street and got hit by a bus. Squidward tells SpongeBob that every Tuesday night, the hash-slinging slasher's ghost returns to the Krusty Krab, and you'll know he's coming because of 3 specific signs. The lights will flicker, the phone will ring with no one on the other end, and the slasher himself will arrive on the bus that killed him. SpongeBob is absolutely terrified by this story. He spends the rest of the night jumping at every sound and shadow, clearly convinced that the hash-slinging slasher is going to show up at any moment. Squidward is enjoying himself, pleased that his storytelling has had such a dramatic effect. But then something strange starts happening. The exact events from Squidward's story begin occurring in real life. First, the lights start flickering. SpongeBob immediately panics, but Squidward tries to play it off as just a coincidence or a problem with the electrical system. Then the phone rings, and when Squidward answers it, there's nothing but breathing on the other end. Now even Squidward is starting to get nervous. Things get really intense when they see a figure approaching the restaurant through the fog. It's moving slowly, dragging something behind it, and it's heading straight for the Krusty Krab. Both SpongeBob and Squidward are now completely terrified, hiding behind the counter and convinced that the hash-slinging slasher has actually come for them. The atmosphere during these scenes is genuinely creepy. The lighting gets darker, the music becomes ominous, and there's this real sense of dread building up. For a few minutes, it actually feels like you're watching a horror movie rather than a children's cartoon. When the figure finally reaches the restaurant and knocks on the door, both characters are paralyzed with fear. They're absolutely convinced that they're about to face a supernatural killer. But when they finally work up the courage to answer the door, they discover that the hash-slinging slasher is actually just a nervous young guy named Harold who wants to apply for a job. The resolution is perfectly SpongeBob. Every scary element has a completely innocent explanation. Harold has been trying to work up the courage to apply for weeks, which is why he keeps showing up at night. The spatula he was dragging was just his own cooking utensil that he brought to demonstrate his skills. The phone calls were him trying to call about the job but getting too nervous to speak. And the flickering lights, well, that was Nosferatu flipping the light switch upstairs because apparently he lives there now. It's a classic SpongeBob ending where everything scary turns out to be harmless. But what makes this episode memorable is how committed it is to the creepy atmosphere in the middle section. Those few minutes where it seems like Squidward's ghost story might actually be coming true are genuinely unsettling. The episode also became famous for its quotable moments. The dramatic way Squidward delivers "at night" during his story became a popular meme, and the hash-slinging slasher himself became an iconic SpongeBob character, even though he turned out to be completely made up. Rock Bottom takes a completely different approach to being scary. Instead of supernatural horror, it taps into the very real fear of being lost and unable to communicate with anyone around you. The episode starts with SpongeBob and Patrick on a field trip to Glove World, but they accidentally get on the wrong bus and end up in Rock Bottom, a strange underground community. Rock Bottom is immediately unsettling just from its visual design. Where Bikini Bottom is bright and colorful, Rock Bottom is dark and gloomy, lit by dim green light that makes everything look sickly. The town is built vertically instead of horizontally, with buildings stacked on top of each other and connected by steep, rickety ramps and elevators that look like they might collapse at any moment. But the really disturbing thing about Rock Bottom is its residents. They all speak by making these weird raspberry sounds with their tongues, creating a language that's completely incomprehensible to outsiders. When SpongeBob tries to ask for directions or help, all he gets are these strange buzzing noises that he can't understand at all. Patrick manages to catch the next bus back to Bikini Bottom, but SpongeBob gets left behind when his ticket blows away just as he's trying to board. Suddenly, he's completely alone in this alien environment where nothing makes sense and nobody can understand him. What follows is SpongeBob's increasingly desperate attempts to get home. He tries to buy another ticket, but he can't understand the ticket seller. He tries to read the signs, but they're all written backwards or in some kind of incomprehensible script. He gets in line for buses, but he can never figure out if he's in the right line or if the bus is going where he needs to go. The residents of Rock Bottom aren't hostile, but they're so different from anything SpongeBob has ever encountered that he can't relate to them at all. They have these exaggerated, alien features, bulging eyes, long tongues, weird body proportions that make them look more like deep-sea creatures than the friendly fish of Bikini Bottom. Every time SpongeBob thinks he's figured out how to get home, something goes wrong. He drops his ticket, or he gets on the wrong bus, or he misunderstands the directions. The episode really captures that nightmare feeling of being in a place where all the normal rules don't apply and you can't make yourself understood. There's also this constant sense of vertigo because everything in Rock Bottom is built on these steep angles and precarious platforms. SpongeBob is constantly climbing up and down these dangerous-looking ramps, and you get the feeling that one wrong step could send him tumbling into some dark pit. The episode does have its funny moments. SpongeBob's attempts to communicate with the locals lead to some classic physical comedy. But underneath all the humor is this persistent anxiety about being trapped in an unfamiliar place. Most people can relate to the experience of being lost or confused in a new environment, and this episode takes those feelings and amplifies them into something genuinely distressing. Eventually, SpongeBob gets home thanks to a helpful anglerfish, but the episode doesn't really explain why Rock Bottom exists or why it's so different from everywhere else. There's this suggestion that there are just some places in the world that are fundamentally alien and incomprehensible, which is both realistic and slightly disturbing. Squid's visit starts as a simple story about SpongeBob wanting Squidward to visit his house, but it quickly becomes something that feels more like a psychological thriller. SpongeBob really wants Squidward to come over, but Squidward keeps making excuses to avoid it. So SpongeBob comes up with what he thinks is a brilliant solution. He'll redecorate his entire house to look exactly like Squidward's place. The episode shows SpongeBob working obsessively to recreate every single detail of Squidward's house. He's measuring furniture, taking notes, and somehow managing to duplicate everything with perfect accuracy. When Squidward finally does visit after hurting himself and needing SpongeBob's help, he's shocked to discover that SpongeBob has essentially built a perfect replica of his own home. But this isn't just a general recreation. SpongeBob has copied everything. The same furniture in the same positions, the same books on the shelves in the same order, the same decorations on the walls, even the same dust patterns and minor imperfections. When Squidward looks around, it's like being in his own house, except he knows he's not. What makes this episode creepy is the implication of how SpongeBob managed to get all these details right. Some of the things he's recreated are personal items that Squidward keeps in private spaces. There are details about his daily routines, his personal habits, his private belongings that SpongeBob couldn't possibly know unless he'd been watching very closely. Squidward's reaction makes it even more unsettling. At first, he's just confused and impressed by the attention to detail. But then he starts noticing things that are too accurate, too personal. His private journal is there, with entries that SpongeBob couldn't have known about. His secret hiding places have been discovered and replicated. Even his dirty laundry pile is in the exact right spot. The episode plays out like a home invasion movie, except the invasion already happened and SpongeBob has been invited in. There's this growing sense of paranoia as Squidward realizes that SpongeBob knows much more about his private life than he should. It raises uncomfortable questions about boundaries, privacy, and how closely SpongeBob has been observing his neighbor. SpongeBob, meanwhile, is completely oblivious to how disturbing this situation island. He's just proud of his work and happy that Squidward is finally visiting. The contrast between SpongeBob's innocent enthusiasm and the genuinely invasive nature of what he's done creates this cognitive dissonance that makes the whole episode feel wrong. Shanghai features SpongeBob and Patrick accidentally boarding the Flying Dutchman's ghost ship, and in this episode, the Flying Dutchman is genuinely frightening. Unlike later episodes where he becomes more of a comedic character, here he's portrayed as a legitimate supernatural threat who seems genuinely dangerous. The ghost ship itself is appropriately creepy, with rotting wood, eerie green lighting, and an atmosphere of decay and death. When the Flying Dutchman appears, he's furious that living beings have boarded his vessel, and he threatens to steal their souls and make them part of his undead crew forever. What makes this episode particularly unsettling is how helpless SpongeBob and Patrick are against this supernatural force. They're trapped on a ghost ship with a powerful spirit who has no reason to show them mercy. The Flying Dutchman seems genuinely threatening in a way that most SpongeBob villains don't. He's not just annoying or misguided, he's actually dangerous. The episode has multiple endings that were produced for different markets, but in all of them, there's this sense that SpongeBob and Patrick have encountered something genuinely otherworldly and threatening. Even when they escape, you get the feeling that they've had a brush with forces beyond their understanding. Hall Monitor might not seem scary at first glance, but it's actually one of the most anxiety-inducing episodes in the series. SpongeBob becomes the Hall Monitor at Missus, Huff's boating school, and takes the job so seriously that he accidentally causes chaos everywhere he goes. What makes this episode disturbing is how SpongeBob's good intentions lead to increasingly catastrophic consequences. He's genuinely trying to help people and do the right thing, but everything he touches turns into a disaster. Cars crash, buildings catch fire, and there's this growing sense that SpongeBob is some kind of walking catastrophe who destroys everything he encounters. The news reports describing the maniac terrorizing the city are particularly unsettling because they're describing SpongeBob, who has no idea that he's causing all this destruction. There's something genuinely disturbing about watching a character you care about being portrayed as a dangerous criminal when he's just trying to be helpful. The episode captures that nightmare feeling of trying to do the right thing but making everything worse. SpongeBob's growing confusion and distress as he realizes that people are afraid of him is genuinely sad and uncomfortable to watch. Sleepy Time. Sleepy Time is an episode where SpongeBob accidentally enters other characters' dreams, and what he discovers there is often revealing and disturbing. The episode starts when SpongeBob accidentally leaves his own dream and begins wandering through other people's subconscious minds. Patrick's dream is particularly unsettling. It's essentially a barren wasteland with nothing but empty space and a few random objects. This suggests that Patrick's mind is essentially empty, which is both funny and kind of sad when you think about it. Squidward's dream reveals his deep insecurities about his artistic abilities and his fear of being mediocre. We see him performing for an audience that gradually becomes more and more hostile, reflecting his real-world anxieties about not being appreciated or understood. But the most disturbing dream is SpongeBob's own. When he finally returns to his own mind, he encounters his more, a sophisticated, intellectual version of himself who criticizes SpongeBob for being childish and irresponsible. This inner SpongeBob is cold and judgmental, suggesting that even SpongeBob has doubts about his own personality and behavior. The episode suggests that everyone's inner life is much more complex and troubled than their outward appearance would suggest. The dreams reveal fears, insecurities, and dark thoughts that the characters would never express when they're awake. Wormy contains some of the most genuinely frightening imagery in early SpongeBob history. Sandy's pet caterpillar transforms into a butterfly, but when SpongeBob and Patrick see it, they think it's a monster because they've never encountered a butterfly before. What makes this episode scary is the close-up shots of the butterfly. Instead of using animated butterfly imagery, the episode shows real footage of an actual butterfly, and the extreme close-ups of its face and compound eyes are genuinely unsettling. The contrast between the cartoon world and this realistic insect footage creates an uncanny valley effect that's deeply disturbing. SpongeBob and Patrick's terrified reactions to the butterfly make it even scarier. They're convinced they're looking at some kind of dangerous predator, and their panic is so genuine that it makes viewers question whether the butterfly really is as harmless as it seems. The episode plays with the idea that sometimes the most innocent things can appear threatening when you don't understand them. But the realistic butterfly footage is so jarring compared to the rest of the show's art style that it creates this sense of something genuinely alien invading the cartoon world. Part 2. The Faces You Can't Forget. While some SpongeBob episodes are remembered for their scary plots, others are famous for their disturbing visuals. These episodes feature animation and imagery that push the boundaries of what you'd expect to see in a children's cartoon, creating images that stick with viewers long after the episode ends. Face Freeze. Face Freeze is probably the most infamous SpongeBob episode when it comes to disturbing imagery. The episode starts with something completely innocent: SpongeBob and Patrick making funny faces at each other, trying to see who can come up with the most ridiculous expression. It's the kind of harmless fun that kids engage in all the time. Mr. Krabs walks by and sees them making faces, so he tells them the old warning that parents have been using for generations. If you make an ugly face and the wind changes, your face will freeze that way forever. It's one of those things adults say to get children to stop doing something, not really expecting them to believe it. But SpongeBob and Patrick take this warning as a challenge rather than advice. They decide it would be fun to try to get their faces frozen in silly expressions, so they start making even more extreme faces, competing to see who can create the most outrageous look. Then a strong wind blows through Bikini Bottom, and suddenly both characters are stuck with the most grotesquely distorted faces imaginable. But these aren't just cartoon, funny, ugly faces, they're genuinely horrifying visages that look like something from a medical textbook about facial deformities. SpongeBob's frozen face is particularly disturbing. His eyes are bulging out of his head at impossible angles, with one eye significantly larger than the other, and both pointing in completely different directions. His mouth is stretched across his face in a way that suggests his jaw has been dislocated or broken, twisted into a shape that doesn't look anatomically possible. His nose is bent at a weird angle, and his entire facial structure looks like it's been melted and reformed. Patrick's face is equally nightmarish. His features seem to have migrated to completely wrong positions on his head. His nose appears where his ear should be, his mouth is sideways and stretched into an impossible grin, and his eyes are at different heights, giving him this lopsided, asymmetrical appearance that's deeply unsettling. What makes these images even more disturbing is how detailed they are. The animation shows every wrinkle, every impossible angle, every grotesque distortion in high definition. You can see individual facial muscles stretched in ways that look painful, skin pulled tight in unnatural directions, and features distorted beyond recognition. The episode then follows SpongeBob and Patrick as they try to go about their normal daily activities while looking like creatures from a nightmare. SpongeBob goes to work at the Krusty Krab, attempting to serve customers while his face is frozen in this horrifying expression. The customers' reactions range from shock to disgust to outright terror. But SpongeBob doesn't understand why everyone is so upset because he can't see his own reflection. There's something deeply uncomfortable about watching other characters try to interact normally with SpongeBob and Patrick while they look like horror movie monsters. The other residents of Bikini Bottom are clearly disturbed by their appearances, but they're trying to be polite and not hurt their feelings. The episode also features these lingering close-up shots of the distorted faces that feel almost sadistic. The camera holds on these horrifying expressions for much longer than necessary, forcing viewers to really examine these nightmare images in detail. It's like the episode wants to make sure you'll never forget what you're seeing. Sandy tries to help them by explaining the scientific impossibility of faces actually freezing from wind, but her logical explanations don't change the fact that they're still stuck looking like monsters. Squidward is mostly just annoyed that their appearance is scaring away customers at the Krusty Krab. Eventually, SpongeBob and Patrick figure out how to unfreeze their faces by making even more extreme expressions in the opposite direction, but the damage to viewers' psyches is already done. Those images of their distorted faces have become some of the most shared, cursed SpongeBob images on the internet. The episode raises interesting questions about the nature of physical appearance and how we react to people who look different from what we expect. But mostly, it's remembered for creating some of the most genuinely disturbing imagery in children's television history. Nasty Patty. The Nasty Patty episode creates what might be the most revolting food item ever depicted in a children's cartoon. The story involves SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs, thinking they're dealing with a fake health inspector, so they decide to teach him a lesson by creating an intentionally disgusting burger. The construction of this burger is shown in stomach-churning detail. They start with ingredients that have clearly been sitting out for far too long: meat that's turned green with mold, lettuce that's black and slimy, and condiments that have separated and gone bad. The ketchup looks more like chunky blood, and the mayonnaise has developed a crust that suggests it's been exposed to air for weeks. But they don't stop with just spoiled food. The episode shows them deliberately adding things that were never meant to be consumed by humans. There are toenail clippings, which raises the disturbing question of whose toenails they are and why they're available in the Krusty Krab kitchen. There's what appears to be old gym socks, some kind of industrial cleaning fluid, and other substances that look more like toxic waste than food ingredients. The visual presentation of this burger construction is genuinely nauseating. You can see mold growing on the ingredients, flies buzzing around the decay, and various substances oozing and dripping in ways that make your stomach turn. The attention to detail in depicting this rot and contamination is almost clinical in its accuracy. When the burger is finally assembled, it's this green, moldy, moving mass that barely resembles food. There are things growing on it that appear to be alive, and the whole creation seems to have achieved some kind of gross biological activity. The smell must be overwhelming, because other characters react with physical revulsion just from being near it. The health inspector actually eats this monstrosity, which is horrifying to watch. He takes a big bite of this festering mass of decay and contamination, and his immediate reaction suggests that it tastes exactly as bad as it looks. Within seconds, he collapses, apparently from food poisoning so severe that SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs think they've killed him. What follows is even more disturbing than the burger itself. The health inspector lies there completely motionless, with his tongue hanging out and his eyes rolled back, and the episode really commits to making him look like a corpse rather than just someone who's unconscious. His body is positioned in an unnatural way that suggests he's actually dead rather than just sick. SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs spend the rest of the episode convinced they've committed murder. They try to hide what they think is a dead body, discussing how to dispose of it, and worrying about going to prison. Watching SpongeBob innocent, optimistic SpongeBob acting like he's involved in a cover-up is genuinely disturbing. The episode eventually reveals that the health inspector was just unconscious from exhaustion and food poisoning. Not dead, but for most of the runtime, we're watching beloved characters believe they've killed someone and try to cover it up. It's a surprisingly dark premise for a children's show. The Splinter. The Splinter is remembered as one of the most medically graphic episodes in SpongeBob history. The episode deals with SpongeBob getting a small splinter in his thumb and then obsessing over it until it becomes a major medical emergency. The episode begins innocuously enough. SpongeBob gets a tiny splinter while working at the Krusty Krab. Instead of dealing with it properly by removing it and cleaning the wound, SpongeBob becomes convinced that he needs to hide it from Mr. Krabs because he's afraid of being sent home from work. What starts as a minor injury quickly escalates into a grotesque medical disaster. The episode shows the splinter in extreme close-up detail, and you can actually see it moving under SpongeBob's skin as the wound becomes infected. The visual of this small piece of wood squirming around inside his thumb is genuinely disturbing. As the episode progresses, the infection gets progressively worse. SpongeBob's thumb starts swelling to impossible proportions, changing colors as the infection spreads through the tissue. We see the skin becoming inflamed and discolored, with the thumb growing larger and more grotesque as the situation deteriorates. The episode doesn't shy away from showing the medical details of this infection. There are close-up shots of pus oozing out of the wound, the discoloration of infected tissue, and the way the splinter seems to be working its way deeper into SpongeBob's thumb. It's like watching a medical documentary about wound infection, except it's supposed to be entertainment for children. SpongeBob's attempts to hide the injury become increasingly desperate and dangerous. He wraps his thumb in bandages, tries to cover it with various objects, and even attempts to disguise it as other things. But the infection keeps getting worse, and his thumb keeps swelling until it's this grotesquely oversized appendage that barely looks like a body part anymore. The climax of the episode involves SpongeBob's infected thumb literally exploding, covering other characters in infected biological material. It's played for laughs, But the visual is genuinely revolting. Watching a body part burst open and spray contaminated tissue everywhere is not typical children's television content. I Had an Accident. While I Had an Accident is more famous for its psychological themes, it also contains some disturbing medical imagery. The episode deals with SpongeBob becoming paranoid about getting hurt after breaking his butt in a sandboarding accident. The accident itself is shown in surprisingly graphic detail for a children's show. We see SpongeBob's catastrophic crash, and then the episode shows an X-ray of his broken posterior, complete with medical terminology and realistic bone fractures. For a cartoon that usually keeps injuries comedic and unrealistic, this medical imagery is jarring. The X-ray scene features detailed anatomical drawings showing the extent of SpongeBob's injury. There are medical professionals discussing his condition using actual medical terms, and the whole sequence feels more like a hospital drama than a children's cartoon. SpongeBob's subsequent paranoia about getting hurt again is visually represented through increasingly surreal imagery. His house becomes this fortress-like environment where he's barricaded himself in, and the episode shows his growing isolation and fear through disturbing visual metaphors. Wormy close-up footage. Wormy features some of the most jarring imagery in early SpongeBob history, primarily because of how it mixes cartoon animation with real-world footage. When Sandy's pet caterpillar transforms into a butterfly, the episode suddenly shifts from cartoon imagery to actual close-up footage of a real butterfly. These close-up shots of the butterfly's face and compound eyes are genuinely frightening because they're so realistic compared to the cartoon world around them. The contrast between SpongeBob's simple, friendly art style and this detailed, alien-looking insect creates an uncanny valley effect that's deeply unsettling. The butterfly footage is shot in extreme close-up, showing every detail of the insect's anatomy in high definition. You can see the individual facets of its compound eyes, the texture of its wings, and the alien structure of its face in disturbing detail. It looks more like something from a nature documentary about predatory insects than a children's cartoon. SpongeBob and Patrick's terrified reactions to the butterfly make the imagery even more disturbing. They're convinced they're looking at some kind of monster, and their genuine panic makes viewers question whether this realistic butterfly really is as harmless as it's supposed to be. Just one bite removed. Scene. The original version of Just One Bite contained a scene that was removed from most broadcasts due to its violent content. The scene showed Squidward being set on fire by a security system at the Krusty Krab, complete with detailed animation of him being burned. In the removed scene, Squidward triggers a trap that involves a bucket of gasoline catching fire. The animation showed him being engulfed in flames, with detailed depictions of fire damage and burn injuries. The scene was removed because it showed a character being seriously burned, which was deemed too violent for children's television. Even though this scene was cut, it represents an example of how SpongeBob occasionally pushed the boundaries of what was considered appropriate for kids. The fact that it was animated and produced suggests that someone thought it was acceptable, even though it was later deemed too extreme. Hall Monitor destruction scenes. The original version of Hall Monitor included more detailed scenes of the destruction that SpongeBob accidentally causes during his well-intentioned patrol of the city. These scenes showed car crashes, building damage, and general chaos in more graphic detail than what made it to the final broadcast. Some versions of the episode included extended sequences of vehicular accidents, with more realistic depictions of crash damage and property destruction. These scenes were edited or removed in many markets because they showed too much realistic violence and destruction, even though it was accidental. The extended destruction scenes made SpongeBob's inadvertent rampage feel more serious and threatening, which worked against the episode's comedic intent. The edited versions focus more on the misunderstanding and confusion, rather than the actual damage being caused. Squidward's Day Off paranoia imagery. Squidward's Day Off contains some disturbing visual representations of paranoia and anxiety. As Squidward becomes increasingly worried about what's happening at the Krusty Krab while he's home with a back injury, the episode shows his imagined disasters in graphic detail. These paranoid fantasies include scenes of SpongeBob accidentally poisoning customers, burning down the restaurant, or causing other catastrophic accidents. The episode presents these imagined scenarios as if they're really happening, complete with dramatic visuals and sound effects. The contrast between Squidward's paranoid imagination and the reality of SpongeBob competently handling everything creates this weird psychological tension. We're essentially watching someone's anxiety disorder play out in visual form, which is surprisingly heavy for a children's cartoon. Part 3. When things get a little too real. Some SpongeBob episodes venture into psychological territory that feels surprisingly mature and realistic. These episodes deal with themes like existential dread, clinical depression, and anxiety in ways that are more sophisticated than you'd expect from a children's cartoon. SB 129. SB 129 is probably the most existentially terrifying episode in SpongeBob history. What starts as a simple time travel story becomes a meditation on loneliness, mortality, and the horrifying vastness of time. The episode begins with Squidward trying to avoid SpongeBob by hiding in the Krusty Krab freezer, but he accidentally gets frozen for 0 years. When Squidward wakes up, he finds himself in the far future, in a place called Chrome City. This future world is sterile and metallic, with everything rendered in cold, geometric shapes that feel more like the inside of a machine than a place where living beings would want to spend time. The architecture is imposing and unwelcoming, all sharp angles and harsh lighting that emphasizes how alone Squidward is in this environment. The only familiar faces he encounters are Spongetron, a robot version of SpongeBob, and Primitive Sponge, a caveman SpongeBob who's been preserved as some kind of historical artifact. When Squidward asks about his old friends and neighbors, Spongetron tells him they're gone. A simple word that carries enormous weight when you realize it means everyone Squidward ever knew has been dead for centuries. This realization hits Squidward hard, and you can see the existential horror dawning in his eyes. Everyone he ever cared about, everyone who made his world familiar and meaningful, has been erased by time. He's completely alone in a world that has moved on without him, and there's no way to go back to the life he knew. Desperate to escape this lonely future, Squidward uses Spongetron's time machine to travel to the past, but the prehistoric world he finds is even more isolating. It's almost completely empty, just endless water with no civilization, no familiar landmarks, and only primitive versions of the characters he knows. These prehistoric creatures don't have the personalities that make them recognizable. They're just simple animals operating on basic instincts. The emptiness of the prehistoric world is somehow more disturbing than the sterile efficiency of the future. At least Chrome City had technology and structure, even if it was cold and unwelcoming. The past has nothing, just void, and the suggestion that everything Squidward considers normal and meaningful hasn't happened yet and might never happen. But the most terrifying moment comes when Squidward tries to return to his own time and overshoots, ending up in a completely empty void. There's nothing but white space and the word alone echoing around him, getting louder and more distorted with each repetition. This sequence is genuinely horrifying because it represents the ultimate fear of isolation, being completely alone in an indifferent universe. The stark emptiness of this void creates a sense of sensory deprivation that's deeply unsettling. There are no reference points, no sense of scale or direction, no indication that anything else has ever existed or ever will exist. Just Squidward floating in nothingness while the universe itself seems to be mocking his isolation. When Squidward finally makes it back to his own time, his relief is palpable but also desperate. He's not just happy to see SpongeBob and Patrick, he's terrified of being alone again. The episode ends with him actually welcoming SpongeBob's company, but there's this underlying sense that he'll never quite forget what he experienced in that void. Are You Happy Now? Deals with clinical depression in a way that's surprisingly realistic and heavy for a children's show. The episode begins with Squidward having what he describes as the worst day ever, a series of minor frustrations and disappointments that leave him feeling down. But instead of bouncing back like he usually does, Squidward sinks into a genuine depressive episode. When SpongeBob asks him when he was last happy, Squidward realizes he can't remember ever being truly happy, which sends him even deeper into despair. The episode shows him becoming listless and hopeless, unable to find pleasure in anything. What makes this episode particularly heavy is how accurately it portrays the symptoms of clinical depression. Squidward doesn't just feel sad, he feels empty and disconnected from life. He can't engage with activities he used to enjoy, he isolates himself from others, and he seems unable to imagine that things will ever get better. The visual representation of Squidward's depression is striking. The animation becomes more muted and gray when he's on screen. His movements become sluggish and lifeless, and there's this general sense of heaviness that permeates every scene. You can actually see the depression affecting him physically, not just emotionally. SpongeBob tries to help by making a scrapbook of happy memories, but his well-intentioned efforts highlight how different their perspectives are. What SpongeBob remembers as happy moments, Squidward recalls as times when he was annoyed or frustrated. It's a realistic portrayal of how depression can recolor past experiences, making even potentially positive memories seem negative. The episode also shows how exhausting it can be to try to help someone with depression. SpongeBob puts enormous effort into cheering Squidward up, trying different approaches and activities, but nothing seems to work. There are moments where SpongeBob becomes frustrated and confused, not understanding why his usual optimism isn't helping. The original version of this episode apparently included a scene where Squidward contemplates suicide, though this was cut from most broadcasts. Even without that scene, there are moments where Squidward's despair feels frighteningly real and adult. His inability to find meaning or pleasure in anything is presented in a way that adults who have experienced depression will recognize immediately. The episode's resolution is somewhat hopeful but also realistic about the ongoing nature of mental health struggles. Squidward eventually finds something that makes him smile, but the episode doesn't pretend that one moment of happiness fixes everything. There's an acknowledgement that depression is something he'll have to continue dealing with. Squidward's Day Off. Squidward's Day Off starts with a simple premise. Squidward hurts his back and has to stay home from work while SpongeBob runs the Krusty Krab alone. But what should be a relaxing day off becomes a realistic portrayal of anxiety and paranoia spiraling out of control. At first, Squidward is genuinely happy to have some time away from work. He can practice his clarinet, read, and enjoy some peace and quiet. But then his mind starts working overtime. How is SpongeBob handling things at the restaurant? Is he following procedures correctly? Is he driving away customers? Is he accidentally poisoning people? What makes this episode disturbing is how accurately it shows the escalation of anxious thinking. Squidward starts with reasonable concerns. It's natural to wonder how things are going when you're not there, but his imagination quickly runs wild. He pictures SpongeBob causing increasingly catastrophic disasters, each scenario more elaborate and unlikely than the last. The episode shows these imagined disasters as if they're really happening, complete with dramatic visuals and sound effects. We see SpongeBob accidentally burning down the restaurant, serving customers food that's completely wrong, or causing other catastrophes that would genuinely be devastating for the business. But then the episode cuts back to reality, where SpongeBob is just doing his job normally. This contrast highlights how disconnected Squidward's anxiety has become from actual reality. His mind has created this parallel universe where everything is going wrong, even though the real world is functioning perfectly fine without him. It's a surprisingly accurate portrayal of how anxiety can create its own reality that feels completely real to the person experiencing it. Squidward becomes physically restless and agitated as his anxiety builds. He can't sit still, can't enjoy his day off, can't think about anything except what might be going wrong at work. His back injury becomes secondary to his mental distress, and he starts making increasingly desperate attempts to spy on the restaurant. The surveillance scenes have this almost thriller-like quality that's unusual for SpongeBob. Squidward sneaking around, hiding in bushes, desperately trying to catch SpongeBob making mistakes. It feels more like watching someone having a psychological breakdown than typical cartoon comedy. The episode captures that horrible feeling of not being able to turn your brain off, of having intrusive thoughts that you know are irrational but can't stop thinking about. Squidward's day off becomes a form of mental torture because his own mind won't let him relax. Krusty Love. Krusty Love deals with Mr. Krabs falling in love with Mrs. Puff, but it also explores themes of emotional manipulation and unhealthy relationship dynamics. Mr. Krabs becomes obsessed with impressing Mrs. Puff, spending ridiculous amounts of money and making increasingly desperate gestures to win her affection. What's disturbing about this episode is how it shows the way people can lose themselves in romantic obsession. Mr. Krabs abandons his core personality trait, his love of money in pursuit of love, but not in a healthy way. He becomes manic and desperate, making grand gestures that are more about his own need for validation than about actually caring for Mrs. Puff. SpongeBob gets caught in the middle of this, tasked with helping Mr. Krabs court Mrs. Puff. But SpongeBob's innocent attempts to help lead to increasingly uncomfortable situations where Mrs. Puff is being pressured and overwhelmed by unwanted romantic attention. The episode shows how romantic pursuit can become a form of harassment when the pursuer becomes so focused on their own desires that they stop considering the other person's feelings. Mrs. Puff becomes visibly uncomfortable with the attention, but Mr. Krabs is too caught up in his own emotions to notice. Plankton's Army. Plankton's Army explores themes of family dysfunction and the way childhood experiences can shape adult behavior. Plankton recruits his extended family to help him steal the Krabby Patty formula, but when they arrive, we see that his entire family is just as unsuccessful and bitter as He Island. The Plankton family gathering reveals a cycle of failure and resentment that goes back generations. All of Plankton's relatives are small, angry, and obsessed with get-rich-quick schemes that never work. They're constantly arguing with each other, putting each other down, and competing for status within their dysfunctional family dynamic. What's particularly sad about this episode is how it suggests that Plankton's villainous behavior might be the result of growing up in an environment where success was measured only by defeating others and accumulating wealth. His entire family operates on the assumption that the world is a zero-sum game where someone else's success means your failure. The family reunion scenes are uncomfortable to watch because they feel like real family gatherings, where old resentments and disappointments bubble to the surface. Everyone is trying to prove they're more successful than everyone else, but they're all clearly struggling with the same issues. The Smoking Peanut. The Smoking Peanut deals with themes of guilt, shame, and the psychological toll of keeping secrets. SpongeBob thinks he's made a clam cry by throwing a peanut at her, and the guilt eats away at him throughout the episode. He becomes increasingly paranoid and self-destructive, convinced that he's a terrible person who hurts innocent creatures. The episode shows how guilt can distort perception and make everything seem like evidence of your wrongdoing. SpongeBob interprets every coincidence and random event as confirmation that he's a bad person who deserves punishment. He becomes his own worst enemy, inflicting psychological torture on himself over something that wasn't even his fault. When the truth is finally revealed that the clam was crying because she was giving birth, not because of anything SpongeBob did, it provides relief, but also highlights how much unnecessary suffering SpongeBob inflicted on himself. The episode is a realistic portrayal of how anxiety and guilt can create their own reality. Fools in April. Fools in April explores the psychology of bullying and the way humor can be used as a weapon. Squidward plays an increasingly cruel prank on SpongeBob on April Fool's Day, starting with harmless jokes but escalating to genuine humiliation and emotional damage. What makes this episode disturbing is how it shows the progression from playful teasing to actual cruelty. Squidward starts out just trying to get back at SpongeBob for his annoying pranks, but as he sees how much he can hurt SpongeBob's feelings, he becomes increasingly sadistic. The climax involves Squidward playing a prank that genuinely humiliates SpongeBob in front of the entire restaurant. SpongeBob's reaction, crying and asking what he did to deserve such treatment, is heartbreaking and feels completely real. You're watching someone's spirit being broken for entertainment. The episode doesn't shy away from showing the real emotional damage that cruel jokes can cause. When SpongeBob runs away crying, other characters are genuinely disturbed by Squidward's behavior. Even Squidward realizes he's crossed a line, but the damage is already done. Band Geeks. While Band Geeks is generally considered one of the best SpongeBob episodes, it also deals with themes of failure, disappointment, and the crushing weight of expectations. Squidward promises that his band will perform at the Bubble Bowl, but when the time comes, they're completely unprepared and sound terrible. The episode shows Squidward's growing desperation as he realizes that his band is going to humiliate him in front of a massive audience. His worst fears about being a failure are about to be confirmed in the most public way possible. The anxiety and shame he experiences feel completely real and relatable. The eventual triumph of the band provides a happy ending, but not before the episode has thoroughly explored the fear of public failure and the way our own insecurities can become self-fulfilling prophecies. Part 4. Episodes Nickelodeon didn't want us to see. Throughout SpongeBob's long run, several episodes have been pulled from broadcast, banned in certain markets, or heavily censored due to content that networks decided was inappropriate for children. These episodes reveal how cultural standards change over time and show the complex decisions that go into determining what's suitable for kids' television. Midlife Crustacean. Midlife Crustacean is probably the most famous banned SpongeBob episode. It aired regularly for over 15 years before being quietly removed from broadcast rotation in 2018. The episode deals with Mr. Krabs going through what appears to be a midlife crisis, feeling old and disconnected from youth culture. The story begins with Mr. Krabs feeling depressed about his age. He watches SpongeBob and Patrick having fun and realizes that he feels old and out of touch with what it means to be young. He's lost that sense of spontaneity and adventure that he remembers from his younger days, and it's making him feel like his best years are behind him. SpongeBob and Patrick notice Mr. Krabs' depression and decide to help him feel young again by taking him out for a night of adventure. They want to show him that age doesn't have to mean giving up on fun and excitement. Most of the episode consists of typical SpongeBob activities. They go to a playground after hours, cause some harmless chaos at restaurants, and generally engage in the kind of silly behavior that's meant to help Mr. Krabs reconnect with his youthful energy. The episode works well as a character study, showing a more vulnerable side of Mr. Krabs that we rarely see. He's genuinely worried about getting older and losing his connection to the things that make life enjoyable. The voice acting really sells his emotional journey from depression to rediscovered happiness. The problem comes at the very end of the episode. Patrick suggests they go on a panty raid as the ultimate expression of youthful rebellion. In the context of when this episode was written, panty raids were seen as relatively harmless college pranks, inappropriate and immature, certainly, but not particularly threatening by the standards of early 2000s comedy. The three characters break into a house to steal women's underwear, treating it as the pinnacle of rebellious teenage behavior. The joke is supposed to be that they end up raiding Mr. Krabs' own house, where his mother catches them in the act. Mr. Krabs gets scolded by his mother like a child who's been caught doing something naughty, and the episode ends with him learning that maybe acting like a teenager isn't always the best approach to feeling young. When the episode first aired in 2003, this scene generated some complaints, but wasn't considered serious enough to warrant removing the episode from broadcast. Cultural standards at the time still viewed panty raids as outdated but relatively harmless pranks, like toilet papering houses or other juvenile mischief. However, as cultural awareness around consent, privacy, and sexual harassment evolved, particularly during the Me Too movement of the late 2010s, the scene began to be viewed much more critically. What was once seen as a harmless reference to college humor began to be recognized as depicting breaking and entering, combined with theft of women's intimate clothing, which is both illegal and a form of sexual harassment. Nickelodeon made the decision to pull the episode from rotation in 2018, around the time when many institutions were reevaluating their standards around content that could be seen as normalizing inappropriate behavior toward women. The network didn't make a public announcement about the ban. They simply removed it from broadcast schedules and streaming platforms. The quiet nature of the ban reflects how networks often prefer to handle controversial content, removing it without drawing additional attention to the problematic material. Most viewers didn't notice immediately, since it was just one episode among hundreds in SpongeBob's catalog. The episode can still be found on some older DVD releases and through unofficial channels online, but it's no longer part of the official SpongeBob catalog that Nickelodeon promotes. For many fans, this has made it something of a forbidden curiosity, a piece of SpongeBob history that represents how cultural standards can change dramatically over time. The Splinter. The Splinter has never been officially banned network-wide, but it's been heavily censored or completely removed from broadcast in many international markets due to its graphic medical content and potentially harmful messaging about injury care. The episode begins with SpongeBob getting a small splinter in his thumb while working at the Krusty Krab. Instead of dealing with it properly, removing the splinter, cleaning the wound, and maybe applying a bandage, SpongeBob becomes obsessed with hiding it from Mr. Krabs because he's afraid of being sent home from work. This premise immediately creates a problematic message about workplace safety and personal health care. SpongeBob's dedication to his job becomes more important than his physical well-being, and the episode seems to present this as admirable behavior rather than something concerning. As the episode progresses, the splinter becomes severely infected because SpongeBob refuses to treat it properly. The wound begins to swell dramatically, change colors, and develop obvious signs of serious infection. The animation shows this process in graphic detail, with close-up shots of infected tissue, discoloration, and the formation of pus. The visual representation of the infection is genuinely disturbing and medically accurate in ways that make it unsuitable for children's television. We see the splinter moving under SpongeBob's skin, the wound becoming increasingly inflamed, and the thumb swelling to grotesque proportions. It's essentially medical horror presented as comedy. SpongeBob's attempts to hide the injury become increasingly dangerous as the infection worsens. He covers it with various objects, tries to disguise it as other things, and continues working despite obvious pain and deteriorating health. The episode essentially shows a character choosing work responsibilities over basic medical care. The climax involves SpongeBob's infected thumb literally exploding, covering other characters in infected biological material. While this is played for laughs, it's essentially showing the catastrophic failure of proper wound care, complete with detailed animation of contaminated tissue spraying everywhere. Many international broadcasters have either banned the episode entirely or edited it so heavily that it becomes barely comprehensible. In some versions, entire scenes are removed, leaving gaps in the narrative that make the episode difficult to follow. The fact that so much content had to be cut suggests that the episode may have been inappropriate for children's television from the beginning. Medical professionals and children's safety advocates have criticized the episode for potentially encouraging children to hide injuries from adults and avoid seeking proper medical care. The message that work or school attendance is more important than health is exactly the opposite of what children should learn about taking care of themselves. Just One Bite. Just One Bite contains a scene that was removed from most broadcasts due to concerns about children imitating dangerous behavior. The episode involves Squidward becoming obsessed with trying a Krabby Patty after years of claiming they're disgusting. The removed scene shows Squidward attempting to break into the Krusty Krab after hours to steal a Krabby Patty. The restaurant's security system includes a series of elaborate traps designed to catch intruders. One of these traps involves a bucket of gasoline that ignites when triggered, engulfing Squidward in flames. The scene was removed because it showed a character being set on fire in graphic detail. There were concerns that children might try to recreate the security system or experiment with gasoline after seeing it portrayed on television. The scene also depicted fire in a way that might seem exciting or fun rather than genuinely dangerous. In the edited version that most people have seen, Squidward simply disappears from one scene and reappears in the next, charred and smoking, without any explanation of what happened to him. This creates a strange narrative gap that makes the episode feel incomplete. The removal of this scene reflects broader concerns about depicting fire and flammable liquids in children's media, particularly in contexts where they might seem like interesting things to experiment with rather than serious safety hazards. Red Mist, Squidward's suicide. While Red Mist isn't actually a real SpongeBob episode, it's become such a significant part of SpongeBob urban mythology that it's worth discussing alongside the legitimate banned episodes. The story claims that there was a lost episode featuring Squidward's suicide that was created by disgruntled animators and accidentally broadcast once before being covered up by Nickelodeon. According to the creepypasta, the episode begins normally with Squidward performing a clarinet concert for an audience of other sea creatures. However, instead of the usual mixed reactions you'd expect, the audience responds with pure hostility, booing relentlessly and throwing objects at Squidward throughout his performance. The story usually describes Squidward becoming increasingly distraught as the performance continues, with the episode gradually becoming darker and more disturbing in both visuals and tone. Different versions of the creepypasta include various details about the episode, featuring increasingly realistic imagery as it progresses, eventually showing Squidward returning home and becoming more depressed until he ultimately takes his own life. The Red Mist story has become popular because it taps into several cultural anxieties about children's media and corporate control. There's the fear that inappropriate content might accidentally make it onto children's television, the concern that animation studios might have employees with malicious intentions, and the worry that beloved characters might be subjected to horrible fates behind the scenes. The story has also been effective because it mirrors real concerns about banned episodes and lost media. Since SpongeBob has had episodes pulled from broadcast for various legitimate reasons, the idea that there might be an episode so disturbing that it was completely erased from existence doesn't seem entirely impossible to many fans. Numerous fake screenshots, audio recordings, and pieces of evidence have been created to support the Red Mist story, making it difficult for casual fans to determine what's real and what's fabricated. The story has inspired other creepypastas about lost SpongeBob episodes and has become a foundational piece of internet horror fiction. Sailor Mouth. While Sailor Mouth was never banned, it was controversial for its handling of profanity in children's television. The episode deals with SpongeBob and Patrick learning curse words, though the actual words are always censored with boat horn sounds whenever characters use them. The controversy arose because, while the specific words are never heard, the episode clearly deals with characters using strong profanity throughout the story. Some parents and advocacy groups felt that even discussing curse words in a children's show was inappropriate, regardless of whether the actual words were audible. Different international markets handled the episode differently based on their local standards. Some countries aired it without changes. Others edited out certain scenes or dialogue, and a few banned it entirely. The episode sparked broader discussions about how children's media should handle the topic of inappropriate language. The episode actually has a positive message about watching your language and thinking about how your words affect others, but the very premise of dealing with profanity made some broadcasters uncomfortable about airing it during children's programming blocks. SpongeBob meets the Strangler. This episode features SpongeBob being stalked and threatened by the Tattletale Strangler, a criminal who wants to harm him for testifying against him in court. While the episode is played for comedy, some international markets found the stalking and threat elements too intense for young children. The Strangler spends most of the episode trying to find opportunities to hurt SpongeBob, who remains obliviously friendly throughout the ordeal. The contrast between SpongeBob's innocence and the Strangler's clearly murderous intentions creates an uncomfortable tension that some broadcasters felt was inappropriate for children's programming. The episode also deals with themes of violence and revenge that some markets deem too mature for young audiences. Different versions exist with various levels of editing, depending on local broadcast standards and cultural attitudes toward depicting threats against children, even in fictional contexts. Nasty Patty International Concerns. While Nasty Patty wasn't banned in most markets, it was heavily edited in many international versions due to its graphic depiction of food poisoning and what appears to be a dead body. The scene where the health inspector collapses after eating the contaminated burger was considered too graphic for some audiences. International versions often cut away before showing the inspector fall or edited the scene to make it immediately clear that he's only unconscious, not dead. SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs' subsequent behavior, treating what they believe is a corpse, was also edited in many versions to remove scenes of them trying to hide the body or discussing their fears about being arrested for murder. These edits reflect different cultural attitudes toward death and violence in children's media, with some markets being much more conservative about showing characters dealing with what they believe to be a fatality, even in a comedic context. Hall Monitor. Extended Destruction. The original version of Hall Monitor included more detailed scenes of the destruction that SpongeBob accidentally causes during his well-intentioned patrol of the city. These extended sequences showed car crashes, building damage, and general chaos in more graphic detail than what made it to most broadcasts. Some markets felt that showing too much destruction, even in a comedic context, might encourage reckless behavior in children or be too intense for young viewers. The edited versions focused more on the misunderstanding and confusion rather than the actual damage being caused. The editing of this episode reflects broader concerns about depicting destructive behavior in children's media, even when the destruction is clearly accidental, and the character causing it is portrayed as innocent and well-meaning. One Course Meal. One Course Meal deals with Mr. Krabs deliberately terrorizing Plankton by exploiting his phobia of whales. The episode shows Mr. Krabs using psychological torture tactics to drive Plankton to the point of considering suicide, which many viewers found too dark for a children's show. While the episode wasn't officially banned, it received significant criticism for its portrayal of bullying and psychological abuse. Many fans consider it one of the most mean-spirited episodes in the series, and it's often cited as an example of how later seasons of SpongeBob sometimes lost touch with the show's original spirit of innocent fun. The episode's handling of suicide ideation, even in a cartoon context, made many viewers uncomfortable and sparked discussions about appropriate content for children's television. Part 5. SpongeBob Fan Theories. Over the years, SpongeBob fans have developed elaborate theories that completely reinterpret the show, transforming it from an innocent children's cartoon into something much darker and more complex. These theories range from somewhat plausible interpretations to completely wild speculation, but they all demonstrate how deeply the show has penetrated popular culture and how much people love to find hidden meanings in familiar content. Bikini Bottom as a nuclear testing site. One of the most detailed and persistent fan theories suggests that Bikini Bottom is located near Bikini Atoll, the real-world site where the United States conducted nuclear weapons testing from 1946 to 1958. According to this theory, all the anthropomorphic sea creatures in SpongeBob are actually mutants created by radiation exposure from these nuclear tests. The theory starts with the geographical connection that's hard to ignore. Bikini Atoll is a real place in the Marshall Islands that was used for 23 nuclear weapons tests during the Cold War era. The native population was evacuated from the area, and the environmental damage from the testing was severe and long-lasting. The fact that the show is set in a place called Bikini Bottom seems like it could be more than just a coincidence. Supporters of this theory point out that many aspects of the SpongeBob world start to make sense when you view them through the lens of radiation-induced mutation. The most obvious example is the fact that sea creatures can somehow create and sustain fire underwater, which defies all known laws of physics unless you assume that the normal rules of nature have been fundamentally altered by nuclear contamination. The presence of impossible geography like beaches, lagoons, and other land-based features existing underwater could be explained as the result of massive environmental damage that has completely restructured the ocean floor. The weird physics that govern Bikini Bottom, where characters can drive cars, use electronics, and engage in other surface world activities, while underwater starts to make sense if you assume the entire ecosystem has been irradiated and transformed. The characters' behavior also fits this interpretation in interesting ways. Their childlike innocence and simple thought processes could be the result of neurological damage from radiation exposure. The fact that most characters seem to have very limited memory spans and don't appear to age or change significantly over time could be symptoms of radiation-induced brain damage that affects their cognitive development. SpongeBob's incredible optimism and apparent inability to recognize danger might not be personality traits, but symptoms of cognitive impairment caused by living in a contaminated environment. His constant happiness and enthusiasm could be a form of psychological protection against the trauma of existing in a post-nuclear wasteland, where his brain has essentially forgotten or blocked out the knowledge of what happened to his world. Patrick's extreme stupidity, which goes far beyond normal cartoon character ignorance, could also be explained as severe radiation damage affecting his intellectual capacity. Even Gary's inability to speak, except in that one episode where we hear his thoughts, might be the result of neurological damage affecting his communication abilities. The theory also provides an explanation for Sandy Cheeks' presence and behavior. As a land mammal who needs to wear a protective air suit to survive underwater, she could represent someone from the uncontaminated surface world who has to take special precautions to avoid radiation exposure when visiting Bikini Bottom. Her scientific knowledge and awareness of surface world technology contrasts sharply with the other characters' ignorance and isolation. The show's timeline supports this interpretation as well. SpongeBob often features cultural references, technology, and social structures that seem to come from the 1950s and early 1960s, exactly the same period when nuclear testing was taking place at Bikini Atoll. The characters might be stuck in a kind of temporal loop, forever reliving the era when their world was destroyed, unable to progress beyond that point due to the cognitive effects of radiation exposure. Some fans have pointed to specific episodes as evidence for this theory. SB-129, where Squidward travels through time and sees desolate future landscapes, could represent the long-term effects of nuclear contamination on the environment. The sterile, lifeless Chrome City that Squidward visits in the future might be what Bikini Bottom eventually becomes as the radiation damage accumulates over centuries. The 7 Deadly Sins theory. Another popular fan theory suggests that each of the main SpongeBob characters represents one of the 7 deadly sins, providing a moral and psychological framework for understanding their behavior and the dynamics between them. SpongeBob represents lust, but not in a sexual sense. Instead, his character embodies an excessive, almost compulsive desire for pleasure and gratification. He can't sit still, can't be content with simple, quiet activities, and constantly seeks out new experiences and sources of stimulation. His love for jellyfishing, bubble blowing, and Krabby Patty making goes far beyond normal enjoyment and becomes something closer to addiction. His relationship with work is also lustful in nature. SpongeBob doesn't just enjoy his job at the Krusty Krab, he's obsessed with it to an unhealthy degree. He works overtime voluntarily, comes in on his days off, dreams about making Krabby Patties, and defines his entire identity through his role as a fry cook. This isn't healthy dedication to one's career, it's an addictive relationship with the gratification he gets from work. Patrick represents sloth in its purest form. He's lazy to an extreme degree that goes beyond normal cartoon character behavior. Patrick actively avoids any activity that requires effort, thought, or responsibility. He sleeps for most of the day, shows no interest in self-improvement or learning, and seems genuinely proud of his ignorance and lack of ambition. Patrick's sloth extends beyond just physical laziness to include intellectual and emotional laziness as well. He actively resists learning new things, refuses to engage with complex ideas, and when presented with information that might require him to think or change his perspective, he either ignores it completely or forgets it immediately. This willful ignorance represents a form of spiritual sloth where he's chosen to avoid the work of growing as a person. Squidward embodies wrath in all its manifestations. He's constantly angry, bitter, and resentful about virtually every aspect of his existence. His hatred of his job, his neighbors, his living situation, and his life in general drives most of his actions throughout the series. He takes pleasure in being cruel and sarcastic to others, and he seems to genuinely enjoy making other people as miserable as he island. Squidward's wrath isn't just a reaction to external circumstances. It's become a fundamental part of his personality that he nurtures and maintains. Even when good things happen to him or when people try to be kind to him, he finds ways to be bitter and angry about the situation. His wrath has become self-perpetuating, creating a cycle where his anger makes his life worse, which gives him more reasons to be angry. Mr. Krabs represents greed in its most obvious and extreme form. His obsession with money goes far beyond normal business practices or financial responsibility and becomes a genuine avarice that affects every aspect of his life. He's willing to sacrifice his employees' well-being, his customer satisfaction, his relationships with friends and family, and even his own dignity if it means making or saving money. His greed influences every decision he makes, from major business choices down to the smallest details of daily life. He's willing to serve contaminated food, overwork his employees, cheat his customers, and engage in questionable business practices if it means increasing his profits. Even his relationship with his daughter Pearl is affected by his greed, as he often prioritizes financial concerns over her emotional needs. Sandy Cheeks represents pride, which manifests as excessive confidence in her own abilities, intelligence, and cultural background. She's constantly bragging about Texas, her scientific knowledge, her physical capabilities, and her superiority to the other residents of Bikini Bottom. She looks down on the other characters for being less educated, less capable, or less sophisticated than She Island. Sandy's pride extends to her cultural identity as well. She believes that everything about Texas and the surface world is inherently superior to everything about Bikini Bottom and underwater life. She often acts like she's doing the other characters a favor by sharing her knowledge and skills with them, rather than recognizing that they might have their own valuable qualities and perspectives. Mrs. Puff represents envy, driven primarily by her jealousy of other driving instructors who have normal, competent students. She's envious of people who don't have to deal with SpongeBob's destructive chaos during driving lessons, and she's bitter about her own circumstances compared to what she imagines other people's professional lives must be like. Her envy manifests as resentment towards SpongeBob for making her job so difficult, but it also extends to jealousy of anyone who seems to have an easier or more peaceful existence than she does. She's constantly comparing her situation to others and finding herself lacking, which feeds into a cycle of bitterness and self-pity. The theory usually assigns gluttony to Pearl, Mr. Krabs' teenage daughter, based on her appetite for shopping, material possessions, and typical teenage consumer culture. However, this connection is generally weaker than the others since Pearl doesn't appear in as many episodes and her character isn't as fully developed. According to this theory, the conflicts and relationships between the characters aren't just random personality clashes or comedic situations. Instead, they represent the inevitable tensions that arise when these fundamental moral failings are forced to coexist and interact with each other. The show becomes a study of how human vices create chaos and conflict when they're brought together in close proximity. Squidward as the tragic artist. A more sympathetic fan theory focuses specifically on Squidward and reframes him as a representation of the struggling artist in modern capitalist society. This interpretation suggests that Squidward isn't just a grumpy neighbor with an attitude problem. He's a genuinely talented creative person who's been systematically crushed by a culture and economic system that doesn't value artistic expression. Evidence for this theory comes from episodes that actually showcase Squidward's artistic abilities when he's given proper opportunities and audiences. His clarinet playing, while often mocked by other characters, demonstrates technical skill, emotional depth, and genuine musical knowledge. His sculptures and paintings, when viewed objectively, show sophisticated understanding of artistic principles, composition, and aesthetic theory. The theory suggests that Squidward's chronic bitterness and cynicism stem from being forced to work a menial service job at the Krusty Krab when he should be pursuing his artistic passions full-time. He's trapped in this position not because he lacks talent or ambition, but because the economic system doesn't provide sustainable ways for artists to focus on their craft without compromising their financial survival. SpongeBob and Patrick, in this reading, represent the dumbing down of popular culture and the triumph of commercialized entertainment over genuine artistic expression. They're satisfied with simple pleasures, mindless activities, and juvenile humor, preferring silly games and instant gratification to the complexity and nuance that characterizes real art. Their constant interruptions of Squidward's practice sessions and artistic endeavors aren't just neighborly annoyances. They're symbolic of how modern society actively discourages serious artistic pursuits in favor of immediate entertainment and consumer satisfaction. Every time they disrupt his clarinet practice or mock his artistic efforts, they're representing the broader cultural tendency to dismiss art as unnecessary or pretentious. Mr. Krabs represents the capitalist system that forces artists to compromise their integrity and waste their talents in order to survive economically. He doesn't care about Squidward's artistic ambitions, creative fulfillment, or personal growth. He only values productivity, customer satisfaction, and profit margins. Squidward is trapped in this job because he needs money to pay for basic necessities, not because the work provides any meaningful connection to his artistic goals. The theory explains why Squidward occasionally shows moments of genuine happiness and fulfillment, usually when he's able to engage with art, culture, or music in some meaningful way. These brief glimpses of joy suggest that underneath his cynical exterior, there's still an artist who believes in the transformative power of creativity and the importance of aesthetic beauty. Plankton as obsession and addiction. Another theory suggests that Plankton represents the destructive nature of obsession and addictive behavior. His single-minded focus on obtaining the Krabby Patty formula mirrors the behavioral patterns of someone caught in an addictive cycle that they can't break free from, regardless of the consequences to themselves or others. Plankton's entire existence revolves around one goal: getting the secret formula for Krabby Patties. He's willing to sacrifice everything: his business success, his relationships, his physical and mental health, his moral principles in pursuit of this single objective. This kind of all-consuming focus is characteristic of addictive behavior, where the addiction becomes more important than any other aspect of the person's life. The theory points to how Plankton's schemes become increasingly desperate and irrational over time, much like someone whose addiction is spiraling out of control. He takes bigger and bigger risks while becoming less capable of thinking clearly about the consequences of his actions. His plans often fail because he's so obsessed with the end goal that he can't rationally evaluate the means he's using to achieve it. His relationship with Karen, his computer wife, reflects patterns commonly seen in relationships affected by addiction. Karen often tries to help him, suggest alternatives to his obsessive schemes, or point out the flaws in his thinking, but he ignores her advice because it doesn't align with his fixation. She becomes frustrated and sometimes enabling, alternating between supporting his plans and expressing disapproval of his behavior. The Krabby Patty formula itself functions like a drug in this interpretation. It's something Plankton believes will solve all his problems and give him the happiness, success, and satisfaction he's looking for. The fact that he's never actually tried a Krabby Patty and doesn't know if he'd even enjoy it supports this reading. Like many addictive substances or behaviors, the appeal is more about the idea of what it represents than the actual experience itself. The mental hospital theory, one of the more controversial theories, suggests that the entire SpongeBob universe takes place in SpongeBob's imagination while he's a patient in a mental health facility. According to this interpretation, all the other characters are either fellow patients or staff members, and the underwater setting is an elaborate fantasy that SpongeBob has created to escape from his psychological issues and the reality of his situation. Proponents of this theory point to SpongeBob's childlike behavior, extreme mood swings, and apparent disconnection from normal adult responsibilities as evidence of serious mental health issues that might require institutional care. His inability to understand social boundaries, his obsessive behavior patterns, and his sometimes inappropriate reactions to situations could all be symptoms of various psychological conditions. Patrick in this reading represents another patient with intellectual or developmental disabilities, which would explain his limited cognitive abilities, simple worldview, and general confusion about how the world works. Squidward might be a long-term patient dealing with depression and cynicism, or possibly a staff member who's become burned out from working with difficult cases over an extended period. Mr. Krabs could represent the hospital administration or healthcare system, focused primarily on profit margins and operational efficiency, rather than genuine patient care and therapeutic outcomes. His obsession with money might reflect how healthcare institutions often prioritize financial concerns over patient well-being and recovery. The theory suggests that the episodic nature of the show, where characters rarely seem to remember events from previous episodes and situations, tend to reset to a baseline state, reflects the memory issues and cognitive confusion that might accompany serious mental health conditions or the effects of psychiatric medication. Sandy Cheeks, as the only character who maintains a clear connection to the surface world and demonstrates consistent scientific knowledge, might represent SpongeBob's therapist, or a connection to reality that he's trying to maintain despite his psychological issues. The post-apocalyptic theory. Some fans believe that SpongeBob takes place in a post-apocalyptic world where human civilization has been destroyed and sea creatures have evolved to fill the ecological and social niches left vacant by extinct humans. This theory attempts to explain why the underwater world has so many human-like institutions, technologies, and cultural practices. According to this interpretation, the presence of cars, houses, restaurants, schools, government institutions, and other human inventions underwater suggests that these creatures have either inherited human artifacts or evolved to recreate human society in their own underwater environment. The strange physics and impossible geography of Bikini Bottom could be the result of massive environmental changes that occurred after the extinction of human civilization. The characters' human-like behavior, social structures, and cultural institutions support this theory. They have jobs, currency, legal systems, educational institutions, and entertainment industries that closely mirror human society but adapted for underwater life. This could represent sea creatures evolving to fill the social and ecological roles that humans once occupied. The purgatory theory. Another theory suggests that Bikini Bottom is actually a form of purgatory where souls work through their moral failings and character flaws before moving on to their final spiritual destination. This would explain why the characters never seem to age, grow, or fundamentally change despite experiencing countless adventures and learning opportunities. According to this interpretation, each character is stuck in Bikini Bottom because they need to learn specific moral lessons or overcome particular spiritual obstacles. SpongeBob's excessive enthusiasm and need for constant stimulation, Patrick's willful ignorance and laziness, Squidward's bitterness and anger, Mr. Krabs' greed and materialism, all of these represent spiritual failings that they need to address before they can progress to whatever comes next. The episodic nature of the show, where lessons are learned but quickly forgotten and characters return to their baseline personalities, could represent the cyclical nature of spiritual growth and the way people often need to face the same challenges repeatedly before they can truly internalize important life lessons. This theory reframes the show's consistently optimistic tone and the characters' general resilience as a form of cosmic mercy. Despite their obvious flaws and the chaos they create, the characters are given endless opportunities to grow, learn, and improve, surrounded by friends who care about them and situations that challenge them to become better versions of themselves. Part 6. SpongeBob and Internet Culture. SpongeBob's transformation into a cornerstone of internet culture represents one of the most fascinating examples of how children's media can evolve far beyond its original purpose. What started as a simple cartoon about a friendly sea sponge has become a universal language for online communication, a source of countless memes, and surprisingly, a foundation for genuinely creepy content that has nothing to do with the show's original wholesome intent. Quarantined Crab and Pandemic Parallels. The episode Quarantined Crab became one of the most eerily prophetic pieces of television ever created when it was pulled from broadcast schedules in 2020. The episode was written, animated, and completed long before anyone had heard of COVID-19, yet it predicted specific aspects of pandemic behavior with unsettling accuracy. The episode begins when a health inspector visits the Krusty Krab and discovers what he claims is evidence of a contagious illness. The restaurant is immediately placed under quarantine, with all customers and employees trapped inside until the health department can resolve the situation. What starts as a minor inconvenience quickly escalates into social chaos as the characters deal with uncertainty, isolation, and mounting fear. The early scenes of the episode feel almost documentary-like when viewed after experiencing an actual pandemic. The characters' initial reactions, confusion about the rules, questions about duration, attempts to maintain normal behavior despite abnormal circumstances mirror exactly how people responded to early COVID-19 restrictions and lockdown orders. As the episode progresses, the characters begin exhibiting behaviors that became familiar during real quarantine periods. They start hoarding food and supplies, forming factions and alliances based on perceived shared interests, spreading rumors and conspiracy theories about the true nature of their situation, and generally turning on each other as psychological stress and cabin fever take their toll. SpongeBob tries to maintain his characteristic optimism by organizing group activities and attempting to keep everyone's spirits up, but even he becomes affected by the mounting tension and social dysfunction. Patrick becomes more confused and demanding than usual, struggling to understand why he can't just leave whenever he wants. Squidward's existing misanthropy intensifies as he's forced into close proximity with people he already can't stand. The episode demonstrates how quickly social order can break down when people are confined together under stressful circumstances. Characters who normally get along reasonably well start arguing over trivial issues. Small disagreements escalate into major conflicts as everyone's patience wears thin. The shared crisis brings out both the best and worst aspects of each character's personality. One particularly prescient element is how the episode depicts the rapid spread of misinformation and conspiracy theories during times of crisis. Characters begin speculating about the real cause of their quarantine, questioning whether the health inspector is legitimate, and developing increasingly elaborate theories about what's really happening behind the scenes. These scenes feel like they were written specifically to comment on how social media handled pandemic information. The episode also captures the economic anxiety that comes with business shutdowns and economic uncertainty. Mr. Krabs becomes increasingly agitated about lost revenue, worried about how the quarantine will affect his business both short-term and long-term. This mirrors the real-world tension between public health measures and economic survival that dominated public discourse throughout the pandemic. When Nickelodeon made the decision to pull the episode from broadcast, it wasn't simply about avoiding potential controversy. The network recognized that airing content that so closely reflected viewers' real-life trauma and ongoing stress would be harmful rather than entertaining. The episode had accidentally become a painful reminder of experiences people were trying to escape when they turned to television for comfort. SpongeBob and Patrick's next adventure would involve their careless fun, accidentally ruining someone's important plans, and forcing them to learn what it's really like to live with the consequences. The Curse of Bikini Bottom shows how silly actions can create problems that seem fun at first, but become awful when you actually have to deal with them for a long time. What begins as SpongeBob and Patrick looking for something fun to do turns into a ghostly punishment that teaches them why some scary beings are so cranky about their lives. The episode starts with SpongeBob and Patrick lying around totally bored, looking for any kind of fun to fill their day. Their choice to look around Squidward's shed without asking shows how they try to solve being bored by going into other people's stuff. Patrick calling him Old Man Squidward shows how they see their neighbor as a grumpy old guy instead of trying to understand him. Finding the lawnmower in Squidward's shed makes them really curious since they don't know what the machine does. SpongeBob pretending to drive it and Patrick making sound effects shows how they act like little kids with new toys. When Squidward catches them sneaking around, their excuse that they're bored shows how they expect other people to fix their fun problems. Squidward's anger at finding them in his shed quickly changes into a sneaky chance when he realizes they want to play with his dangerous lawnmower. His daydream about them getting hurt by the machine shows his mean wish for payback against their constant bothering. Letting them use the lawnmower shows how his anger makes him want to see them get in trouble. SpongeBob and Patrick's wild ride on the lawnmower quickly goes crazy as they crash through Squidward's fence and head right toward the graveyard. Their continued laughing shows how they don't see the danger they're making or the stuff they're breaking. The lawnmower heading toward the cemetery sets up their crash with spooky forces. The Flying Dutchman getting ready for his first date in 400 years shows how important this night is to his usually lonely life. His careful picking of burial clothes and worry about how he looks shows his nervousness about romance after hundreds of years alone. The timing of SpongeBob and Patrick's crash couldn't be worse for messing up something so special to him. The repeated crashes that slowly shave off the Flying Dutchman's beard create growing damage to his looks and his chances for romantic success. Each hit removes more of his facial hair until he's totally clean-shaven, changing his scary ghost look into something that seems young and harmless. His fury at losing his scary beard shows how much his identity depends on looking frightening. SpongeBob and Patrick refusing to believe he's the Flying Dutchman because he has no beard adds hurt to injury by questioning Hooey Island. Their casual comment that he looks 1,000 years younger misses the point that he doesn't want to look young and friendly. The Dutchman's worry about maybe getting pimples again shows how much he likes his old, scary look. Learning that ghost beards take 1,000 years to grow back makes SpongeBob and Patrick's accident into a life-changing disaster for the Flying Dutchman. His choice to turn them into ghosts as punishment shows his attempt to make them understand what it feels like to have your normal life messed up. Patrick's complaint that ghostified isn't a real word shows their continued focus on silly details instead of serious results. SpongeBob and Patrick's initial excitement about becoming ghosts shows their total misunderstanding of what supernatural life actually involves. Their happy reactions and attempts to haunt Squidward fail completely when he simply sprays them with a hose. How easily their haunting gets ruined shows how being a ghost isn't as fun or powerful as they thought. The real problems of ghost life quickly become clear as SpongeBob can't hold his house key, falls through his bed, and ends up sleeping underground. Patrick's inability to close his eyes properly, and SpongeBob's tiredness from an uncomfortable night show how supernatural life creates constant daily troubles. Finding out that being a ghost makes normal activities impossible begins their education about consequences. SpongeBob's attempt to work at the Krusty Krab as a ghost shows how his new state makes him unable to do his beloved job. His inability to hold the spatula or pick up food shows how the punishment affects the thing he cares about most. The customer's fear and Mr. Krabs' acceptance, as long as he can still cook, creates pressure to do tasks that are now impossible. The breakdown when SpongeBob realizes he can't make Krabby Patties anymore represents the moment when the ghost change stops being fun and becomes really upsetting. Patrick's similar frustration with not being able to eat shows how their basic pleasures have been taken away. Their recognition that ghost life is awful rather than exciting marks their growing understanding of what they've done. Their return to the Flying Dutchman with desperate begging to be changed back shows how quickly their attitude has shifted from excitement to misery. SpongeBob's description of constantly moaning and groaning and living without a soul shows their new understanding of how hard supernatural life really island. The Flying Dutchman's satisfaction at their suffering shows that his punishment has achieved its teaching purpose. Learning that the curse can only be lifted when his beard grows back creates a seemingly impossible situation that forces SpongeBob and Patrick to find a creative solution. Their realization that the Flying Dutchman can't go on his date because of how he looks leads to their offering a makeover service. The various failed attempts at making a fake beard show their determination to fix the problem they created. The final solution of using SpongeBob himself as a living beard shows their willingness to make personal sacrifices to solve the problem. The Flying Dutchman's happiness with his new look and his departure for his date shows how their creative thinking has restored his romantic chances. The several months time jump reveals that their punishment lasted long enough to teach them lasting lessons about consequences. The final scene, where the Flying Dutchman returns in panic because his girlfriend wants to marry him, provides comic relief while showing that even supernatural beings have relationship problems. His fear of commitment, despite centuries of loneliness, adds humor while suggesting that some problems can't be solved by changing how you look. The episode teaches lessons about respecting other people's stuff, thinking before acting, and understanding that actions have results that might last much longer than expected. SpongeBob and Patrick's journey from boredom through reckless fun to miserable punishment, and finally to making amends, shows a complete cycle of learning from mistakes. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. While SpongeBob and Patrick's ghost punishment taught them about consequences, SpongeBob's next supernatural encounter would involve an unwanted houseguest who overstays his welcome and loses his scary abilities from getting too comfortable. Ghost Host shows how even helping someone can go too far when they take advantage of your kindness and refuse to leave. What begins as the Flying Dutchman needing a place to stay while his ship gets fixed turns into months of him living on SpongeBob's couch and losing his scary powers because life has become too easy and fun. The episode starts with the Flying Dutchman sailing through thick green fog that makes it hard to see where he's going. His crash into a cliff that completely destroys his ship creates the emergency that forces him to find somewhere to stay. The ship turning to dust shows how badly damaged it is and why he needs help from roadside assistance to get it fixed. SpongeBob's house becomes the Flying Dutchman's temporary home when he calls it a residence to the repair service. His dramatic entrance through the floor to scare SpongeBob shows his usual approach to frightening people. SpongeBob's terrified reaction of melting into a puddle inside his pants demonstrates the Flying Dutchman's effectiveness at his ghostly job of scaring people. SpongeBob's desperate attempts to get help from his neighbors reveal how alone he is in dealing with this scary situation. Squidward's refusal to help because he doesn't believe in ghosts shows his stubborn attitude, even when his friend needs assistance. Patrick's immediate fear that makes him slam his rock shut shows that some people are too scared to even hear about ghost problems. The Flying Dutchman's fake kindness toward Gary, followed by pretending to eat him, demonstrates his love of scaring people through cruel tricks. SpongeBob's horror at thinking his pet has been eaten shows how effective the Flying Dutchman's psychological tricks can be. Gary's safe return reveals that the ghost enjoys creating fear more than actually hurting anyone. The escalating haunting attempts include turning SpongeBob into an octopus while he sleeps, putting monsters in his refrigerator, making scary reflections in mirrors, and turning his cereal into blinking eyeballs. Each trick shows the Flying Dutchman's creativity in finding new ways to frighten his host. SpongeBob's initial terror gradually fades as he becomes used to these supernatural pranks. The Flying Dutchman's frustration when SpongeBob stops being scared reveals how much his identity depends on successfully frightening people. His attempt to scare SpongeBob with increasingly extreme transformations, including cockroaches, clowns, and spiders, shows his desperation to get a reaction. SpongeBob's casual question about how much longer this will take shows he's become completely immune to the scares. The Flying Dutchman's admission that he's been doing the same scary tricks for years, and that scaring is a young man's game, reveals his crisis of confidence about his abilities. His decision to give up the ghost shows how devastating it is for him to lose his effectiveness at his main purpose in Afterlife. SpongeBob's attempt to reassure him that he's just gotten used to the scares doesn't help the ghost's wounded pride. The failed attempts to scare other people, including a sleeping mattress customer and a little girl with a jump rope, confirm that the Flying Dutchman has lost his scary touch with everyone, not just SpongeBob. His declaration that he's not scary anymore represents a complete loss of professional identity. SpongeBob's suggestion that he just needs a break seems like reasonable advice for someone having work problems. The Flying Dutchman's request to stay just a little while longer on SpongeBob's comfy couch in a pineapple sets up the long-term housing situation that will become problematic. The 6-month time jump reveals how a temporary favor has turned into permanent residence. SpongeBob's shocked discovery of ghost friends partying in his house shows how the situation has gotten completely out of hand. The party scene with multiple ghosts drinking, riding motorcycles down the stairs, and generally trashing SpongeBob's home shows how the Flying Dutchman's recovery has involved abandoning his scary duties entirely. His casual conversation about shared interests in teddy bears and ponies shows how comfortable and non-threatening he's become. The wedding ring he throws away suggests he's even abandoned his romantic commitments. SpongeBob's firm demand that everyone leave shows his recognition that the helping situation has gone too far and needs to end. His confrontation with the Flying Dutchman about spending eternity on this couch represents his attempt to motivate his house guest to return to normal life. The ghost's admission that the couch is comfy shows how contentment has made him lazy about his responsibilities. The motivational video with The Power Within represents SpongeBob's attempt to help the Flying Dutchman regain his confidence and sense of purpose. The Flying Dutchman's emotional reaction to the self-help content shows how much he's lost touch with his inner strength. SpongeBob's demand that he get off the couch and get serious represents tough love aimed at ending the enabling relationship. The practice scaring sessions, where they target an old lady and Larry at the gym, show SpongeBob's commitment to helping his friend regain his skills. The failures with both targets, where the old lady mistakes him for Lonnie and Larry interprets the scare as fitness motivation, show that the problem goes beyond just confidence. The Flying Dutchman's conclusion that people just don't believe in ghosts anymore identifies a deeper cultural shift. SpongeBob's solution involving Squidward shows his understanding that the Flying Dutchman needs to scare someone who doesn't expect it. The elaborate haunting using Squidward's mother's guilt about phone calls demonstrates creative psychological manipulation. The progression from guilt trip to clarinet transformation to full ghostly revelation shows a sophisticated approach to breaking down disbelief. Squidward's terrified reaction and public declaration about ghosts shows that the Flying Dutchman has successfully regained his scary abilities. His restored confidence and enthusiasm for ruining more souls demonstrates that the rehabilitation has worked. The confession that his ship has been repaired for 3 months reveals that he's been taking advantage of SpongeBob's kindness long after it was necessary. The final gift that appears to eat SpongeBob shows the Flying Dutchman's return to his mischievous nature, though SpongeBob's laughter suggests it's another harmless prank. This ending maintains their friendship while establishing that the Flying Dutchman is back to his normal ghostly duties. The episode teaches lessons about setting boundaries when helping others, recognizing when temporary assistance becomes permanent dependence, and understanding that sometimes tough love is necessary to motivate people to return to their responsibilities. While the Flying Dutchman learned to regain his scary abilities with SpongeBob's help, Mr. Krabs' next supernatural encounter would involve making a deal that seems perfect at first, but turns into a nightmare when he gets exactly what he asked for. Money Talks shows how getting your biggest wish can become your worst problem when you don't think about what it really means. What begins as Mr. Plain, Krabs wanting to communicate with his beloved money, turns into constant demands from bills and coins that want to be spent rather than saved. The episode starts at the Krusty Krab, where a customer offers Mr. Krabs $5 to get a table faster by kicking out the current customers. SpongeBob's confusion about how money could help people chew faster shows his innocence about how bribes work. Mr. Krabs' immediate willingness to throw out the elderly customers for a small payment reveals how money controls his decisions. SpongeBob's literal interpretation of Money Talks leads him to actually try talking to the dollar bill, asking what it has against old people. Mr. Krabs' explanation that only fish can really talk sets up the contrast with what's about to happen. SpongeBob's wish that money could actually talk gives Mr. Krabs the idea that starts his supernatural journey. Mr. Krabs' musical number about talking to money reveals his fantasy about having a perfect relationship with his greatest love. His vision of telling secrets, bathing in riches, and being best friends forever shows how he imagines money as the ideal companion. The song demonstrates his complete obsession with wealth and his belief that communication would solve all his problems. At home, Mr. Krabs tries different languages and methods to make his money talk, including French, Spanish, and Pig Latin. His emotional breakdown, where he cries and says he would give anything to talk to money, creates the opening for supernatural intervention. The Flying Dutchman's appearance shows how desperate wishes can attract dangerous attention. Mr. Krabs' casual attitude towards selling his soul reveals how often he's made such deals before. His impatience with the Flying Dutchman's warning speech and his demand to skip the lecture shows how greed makes him ignore obvious red flags. The signed contract represents his willingness to pay any price for what he wants. The immediate success of the wish when a nickel starts talking seems to prove that Mr. Krabs got a great deal. The nickel's complaint about being stuck in his belly button during a coin shower reveals disgusting details about Mr. Krabs' relationship with money. The dollar bill's comment about his tooth hygiene shows that even money finds him repulsive. At the Krusty Krab the next day, Mr. Krabs' public displays of affection toward his money become embarrassing as he kisses bills and talks to them lovingly. The money in the cash register trying to escape and yelling, "Jump out," shows that his employee money doesn't want to stay with him. Squidward's concern about his paycheck reveals how Mr. Krabs' new behavior affects his workers. The revelation that money wants to be spent, rather than saved completely, destroys Mr. Krabs' fantasy about their relationship. The individual bills, specific spending requests for fairy princess outfits, corn dogs, and diapers represent everything Mr. Krabs hates about losing money. Their argument that it's in our nature to be spent shows how he misunderstood what money actually wants. The shopping trip where Mr. Krabs is forced to buy and wear the ridiculous items his money demands represents the ultimate humiliation for someone who values his dignity and his wealth. His tears while wearing fairy princess outfits and diapers shows how completely the wish has backfired. SpongeBob and Patrick's casual acceptance of the situation while dressed similarly adds to his embarrassment. Back home, the money's constant chanting of "spend us" becomes psychological torture that drives Mr. Krabs to exhaustion and desperation. His accusation that they're shallow and self-absorbed reveals his disappointment that money doesn't share his values. The irony that he can't stand the very thing he loves most shows how poorly he understood his own desires. SpongeBob's welfare check on Mr. Krabs leads to the moment where he tries to get rid of the money by giving it away, only to immediately take it back. This shows how his addiction to wealth conflicts with his need for peace. His bloodshot eyes and nervous behavior reveal how the constant demands have affected his mental health. Mr. Krabs' desperate plea to the Flying Dutchman for a refund gets rejected because all sales are final. The Flying Dutchman's comment about Mr. Krabs being a selfish shellfish explains why he doesn't deserve sympathy for his situation. The attempt to collect his soul as payment shows that supernatural deals always come with serious consequences. The discovery that Mr. Krabs has already sold his soul to multiple other entities creates a line of supernatural debt collectors all waiting to claim him. Each monster's claim on his soul shows how his greed has led him to make numerous dangerous deals. The Flying Dutchman having to wait in line like everyone else adds humor while showing how common Mr. Krabs' soul selling has become. SpongeBob's presence in the debt collection line because Mr. Krabs was $5 short on payday reveals how his cheapness extends even to selling his employees' souls. This final revelation shows that his greed affects not just himself, but everyone around him. The Flying Dutchman's disappointed sigh suggests that even supernatural beings are tired of Mr. Krabs' behavior. The episode teaches lessons about being careful what you wish for, understanding that getting what you want might not bring happiness, and recognizing that relationships based purely on selfish desires are doomed to fail. Mr. Krabs' journey from excited wishmaker to tortured soul seller shows how greed can turn blessings into curses. Before we move on, make sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this breakdown. While Mr. Krabs' wish to talk to money turned into a nightmare of constant spending demands, Squidward's next crisis would involve his stubborn refusal to try something everyone loves, leading to a secret addiction that spirals completely out of control. Just one bite shows how pride can make people refuse to admit when they're wrong, and how trying to hide mistakes can make problems much worse. What begins as Squidward insisting he hates Krabby Patties without ever trying, one turns into a desperate midnight break-in when he discovers how delicious they really are. The episode starts at the Krusty Krab, with Squidward serving a customer an extremely unhealthy-looking burger covered in batter and stuck on a stick. His disgusted comments about customers eating garbage reveals his snobbish attitude toward the food he serves every day. When he declares that he hates Krabby Patties, SpongeBob thinks it's just a joke because the idea seems impossible to him. SpongeBob's shock at learning Squidward has never actually tasted a Krabby Patty leads him to consult a dictionary to see if such words can even go together in a sentence. The customers chant that the only people who don't like a Krabby Patty have never tasted one sets up the central truth that Squidward is judging something without any real knowledge. His stubborn insistence that he never will try one shows how pride can make people resist new experiences. SpongeBob's increasingly desperate attempts to get Squidward to try just one bite include magic tricks, baby food methods, and following him everywhere with patties. Squidward's extreme reactions, including his claim that he would eat his own legs first if trapped with only a Krabby Patty, show how committed he is to his position. The dramatic background changes when SpongeBob talks about food being good for your soul versus Squidward claiming to have no soul, add humor while showing their different worldviews. Squidward's escape attempts to the bathroom, sink, cash register, and trash can all fail as SpongeBob appears everywhere with more patties. The handcuffing scene where SpongeBob literally attaches himself to Squidward shows how far his determination goes. When Squidward finally gives in and takes one tiny bite, his initial smile shows that he immediately knows how wrong he's been. Squidward's fake outrage where he calls the patty horrible, putrid, poorly prepared, vile, unappetizing, and disgusting represents his desperate attempt to save face after realizing his mistake. His dramatic stomping and burial of the patty with a tombstone shows how far he'll go to maintain his stubborn position. SpongeBob's confusion about how anyone could resist the absolute good of a Krabby Patty shows his innocent belief in universal truths. The moment SpongeBob goes inside, Squidward immediately digs up the buried patty and devours it while crying about all the wasted years. His realization that he's been missing out on something wonderful creates instant regret and craving. His decision that he needs to sneak more patties shows how his pride prevents him from simply admitting his mistake to SpongeBob. Squidward's attempt to order a triple Krabby Supreme while acting casual shows his desperation to get more food while maintaining his fake hatred. SpongeBob's sincere apology for pushing the patty on him, combined with his acceptance that people can like different things, represents genuine wisdom and kindness. The irony that SpongeBob learns tolerance just as Squidward discovers his craving creates perfect dramatic timing. When SpongeBob takes away the patty because he wants to see the customer's face, Squidward's burnt face from falling on the grill shows how his desperate grabbing leads to pain. SpongeBob's decision to eat the unclaimed patty himself represents the ultimate torture for the now addicted Squidward. The casual comment that he hasn't had one in over 20 minutes shows how normal and frequent Krabby Patty eating is for SpongeBob. Squidward's consideration of eating from the garbage shows how low his craving has brought him. When he actually dives into the trash and eats everything except the patty he wanted, it demonstrates how addiction can make people do disgusting things they never thought they would. SpongeBob's decision to cremate the garbage patty by throwing it in the furnace eliminates Squidward's last hope for an easy fix. The dream sequence where Squidward imagines a romantic relationship with a giant Krabby Patty, including marriage and growing old together, shows how his craving has become an obsession that fills his sleeping thoughts. This represents how forbidden things can become more desirable than they really should be. His waking confusion about calling for honey shows how deeply the fantasy affected him. Squidward's midnight break-in attempt at the Krusty Krab shows how desperation drives him to criminal behavior. The elaborate security system with gas and fire that burns him twice demonstrates Mr. Krab's serious approach to protecting his business. The fact that it's designed to stop burglars, but Squidward triggers it anyway, shows how his craving has made him act like a real criminal. The discovery of the patty vault filled with hundreds of Krabby Patties represents the ultimate temptation for someone with Squidward's new addiction. SpongeBob's 3 a.m. appearance to count sesame seeds shows his dedication to his job and creates the worst possible timing for Squidward's criminal activity. The series of questions about why Squidward is there, why the vault is open, and why he's holding a patty builds tension toward his inevitable confession. Squidward's final breakdown, where he admits, "I love Krabby Patties," represents the complete collapse of his stubborn position. His immediate binge eating of dozens of patties in various ways shows how suppressed desires can explode when finally released. SpongeBob's warning about the patties going to his thighs creates body image anxiety that leads to the explosive finale. The explosion of the Krusty Krab and Squidward ending up in pieces in an ambulance provides an extreme consequence for overindulgence. The paramedic's casual comment about remembering his first Krabby Patty suggests this kind of extreme reaction might be more common than expected, adding dark humor to the ending. The episode teaches lessons about the dangers of stubborn pride, the importance of trying new things before judging them, and how hiding mistakes can lead to bigger problems. However, it's important to note that the extreme binge eating shown here represents unhealthy behavior that could be harmful if copied in real life. The story works as comedy, but shouldn't be seen as a guide for dealing with food or cravings in healthy ways. While Squidward's stubborn pride led to a dangerous binge eating problem, Patrick's next adventure would involve befriending a dangerous creature whose destructive nature creates chaos even when he means well. The monster who came to Bikini Bottom shows how good intentions can still cause harm when you don't think about the consequences of your actions. What begins as Patrick making an innocent friend turns into widespread property damage when he doesn't realize that some beings are too big and strong to safely interact with normal society. The episode starts with Patrick collecting items in what appears to be a junkyard or waste area, showing his simple pleasure in finding random objects. His discovery of a rubber stopper that releases toxic waste when removed demonstrates his lack of awareness about dangerous materials. When he finds a snow globe and plays with it, his innocent enjoyment attracts the attention of a giant purple monster who becomes interested in the simple toy. Patrick's immediate acceptance of the monster shows his natural friendliness and lack of fear toward things that would terrify most people. When the monster takes his snow globe, Patrick doesn't get angry, but instead teaches him how to use it properly by turning it upside down. This moment of sharing creates a bond between them based on simple pleasures and mutual enjoyment. The friendship develops through basic activities like smelling each other's armpits and playing simple games, showing how Patrick connects with others through childlike fun rather than complex social interactions. When Patrick tries to teach the monster hide and seek, his explanation shows his patience in helping his new friend learn new activities. The monster's confusion about the rules demonstrates how different their backgrounds are. Patrick's decision to introduce the monster to SpongeBob reveals his desire to include his friend in his social circle, not realizing the potential problems this might cause. The monster carrying Patrick in his mouth during transport shows the size difference between them and hints at the danger, though Patrick sees it as fun rather than threatening. His casual comment about playing more coral ring toss later shows how normal this extreme situation feels to him. SpongeBob's panic at seeing Patrick inside the monster's mouth demonstrates a normal fear response to what appears to be a dangerous situation. His assumption that Patrick is crying out for help contrasts with Patrick's actual enjoyment, showing how different people can interpret the same situation completely differently. The flashback to SpongeBob's emotional breakdown over a broken ice machine reveals his tendency to overreact to problems. When Patrick introduces his friends, the awkward moment where he forgets the monster's name creates social tension that SpongeBob tries to solve with helpful suggestions. The monster's growling response becomes his name as SpongeBob interprets it as Mr. Rarg, showing how communication can work even without shared language. This moment establishes the monster as part of their friend group despite the obvious size and species differences. Patrick's generous offer to let the monster live under his rock demonstrates his sharing nature and desire to help his homeless friend. However, when the monster puts the rock on his head and then throws it, breaking it into pieces, the first signs of the destruction problem become apparent. Everyone's laughter at the broken house shows how they're treating serious property damage as entertainment. The escalation to smashing SpongeBob's pineapple house creates real danger as Gary has to parachute to safety. SpongeBob's concern for his pet shows appropriate fear, while Patrick's continued excitement about the destruction reveals his disconnect from the seriousness of the situation. The monster's actions appear playful rather than malicious, but the results are equally devastating regardless of intent. The destruction of Squidward's house while he's away creates the biggest property damage yet, leaving him homeless when he returns from work. The arrival of police cars and the installation of barbed wire fencing shows how the authorities view the monster as a genuine threat requiring containment. Patrick's description of it as a cute little fence demonstrates his failure to understand the security measures. Squidward's discovery that his home has been reduced to a pile of gravel creates genuine trauma for someone who just wanted to come home after work. His threat to throw a horrible tantrum shows how the property damage has affected an innocent victim who had nothing to do with the situation. The police officer's casual attitude about his housing loss adds insult to injury. The monster's escape from police containment when an officer sneezes into a megaphone shows how easily frightened he becomes despite his massive size. His flight into town creates a public safety emergency that affects the entire community. The chase scene with police cars getting squished demonstrates how his size makes him dangerous, even when he's trying to escape rather than fight. The confrontation at the magazine stand reveals the monster's gentle nature as he quietly reads rather than causing more destruction. However, the police officer's determination to remove him shows how his presence creates fear regardless of his current behavior. Patrick's brave attempt to defend his friend by standing in front of him demonstrates loyalty, but also shows his continued failure to understand the real problems. Patrick's private conversation with the monster using formal, poetic language about friendship having to end as the setting sun shows surprising wisdom about difficult goodbyes. His ability to communicate complex ideas to the monster suggests their friendship involved more understanding than was initially apparent. The emotional impact on both Patrick and the police officers shows how genuine their connection was. The solution where the monster moves to a snowy mountain but continues helping with the ice machine problem shows creative problem solving that benefits everyone. The monster's remote ice crushing service allows him to be useful while staying away from populated areas where his size causes problems. This arrangement respects both his desire to help and the community's need for safety. The episode teaches lessons about accepting differences in others, finding creative solutions to problems, and recognizing when good intentions need to be balanced with practical safety concerns. Patrick's friendship with the monster shows that connections can form across any differences, but also demonstrates that some relationships need special arrangements to work safely for everyone involved. The story also shows how important it is to think about consequences before acting, even when you mean well, and how sometimes caring about someone means making difficult choices about what's best for them and others around them. While Patrick's friendship with a monster caused property damage through good intentions, SpongeBob and Patrick's next adventure would involve ignoring clear warnings and entering a dangerous situation that gets worse every time they try to fix their mistakes. Survival of the Idiots shows how refusing to listen to instructions and ignoring warning signs can turn a small problem into a much bigger disaster. What begins as SpongeBob and Patrick wanting to visit Sandy during her winter sleep turns into them getting trapped and making increasingly bad choices to survive. The episode starts with SpongeBob and Patrick excitedly running to visit Sandy, only to find her tree dome covered with metal walls and a keep out sign. Sandy's video message clearly explains that she's hibernating for the winter and doesn't want to be bothered, specifically warning SpongeBob not to disturb her. This sets up the central conflict between following rules and giving in to curiosity. Patrick's philosophy that no means yes represents dangerous thinking that ignores other people's boundaries and clear instructions. His decision to drain the water from the entrance and enter anyway shows how some people will find ways around rules they don't want to follow. SpongeBob's initial reluctance gets quickly overcome by Patrick's pushiness and the appeal of the snow inside. The discovery of snow inside the tree dome creates wonder and excitement for SpongeBob and Patrick, who have never experienced winter weather before. Patrick's poetic description of the snow comes from reading a candy bar wrapper, showing how he sometimes sounds wise by accident rather than actual knowledge. Their decision to remove their water helmets because snow is frozen, water demonstrates poor understanding of safety equipment. Finding Sandy in her hibernation form, looking like a bear and much larger than usual, should have been a warning that she's in a different state than normal. Patrick's joke about beauty sleep and their decision to play along with her dream talking shows their failure to recognize the seriousness of her condition. Sandy's dream about chasing outlaws gives them the idea to roleplay as the criminals she's dreaming about. Their game of pretending to be Dirty Dan and Pinhead Larry starts as harmless fun, but quickly wakes Sandy up and triggers her protective hibernation reflexes. Her extreme anger and physical violence toward them represents the natural defensive behavior of animals who are disturbed during hibernation. SpongeBob's attempts to remind her who they are fail because hibernating animals operate on instinct rather than memory. The temporary solution of using Patrick's belly button lint as earmuffs seems to work at first, allowing them to make noise without waking Sandy again. However, their testing of the earmuffs with increasingly loud sounds shows how they push boundaries even when they think they're being safe. The megaphone test reveals that the earmuffs aren't completely soundproof but gives them false confidence. Their outdoor snow fight escalates from simple snowball throwing to using giant snow cannons and weapons, showing how competitive games can become dangerous when participants keep trying to outdo each other. The argument over who gets to be Dirty Dan leads to them hitting each other with snow tools, creating enough noise and vibration to knock off Sandy's earmuffs and wake her again. Sandy's second awakening results in even more violent behavior as she fully enters her hibernation defense mode, treating them as genuine threats rather than friends. Her demand to know which one is the real Dirty Dan creates a life-threatening situation where any answer could be wrong. Patrick's honest admission gets him immediately attacked, showing that honesty isn't always the best policy in dangerous situations. The chase scene where Sandy pursues SpongeBob around the tree dome demonstrates how hibernating animals can be incredibly dangerous when defending their territory. SpongeBob's attempts to reason with her fail completely because she's operating on pure instinct. The mock gravestones for Dirty Dan and Pinhead Larry show how close they came to serious harm. The discovery that the door is frozen shut traps them inside for the entire winter, turning their brief visit into a survival situation. Patrick's attempt to open the door by saying "Open Sesame" shows his continued reliance on magical thinking rather than practical solutions. Their realization that they're stuck until spring creates genuine panic about long-term survival. The extreme cold that follows makes them desperate enough to consider burning Sandy's tree for warmth, which would destroy her home and probably kill her. Sandy's unconscious threats, even while sleeping, prevent them from taking this drastic step. Their suffering from hypothermia, shown through blue skin and frozen body parts, demonstrates real physical danger. The decision to steal Sandy's fur represents their most desperate and selfish choice, prioritizing their immediate comfort over Sandy's well-being. Patrick's use of duct tape to rip out large patches of fur shows escalating theft that will leave Sandy defenseless against cold when she wakes up. Their satisfaction with their stolen warmth shows how desperation can make people rationalize harmful behavior. The ironic timing of spring arriving just as they finish stealing Sandy's fur creates the worst possible outcome: Sandy's Sandy. They no longer need the warmth, but Sandy wakes up to discover her fur is gone. Her horror at finding herself bald creates genuine trauma for someone who needs her fur for protection and identity. SpongeBob's casual comment about squirrel pattern baldness shows his complete failure to understand the seriousness of what they've done. The punishment where SpongeBob and Patrick must serve as Sandy's living fur coat until her real fur grows back provides appropriate consequences for their theft. Their position as human clothing forces them to experience discomfort while helping Sandy, though this consequence is relatively mild compared to the harm they caused. Sandy's cheerful attitude about spring while they suffer shows how she's moved past anger to practical problem solving. The episode teaches important lessons about respecting other people's boundaries, following safety instructions, and thinking about consequences before acting. However, it's worth noting that some of the behaviors shown, particularly the violence and the fur theft, represent extreme situations that shouldn't be copied in real life. The story works as comedy but demonstrates how poor decision-making can escalate simple problems into serious dangers. The episode also shows how curiosity and friendship can lead people into trouble when they override good judgment, and how trying to fix mistakes with more bad choices usually makes situations worse rather than better. Gross out frames and meme evolution. SpongeBob's contribution to internet gross out culture is both extensive and culturally significant. The show's animation style, which can shift seamlessly between simple cartoon aesthetics and detailed, realistic artwork, depending on comedic requirements, has produced some of the most memorable and widely shared disturbing images in internet history. These gross-out frames work as memes because they create such a strong contrast with viewers' expectations. People associate SpongeBob with cute, simple character designs and wholesome content. When the animation suddenly becomes hyper-realistic, anatomically detailed, or grotesquely distorted, it creates a cognitive shock that's both funny and deeply unsettling. The most famous examples have become foundational to internet culture. SpongeBob's detailed pores and facial hair during extreme close-ups, Patrick's realistic human-like teeth, Squidward's impossibly distorted expressions during moments of extreme emotion, and various characters' anatomically impossible facial contortions during physical comedy sequences. All of these have been extracted from their original context and transformed into reaction images, meme templates, and standalone art pieces. What makes these images particularly effective is how they've been divorced from their original narrative purpose. When you encounter a grotesquely detailed image of SpongeBob's face as a standalone post on social media, it's much more jarring than when it appears for a fraction of a second during a comedic sequence where it serves a specific storytelling function. The internet has created entire communities dedicated to collecting, cataloging, and creating new cursed SpongeBob content. These communities have developed their own aesthetic standards and informal rules about what makes an image effectively cursed versus just randomly weird or distorted. Cursed, SpongeBob edits, and fan creations. Beyond the official gross-out frames that come directly from episodes, internet culture has produced an enormous amount of fan-created cursed SpongeBob content. These range from simple photo manipulations to sophisticated digital art pieces that transform familiar characters into something genuinely unsettling. Some of the most popular categories include realistic SpongeBob art, where digital artists create anatomically correct, human-like versions of the characters while maintaining their essential personality traits. These images are disturbing because they preserve the characters' familiar expressions and mannerisms while giving them human anatomy that makes them look genuinely threatening or unnatural. Another major trend involves placing SpongeBob characters in contexts that are completely inappropriate for children's media horror movie scenarios, adult situations, or real-world settings where cartoon characters would be disturbing rather than charming. These edits force viewers to confront the strangeness of their emotional attachment to fictional characters. The distorted audio movement has also significantly affected SpongeBob content. Creators slow down, speed up, pitch shift, or otherwise manipulate audio from episodes to create unsettling soundscapes that accompany visual edits. These audio manipulations can make familiar dialogue sound threatening, alien, or genuinely disturbing. The technical sophistication of these edits has increased dramatically as digital tools have become more accessible and powerful. Early cursed SpongeBob content was often simple photo manipulation using basic editing software. Modern creators use advanced video editing programs, AI-powered tools, and professional-grade audio software to create content that can be genuinely convincing and deeply unsettling. SpongeBob as universal internet language. One of the most remarkable aspects of SpongeBob's internet presence is how it has evolved into a universal language for online communication. SpongeBob memes and references transcend cultural, linguistic, and geographic boundaries in ways that very few other pieces of media have achieved. The mocking SpongeBob meme perfectly illustrates this phenomenon. The image of SpongeBob making a silly face has become a universally understood way to indicate sarcasm or mockery in online communication. The visual perfectly captures the tone of repeating someone's words in a mocking voice, and it works across different languages and cultural contexts. SpongeBob reaction images have become so embedded in internet culture that they're often more effective at conveying complex emotions than written language. A well-chosen SpongeBob screenshot can communicate frustration, excitement, confusion, exhaustion, or any number of other emotional states with an immediacy and universality that text alone cannot match. The time cards from SpongeBob episodes, later, meanwhile, the next day, one eternity later have become versatile meme formats that can be adapted to virtually any situation. People create edited versions of these cards to comment on everything from personal procrastination to global events, and they work because they provide a familiar visual framework that can be applied to almost any concept. This universality has made SpongeBob a kind of cultural lingua franca for internet communication. People who don't speak the same language can still communicate through shared understanding of SpongeBob content. The characters' expressions and situations are expressive enough that they convey meaning even without context from the original show. Viral horror content and fan films. The internet's fascination with transforming SpongeBob into horror content has produced some genuinely effective, scary material. Talented creators have used SpongeBob as source material for horror films, digital art, and video projects that work as legitimate horror content, not just as novelty items or internet curiosities. Some creators have recut SpongeBob episodes to emphasize their existing creepy elements, removing comedic timing and sound effects while enhancing atmospheric elements to create genuine horror experiences. These edits often focus on episodes that were already somewhat unsettling, like Graveyard Shift or Rock Bottom, but present them in ways that emphasize fear and tension rather than humor and resolution. Fan artists have created elaborate SpongeBob horror art that reimagines the characters as genuinely threatening creatures, while maintaining enough of their original characteristics to be recognizable. These aren't just simple evil SpongeBob drawings, they're sophisticated horror art pieces that happen to use SpongeBob as inspiration, often incorporating elements of body horror, cosmic horror, or psychological thriller aesthetics. Video creators have also produced SpongeBob horror content using various techniques and production approaches. Some use traditional animation to create new SpongeBob content with explicit horror themes. Others use live-action techniques to bring SpongeBob characters into real-world settings in ways that are genuinely unsettling. Still others use found footage or analog horror techniques to create the impression that they've discovered disturbing SpongeBob content that was hidden or suppressed. The technical quality of this fan-created horror content often rivals or exceeds professional productions. Creators use industry-standard software, sophisticated visual effects, and advanced audio design to create content that's genuinely frightening and technically impressive. The psychology of subverting childhood content. The popularity of cursed and horror SpongeBob content raises interesting questions about why people are drawn to seeing familiar, comforting things transformed into something disturbing or threatening. There seems to be something particularly satisfying about taking childhood nostalgia and subverting it in ways that challenge expectations and comfort levels. Part of the appeal might be the cognitive dissonance created when something associated with safety and innocence is presented as dangerous or threatening. SpongeBob represents simplicity and wholesomeness for many people, so seeing those characters in menacing contexts creates a mental shock that can be both humorous and unsettling depending on the execution and the viewer's perspective. The phenomenon might also represent a way of processing the disconnect between childhood experiences and adult realities. By transforming childhood media into something dark or surreal, creators and consumers might be working through the realization that the world is more complex and potentially threatening than they understood when they were young. There's also an element of creative rebellion in cursed content that represents a form of artistic transgression. Taking something that was created specifically for children and transforming it into something inappropriate or unsettling allows people to claim ownership over cultural content and reshape it to serve their own purposes rather than corporate interests. SpongeBob's global cultural impact. SpongeBob's influence on internet culture extends far beyond English-speaking countries and Western cultural contexts. The show has been translated into dozens of languages and adapted for different cultural markets, but the internet has created a global SpongeBob culture that transcends these localized adaptations. SpongeBob memes appear in languages and cultural contexts that have no direct connection to the original American cartoon. The characters have become universal symbols that can be used to communicate emotions and ideas across cultural and linguistic boundaries that would normally prevent such communication. This global reach has created interesting situations where SpongeBob references appear in political movements, social media trends, and cultural conversations that have nothing to do with children's entertainment. The characters have been adopted by various communities and movements as symbols and communication tools for purposes that the original creators never intended or anticipated. The international nature of SpongeBob internet culture has also led to fascinating cross-cultural exchanges, where different countries and communities contribute their own interpretations and creative additions to the global conversation around the show. The commercialization of SpongeBob memes. As SpongeBob memes have become more mainstream and culturally significant, there have been increasing attempts to commercialize and monetize this internet culture. Official SpongeBob social media accounts now regularly post meme-style content, and merchandise based on popular memes has become a significant part of the franchise's commercial strategy. This commercialization has created tension between organic fan culture and corporate attempts to profit from internet trends. Some fans feel that official adoption of meme culture diminishes its authenticity and represents an attempt by corporations to co-opt and control creative expressions that were originally grassroots and independent. The relationship between fan-created content and official SpongeBob products continues to evolve as internet culture becomes more influential in mainstream media and marketing. The success of fan-created content has influenced official SpongeBob productions, while corporate involvement has shaped how fans create and share content. SpongeBob and the evolution of internet humor. SpongeBob's role in internet culture also reflects broader changes in how humor functions online and how people communicate through digital media. The show's absurdist elements, flexible format, and memorable characters make it perfect for the kind of surreal, context-free humor that dominates social media platforms. The way SpongeBob content gets remixed, edited, and transformed reflects the collaborative and participatory nature of internet culture. Instead of being passive consumers of media, people actively reshape and recontextualize content to serve their own communicative and creative purposes. SpongeBob's influence on internet humor extends beyond just providing source material for memes. The show's approach to absurdist comedy, its willingness to embrace weirdness, and its ability to find humor in mundane situations has influenced how other content creators approach online entertainment and communication. Outrow, spooky but still SpongeBob. After spending these past 2 hours exploring the darker, weirder, and more unsettling corners of SpongeBob SquarePants, it's important to step back and remember what makes this show truly special. Yes, we've covered episodes that genuinely scared children, animation that was probably too detailed for its own good, psychological themes that felt surprisingly mature, content that networks decided was inappropriate, fan theories that reframe the entire show as something much darker, and internet culture that has transformed innocent cartoon characters into sources of genuine unease. But here's the remarkable thing about SpongeBob. None of these creepy elements actually diminish what the show fundamentally represents. At its core, SpongeBob SquarePants remains a celebration of optimism, friendship, creativity, and finding joy in everyday experiences. Even in its strangest or most unsettling moments, there's usually that essential SpongeBob spirit that keeps everything anchored to something positive and life-affirming. SpongeBob's laugh still echoes through Bikini Bottom with the same infectious enthusiasm it's always had. Patrick's well-meaning confusion still provides a kind of innocent comfort that reminds us not everything in life needs to be complicated or analyzed. Even Squidward, despite all his suffering and existential angst, continues to find occasional moments of genuine happiness that suggest hope is always possible. The scary episodes we've discussed work precisely because they're exceptions to SpongeBob's normal tone. Graveyard Shift is memorable because most SpongeBob episodes are content to be lighthearted and fun, without needing to invoke supernatural horror. Face Freeze sticks with viewers because SpongeBob characters are usually designed to be appealing and cute, not grotesque and nightmare-inducing. The psychological complexity of episodes like SB 129 feels significant because most of the show operates on a much simpler emotional level, where problems can be solved through friendship and understanding. SpongeBob's occasional ventures into stranger territory actually make the show more resilient and meaningful rather than less. By acknowledging that life can sometimes be confusing, scary, or overwhelming, the show earns the right to its optimism. SpongeBob's happiness feels authentic because it coexists with genuine challenges. His friendships feel valuable because we've seen what loneliness and isolation look like. The vibrant, chaotic community of Bikini Bottom feels precious because we've glimpsed what emptiness and disconnection can do to people. The fan theories and internet culture surrounding SpongeBob's darker moments actually demonstrate how deeply the show has connected with people across different generations and cultural contexts. You don't create elaborate theories about nuclear testing or mental illness for shows you don't care about. You don't spend time and creative energy making cursed content from media that doesn't hold significant meaning in your life. The very existence of all this dark interpretation and creepy fan content is actually a testament to how much SpongeBob means to people and how much creative potential they see in its universe. There's also something beautifully democratic about how SpongeBob has been transformed by internet culture. The show's creators couldn't have predicted that screen caps from Face Freeze would become fundamental building blocks of meme culture, or that fans would develop sophisticated theories about the psychological symbolism of the main characters, or that people would create entire horror art movements based on making familiar characters look realistic and threatening. But they created something flexible and meaningful enough that it could support all these different interpretations and transformations. The cursed SpongeBob phenomenon, for all its deliberate, unsettling qualities, actually demonstrates the show's enduring power to inspire creativity and emotional engagement. When people care enough about fictional characters to spend time making them disturbing or surreal, they're still engaging with those characters in a meaningful way. They're still finding new possibilities within familiar frameworks, still discovering aspects of the SpongeBob universe that resonate with their own experiences and artistic visions. Even the banned episodes and controversial content we discussed reveal something fundamentally positive about the show's cultural impact. The fact that midlife crustacean was considered acceptable for 15 years before being pulled suggests that SpongeBob exists in a cultural space where standards can evolve and improve over time. The show has been around long enough to adapt to changing social awareness, which is actually a sign of its cultural significance and staying power rather than a failure or weakness. It's also worth remembering that many of the scary SpongeBob episodes we've discussed are still fundamentally entertaining and well-crafted. Graveyard Shift is a brilliant parody of horror movies that manages to be both genuinely creepy and genuinely funny. Rock Bottom captures real anxiety about being lost and confused, but it does so through classic SpongeBob physical comedy and absurd situations. Even Face Freeze, for all its disturbing imagery, is built around a timeless moral lesson about not making weird faces. The show's ability to balance humor with more complex emotions is actually one of its greatest strengths. SpongeBob has never talked down to its audience or assumed that children can't handle anything more sophisticated than pure silliness. By occasionally venturing into weirder or more challenging territory, the show has created a richer emotional landscape that works for viewers of all ages and continues to reward engagement as people grow and change. Looking at SpongeBob's cultural impact over more than 2 decades, it's clear that the show's willingness to occasionally be strange or unsettling has been part of what's kept it relevant and influential. In an entertainment landscape full of safe, carefully managed content designed to offend nobody and challenge nothing, SpongeBob has maintained an element of unpredictability and creative risk-taking that keeps viewers engaged and creators inspired. The fact that we can spend 2 hours discussing the dark side of SpongeBob while still loving and appreciating the show demonstrates something important about good children's media and lasting cultural impact. The best kids shows don't just entertain children in the moment. They create rich enough worlds and characters that they can support multiple interpretations, inspire creative responses, and continue to reveal new layers of meaning as viewers mature and develop different perspectives. SpongeBob's scary moments, cursed memes, and psychological complexity don't detract from its essential sweetness and optimism, they enhance it. They prove that the show is substantial enough to contain multitudes, weird enough to inspire endless creativity, and meaningful enough to support serious analysis alongside silly enjoyment. So yes, SpongeBob can be genuinely creepy sometimes. Yes, it has produced some of the most disturbing children's television content ever created, from grotesque close-ups to existential horror sequences that feel more appropriate for graduate philosophy seminars than Saturday morning cartoons. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video.